Oh, your daddy's rich and yours glory. So hush, little baby, don't you cry. One of these mornings, we're gonna rise up singing. Then you'll spread your wings and you'll take to the sky.
Ooh, hold on. Where we at? Y'all got me messed up.
One of these mornings, we're gonna rise up singing. Then you'll spread your wings and you'll take to the sky.
Well, it's no shine in the tail.
Snapping off film.
I'm affiliated. 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 I'm affiliated.
This video is under fair use. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act in 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or purpose use tips the balance in favor of fair use. All rights and credit go directly to its rightful owners. No copyright infringement intended. Enjoy. Oh yeah. On your way out, make sure you like, subscribe, and comment, man. This is the Argument League. Turn up.
Shout out to the people, man. It's the boy Swab Boss of Snapping Off Entertainment, AOI, Argument League, SVDL, whole bunch of Black Power shit. Shout out to Bingo on the track and Z on the count. That's Snapping Off Fam. Shout out to Solar Man, the Commissioner, Solar Vision Debate League, the greatest debate league in the world, only debate league on YouTube. Shout out to Knowledge Born Alive, do the Knowledge Radio. Shout out to the AOI, that is Gold Man, Brandon Bay, Wicked Radical, Ampu, Pro Black, Ground Zero, Hurricane Katrina of the King James 13, Anti-Bullying Inc. Shout out to the judges, shout out to the peers, and shout out to the reason we hear the people of SVDL. As y'all hit that like button on y'all way in, shout out to the family, MJ in the building, Susie, Shabo, Big Red, Mika, Shanar for some reason, New Mary. Appreciate everybody's presence. No debate today, but damn it, we getting that verses in today. Afro beats, G-Dab versus Holly. Y'all already know what it is. We're gonna get some of that in us today. So make sure y'all be here around 9, 10 o'clock when it jumps off. Other than that, we're here for another day of enjoying each other's company, conversation, We ain't got our logic, you know. It's it's a release. It's therapy. It's congregating. Don't forsake the congregation. So dance hall. Damn, my bad. That is what it is. Dance hall. Shout out to Holly though. So we don't got no debate today, but we definitely got debates. So let me go over here to this and let y'all know. Yes. Today is the 18th. 18th is clear. Tomorrow we got Akmalak versus Afro Asiatic Lion. Should black people follow the Quran? On the 20th, we have Joseph versus Scheme. Did King Solomon exist according to the biblical narrative? Scheme's gonna die on that one too because he worded that wrong. But Joseph might not catch that. Joseph might come. Did the biblical King Solomon exist? Is King Solomon a historical figure? Then we got Chris versus KOT on the 21st. Does Abraham exist according to the biblical narrative? So, him and Scheme have the same type of debate. Does someone exist according to the biblical narrative? Um, we saw KOT do this to Scheme. He's finna do it to Chris again. Rio versus Holly. Should black people separate from the U.S. for liberation? That's going down, man. That's on the 22nd. So make sure y'all be here. We got some pretty good debates coming up. Charles A. the Driller Gang smoking on them dead ops. Bang, bang, gang, gang. Shout out to the family. So, people want to go to war with the argument league. That's impossible. And I'll tell you why. The argument league is in a very specific lane. No one else is in that lane. The argument league is a brother station to Solar Vision Debate League, where we vet people. People get introduced to the peers. People get introduced to the league. People come up and measure themselves and say, hey, I want to join. What's the email? You know, this is where the peers come talk shit, do presentations. You know, nobody else is doing that. No one else is doing that. You would have to create a channel that does that for Solar Vision Debate League. Now, to what people are trying to do in reality, is set people up. This is the setup shit. And I want motherfuckers to know something. Please don't play that street game with me. Please, please, please. And I'm talking to Nandy, but I'm not talking just to Nandy. I'm talking to anybody. Please don't play that street shit with me. I'm not here for the street shit. I survived the streets. I'm proud I survived the streets. I'm not proud of what the streets is. I had enough sense to not fucking sell my soul. And I don't care if I'm the first of my kind. I don't care if there's no blueprint. I'm intelligent enough to make decisions. So please don't play that street shit with me. I don't even know why that would come to somebody's mind. Now, the setup thing is I have no problem with Nandy. I have no problem with Emily. I run a panel where I invite people on. Okay? And My only rule is like just don't call motherfuckers bitches. You know. Sometimes if a nigga say some, invite them another man to his shit, you be like, oh yeah, you got to get the fuck out of here. But um, I'm used to controlling women on the panel. I'm used to saying, hey, I don't want that on my panel. You see how you getting riled up, sis? And you feel like cursing? You feel like violating somebody? I don't want sisters to do that. I've stopped that. I've stopped trying to dictate the women to that degree. Now, I still will dictate it to the degree I do the men. You went too far. You got to get off the panel. Whoa, 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 whoa. The peers have privilege. They're peers. This is their channel. I want you to know that. I represent Nandy as much as I represent Moonflower. That's my obligation to the league. I'm not here to step on Nandy, Moonflower, or nobody else. I'm here to give people equal opportunity to promote themselves in the league, get people familiar with them, come through, set up debates. I'm fair in that. You don't have to come over here kiss my ass. You don't have to come over here and act like I'm super smart and I'm not saying unintelligent shit. If you want to get at me, you could get at me. And say hey, Katrina.
Hey, Katrina.
You said say hey, Katrina.
Nobody fuck with you right now.
Hey, family.
Yeah, so you can't get me to go to war with you. There's no war on YouTube. I don't even know what that fake ass shit was. And you could go to your channel and you could call me a bunch of bitches and 40-year-old rappers and all of this other shit. That doesn't start a war with me. That don't start a war with me. That doesn't start a war with me. Now, I'm here to debate. Everyone is. Nandy, you're right. No one's here to make friends. But I'm the type of person that happens wherever I go. Wherever I go, I end up cool with people and I end up with a lasting relationship when I walk away. That doesn't happen for y'all. That's how your life is structured. If you're acceptable of that, I am too. Um, but I'm definitely not here to make enemies. Now, with that being said, that naturally happens too. Doesn't happen everywhere I go. I usually don't make enemies. What usually happens is people feel some type of way behind my back, but won't say the shit to my face, and they perk like they cool with me in all aspects. When they really have an issue with me off of something that I didn't even really purposely do to engage them. Everyone in the Solar Vision Debate League is warranted the manager where you can get the manager and come do lives, come do streams. Since Nandy has her own channel, I'm guessing she chose not to take that option. Moonflower has her own channel, but she still said, Suave, let me get that manager. So when Moonflowers does panels, Moonflower does panels. And I don't watch Nandy channel. It got to a point where I was like, damn, I need to start coming through other people's channels because I really don't go through other people's channels. I'll be over here all day. Then when I get off of here, I go pay Katrina some attention. So I don't know y'all. I don't. I don't. Y'all don't hit my panel. Y'all don't talk to me. I don't be on the panels where y'all be at. I don't know what's going on. I don't know which women are beefing with which women. I just don't. When someone hits my panel, as of recently, I have to be aware that y'all motherfuckers be on other panels beefing. And then I'm just letting somebody on the panel and it's like, bitch ho ho, bitch divestors. And I'm like, whoa, that was a mistake. Now, for someone to try to make it seem like because I get Moonflower the manager, that I'm Moonflower's something that has some type of entitlement with her. Moonflower is grown. Moonflower is her own person. I'm not dealing how y'all deal. I'm just not. That's just not how I move. When y'all come over here and hit the panel, know that I don't know what conversations y'all had previously elsewhere. But motherfuckers don't treat me as such because they think the world revolves around them and everyone saw their panel. But I don't watch you niggas. I don't. I got my own panel. I did a 12-hour stream yesterday and then started over. People could have easily came over here and got off their mind what they wanted to get off their mind. But people aren't comfortable being sane. People would rather be loud and aggressive. And as a man, I don't know why a woman does that. I can conceive maybe it's to make sure that motherfuckers don't think she weak and they come through and, you know, I just don't know. Cause I don't live that life where when I see a woman, I just, take advantage of her or whatever. So I guess some women step in and they feel like they have to project their voice in a different way. They have to use certain verbiage. I don't know. Maybe you get it naturally. I don't know. But I've heard that other voice. I've heard that other voice. So now, if that's how you move, I don't give a fuck. If that's how you move, I don't give a fuck. If you jump on a panel and you like, what's up? No, I got smoke with you. Whoa, this and I don't give a fuck. But all of this personal, my life goal is to stop Cynthia G and people from aborting black babies and people from dating outside their race. Nigga, that's your mission. I'm not here to grab no penises up out of no vaginas. I'm not. That's not my job. Now, Nandy, I've told you this before. Your rhetoric is old and outdated. Not a personal attack on you. It's just the accumulation of knowledge that you have, your view on it, and how you move with it. It's old and it's outdated and it's useless. You think you have some tough love? I'm a soldier. People are weak. I drink water from the rivers. I hunt my own worms to eat. I don't wear silk. I don't wear negligee. I don't wear heels. I listened to like a minute of the stream. And I heard what I needed to hear. There is no beefing with the argument league. It's not. Either you're going to sit over there and yell at us all day and nobody knows, well, I don't, or you're going to come over here and engage me in conversations and die intellectually. But you won't do that. You won't send none of your niggas to do that. Yang and Black Son came over here the other day talking about nepotism, and I beat him up. And you could tell because the moving of the goalposts was real. The red herrings were real. The straw mans were real. And that's how you could tell you're losing. Shout out to Wonderful Wheat Bread, Kiana Perkins, African American Nationalist Government. Shout out to Domo in the building, Miss Denova. Yeah, I don't have that HT bar one. And yeah, they failed, Nandy. They failed us. They failed us. They did not succeed. Your militancy did not work. It just did it. Do as I will, though. Do as I will. Because you are an example of what I need people to see to legitimize and justify what I say. When I say Black power isn't about hating white people, it's not about wanting to see white people dead. It's about loving Black people so much, racist white people feel like we want them dead. Racist white people feel like we want to kill them. But if me feeding my child angers you, then what is your relationship to me? I don't have to hunt white people. I don't have to be mad at everyone who sleeps with a white person, does business with a white person, smiles with a white person, takes pictures with a white person. That's not my life. I've completed my 8 debates. I have 3 debates this month. One of them is with Nandy on the conversation of which was worse, the transatlantic or the Arab slave trade. She tried to run. She talked that shit. She talked that shit to me. And I said, let's go. I'll take the transatlantic slave trade. Because one thing I know is Nandy didn't come here to debate. She came here to argue. She came here for the interrogation round, the shucklebuck round. She didn't come here to study, make PowerPoint presentations, rebut other people's arguments strategically, close out with perfection. She came here to unstructuredly just argue and yell and call people bitches and tell them suck her dick or whatever the fuck her banter is. But when it came to them debates, she used that one voice, right? And she tried to run from our debate. She tried to change the title. I think she just tried to call. I think that's what this is all about. She doesn't want to debate me on this topic. So she's trying to find a way to say, I don't fuck with him. Nandy know I ain't never did nothing to her. And not doing nothing about Moonflower is a negative. That doesn't mean I did something to you. That's just it. You trying to get mad at me and put pressure on me and put a name on an argument league because I'm not arguing with Moonflower about you is some setup shit. You're trying to get your brother to attack somebody, and only thing gonna happen is he gonna get locked up, he gonna get killed. And then you gonna walk around the rest of your life getting into it with other motherfuckers because of your mouth and your attitude. And just constantly calling people and setting them up. And then when they tell you that's your fight, you shouldn't really be having it. Then you turn on them and try to get people to attack them. That's some setup shit. That's some setup shit. You're strong, Nandy. You're strong. I guess you think your job is to go around and test men's strength, gauge men's manliness, and because they're not aggressive and super violent and walk around with their chests out and insecure at every time somebody gets props, they have to step in front of them and give me the light. You think they're weak. Nandy, I don't mind being your definition of weak because your definition of weak is sane. Because somebody doesn't walk around like they're getting butt raped right now, screaming and yelling, kicking and scratching, you think they're weak. So I guess what you want is to be strong. Well, you're strong, Nandy. You have a strong voice. You have a strong face. You have a strong mentality. Enjoy your life with it. But don't ever think you can compete or go to war with what is at this point the argument league. You can't. And at the end of the day, I still represent you. If someone comes through here and say, I heard Sister Nandy debate over here. Woo, woo, woo. Yeah, and she'll scrape your ass. What? And she'll beat you up. Send the email. Send the email. And I bet she'll scrape you. You know why? Because that's how I'm made. That's how I was made before I met you. That's how I'm going to be after we're no longer around each other. I just don't. Show appreciation. I just don't understand the mentality of someone who can't do the work but think they're in the same lane. You're not in the same lane as me. I'm part of a debate league. You have an arguing panel. And you think because this is called the argument league that we're doing the same thing. No, that was wordplay. Because I got frustrated with grown people not being able to have constructed conversations that actually express things and transferred information. So I said, I'm just going to make a channel and call that motherfucker the argument league because that's all y'all do is argue. And guess what? Oh, shit, that's the wrong one. And guess what? My bad, y'all. It became something that people appreciated. So I kept it going. It became something that at a certain point was utilized when our channel got struck. Then the argument league came back. That's work. You have your arguments. I mean, you have your lane. You have your channel. You have your audience. and your audience don't conflict with mine. But the insecurity of a well-seasoned motherfucker where you're out in the streets beefing with 20-year-olds and men shows insanity on your part. You being such a well-spoken, self-entitled, seasoned soldier. You're in the streets fighting with men who's turning their back on you and not fighting you, and 20-year-olds. Yeah, you lost. So don't let someone else work put insecurity in you. Compliment their work. This is a good opportunity we got here. Where people come and despite their ideological difference, despite their religious beliefs, their background, we come here and we build. We discuss things, talk about stuff, argue about it, come to a conclusion, popularize it, and then we turn around. Other channels are saying it, other channels are doing it. That's what happens in life. Mm-hmm. It was real dead. Yeah, that supercharger hard. That motherfucker got this bitch up quick. Like one of my biggest things, 'cause I used to try to talk to him about structuring his platform to be able to get more out of it instead of just funneling platform you was going live on that dedicate each platform to a different sector in studies. So you don't have the Hebrews with the Christians and the Christians with the Muslims unless it's on purpose on another channel where the tolerance for each other is a little greater. But when you just come and got people coming on the channel and it's really like just wrestling for room to represent, it's messy. Like I get it, but you can't build your whole platform off of that and let that be the hype of it. Like that shit crazy. So he had like Black News 102, he had Sonetta University, he had Black, you know what I'm saying, TV, whatever. Like he had like 4, 5, 6 channels, man. I'm like, you could have easily separated this up and just had like Hebrew, Muslim, Christian, comedic, you know, community-based education. You know what I'm saying? Shit like that. And then have events where everybody can come on and throw rocks at each other to make them feel better, because a lot of people do like to do it. As long as you know it just don't go too far. But that shit went out his ear, and I tried to tell him like 2-3 times, but once I seen what he did with Seti and Pharaoh with the whole debate where Polite was doing the live stream and Sonetta got fucked. You know what I'm saying? Because Polite, although he had the knowledge of how to do it and Sonetta didn't, he could have hit Sonetta's hand in a way that it was cool. So that when he found, like, first of all, man, if I found a way to take, and you making $700 off of something, $1,500 off of something, I don't know how much, $2,000-$3,000, and I found a way to make $60,000 off of something, that's gonna be the topic. Like, look, this is how we make 60,000. Like, he stayed away from that number or those numbers or whatever it was purposely. So when Sonetta got a wind of it, it was like, damn, that's crazy. Like, this nigga really made that much money and sent me home with this, which he was satisfied at the time compared to YouTube dollars. But compared to stream dollars, no. But once he got the opportunity to do somebody else like that, even with Polite's help, everything was jiggy. Everything was cool. Let's just get the debate set up. Come on, Seti. Come on, Pharaoh. Let's argue the meta, this, that, and the other. Like, I was really off on him after that. I stopped watching. I was still subscribed, but I stopped watching. But after so long of seeing these bait-ass titles and these, you know what I'm saying? I just unsubscribed to all that shit. Like, fuck it. So, Sonetta is really not on my radar. But somebody can catch me up on that shit with Garfield or whatever was going on if y'all feel like it.
No, I just was looking into this morning. He was getting a little prison. I thought it was Young Pharaoh talking at first on his channel, but apparently he doing a little presentation on him or something. I guess he disagreed. I don't know if they into it with the Nawabians or something. That's basically what he was just talking about.
What? Wait, Sonetta was playing Young Pharaoh on his channel?
Young Pharaoh, the dude I believe was playing the Nibiru, right? Not Sonetta, Garfield, not Sonetta. It was Garfield.
Oh,
I didn't see Saw.
Was playing Pharaoh. Do Garfield got a channel or he was on Sonetta channel?
Shit, Garfield was live. He should be still live. It was talking, but he basically, I don't know. That's why I thought you might know. I thought y'all might know. I thought y'all knew them dudes or something like that.
No, man, I was on Garfield once he introduced that them goddamn life insurance policies. Man, these niggas is getting that bread, man.
Hey, I stopped watching them after that Kim went on trial debate, man. I kind of feel like they that kind of showed me their character with the debates and stuff. Like they slander what you hear because they got control of the cameras and all that type of stuff. That's when I stopped watching them. But that was actually a good debate. But they showed me that they not really about, calling it straight down the middle. Like they use their influence on behind the scene cameras and stuff to win to slander the debate and stuff. And I don't think that was really cool.
But in their defense, just to keep it objective, I can't say that. I did learn a lot from the brothers' channel, from the brothers Sonetta's channel. I do got to give them that. Like elders like James Small. Like I would have never came across, elders like that. Polite, even though the people say what they want about Polite, but I did learn a lot from Polite. I do gotta give him that he can break stuff down. He can present it a good way. Shaka Amos, I learned a good amount from him. So even though I don't think people say that Sonetta himself is, the one that's knowledgeable about anything, he sort of serves as like the meeting place for all of these black minds to come together. And I see your point as far as trying to get them to restructure it and put it in a different way that's, better for really building the black community, but at least using his platform, his channel as a meeting place for some great black minds. I do got to give him credit for that. I at least got to give him that much. What y'all think?
And I appreciate that because that's the balance. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, man, I got to get him props to Sonetta, which is why I tuned into him in the first place. Like I was saying, but it's hard to get past a junior high-ish type study with that channel. Like if you didn't know nothing or was ground level, like hell yeah, James Small and even Infudici, people like that. I appreciate professors like Larry,
Reggie, like you could go on and on. I appreciated Pharaoh and Seti and Polite and stuff like that. But like I said, you got to know how to get the information and lead the person with the people that they need to be around. Like you can't take Pharaoh home with you, but it is what it is. Yeah, a lot of positive came about that channel. I can't just knock it. It's really just what I wish could happen. Which is probably selfish. Yeah, that's how I feel about it.
But I mean, you're right though, because based on the influence that he has, based on the fact that even though I would say there's been pockets of the conscious community, he the one that kind of brought it to quote unquote mainstream, which would be YouTube. I say he might be one of the pioneers of that. But at least making it more accessible for brothers who not close to New York, or brothers that's not close to Black and Nobel and Philly, or brothers that's not close to DC. These are just some places that I know got a lot of collective, strong Black conscious communities. If you're not a part of any of those, it might be tough to find that, but everybody got YouTube. So, him putting the stuff on YouTube, letting brothers build on there, that did bring some stuff out into the community that, even though, to balance it out from, at least I'm, giving a positive, if a lot of people are saying something about you, it's probably true. Like if you look at some of the people who he's had and come in contact with, a lot of times it goes downhill, it falls apart. And if everybody's saying the same thing, and if everybody having an issue with you, maybe not they are the problem, but we got to look in the mirror sometimes at what can we be doing differently.
Yeah. I mean, because when I was on Garfield channel, I left him a little comment. I told him, like, I'm a Hebrew, you know what I'm saying? But I still have a lot of respect for him because I've seen a lot of stuff that they're doing as a leader, you know what I'm saying? Like, I agree with that. Like, you do got to humble yourself and just take what you need from certain individuals, and not like Suave said, not just them, not them, you know what I'm saying, what they do personally. But I do consider, I consider a lot of them dudes on Sonetta, because Sonetta, he been putting in work for the community, man. But just like I said, I don't know him. Like I hear a lot of stuff about the money thing and all that. To me, that just reminds me of the whole Christian church thing again. That's kind of wild. Like, man, I got my information I got from him. You know what I'm saying? Now it's time for me to actually start practicing and stuff. And now, and not just get caught up just looking at them all the damn time. You know what I'm saying? I think that plays a big part too. When you get caught up just looking at them dudes all the time and not actually trying to practice what these dudes are saying, then you'll have time to start thinking negative thoughts about them and stuff like that. That's my opinion.
And you were 100% right, because we got to eat the fish and spit out the bones. Take the parts that we can, throw away the parts that we can't use. So as far as looking at them having the time to, instead of practicing it, you mentioned that instead of us taking the time to practice what it is that they're talking about, we got a lot of time to sit around and find the negativity. And I thought about this yesterday because somebody, the scamming thing gets thrown around a lot within the Black community, that will accuse somebody of scamming us or robbing the people. And again, I'm not saying that they don't. I'm not saying that it's not Black people that do try to take advantage. But here's my thing. I try to make the argument that college is a scam, and people will look at me like I'm crazy. But if it comes to a brother trying to scam y'all out of a YouTube stream, or scam you out of a life insurance, or scam you out of some registration paperwork, we can find that scam quick. We get on our research bag. We can find out who that money's supposed to be going to, where it is, who signed off on what receipt. If it's a Black person doing something scamming us, you damn sure right we gonna find it. We are going to find it if it's a Black person scamming us. But when we got the oppressor scamming us out of $60,000,
that's why I say too bad Polite ain't on the Trinidad commission.
Yeah.
Do you, Brother Abdul, do you have children?
I got my firstborn on the way, man. I'm gonna have my firstborn in January.
That's what's up. Congratulations.
Yeah, I appreciate that. My wife, she pregnant right now, so I got my firstborn on the way, man. So I'm gonna be a dad soon.
And you send your own child to higher education?
Say that one more time.
I mean, you would opt out of higher education for your own child?
You know what I would do? The most practical thing to do is lay that out as an option. Because the interesting thing is, my wife and I, we both are college graduates, but I'm about options. If my child in 18, 20 years, if my child in 18, 20 years decides that college is the best option for me and I want to do that, then by all means you should. There are certain fields that we need people to be college educated in. If you want to be a veterinarian or a doctor, you should absolutely go to college. But if you want to study business management, or you want to study liberal arts, you don't have any business in anybody's college. So if my child says I want to, do liberal arts or do journalism, I say don't go to college. Don't spend $60,000 with somebody to teach you how to run their business or how to journal or write better. You don't need to spend that type of money there. So I'm about options. So as a future parent, my best suggestion is for them to have options, and college is one of many options that I would say.
I cannot disagree with you, but I don't think that I would markedly not recommend college to those who can accomplish it.
In what way? What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, let's be honest. It's difficult to afford in reality in this day and age. I mean, we're not living in a time where I don't know. Well, I'm a little bit older than you, so my parents came from an era where there were a lot of blue collar jobs and there was a larger black middle class. It was more like the Cosbys. So everybody was kind of still expected to send their child to college. Now, in the last 20, 30 years, that has changed because the shrinking middle class can't afford to send their children. And I mean, let's just be honest, it's expensive, right? You get money for tuition, but you don't get money to live. You don't get money for gas. People are going to hire you during the hours where you need to be at school. I mean, it's a big, difficult sacrifice. I personally went through it as a homeless person. You know what I mean? Like I hid that all through my college years that I was living in my van. You know what I mean? Like, but I don't think that it was an absolutely bad option though. I think it enabled me to do some things that I wouldn't be able to do, but I don't think that I think it can be a waste of money. Don't get me wrong. I agree with you on that because these universities are predatory and they're selling dreams, and stuff like online college is not even accomplishable for most people because of the discipline factor. And they know that. They know they're roping you into a big expense. It's a game where people are putting you into debt. And by not accomplishing it or not seeing it through, or by biting off more than you can chew, you'll end up in a bad situation. Yeah. And I think the numbers show that more people end up in a bad situation than a good situation. So I agree with you on that. But I wouldn't want to take that away from some people, because like you have to, okay, what about a woman who doesn't have to play up to men because she has an education? I mean, if you think about that woman as your sister or something, right? She doesn't have to be nice to men because she doesn't want to, because she doesn't need it to subsist, because her education supports her. You know what I mean?
Right.
So like it can be a good thing.
And I don't want it to sound as if it's a horrible thing and it's a bad option. My premise for that it's a scam is because I always try to frame things around black people, the black community. So within that context, we have more black college graduates now than we've ever had before. We have black people who are majoring in business administration and finance, but black people don't have any businesses to administer and we don't have any finances to take any control over. So these degrees and these higher institutional educations that we're achieving in so-called acquiring, that doesn't translate back to black progress. Here's what I mean.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. What it translates to is just an individual ticket to survive.
Exactly.
It does not progress.
Exactly. And you're going to
get
to my point. It does not
progress the group.
Right. So which gets me to the point that within the black community, that ticket that we get, I sort of think of college like it's a party that you have to have a ticket to get into, and that ticket is your degree. It's your piece of paper that you can get. Now, if you're a part of this party, we'll let you in here. We'll talk to you. We'll let you be a part of this group if you have your ticket. But that ticket, what we're finding out, that ticket, that degree, that piece of paper that you get is becoming less and less valuable. Why do I say that? Because
that's true.
They've sort of moved the goalposts. That you mentioned, that time period where all you needed was a high school diploma, more blue collar jobs available. Now it's sort of transitioning into automation. My bad. Now it's sort of transitioning into automation where we need people to be skilled laborers. So they say, all right, you need to have this next level of training. You need to now have a college degree. But college is becoming the new high school. It's so accessible. You have some colleges where the acceptance rate is over 90%. West Virginia acceptance rate is 96%. That means 96% of the people who apply to go to this college get in. Any idiot can get into college now. It is so accessible that you're watering down the product. But here's what they're doing. They're making it more accessible so more people are getting in while they're raising the price. That's a backwards business model. Anywhere else, like if you're selling trees and then more people are selling trees, what does that do to the price?
Price go down.
Price should go down. But let's see what's happening to college. More people are getting in, but the price is going up. Why is that happening? That lays the foundation of why I say this is a scam. And we have to get out of the mentality of just conditioning the next generation of black kids that you have to go to somebody's college if you want to be something. Because then we'll get into, well, what does it mean to be something? If you're a productive member of your society and you drive trucks and you own a business and you're distributing for black companies, I say a truck driver is better than somebody who gets a business finance degree and go runs somebody else's business from their community and don't do anything for black folks. So these are the nuanced parts of what college does and what education is doing and has done for our community. But I won't get off on a tangent. I'll let y'all build too. Go ahead.
No, I definitely appreciate your perspective. I don't disagree, but I'm saying that you and I have, as stated, we have our pieces of paper, right? So I think that a better stance would be to help the young brothers navigate that minefield and not just totally push them off of it, right? Make sure that their degree makes them a skilled laborer and not just an educated idiot.
Couldn't we tell them to avoid the minefield? Like, couldn't we tell them, all right, that is a minefield. Let's not go there. Let's find a different route.
No, because I don't think that my life would be what it is today without that. And I would have missed out on a significant part of my life and my perspective.
Now, was it more so from the experience or the knowledge that
right.
you
And without the paper, I wouldn't, the door would not have been open for that experience to me.
Mm. And I look at it the exact opposite way. I mean, it was some great experiences, but the things that I learned there, I couldn't give you a list of the things that I paid because you're going there for an education. Like I
Right.
couldn't give you a list of the things that I've learned by going to their institution for an undergrad and going to their institution for a graduate degree. Most of what I've learned and been able to retain has been through independent study. So there's not even a direct correlation between what it is that you're learning to get this piece of paper and what you came out with that's tangible.
Well, there again, I suppose it depends on the actual degree and what you're doing. Because I would,
In what situation would you say?
I mean, like, my sister's a biologist, and she was always into animals, and she went to school and studied biology and supports herself, in a lab doing animal shit, messing around with animal feces and stuff,
Mm-hmm. And there are some
But I mean,
fields that will need it, but
I don't
to
think,
the average black person going to college studying finances or studying business management, I don't think that
well,
you'd
I
be
mean,
able to.
I think that's the conversation though that needs to be had, right?
Right.
And then, like, I think that the colleges are predatory, and they're out here to get young people's money and to get contracts on young people's, basically on young people's lives. And they're selling dreams. They are dream salesmen,
Mhm.
and a lot of these colleges are directly career oriented. You can't even, the first conversation is how much you're going to make when you graduate. And some
Mhm.
of that is not good either when they take that to the extreme. You know what I mean? But I
And
do
even
think education is a good thing. I don't think that we should not be. I mean, we shouldn't be silly and dumb as a people. Otherwise, I don't know. That gap is getting bigger and bigger between the people who know some shit and the people who don't know shit. You know what I mean?
I definitely hear you. I try to focus on what it is that we're learning. Like what are we educated into? Like Dr. Amos Wilson, he would always say we're being educated into ignorance. We're learning 4 years of nonsense. We're learning about in the historical context who
Oh,
George Mason is and who George Washington. So even if we have a quote unquote education, we have to be the ones that determine what an education is, what an education isn't. But you had mentioned something about the financial piece of college that I do want to at least put out there just for the listeners, that these debts that you're getting, these are personalized secured debts, which means that let's say that you want to get out a bunch of loans and you want to buy cars and buy alcohol and buy a bunch of drugs, and you spend up all the money and you're terrible with your money, you can file for bankruptcy and kind of get your slate wiped clean. The thing with educational debt, you can't file for bankruptcy and wipe out this educational debt. This educational debt that you're getting is secured on your person, meaning if you don't pay the money back, they're going to garnish your wages and take it from you. They will literally take the money away from you if you do not pay. Hold on, somebody right here.
I want to make a little comment about that. It's not. I don't think the education is going to school is bad. I think we should start directing our people like the type of education that we go to school for. Like right now, I'm reading this book called Rich Dad Poor Dad. It's a pretty nice book. It's basically I'm gonna read something. Can I read this? I'm gonna read the little paragraph real fast. It basically says it says when we as parents advise our children to go to school, study hard, and get a good job, we often do that out of cultural habit. It has always been the right thing to do. When I met Robert, which is the man who's talking about his two dads, he had a stepdad and a real dad. Because his mom and his real parents split up. He says his ideals initially started. His ideals initially startled me. Having been raised from two fathers, he had been taught to strive for two different goals. His educated dad advised him to work for a corporation. His rich dad advised him to own the corporation. Both life paths required education, but the subjects of studies were completely different. His educated dad encouraged Robert to be a smart person. His rich dad encouraged Robert to know how to hire a smart person. I think that's something that, because right now we it's like a marriage. For some reason, like I think it's important, but just don't think it's that you have to need it like that in order to become a better person in life. You know what I'm saying? Like people think you have to get married just to consider that woman your wife. You know what I'm saying? I think it's the thing, and then we teach our children that this college is all that, it's all that, and then they go to college blindly, not studying the right. Like my sister, she went to school to become a doctor's assistant. You know what I'm saying? And when she finally graduated, she didn't even get hired on as for what she went to college for because she couldn't find no work for it. You know what I'm saying? And the person who told her basically told her, like, because we in Kansas, so a lot of our surrounding cities is predominantly white. Everybody else got immediately given a job after that, from graduation. But she didn't get it because, of course, her color of her skin. And the person, that's basically how the person her instructor was told her about that. You know what I'm saying? So I think the study of field that we go to should definitely impact your education if you're thinking about, teaching your kids education. And I think you should definitely put that on their mind. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna read one more little sentence because he said Robert claims that the rich teach their children differently. They teach their children at home around a dinner table. You see what I'm saying? Versus we allow in this college and stuff. And to me, it's already happened like that because a lot of brothers is waking up and it's a lot of smart people out here. And I think we just gotta constantly keep putting that on our children's mind. If you do go to college, this, you know what I'm saying, choose a good subject to study to where like you hire, like I said, like you're doing the hiring, you're doing the firing, not that you about to go work and do something. You should be able to go somewhere to take a profession where you can own a hospital and not actually be a doctor. You know what I'm saying? That's basically my point of view of it.
Yeah, you're right. My fault. I had to slide out, but what that brother's saying is exactly true. Especially because the main thing that we're seeing is we're not going out getting the same jobs that our white counterparts are. The same white person who sits in the class with us and study business administration, they got an uncle, they got a cousin, they got an aunt who's already going to get them lined up, or just for the fact of them being white and using social networking, they'll have an opportunity before you do, and you studied the same thing, and you might even did better than they did. But we have unemployed black graduates, so I'm just saying, instead of just passing along the same thing we've been saying, let's just take a critical look at everything we're doing to see how it's helped or seeing how it's hindered, because I'd make the case that college, at least in the last 25 to 30 years, has done nothing to progress the black society forward, even though we've seen a major increase in so-called black educated people.
I agree with you. I agree with you on that, brother.
But we don't got to stick on college. I mean, I kind of went off on a tangent, but I mean, we could build on whatever y'all, whatever's on y'all mind this morning.
Yeah, but I think that's pretty important to talk about, though, because like you say, we noticed the increase in college graduates, black college graduates, but where is the statistics that matches that as far as jobs?
It don't exist.
Is there an
You're going to be looking for a long time.
Is there an increase in the jobs that goes along with these degrees? Because my sister got
Right, but we're dealing with an America that has a shrinking workforce.
Oh.
I think the problem is that the jobs don't exist for the American worker anymore.
But see, I think that's when you should start. That's when you should start building with your other brothers, because it's a lot of black like Suave. Suave is all about creating your own new. That's when we start getting together and stuff. We can start creating our own jobs, because it's been proven in history that we constantly create new swags. We create new swags, we create new lingos, and that stuff don't matter. So we start focusing our brain on power on creating new jobs and start going to college on how to start opening new businesses. Like we'll change the world. And I think Cuba like that, because that's part of evolution right there. If we start creating new jobs and leave that basketball and all that type of stuff alone and just start focusing on new. That's
Well, I think the time for that is now. Because we really don't have the jobs that the middle class had 20 years ago. You know what I mean? That supported our parents.
And here's my piece in on that. I would agree that the jobs don't exist within a current paradigm that we're used to seeing it, because the jobs are being created in another field. Like what? Technology is constantly expanding. Even if we look over the past 5 years, how technology has expanded, even after the last 10 years. So that the fields and the areas that are growing, we're not pushing black people toward those fields, because you don't necessarily need to. We're not pushing that the next black class of students is majoring in technology or computer design or any of these things that we should be the areas that the jobs are growing, because those are fields that internationally they are creating jobs for their communities, while we're not. We don't have small groups or independent schools that are dedicated to just app development or computer coding. And we can and we should, because that's the forefront. That's the new forefront. We're behind the 8 ball looking for a job. And even Carter G. Woodson talked about this in The Miseducation of the Negro. Mind you, this is back in, the early 1900s that he's writing about it. He's saying that the automation process is deliberate in removing the black workforce, meaning that the technology, the removal of the workforce is the removal of you. You are becoming obsolete as a black person looking for a job. So with that being said, we need to be on the forefront of these fields like technology, putting forth our ideas, putting forth our contributions, creating jobs and opportunities for other black people, because we know if an advancement comes from another community, they're not hiring us to do anything. In fact, they'll use it to detriment you. In fact, every part of it is going to be used to detriment you. So we just have to be able to balance that out and make our contribution as well to that field.
That's what's up, man. Anybody in school right now?
Right now, I am. That's why I got to keep y'all hearing the bells in the background. That's where I'm at right now. And at least to give y'all some context, I teach biology. So right now, I mean, I'm on break now, but this is what I do for a living. So I come across black kids every day that strive to want to just go to college. And I have a conversation like this with them to say, you are more than just what you can accomplish academically. I had black kids that I want to be in the NFL. I want to be the NBA. You are more than just this athlete. Even though you a star and everybody can give you a pat on the back when you can run up and down the field or you can shoot a basketball, you are more than that. And I think at least instilling the confidence in the next generation to let them know they're multifaceted. They can do more things because, like I said, I went to Millersville, got my undergrad. I went to George Mason to get my master's. And I'll tell you that it's a scam because I've been through it. Now, another brother on the corner who didn't go to college, who would tell you it's a scam, we wouldn't listen to him. We say, well, you ain't go to nobody's college. What can you tell me about college? And we can't be dismissive of other black people who didn't go to college because the smartest black people that I've met didn't go to college. The black people who I've learned the most from didn't sit in nobody's classroom. They didn't go to nobody's college. Some of the smartest black people that I've met. So I've never been confused to the reality about, oh, you can only listen to somebody black who's been to college. I shoot that down immediately. So if another brother is saying it's a scam, beware, they came to the same conclusions I did, and I went through it.
Yeah, I can say my sister's got a master in business and she work at a hospital. I don't know how that happened. And I didn't even know she had a master in business like 5 years ago. I just assumed that was her line of studies. I know she went to college, Army Reserve, went to college, graduated, went for a pretty long time, but yeah.
Peace and black power.
Oh, peace and black
Peace,
power.
peace.
Shout out to Nick and Justice. Thanks for joining the panel.
Happy Black Friday.
Happy Black Friday, sis. Thank you so much. We was talking about the educational system. Pretty long amongst aligns the college and the loans. And
Oh,
do you think the gain of college is worth the investment?
no, I don't, because you will never pay the loans off. I don't know anyone that have ever paid their loans off, unless they have gotten them, what do you call it, forgiven or wiped off or something like that. I don't know anybody that has ever been able to actually pay it back. And as far as these jobs, you get on the job training. So why do you need college?
Big
Now
facts.
I can understand going to college for maybe being a doctor or the medical field, nurse, maybe even teaching and things of this nature. But all that other stuff, you need to go to college for art? I mean, what? So if you're not already artistic, then what are they going to teach you? You know what I'm saying? Like it's not going to be difficult. I mean, yes, they can show you other people's styles of art and things of this nature, but I thought you were supposed to be the one to be creative. So it's all about control, if you ask me. It's all eugenics. That's what school is. A whole bunch of eugenics and a whole bunch of Darwinism that's being shoved in everyone's head and mind frame. I actually, me, suave, I did go to school. I actually have a degree in early childhood education and a bachelor's in social science, which is all under the banner of eugenics. Okay, so it's yeah, it's all for the benefit of them and for the benefit of keeping us in a certain social and economic and of course political position as Black people. Because let's be clear, we do not get the same gains and we don't get the same positions that they have. We will never reap the same rewards that they have, no matter what you do. You can even be your own business owner. At some point in time, we're just shuffling around their paperwork. We're just shuffling around their information. And that's what it all comes down to. And that's why a lot of this stuff I just don't buy into, you know what I'm saying? Because I can tell you that I had a lot of good Black teachers. I had a ton of good Black teachers, and they did pretty much teach me how to raise my level of research and how to know the difference between secondary sources, primary sources. I, of course, analyze journals and read journals, scholarly sources and things of this nature, which are peer reviewed, which means whatever that particular issue is or whatever is being, like if it's the medical journal, then other doctors would of course review your research, and then they put it in these articles. So and periodicals are different than the scholarly journals. So I learned the difference between pretty much what might be accepted as facts and what might be rejected. Okay, so we're not going to take too much information from Jet, you know what I'm saying, but we might take some more information from the particular journals. But and nowadays the information is pretty much right at the tip of your fingers, because a lot of these research articles are being published on Google. At one point in time, we could only get those articles from like JSTOR or what is it, Gale, like only the colleges were privileged to certain research, but now it's just everywhere. So I don't know. Is college a benefit? I'm gonna say it is. I'm gonna say it is. I guess I don't know
But
because
but
go
it's safe
ahead.
to say that you have to have it plotted, planned out from beginning to end, though, right?
Yes, and you pretty much guide yourself through your through your academic career. You know what I'm saying? Like if you have to do an internship, you have to figure out, of course, which courses you want to take and which program you actually want to earn your diploma from. So you pretty much you have some freedom to actually design your own course. Let's just say that you do. But if you only designing your own course, then why do you need college, right? So it's a circular motion. It's a circular argument. But I would say go to college. I would suggest everybody to go to college. I started out in what is it called? Community college. And then I transferred for free to what is it? The university. I transferred to the university, and they allowed me to finish for free. So that was a big help. But I do have loans from my master's. So I'm 3 classes away from graduating from my master's. But yeah, I don't know when that's gonna happen. I hate them so much. You know what I'm saying? I can't stand school. I went to school because my family pretty much, you know what I'm saying, wanted me to go in that direction. And then my grandmother, some things happened with her, and she had wanted me to, go to school and things of this nature. They didn't want me really hanging out. They wanted me to be better and do better. I would say it's an experience. It's an experience. I do believe it's an experience, but see, it's not all about, your thoughts. It's about what you can prove and what you cannot prove. You see what I'm saying? So I think in that aspect, and then you also get other people's opinions at school and things of this nature, and then you have all types of different courses and classes, and it just makes you study harder. I think it makes you a better researcher. It makes you it pretty much what y'all doing in the debates and stuff, you will be able to prove your stuff, but you would have more information to work with. You see what I'm saying? You would know instead of, all feelings and no facts, right? You would have most facts, okay? And then you will put your spin on it. You will put your analysis on it. You will be able to cite your sources and things of this nature, and know how to cite properly, okay? Because there's a method to everything. Let's just say that. And I know we unorthodox over here, but I do think college shows you a different way to study. Let's just say that. But the money part is definitely unfair. And in that manner, it is a scam. And also because they are teaching you eugenics. That's all it is. All this social stuff is eugenics. So, and that's unfortunate.
So it's a gamble that's worth taking, I guess.
It's not a gamble. It's not a, I
No.
don't think it's a gamble.
Mhm.
And I'm not gonna say it's necessarily worth taking, but I'm saying I do suggest that people would go to college and
Yeah,
learn.
that's what I was saying. Like, if you knew, like, if your parents was on your college game before you even got there, they
Mhm.
knew what you was gonna do. They saved you,
Right,
prep yourself for that. You was aware of what you were going to college to study. You
right.
went there, you did it. You already had your job lined up to get out to pay off the rest of your debt. Cool.
Mhm.
But when it's
Mhm.
like, what am I gonna do fresh out of high school? Oh, let's go to college. And then like that's not safe.
No, I don't. I don't think it. But see, let's be clear. It's different for Black people once again than other people. So a lot of these people that you're seeing that might be these cave beasts, they by the time they 25, they're making well, maybe not now, but they're making six figures. Okay. A lot of them, you can become a lawyer by the time you're 25. You know what I'm saying? It might take you a little longer to become a doctor and things of this nature. But let's say you go into marketing or business or banking, you will be making that money. The positions that are available to us are not the same positions. When we get out of, get out of jail, get out, get out of school.
Hey, I think you made that mistake correctly. It is jail.
Yes.
You in the institutional jail. You in the
Yeah, yeah,
institutional jail. The
yeah.
the
It is.
university industrial complex where they got you mentally,
Yes.
academically enslaved. You was right. You was on to something. Your brain knew where it wanted to go.
I'm telling you, let me be very clear. I hate it. I hate it all. Be clear, okay? The professors couldn't stand me. Even if I get all A's, they would still find a way to give me a B for the whole semester. I mean, just is still their system, but it's good to get to know them. You see what I'm saying? It's good to get to know who they really are, how they really operate. And just know that everything is subjective. Everything is subjective. So,
And I
but like,
really, oh, go ahead.
no, go ahead, continue. I'm sorry.
I ain't want to cut you off, but I was saying I started to figure out their game because peace to you, sister. I gotta subscribe to your channel.
Oh,
But I'm
good. Thank you.
yeah. If you come across some of my stuff, I do a lot of talking about racism, a lot of talking about white supremacy, and even in the academic setting, I do the same things. I talk about the same content.
Mhm.
What I found was that unless I quoted a white scholar when I'm
Right.
quoting the Check Out the Diopes, Carter G. Woodson's, Dr. Wilson, they're like, I don't really know about this, but unless I'm quoting a white
Right.
source, Peggy McIntosh, Tim Wise, then you get, oh, yeah, these are all good sources. So you really,
Right.
even in the academic plantation, you got to go back to them and their interpretations of everything
Right.
that you saying that, nah, we Black, I can tell you about the Black experience way better than an old white man or old white woman can tell me about it. And
Right.
and and we, if we don't have our 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 true
Good.
mind with us and the true understanding, we'll skip right past that and then start relying on white scholars to tell us about ourselves.
But see, that's where we have to have a different mind. That's where my mind comes in. You know, it's like I went in there knowing, you know what I'm saying? But everybody doesn't know, and they might fall for the okey doke and get programmed. But
Mhm.
that's you just have to know the difference. You see what I'm saying? You do your work. You go to work every day. I went to school. Everybody went to school, but everybody is not going to be able to know what's really going on in there. You see what I'm saying? Sometimes you got to go along to get along. I understand that whole mentality. I hate it. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't like it. I get into a lot of stuff, let's say, on a regular basis because I am so firm. Like, just don't mess with me. You know what I'm saying? I'm doing my work. Don't bother me. You know what I'm saying? I already accepted the crap and I don't need you on my back. Okay.
And that be
So,
sometimes what the requirement is. Not just being able to do the work, but can you take the shit we giving while you're doing the work? If
right.
not,
You
your
can do the work
attitude
and they will
reflects in your
find out.
grade.
They will
Yes.
find out anything to make it, you know what I'm saying, not the work. But see, like you said, like my grandparents didn't know. You see what I'm saying? If I got grandparents, like my grandmother, she was scrubbing things, you know, like she was cleaning. You understand what I'm saying? So the one thing she gonna say that I can make it out, you need to go to college. You know what I'm saying? She don't know nothing different. She wasn't really into, you know, everything that they need to be into in order to free their minds out of it. She just knows she didn't want me to do that. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and that
So
time haven't the experience hasn't came around for her to where she saw the failure of college. It was still like,
correct.
yeah, college is a good place to go, but she's not
Correct.
seeing these
She
overload of people
didn't
coming out
know.
saying, "Why did I go to college when I could have
But
did this?"
see, but also this is what happened too, Suave. Let's be clear with this immigration thing because it keeps coming up, and I do understand all sides of the immigrant. Everybody's an immigrant. Well, guess what? We're not immigrants. How about that? You see what I'm saying? A lot of us owned a lot of those businesses that these illegals are working in. Not only did we own them, we were hiring each other, which would be nepotism, hiring our own family members, our neighbors, and things of this nature. We were practicing Black economics, okay? But we, as a people, that whole integration thing was terrible, and we're not benefiting from it. We're not benefiting from it. They came and stole everything that we had. Big Mama's house is gone. You see what Big Mama owned. Don't get it twisted. She cleaned, but she owned her own home and her
Yeah,
property around it. That's facts. And
that's
that's on
one thing
paper.
great granddaddy did for grandmama, or great granddaddy did for great grandmama, like, or his shit. Like, yeah, that was a clear intent: get property and get a home, because we clearly had that coming into the 70s and the 80s and stuff like that. And now we don't see that no more. That whole, arm down on my luck, let's go to grandma's house, or it's a family reunion, let's go to grandma's house, or like let's go see grandma. Like, that shit is dead, man.
Ain't no
I,
more grandmas, but all grandma could say is, look, I took you this far and I can't go no further with you.
I
So
watch
this
your
what you
kids.
gonna have to do.
Yeah,
This what you
I
gonna have to
do.
do.
What was that video clip you showed? I think that was very interesting.
Which
Should I?
one?
It was called, if you YouTube Trick Baby. Let me get
Oh,
that.
Trick
Trick
Baby.
Trick Baby dinner scene.
Trick
Trick Baby.
Baby Henderson.
Yeah, and it's like that time, like that black exploitation film time is very interesting because I think if we go with like how media was at the time, white people were communicating with each other through things like movies. Because there wasn't the communication that we have now wasn't as readily available. So they would spread messages back and forth through things like the movie. They were talking to each other. And I think that was a talking to each other, real significant scene. But if you Google it, it's called if you Google it or YouTube it, it's called Trick Baby 1974 or Trick Baby dinner scene. And it'll come up.
All right, and I should be able to play this, right?
Yeah, if it's on YouTube. Yeah.
Okay, I'll probably have to take my headphones out in order to get it heard. Hold on, let's see. Should be. Okay, present to everyone. All right. I'm presenting to everyone. That's the same shit. That's different than share screen? Yeah, that's different than share screen. Okay. All right, I got it. Okay. Can y'all hear?
I can't hear it.
Okay, hold on. And you still can't hear it, just to be. I'm gonna play it on.
I could
Okay.
hear it for a second, but you got to probably take your headphones out.
Yeah, I did. I probably got to make some type of noise in the background because it's not cutting my mic off from them. But what I'm gonna do is play the video from my screen, play the audio from my phone. It shouldn't be that difficult. You'll
All
get.
right.
We'll still get the same point. Yeah.
So, Brother Abdul, let me ask you: if you were to advise kids to attend college, what subjects would you say were permissible for study? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'll get to your answer. I think he was trying to play the video. Swab, we can't hear the video if you're still trying to play it for the people. Can hear it a little bit now.
Did we hear that?
Nah, yeah, you really can't hear anything.
Oh. Yeah. No,
No,
we didn't hear that.
I mean you could hear like small parts of it, but
Okay, hold
the
on.
audio wasn't right there.
It's you liberals who have lifted them up, Howard.
That's perfect.
You conservatives make a mistake. You can't afford to strangle hope in people. Without hope, people become dangerous. No, Howard. You liberals have let them invade our society. You give them jobs, political jobs. Oh, you missed the point. It's only the smart ones we move up. That makes it even worse. Oh, we have to move them up. If we leave a smart one in the ghetto, he might develop into a leader. But if we raise him up into white society, we neutralize him. He feels compelled to try to act like us. He loses his identity, his racial anger, if he has any. He becomes alien to his brothers. They realize he's sold them out and they grow to hate him. He becomes worthless to them and safe for us. No, thank you. In fact, in his love for the creature comforts, except for his color, he's become one of us.
There we go. Yeah, I think that clip, man, that hit me. I appreciated you sharing that with us, man.
That
Oh,
was
no
deep,
problem.
bro.
Hey, I'm just glad y'all was listening and pay attention, man. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Facts. Damn.
Yeah, your mic just got muted. But if you had something you was about to say, go ahead.
Oh, I was like saying, yeah, this is 1974. Like, I feel like that's why I like to look back in the past because they said shit in the past that they lie about now. The little excuses they give you now or the propaganda they give you now to just keep you like they told that truth back in them primitive days. That's what I call them,
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, going back and finding stuff like that, it gives you a different ground to stand on. And I think that's the type of stuff that's hidden from our people's ears and their eyes. And with all this propaganda that get you in line with these people, It's like what's not worth it, man? What's not
Right.
worth it? They taking your money, they taking your class, your culture, your respect, but you still sign up.
And the crazy part is that's like a real underutilized area that not enough, and not a lot of people talk about is how is racism, white supremacy spread from one group of white people to another? Like, how are they learning it? How are they picking up on it? I know maybe the media trying to give us some stuff, but there have to be direct conversations like in that video clip, which they are being open and honest with each other. But the problem is we don't really get access into those type of conversations. Because we'll have conversations, because we let them into every group. We let them into all of our organizations. But their organizations, their social movements that are about progressing them, is no way you could get in. They would never allow you in. You wouldn't even be allowed in the building, let alone in a room to sit at a table with them when they make these decisions. So that's a real underrated area. I call it like the white social network that I'm going to start to try and do, my best to unpack that, to really open up that door, because that's pulling the curtain back a little bit, because we're seeing it. We know that it's a play. We know that this is an act. We know it's not real, but nobody's pulled the curtain back. Shit, excuse me. We haven't had anybody pull the curtain back and show us what's going on behind there. And that's what I'm, going to try to do. But those type of conversations, that's what it's like behind the scenes. That's accurate representation of what they talk to each other about how to deal with us. And they burn midnight oil doing it. Stay up all hours of the night thinking about new ways to do it. While we were focusing on making rap music, they were figuring out how to make crack cocaine. Like, we are dealing with a different animal, and we got to be clear on that.
Yeah, and I say if that's what they're willing to do in front of us, it's nastier behind us. If that's what they're willing to admit they do, that's just like if you have a spouse. If they'll do certain things in front of you, behind your back, they going. You know what I'm saying? Like we always got to factor that in. So, man, this is crazy. I don't know at what level. Well, like I said, I had I get okay. I had the whole integrate to separate type deal where I use the analogy where if you're in prison, you use the prison library to get you out of prison. And so we in this capitalistic system, in this racist social system, and so we must find our ways to traverse through this, which we have, but the goal is the point that I'm making. Like what we're going to do with the things that we obtain from, dealing with this system. That's what we need to focus. Like it's not about the American dream no more, man. It's not about getting a collect, just a home and a picket fence, and you get a home and a picket fence, and you get it. Like that's weird. We still not at that in 2018. Now, white people are starting to realize that that's a lie. So it's like the game has changed, man. We still on the same, like we coming from a 60, 70 standpoint. That like the late 80s, 90s was like really, maybe I was too young, but I didn't see no movement. I seen the decline of the movement. I seen the remnants of what was the movements from the 60s and the 70s. And I think we need to get that shit back popping. Well, first of all, we need to recognize the sections that are still popping. Because I know it's brothers out there like New Era Detroit, Fred Hampton Jr., it's different people. Despite whatever, and I'm not saying nobody does because I'm not well studied, but despite whatever beef people may have with them, because I'm sure somebody got something to say about everybody. So despite that, recognize the groups and the entities that we got right now that's fighting for these causes and trying to make a clear definition of who we are and what we are for and what we're trying to do for ourselves and our future generations. And we need to take those blueprints, implement them into our lives and build on them, advance them, update them. Don't let this die. Stop letting it's too few movements popping up and they dispersing, and then they disperse, or somebody pass, or somebody get locked up, or somebody get caught doing something stupid. Well, we really need to get on the ball and start jumping on these things. That's why I like the whole internet thing, because it's like, okay, now they did this yesterday. Let's get on, let's get in touch with them. They starting this tomorrow. Let's already line up, ourselves with them. We got your back in Indiana, and my brother got your back in Texas, and this, that, and the other. So forth and so forth. That's something that we ain't been able to do or see. And so a lot of times when you ain't seen it, it seems impossible. Somebody got to show you, like, here, you ride the bike. Oh, it's possible. It's not that I couldn't ride the bike. I just didn't know it was possible. So now that I saw you stand up on 2 wheels, bet, let's go. So sometimes it's just seeing stuff put in the works, man. But we got to stop allowing them, or we have to have some type of deterrent, man. We got to concentrate on numbers. That's on my thing. That'll stop a lot of this attacks on us, because when they kill certain brothers that's with certain movies, and these brothers are strong black brothers, leading strong black brothers and strong black sisters, and being backed up by those same people, and then they're found dead in the car or behind a house, or like this happens way more often than you think. And it's not a coincidence. These are like militias, like white supremacist militias, church groups, off-duty police officers that use their badges. Like, man, they got a whole system where they come through and kill you. You heard what the little drunk woman said, I'm white and I make 125. Like, she was like, don't play with your life. Like, if you listen, them motherfuckers to let you know, like, we could make that call. Like, shit happens like that today. And they thirsty for it because they ain't been able to do it in a while. They can't just go out and do what they used to be able to do. So it's like, hey, when one of them white girls call, like, they ready. And I think we need to be aware that that's sad. Yeah, so school.
Yeah, no. You 100% right. And I was just going to build on that to say, I agree with everything you're saying. I try to think about, like, if we were to concentrate our numbers, I think that it makes it easier for them to. That's my cue. All right, man. Look, it's been good building with y'all. I try to stay on for a little bit.
Appreciate your existence, brother.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Make sure y'all come on. I'm having a discussion with the brother Michael Edwards, RBG Hebrew on Solomon channel tonight. That's gonna be about 9 o'clock.
Michael Edwards. Why are you doing that?
Oh, look, man, I take who I can get. You gonna put me you gonna put me on the platform and let people listen to my ideas for an hour. You know that's what I'm about.
You got it. Oh, you going to his platform?
No, it's gonna be on Solomon.
Oh man, he this dude is just ridiculous to me, man.
Okay, and we gonna get to the bottom of all that. But
that's cool, man. Definitely check out Abdul solving the race problem. Strap.
Yes, sir. You already know that.
The Solar Vision Debate League today, right?
Yes, sir. Tonight at 9.
Tonight at 9. Enough said. Thank you, brothers, for giving us your time from your work, man. Go ahead, get back in your mindset so that it's a short, easy day.
Hey, absolutely. I appreciate y'all having me on. Peace to y'all, brothers.
Peace, brother.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm interested in what you have to say, Corian.
It's Corian, but
Corian.
It's basically no. I just had a comment, like, what do you think we can do or implement in our structure to where they can stop, like, knocking off our leaders? Because it seems like every time we get organized, like, they target the leader, then it just get discombobulated after that.
Well, I jump in out the window when I say just provide for them and protect them. Like, stop letting it be they your leader, but they clock out. They your leader, but they go home. They your leader, but they go, like, nah, fam. Either we together, and when we come together, like, no, I'm sorry. You can't go by yourself, sir.
Yeah.
I'm walking you to your car. I'm walking to your car. I'm trailing you home. I'm sitting outside your house. Stuff like that has to be done. Like, it has to be straight up real.
Or like order. That's order. That's order right there. Like, basically, cause it's like Bilal, what's her name? Bilal, bro? Brother Bilal.
Yeah.
Hey, peace, brother. I ain't never spoke to you directly, man.
Peace, brother. What's happening?
Basically, like,
I messed with you in the chat a little bit.
Yeah, I seen it afterwards. I was just not around to use. I seen it afterwards, but I basically had a comment because like, do you feel like how like what they did to Saddam Hussein? Because you a Muslim, right?
Yeah, that's
like
true.
basically because basically like how they did like with Saddam Hussein, how the Shiites and the Sunnis like they wasn't really having no problems when he around, but it seemed like once he got out of the picture, it then like seemed like all hell broke loose over there. Like you see what I'm saying? Like, do you agree with that? Like
Yeah,
I don't know your perspective.
There's definitely some strategy to it. Saddam was a wild dude though, but I mean, he was the president of Iraq. You know what I'm saying? It's not like he was the president of Holland or something. I mean,
But you don't think he was like keeping order over there though? And to some
he
certain
definitely was. He definitely was keeping order, man. And he was keeping order the only way you could keep order without having people be all.
Yeah.
See, like I mean, like he wasn't a religious leader. He was a military dude. So he was keeping order the military way. He wasn't keeping order in a religious way. You know what I'm saying? But like the danger is either one of them. People just get extreme, man. When you can't have them dictators, man, that don't work either. You know what I mean? And our movements, you're right. Our black movements are easy to stop because, man, we got too many con artists and too many motherfucking just like straight thief type dudes. You know what I mean? To where most of the people, we don't really have no leaders, bro. That's just what it is.
I think
Black Americans, we don't have none. I don't think we're gonna be allowed to have none. Right. So then we're gonna have to come with a different strategy. I think our attack is gonna have to be decentralized. You feel me?
But see, I think that thought is kind of it's kind of like a effect from them taking down some of our most powerful leaders, and it's not, now we kind of like got this self fear about rising up again because we seen what we did. I think we had a system set up to where if that do happen, we already have somebody else in place to take that person's place. Like it seems like we never had that person to take that predominant person's place.
That's the whole thing because see, we've been stuck on the Messiah complex where we looking for this one person to do this one major thing and not looking at it as a whole. We are the Messiah. You know what I'm saying? So once we recognize each other as one unit, because that's what they do, but they put this one person out there like this is the one person. If you kill the president, guess what happens? The United States falls. No. So we know that's not the case. There are groups of people who hold groups of people responsibility. So, like you say, they try to feed us the bullshit, but you really have to look at how they work. And I'm not saying deal how they deal because that's a messy thing. The way they deal, like they
hold on, Pop.
brother.
Hey, my pop's in town, y'all.
Shout out to Pops, man. Shout out to
my pop's in town from the big city. He come back down to live in the country. I'm live right now. I'm live.
What's happening? Stay live with it. If it ain't live, it ain't me. Hey, that is me. OG Grass Dummy.
Yeah, he got a video. OG Grass Dummy, man. Y'all can dig with him. He about the same thing y'all with. Yeah, they.
All right, come through. You good?
But yeah, I dig what you're saying. No, we definitely would need a new strategy than the past. But I think we definitely should have something like Suave was saying with the government. Because if people think if you take down the president, that's going to be it, but it is not. It's going to be the beginning of something new.
Yeah, my bag. I was on the phone. Yeah, shout out to your pops, man. I'm cool, Dad. I'm cool, man. Shout out to your pops. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like that, we need to be. It's groups on top of groups that hold each other accountable. Accountability, man. I keep saying that. That's important to me because people act like when Malcolm messed up, nobody could do nothing. When Martin messed up, nobody could do nothing. He's the leader, and I don't go for that. You understand what I'm saying? And I know that I'm not the best person to put at the front of the line for the face of this shit. I'm better than a lot of other people. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying I'm doing anything in my life where they can be like, aha. But am I the most well-educated? No. Am I the most melanated? No. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like we have to take our heart as far as romanticizing with some people, like, and keeping shit real. I love Malcolm X, but Malcolm X beginning compromised his end. I love Malcolm X, but I wouldn't make him the face, and that's what we have to do today. I'm tired of people being the worst people in the world. They turn around, hey, look, I'm cool now. Okay, we're leaders. Like, no, it's been people who've been cool, been good their whole life. And these are the people who affected Malcolm and, certain other brothers who came from that rough aspect. Like, all due respect, I'm not trying to limit nobody nothing. It's just my personal thing. But just like Saddam Hussein, he was funded by America. He had a military. So what did you think he was going to use? He wasn't going to put down his bombs and pick up gardening. You know what I'm saying? So even when you come from the street, you still had that street mentality where it's like, well, if nobody can't do nothing to me, then I fuck it. I get away with it. So I think we need to hold each other accountable, and we need to stop looking for one solo leader and look at each other as leaders. Because if they murk me, Table doing the same thing I'm doing, Quran doing the same thing I'm doing, Bilal doing the same thing I'm doing. So are you going to take out 14% of the nation in front of the YouTube, in front of the Wi-Fi, in front of the world while they watch on Twitter? I don't think so. Some of the things that we implicated in the past should be brought back up and redefined, advanced, and put back into play. That's it, man. I'm looking for another toast to Oklahoma for my grandkids, man. That I'll be jiggy. I'll be good with that. If we just had land, then we can focus on our business, our culture, setting up trade routes with other communities, other countries, therefore establishing relationships with them people, therefore being able to check out the land. I think we could be wherever we want. It's just using the system that you're in to get out of it. But yeah, Bilal, you want to say something about that?
No, I definitely don't disagree with you, man. But you're right. I don't think we have we need to get out of this complex where, we're looking for a particular one person to come and be our leader. You know what I mean? Because our leaders have failed us in the past, right? We've had leaders since we've had leaders, and most of them have been overcome by the machine. You know what I mean? Nobody made it out. We don't have too many leaders that weren't ground up. You know what I mean? So the system is really set up in place to deal with that, to combat that, man, to make sure that doesn't happen. So I think we'd be futile to continue to look at that. You know what I mean? And our leaders they've all shown you that they can't be trusted, right? And the problem is a black problem, right? And definitely, anytime you put the black label on it, then you identifying it as something where they definitely gonna be stopping it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But
Exactly.
we can't put the other labels. We can't use the other labels because, see, the problem with that is if you give it to the Muslims, they'll take it to the Arabs, and you give it to the Hebrews, and they'll take it to the Jews. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Facts, and that's big that
Facts.
you were able to point that out. That's big that you were able
So
to
it's
point
not
that
like
out.
we really can't put it on religion because it'll always be sold out.
That's a division. That's what I'm saying. They won't let us put it under the one thing. Well, it's too much of a price to put it under the one thing that we all have in common. You
Right.
understand what I'm saying?
That's the
Getting under that
expensive
one
thing.
flag. They saying, "Oh hell no, they doing it again." The Muslims
They
talking to
doing
the
it
Christians, and
again.
the Christians talking to the Hebrews. You know what I'm saying? Let's give one up some power or some money and or create some type of problem so that they have to concentrate. Okay, now the Hebrews got to bag away because they got something to deal with over here. Or the Christians, well, they getting the tax cut, so they got to play ball. They can't talk this
Well,
talk.
I mean, the Christians gonna let the white man in the room.
Yeah.
The Muslim gonna let the pale Arab in the room.
Yeah.
And the Hebrew gonna let the Jew in the room.
Facts. And nobody's letting the black in the room.
And wait, let them sit at the head of the table too while we trying to take care of our business.
Facts. Bring their women in. I
Let them
swear.
sit at the head of the table, brother.
How them
Then
teaching
we
you how
wonder
to
why
be
we
happy.
ain't getting nothing done because
Yeah.
we too busy telling each other, well, this is what you need. This is what type of faith you need to have, and all this kind of craziness. Like, does that even matter? I
That's
mean, it
crazy.
matters. It matters, but I'm saying, does that help you from recognizing that the condition is deeper than your whatever religion you chose to convert to?
Mm-hmm.
You
Okay,
know what
my
I mean?
bad,
The
people.
condition.
My bad. We had a situation. I had to take a phone call. It was a very ain't nobody flag your page, man. See the setup shit. That's the setup shit. Look at the setup shit. Nobody flagged your page. I'm literally live. I literally just got off the phone with Solar. Nobody flagged your page. If somebody flagged your page, it wasn't us. So you could take all that victim shit the fuck up out of here. Ain't nobody flag your page. Move the fuck around. Shit. Tired of setup motherfuckers. Now, I did not flag your page. Show us the email. Post the email. Post the email on your page. On your as a community. Ain't nobody flag your fucking page. Goofy ass. You probably got your dumb ass struck by YouTube for talking like a goddamn demon, dummy. Motherfuckers think they can sit up on YouTube and just call motherfuckers whatever the fuck they want all violently, and YouTube don't give a fuck about that shit. You goofy ass. You're goofy. Okay. All right, my bad, but I had to jump in the fucking truck and go somewhere and everything. So yeah, man. There's no war with the argument league. You guys don't do work. You just hold panels where people cuss each other out. That doesn't add to anything. Okay. The argument league is a place where people come get introduced to a debate league, a structured judge debate league with hosts that they join. That ain't y'all channel. Y'all channel don't work like that. Y'all channel don't work like that. So we not competing. We not at war. And if you started a fucking debate league, just know you started it after us. And you started it because of us. So when the Sister Nandy debate league pop off, but yeah, ain't no war with the argument league. Ain't no war with no argument league. Oh shit, my brother called. I think he's busy now. Okay, yeah, no, that wasn't live. I had threw that. Hold on. Yo, big bro. Same shit, man. My bag. I was in a fucking phone call with Solar. You good? Shit. Oh yeah, man. You know we blowing up, staying consistent. Eventually, you're gonna get on people's radar and shit that can't do the same shit. Yeah, she been felt some type of fucking way. What's up, Moonflower? Strength to you, man. Strength to you. She want to beef with me because Moonflower does streams over here. That's all. They gonna be beefing with me forever. Yeah. We handled it with maturity. Yeah, we ain't scared to have the conversation. All my life. Yeah, I hate to think it's all about a debate, but yeah, I can't help but think that. And then she just jumped in the chat to my some. Okay, y'all gonna flag my page? I don't know who flagged your page. Yeah, I know. On my life. For real? I saw Domo in there like I saw Domo just make a comment in the chat. They was talking about Domo? And Domo be over that shit crazy. See, that's what I'm saying. That's why I unsubscribe and I don't go over there because people like that are set up people, and you can't be cool with them. Yeah, that's crazy. Shout out to Moonflower for being real as fuck. Real as fuck. Yeah, strength to you, Moonflower, man. Protect your mental health, man. Make sure you stay jiggy. Real talk. But yeah, man, them setup motherfuckers, man. You can't do nothing but stay away from them motherfuckers. Eventually they gonna find a reason to have a problem with you. You know what I'm saying? Aaliyah RM, I don't know who you are. She said, so what did I do when I do not know anyone? I was pulled in shit. I seen it was no reasoning, period. Now, I don't even know what you're talking about. Yeah, I was. I just ended it because I came back to the what's the name? Nandy, get the fuck out of my chat. Like, yes, she's real because she stepped up and made sure it was clarified who flagged your channel while you was trying to put it on me. That's what's real. I'm not in the war. I don't. Her flagging your panel has nothing to do with me. I'm not interested in it. But she's being real about it, not letting it look like Swar flagged you. Look at it. Now we gonna see how long the argument league be up. I don't talk about you. I don't talk about you. Stop attacking me. You're not gonna get what you want. You can't war with me. You don't do what I do. Man, motherfuckers drawing fake lines and fake sand. Aaliyah RM, I don't know who you are. So I don't even know what part of my opening has something to do with you. And I just unblocked you the other day. I saw your name blocked. I'm like, Aaliyah RM, who's this? I don't remember her saying nothing wild. And I unblocked you. But you know what? Y'all think what the fuck y'all want to think. Like I can't sit up here and hold everybody hand through life and protect them from paranoia and, you know, their vicious cycle of emotions. I can't. Yeah, man. That's why motherfuckers want to live in the metaverse. I can't handle real life. But anyway it go, the work keeps getting done. The debates still pop off. Subscribe to the Argument League too. Since motherfuckers is threatening my channel, let me get that link. Let me blow up another channel off of people hate for me. Uh, that's the Argument League too. Since people are gonna start targeting my channel to get it taken down because they fucking got struck. That is the Argument League too, man. Make sure y'all subscribe over there, and we'll get it in. Say all y'all pages coming down. Look at it. Oh, oh, Nandy, you gonna take down Solar Vision Debate League too. You gonna take down Goldmine Tree Drive TV. You gonna take down Trip C Treehouse, huh? Man, just quit the debate league if you don't want to debate. You know you're gonna die in that transatlantic Arab slave trade conversation, and now you're panicking to get out of the league. Cause you're weak, cause you're strong. Man, motherfuckers don't hit the link with me. Cause they can't have conversations with me. Yeah, so back to what we do best. My bad, kick my dumb ass self out. Let me see. Okay, here you go. This is what other people can't do because they don't have the work ethic, right? But nevertheless, tomorrow, Akmalak versus Asiatic Lions. Should black people follow the Quran? On the 20th, Joseph versus Scheme. Did King Solomon exist according to the biblical narrative? 21st, Chris versus KLT. Does Abraham exist according to the biblical narrative? 22nd, Rio versus Holly. Should black people separate from the U.S. for liberation? On the 23rd, Madon versus Rio. Should teachers make more money than athletes? On the 24th, Lance versus Just Me. Does the Black Panther movie show black women as feminine? The 25th, Yehukanan versus Lance. Is Jesus the Messiah of the Israelites? 26th, Yashar versus T-Duck. The 27th will not go down because Nanny will quit the league before then. But if she doesn't, it is Suave versus Nandy, which was worth the Arab of the transatlantic slave trade. On the 28th, we have R. Lewis versus Yashar as Yahweh the Golden Calf. On the 29th, we have Aratazar versus Holly. Can the justice system be used to overthrow the government? On the 30th, we have True Justice versus KOT. Is the earth a cone or a sphere? On the 31st, we have Domo versus Chris. Is black nationalism better for black people than patriotism? Also, on the 22nd, we have Strap versus Suave. Crypto versus Fiat, January 22nd. That's 12 o'clock. So on the 22nd, we got a double header. A double header. So I hope y'all stay tuned in and see them debates. I was doing the replay. I'm not mad at going back to that because it was fire. That is one of the replays that I wanted to, I don't know exactly where it was at. So let me go here. Let me go here. I don't know exactly how far along it was. It only take it an hour and a half, I guess. Shout out to the league, man. Hit that like button, man. I appreciate y'all presence. Y'all already know what it is. Continue to build. Stay motivated. Stay in lanes that you have a passion for so that work doesn't seem like torture. Keep your head up so you see the bullshit coming. Expect obstacles, but know that you're bigger than any obstacle that's put in front of you. You have the skill to get around it. Life will not be perfect. Life will not be 100% easy. Life will not be roses. Inconvenient things will happen. Before you start off to do something, just know obstacles will get in your way. And know that if you don't have the intelligence to get around obstacles, you shouldn't have started in the first place. So, I just want to put that on y'all, man. Make sure y'all keep y'all. Who the fuck is Ching? Ching Ching?
Hey, what's up with you, bro?
What's up with you?
What's up? You got smoke with the women? What's up with you?
Why you say that?
Why you disrespecting Nandy like that, bro?
How do I disrespect her?
You know what you doing. Come on, man. Don't play word game.
I said, if you can't tell me how I disrespected her, get the fuck off my panel.
Why you cussing at me? Did I cuss at you?
Because you came up here and accused me of something I didn't fucking do. You're accusing me of doing something I didn't do. That's disrespectful. And without being able to tell me what I did. What did I do?
Let me tell you before you cuss, bro. God damn, what you talk like that for? Then polite bitch ass kick you off his panel for saying
what did I do to disrespect?
That's like we got your address.
What did I do to disrespect Nandy?
Yeah, we on your ass.
What did I do to disrespect Nandy? I didn't think you had that information.
Broke bitch.
I think you did. I figured you didn't have that information.
Polite kicked you off his panel for being a whore.
So you mad? You're mad at that? That's what you're mad at?
You're a dick rider. First you
was
dick ride Inky, then you dick ride Polite.
Who's dick I'm
Like
riding?
you asked that man why you kick him off the panel. You a
What
sucker.
that got to do with Nandy?
So
you didn't come up here to defend women.
Yeah, I
so you
came
didn't come up here to defend women
because you's a bitch ass.
So you didn't come up here to defend women.
You want some smoke? Have some smoke.
So you
with me,
didn't come
whore.
up here to defend women.
Yeah, you broke ass bitch.
So you didn't come up here to defend women.
That's why I see
So
why you
did
got
not
shot.
come up here to defend women.
I see
right?
why you got shot in the
So
street.
you did not come up here to defend women.
I came up here to
So you a
defend women
coward.
because you a bitch ass nigga, whore.
So you're a coward who wants some attention.
You bitch out. You want the attention, nigga. I ain't on YouTube begging, nigga. You is, you whore. Fuck wrong with you.
You're on YouTube right now. Do you know?
I ain't begging, bitch. That's you, whore. Fuck is you talking about, nigga? You want some smoke? Have some smoke with some men.
You don't have to beg.
Nigga.
You don't have to beg to want attention.
Nigga, you was dick riding Inky. Polite put you off his panel because you was dick riding him like a whore. Acts like, oh yeah, me. Polite point to me. Yeah, then said some dumbass shit. Got your dumbass kicked off. You just clout chasing, but you don't know how to do it, nigga. You
chasing on my own channel.
Man, you not needed fat fucker. You clown ass nigga wearing them long ass jeans.
What does that have to do? Does my knock knees disrespect? Does me having knock knees disrespect?
You's a clown, nigga. You see that swag up there on that picture, nigga? That's how you supposed to dress,
How did
nigga.
I disrespect Nandy?
You disrespect the whore like I just said. Don't worry about it. You bitch ass nigga.
So that's what you do.
Yeah, that's what you do, whore. Fuck is wrong with you bitch ass nigga?
You done?
Go get some money, you broke ass bitch.
Is you done?
Yeah, you done, whore. Fuck is wrong with you?
No, I'm saying, are you done though?
Are you done? Go get some money, you broke ass nigga.
Are you done?
That's why you up here, cause y'all niggas need some cash apps, nigga. Go get some real cash, nigga.
Are you done? Are you mad at me getting
No, I want some smoke with your bitch ass.
Okay, what you want to smoke about?
I want to fly. Let's meet somewhere. I want to fly out there. Where you at, whore?
Oh, you want to physically fight?
Yeah, I want to fight, nigga. Yeah, I want to fight.
Off of YouTube, bro. You got niggas in your city that's ready to take your head off of you. You
can ask about me in my city.
You got niggas in your city that's ready to take your head off of you.
Nigga, punch my name up.
You got niggas in your city you can go see and you're avoiding them. You don't want niggas avoiding them
niggas. You ain't do nothing. Nigga, polite kicked you off your channel. Then you started dick riding them, nigga. You's a whore. That's all you did. You's a pro black chaser whore. You bitch ass nigga.
Them niggas. You avoiding
nigga.
them
What's up? Where you at then?
Them niggas in your whole city and you avoiding them.
You
niggas.
a bitch. Stop talking about the whole city, nigga. I'm talking about you, man.
You want to fly to see you, but you scared to go to the other side of town.
Nigga, you got a motherfucking dyke ass broad that you ain't even raised right because she a dyke, nigga. That's what you can tell your whole character, nigga. You soft ass nigga talking about some bop, bop, bop. You a clown, bro. Trying to rap. Then you want to be
mad being on Polite's panel.
You want to be. I'm watching y'all clown asses from the back, laughing my ass off, you whore ass nigga. Real niggas on the internet now, nigga. We get y'all clown asses off of here. Clown ass nigga.
This way. This how you gonna get me off?
This how I'm gonna get you off of here, you whore.
That's how you gonna get me off?
Yeah, this how I'm gonna get you off here now. When you want some smoke, let me know, you whore. I fly your broke ass out here, nigga.
I'm here all day.
I know you here all day because you ain't doing shit. You ain't even working, you broke ass nigga.
You gonna fly me out where?
Out Baltimore, nigga. Do you know where the fuck I'm at, nigga?
I'll come to Baltimore and change the whole skyline, fool.
Man, stop trying to talk articulate all the time. You stupid as fuck, you dumbass nigga.
I'll come tear Baltimore up, nigga.
Man, you ain't gonna come to shit. I come out there, nigga. If I fly out that motherfucker, I'll beat
come
your
on.
bitch ass.
Ain't nobody stopping you.
Hey, drop your addy there, nigga. Drop your addy.
Nigga, you get anywhere near Indianapolis, I'll make sure we
nigga, who the fuck is in Indianapolis? You niggas is clown in the Midwest, nigga.
No, you're supposed to be booking the flight, sir, not judging us.
Man, shut your bitch ass up, nigga. You want to argue with women all motherfucking day and come on here and express your feelings on the internet, you soft ass nigga. Fuck you talking about? Go get some money, you broke ass nigga. Stop wearing them big ass t-shirts,
so
nigga.
You're not coming out. So you're not flying.
Yeah, give me your addy, nigga. I come out there.
Okay, come to Indianapolis.
Yeah, send your addy to Nandy.
I'm in Indianapolis. I'm in Indianapolis.
Where you at, whore? I already know where you at.
Okay then, so come on.
Yo got on polite shit like I heard you got some land out here, polite nigga, spending y'all the whole time, you dumbass nigga.
What are you doing? Why ain't you here yet?
Nigga, how the fuck I'm gonna get that fast? Send me your addy, whore.
Get off of the phone and order you a plane
ticket. Send me your addy, you bitch ass nigga.
Order a plane ticket.
Bitch ass nigga. Send me your motherfucking addy. Stop wearing that fake jewelry and them dumbass glasses, you clown. He's a fucking clown, yo. Niggas like you make niggas look bad out here.
Oh, I'm making people look bad right
you
now.
make niggas
Okay.
look bad because first you was
I'm
dick
making
riding
people
pro
look bad
black.
right now.
Yeah, you was dick riding pro black, so you got mad because them niggas hurt you. They wasn't what you thought they was. Now you gonna try another agenda. You just chasing anything, nigga. You a
Okay.
fucking follower. You ain't no
You
leader.
feel
You a
better?
fucking
You feel
follower.
better?
Nah, nigga, I want to see you,
Is you
whore.
any closer to booking
Yeah,
that
nigga, I
plane?
got hitters out. I got some niggas out there.
Is you any
check you. Yeah, I got
closer
some
to
niggas out there.
Indianapolis?
I got some niggas out there was in the Fed. I got some niggas in that Fed joint was with me out there. I'm gonna see what you bout.
Is this getting you any closer to Indianapolis?
Nigga, I got some niggas in Indianapolis that was in the Fed joint with me. I'm gonna see what you
I
really
don't give
about.
a fuck. Okay.
All right, I know you don't give a fuck, nigga.
Why you
What's your
talking about
cash
them?
at?
They
What's
not
your
on here
cash
talking
at?
shit.
You need some
Now
cash
you want to
apps,
put it
bitch
off on
ass
other
nigga.
niggas. I
You
thought
want
your
some
mark
cash
ass
apps,
was finna
nigga?
fly out here.
You want some
I thought
cash
you was
apps,
finna
nigga?
fly out here. Why
Nigga,
you
you
not
want
flying
some
out here?
cash
Now you
apps?
got niggas that you know from the pen.
I'ma fly out there, you bitch ass nigga.
Okay
You want
then, so
some
come
cash apps?
on.
You want some cash apps,
Come
nigga?
on.
You want some cash apps, nigga?
You can't
You
get
want some
taxes
cash
on
apps,
that.
you broke ass
You can't
nigga?
get taxes
You
on
want some
$600
cash apps,
in
you
crack
broke
money.
ass nigga? You broke
No
ass
one
nigga. You
gives a
want some
fuck.
cash apps? You
No
broke
one
ass
gives a
whore.
fuck.
You can't get no
No
money.
one
That's
gives
why
a
you
fuck.
mad, whore.
No
You
one
can't get
gives a
no
fuck.
money, you whore ass nigga.
No one gives a fuck.
Yeah, you's a whore ass nigga.
Your
Bitch ass nigga. Go debate,
living room
nigga.
is pink.
You ready to get some
Your
pussy,
living
nigga.
room
You
is
a debate
pink.
about that,
Your
bitch.
living room is pink.
You
Your
ready to
living
get
room is
some,
pink,
you
nigga.
ready
You
to
got
get some
drapes,
motherfucking
nigga.
house, nigga.
You in the
Don't
soft
try to
ass room, nigga. You in
go
your
your
mama
room,
house,
nigga.
nigga.
Go
Don't
your
no real
room.
nigga design no room like that.
Go
You in
your
your
room,
mama's
nigga.
house, pussy.
This one of the houses I bought you, whore ass nigga. Fuck
You
is
in
wrong
your
with you?
mother's house. You didn't buy that house and put
Hey,
them
nigga,
drapes
you
up.
show your house that dirty ass
No,
house, nigga.
you didn't
ain't
put
even
them
got no,
drapes up,
nigga.
nigga.
You ain't
That's
even
your
had no
mama's
food in
drape.
your motherfucking refrigerator,
Them
nigga.
your
You
mama's
ain't even had
drapes.
your food, you fake ass
Them your
nigga.
mama's
Polite, put your
drapes,
bitch ass.
fool.
Show me
Your
some money
room is
then.
pink.
Show me
Your
some money
walls are
since you in
pink.
the rim. Show
The
me some
walls in
money
your
since you in
room
your
are
house.
pink, bro.
Show me some money, you whore.
The
Since
walls
you
in
in
your
your
room
house.
are pink.
Show me some money, you bitch ass nigga.
No,
Show
why
me
you
some
wanted
money,
me to
you
show you
bitch
some
ass
money? I
nigga.
thought you wanted to come and beef.
Yeah, drop me the Addy, nigga. Drop that motherfucking
Indianapolis.
Addy.
Indianapolis. I mean
What's your
Indianapolis.
address? What's your
I mean
address?
Indianapolis.
You
I mean
watching so
Indianapolis.
hard, my nigga. You know
Drop
where
your
you at.
address.
You
I
know
mean
where you
Drop
at.
your
You just wanted to
address.
get on the internet and pop
I mean
fly.
Man,
Indianapolis.
shut your bitch ass up. Y'all niggas want to get on the internet, you
I mean
broke ass
No,
niggas.
we're on the
Nigga,
internet.
You
make me
niggas, I
shut
know,
up,
and
my
you
nigga.
broke.
You on here
You
now.
Okay,
broke,
so
nigga.
we
You
don't
niggas
You
on
want
the
on
the
here
internet
internet.
now
doing
acting
what?
like you gonna catch a body. Nigga,
Man,
you
shut the
ain't
fuck up,
gonna
you
do
broke
shit.
ass nigga.
You
Do
over here
Shut the
shit.
talking to
fuck
the
up, you whore
police
ass
now,
nigga.
nigga.
Go debate that.
Over
All you
here.
niggas
Over here
debate ass niggas.
telepathing your punch, weak ass nigga.
Man,
Ain't
you
nobody worry
debate
about none
ass
of that
nigga.
fake
Shut
ass
the fuck
scam
up,
money you
whore.
got, nigga. Step the
Man,
fuck
show
back,
me
nigga.
something there, whore.
You want his spot? That's why you up here
Nigga,
Show me
the
talking
something,
room
whore.
shit.
you
I don't
in
want
You
your
is
talking a
spot,
lot.
nigga, you bitch
You
ass
talking a
nigga.
lot. Hey,
Man,
ain't my
shut
you
your
fault
in
you up
bitch
here
pink.
deal
ass
with
up,
whores. That's
whore.
the only word you know.
What's
The
Whore,
up
room
then?
is
What's
pink.
up
whore,
then,
Hey,
you broke
whore.
Suave.
ass
That's the only
niggas?
word you know.
You
Hey,
What's
broke
good?
Suave.
What's good?
Whore,
Nobody. My bad. What's good?
whore.
Do you
Nigga,
have his
boss up. Boy, nigga, pull
information?
your
Because
IP
he
and this
literally
lame
just
ass
like
nigga.
threatened your
You ain't
life.
finna
Like
do
he
No,
shit,
should
I
nigga.
don't
be
You
got
on the
his
internet
reported.
acting
information.
like you
He
gonna
ain't
do
gonna do
something.
shit. Yeah,
He should
Man,
be
all right,
reported
yeah.
though.
Yeah,
That's
your
not saying.
information, he just threatened your
yeah.
life. You
He
fucking
ain't talking about
Yeah,
shit.
dickhead
That
no,
nigga didn't
for
show us
motherfuckers.
some
real.
money, man.
You
That
You
you
nigga ain't talking
said
fucking
about shit.
Nigga
dickhead
not gonna
some
do shit.
very
motherfuckers.
vile
Man,
shit.
Nigga
shut
ain't
the
gonna do
fuck up,
shit.
you
You
Man,
said
fucking
some very
You ain't
dickhead.
vile
gonna do
shit, and you
shit.
should be reported. Like on a serious note, you're the problem in the community, and someone should lock you the fuck up. Someone should lock you
All right,
up
over there sporting
because
your
clearly you're
motherfucking
crazy
drug
as
money,
hell.
nigga. Ain't
I
nobody.
guarantee you, if that nigga come to Indianapolis, I'ma freeze his ass on live on my mama. I'm not even gonna bullshit. I'ma freeze him
Yeah.
on live
Ain't
on
nobody
YouTube.
impressed by your motherfucking drug
On
money, nigga.
YouTube, I'ma
You
freeze
can't
that
do
nigga.
nothing but walk around with cash, cause you ain't got no legit money, nigga. Fuck.
Thank
Walk around with
you.
scam money like you
Thank
investing
you,
somebody,
nigga.
nigga.
That ain't
Nobody worried
taxable
about
money,
that shit. Your
nigga.
whole setup is scam, nigga.
I mean, and if
Only
he
scam
cares so
artists
much
get on
about
motherfuckers,
Nandy,
put
why
their
doesn't he
avatar up
run
with
that
all
money
this
to her?
Gucci and bullshit.
Why doesn't he run that
Exactly.
money to Nandy?
Show sis
Because
some
he cares so
love.
much about her.
Show
She
sis
could
some
get
love.
protection. She could pay for a
Hell yeah.
security person. Like, go ahead
And
and
she
run that money
deserved
to
to be
her.
protected. Yeah. Run that
Right.
money to her.
Protected by somebody who's not gonna
Show
drag
some
her
real
down.
love out here.
Man, that nigga owe that nigga got a cop with that money, man. Y'all know what that shit is. He
That
got a
nigga over
cop
there
with that money.
flexing
That
that
nigga can't spend
Baltimore
that money.
accent off of other niggas' bodies, man. Don't come to me with that shit. Like, nigga, if you was
Nigga
really
come up
out
here,
here
why you
bodying shit,
disrespect
nigga,
Nandy?
Baltimore
How did
feds
I
do
do?
not
Now
play,
listen.
nigga. You would be in the jet, under the
Now
jet.
didn't I tell y'all about the setup, Queen?
Now she done sent the nigga over here, or one of her weak
I
ass
wonder if
niggas.
she sent him. Did
Now,
she really send him, or did he use her name? I mean, because I don't know one way
Yeah,
or
he on
another
some
about
hip hop
Nandy.
yeah,
shit
I
that's
don't
what
trying to
I'm
like how
get
saying.
she
Either
speaks
she
about
sent them.
Moonflower, but I don't know if that would. I don't want to blame her for
Yeah,
that nigga. Who
that's why
knows?
I'm clarifying it. Either she sent them or
Yeah, he
he
took that up
heard
on
something she
himself.
said and he took it upon his own authority to do it. But the thing is, what did I do to disrespect her? What?
Nothing. Like
Thank you.
nothing. He
Thank
knows
you.
that because he would not tell you. He would not say it because
Thank
he
you.
didn't have anything.
Now that's a
He was
soft ass
trying to
nigga.
cake for
That's a send
polite.
off nigga. That's a
He
send
came
off
to
nigga.
threaten you over a pedophile. Like, do we even understand that? Like, he came to threaten your life over a pedophile. That's really why I want that nigga reported. I would like his
Yup.
information. That nigga is creepy.
Man,
He's
I
mad
guarantee
creepy.
you, nobody. If he moved like that, he's already reported. He has bigger problems than the argument league and Suave Boss. And I mean, all you gotta do is just really pay
Yeah.
attention to what he just came
Yeah,
up
he
here and
definitely
did.
got bigger
If that's you, like he said, he trying to come see me, but this niggas in his own city that want to take his head off. He know to stay away from them. He avoiding them niggas. He avoiding them niggas.
Mm.
But all of a sudden, Suave is worth a plane ticket and hours out of your time and the risk of
to
jail
get
or
on the
getting
internet
murdered.
like you about to do some shit.
So he want to pick somebody who's not in the life so that he can feel more bossy because he's running from people who are
And
actually
who
in the
don't know
life he's
there's
pretending to
algorithms?
be.
So soon
Fact.
as he say that dumbass shit, he know he not gonna be able to do it.
That
And
nigga cut his
anybody in that
camera on
life
and
know
hid
that
his
shit.
face in a pink
Let's not
room.
play stupid.
And he act like he was throwing hunt, like he was counting hundreds. Nigga, them was all 20s.
All 20s.
I
You
didn't
probably
even
had like
see that they were
$150 in
20s.
your hand.
Suave.
All 20s, nigga.
In a pink room. Talking about I bought this house. Your room pink, my nigga? That nigga had some
Like, come
pretty
on,
ass
bro.
drapes and
Come
shit.
on,
Look at
bro.
this shit. Let me see. I still got that shit up.
Nigga, I am not impressed.
Sitting in your motherfucking
And then on
auntie
top of that,
house.
why is you trying to impress some men?
Oh, good point. That part. Why are
Why is
you
you trying to
caping for
impress some
men
men? He talking
against
about
men, trying
you
to
sitting on
protect
the
men?
internet all day trying to get some money.
Man, at Cash
Dude
App.
Come
was
on, bro.
mad creepy. He was real creepy.
Look
Using
at that. Look at
aliases
that pink
too.
ass room. Look at the pink room with the pink curtains. That's not your room. That's not your room.
Damn.
And you can't spend that money you're showing. Look at
I
that.
ain't even see all that bullshit.
That's where he at.
You ain't even supposed to be there.
Nigga, my name is Suave Boss. I'm in Indian fucking Annapolis. Niggas know me. You getting on this motherfucking YouTube, let me know you ain't willing to do shit, cause you would have never knew who I was. You would have just got slept. I would have looked at your channel, got your face, knew you was in. I'd have known that you have some type of reputation around there. Therefore, you can get pointed in the direction. Hey, yo, I want to collaborate with this nigga Suave Boss. Hey, I want a beat from this nigga Suave Boss. I want a verse from this nigga Suave Boss. I got a Facebook. I got an Instagram. You could have hit me on one of them, like, yo, I want a beat. I want a beat. And then I'll be like, okay, what's up? You could have ended up at my house. Like, I literally have a business where people come to my house that I don't know. You could have been a lot smarter at killing me. You didn't have to get up here and give away your face and your voice in your mother's living room. All you had to do was take
All
my
right.
name, search Facebook, see the business, hit me up in the contacts, act like you wanted to do some business. I would have met you somewhere. You could have slid my ass, left me parked, and went back home and got away with it. But you not a real nigga like that. That's why I say stop trying to play
Right.
these street games with me, nigga. I survived the 90s. Ain't no more streets. Y'all niggas is soft.
Cause
Ain't no
now
more
if your
streets.
ass end up now if your ass end up dead, I'm snitching. I'm like, it was ching ching. It was ching ching with the pink curtains on a Sunday with
With
a
the
nail
gold
filer.
fronts, brown skin with the A hat, short haircut, with the stubby nails. Because I'm a real nigga. And I could look at the design of them windows, nigga. You said you in Baltimore. I could find the areas in Baltimore where those windows are designed like that off of Google Earth. Then I could take months or a year out of my time and go through each one of those addresses, seeing if somebody with a name that looks like you is on Facebook. You're a bum. Stop playing with real niggas. You want attention. You want props for having money. You
Now
want
I know why
attention.
melanated. Now I know why melanated said what she said. We were in the comments the other day, and she was saying how vicious people get when people are pretty. Like, as far as I've heard, she's came for MJ, she's came for tequila, she's came for Moonflower. Like, it seems like you're in danger if you have any good talking points, if you have any opinions that are outside of the norm, or if you are decent looking. That's why Melanin was in there talking about I'm overweight, I'm this, I'm that. She said I'm bald headed. She said, so now everybody know I ain't cute. Don't come for me. People mad
Peace,
crazy.
peace to the
MJ
panel.
in the building. Shout out to you. How
Hi
you doing today? How you
MJ.
doing
Hey,
today?
I'm doing well. I've been listening in and stuff like that. Listen, I'm just gonna let everybody know this is getting out of hand and out of control. At the end of the day, if you're a person that I might not share the same views with, or I don't agree with, I don't wish harm on you. I would never wish harm on you. And the simple fact that we have numerous of people continuously to come up here threatening people's lives, threatening what they're going to do to their family and stuff like that is not only is appalling to me, is like really out of line and out of balance. You don't know
Mm-hmm.
who is on these panels and on these chats, all right? You, not everybody up here is some broke ass hood person, okay? Some of us are in law enforcement. Some of us do background investigation. Some of us actually are here to even look at the internet and see what's going on. So, I mean, I take notes and I sit back, and then, yes, I do pop my shit, but I would never threaten anyone because I wouldn't want to threaten anyone. I wouldn't want to hurt anyone just because I don't like your views or your opinions. So, like, it to me, this is why I say that whole black unity shit is bullshit, because you're quick to sit up here and threaten another black man's life, but I have not once heard anybody say they're going to step in and threaten a white person's life, even someone who even comes
Right.
on and said they threatening black people. You don't make no smoke for any of those people, but you're so quick to end one of your people's life. But then you're talking about we need to all band together and we're people. It's oxymoron.
Mm-hmm.
It's very disingenuous. You don't care about black people. Stop fucking acting like you care about black people. You don't care about black people. This is why I'm talking about the nonsense. It's all lies. Somebody disagree with you, and the first thing you want to do is off with their head. But only for your people, though. And this is why I said what I said last night. That what I see in the black community is such a devaluing of blackness. Blackness don't mean shit to black people in the black community. Anybody can be black. Anybody can say whatever the fuck they want about black, or get what they can use out of being black or manipulate black, and
Mm-hmm.
you don't care. You value
Yup.
everything outside of out of fucking blackness, and you show it with everything that you fucking do. Just with a simple fact for you to come up here and threaten somebody who didn't even threaten nobody, but just said this is what their stance is. And listen, we're not rocking with that, so you can either leave us alone in totality, or you can learn to come to the table and have disagreements and talk and just leave it as that. But if you can't do both, it goes straight automatically to threatening and hurting somebody's,
That's
hurting
their only
somebody.
value. That's all they valued for. People like that only get props for going to prison. Oh, that nigga tough. They don't call them when they need something. They call them when they need dirt done, because that's all they're worth. They're just an individual whose life is at the whims of losing it, doing these conflicts that people don't feel like putting up with themselves, especially in this situation where Nandy caused it, and escalated it some more, and to the point that I got to speak on it and say, I'm not warring with nobody. We're doing debates, we doing content, leave me alone. And then that comes from that to someone acting like they, because he's not going to do shit, acting like they want to harm me. And I would be fine with you wanting to harm me, right? I don't like the accusation of saying I'm disrespecting women when I haven't. Not only I haven't, but I went out of my way to make sure I haven't. I have to represent Nandy as much as Moonflower on this debate shit. All that extra divest, babies, swirling, all that shit, that don't got nothing to do with me.
But
I
Swab,
don't
the
have to
funny
get in
thing
the middle
about
of
it
that.
is, everybody that they want to quote unquote say is a divester that came to the panel and or quote unquote messed up your league. Don't even be wanting to talk about those fucking situations.
Don't even want to talk. Y'all keep
We
making them
we
talk about
never
it.
bring up those situations. It's always the ones who have a problem with somebody's stance that brings the conversation in. We express our opinions. We stand on it or on whatever we have to say, and then now all of a sudden is why are they trying to carry the bone? Why are they trying to carry the message? Nobody's trying to carry the message.
Exactly. Exactly. And to piggyback off of that, all of us over here are not even people who are swirlers or or divestors in that way.
That's a fact. They don't give a fuck
Like
though.
that's
No, they
crazy.
don't care.
None of
They
us
don't have the
said,
intelligence to separate that. All of us over here are dating white people and aborting babies. That's what's
yeah,
going on
that's
in their brain.
crazy.
That ain't on us. We don't have to defend ourselves from that.
I would
We don't
never
have to
advocate
participate.
for killing black boys or black babies. Like that is insane to me. Like
Yes.
no.
Now let me
Like
give. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
none of us have ever truly advocated for that. Now, if we what we did say is it's a woman's right. If she decides that she's pregnant, she found out she's having a black boy and she doesn't want to keep it, okay, that's her. I'm not going to shame that woman.
Good.
But I
Because if
mean,
that boy grow up and murder my son,
yeah,
I'm gonna say his mama knew better. His mama knew to get rid of
exactly.
his ass.
Exactly. But I mean, no one's over here saying death to all black men, death to all black babies, kill black babies. Like that is insane.
Niggas keep coming over here saying tequila. Did
No,
you
but see, but the
say?
thing about it is they're taking somebody else's stance that was specifically saying, listen, for my body, I know what I'm going to do, but you get to do and decide what you want to do. But nobody ever said to kill black babies. And if the ones who did say it, I bet you they don't have a big following. I bet you they don't have a big platform. And no, most of the and we already know who those content creators are. You know what I'm saying? And most people don't even follow them. They don't have those high type of rankings who are actually saying, yeah, kill the black babies and stuff like that.
Nah,
They don't really have
mean,
that big of a following. But you're sitting over here, and because of a message that you hear, you wanna
And
just
you want to put
lump
that on all of
everybody
us.
in that group and
Some
take
of
out
us
your
have
anger and frustration of that person or whatever is being said on everyone who'll be like, well, you know what? I mean, what a woman want to do with her body, she want to do with her body.
exactly. And
No,
some
no,
of
And
us
no.
over here have black
Can't kill no
young
babies, man.
children. We have black young boys, black young girls. Like we're not advocating to kill black babies or black males, black
right.
male
And
babies,
But
you
they
know?
don't hear that. No
Like
matter how
that's
and
many
that's
crazy.
part.
times you say that, they don't hear that. They're still gonna do what Akmalak just said and speak against it as if y'all speaking for it. Now, let
And
Ah,
me
it's
don't do
let
that to
me
me.
give
is
Don't do
it
shout
that.
out to Akmalak in the building. Let me give the brother Ching Ching a chance for us as men to, in front of the world, show how mature men handle things. Ching Ching, you in the
We ain't
building. What's
talking
on your
about that.
mind? The floor is yours.
What's up
You
with
gonna
you,
give him the
man?
floor before me?
What's up with you? Yes, because it's a more immediate problem.
Hey,
Like this.
Tequila.
Uh,
What's up?
no, you're
Tequila.
not
Yes,
here. You're not. Hold on. I'm sorry, Tequila. Please. I'm sorry. You're not here to talk to Tequila. You're here to address me. Okay. So now, is there anything you want to say to me as far as me
Hold up, bro.
disrespecting
What you
women
say? I
or
know her.
Nancy?
She from my city, bro.
I
You feel
don't
me?
care. You're here to
All right,
address me, my nigga.
all right, so what's up with you then? Why you want to keep
Okay.
running your fat ass mouth acting like you so intelligent and all this dumbass shit now, man, nigga?
Hold on.
Like
Wait.
you
Wait.
know
Wait. Okay. So
everything.
it's not that I disrespect the Nandy. It's that I want to sound
No,
intelligent.
not trying to switch the word up. Yes, it's because you disrespected
Okay.
Nandy,
How
nigga.
did I disrespect Nandy?
Your
You know what
title,
you
your
just, you know what you doing, my nigga. You ain't, it ain't got to be keep saying it over and over.
No, it does. Nobody said it yet. What did I do to disrespect Nandy?
So you just ain't get online and run your mouth?
What did I say, sir?
About a
If you
woman?
don't know, it meant you got sent off. It meant you got sent off. Like, be a man and say,
You's
you
a
know what?
fucking clown.
I
Don't
didn't
keep
gather.
telling me what to be, bro. You can't tell
Why
somebody
wouldn't I
what
tell
to
you to
do.
be a man? Ain't you a man? You mad at me telling a
But
man
you
to
the
be a
same
man?
one want a baby to suck
But
on
you
your
could tell
chest,
me
though.
get
But
some
you want to
money.
be a
You could
man.
tell me I got knock knees, all this shit. That ain't no problem
Yeah,
with me.
yeah, because I
But
seen
can't.
your clown ass. You was a clown.
Okay. So now my
But you
physical
the same
appearance.
nigga jump on the nigga polite and the dick ride him and ask. You told
Why
that
are
man,
you
yo,
going back 5
I'm surprised
years?
you
Why are
didn't
you
kick
going
me
back
off
5
fast.
years? I
What
did
type
not
of
even
man are
know
you?
Nandy 5 years ago. I
What
did
type
not
of
know
man
Nandy
are
5
you,
years ago.
bro?
What did I say to disrespect Nandy? Ching ching.
I'm not gonna go through that. You go
So
through
you
all
don't
that
have that
video shit.
information. So you don't have that
Who
information,
the
right?
hell got information on
Why are you?
everything? That's the
Why did you
problem.
come over here? What did you hear that made you jump on the panel?
I always hear shit, nigga. I do what the fuck I
Okay, can
want to
you give
do.
me an example of
I
what
don't
you
gotta
heard?
give you shit, whore. I do what the fuck I
Okay,
want to do, you bitch ass nigga.
okay, that's fine. But you're
Man,
showing that
drop
you were
that
sent
addy,
off.
you scared ass
But you're
nigga.
showing that you got sent
Yeah,
off.
I'm showing everything. That's all
You
y'all
hid
keep
your
saying. You're
face. I'm
showing this, you're
scary.
doing that. The
Drop your
black
address.
guys
You
do
drop
this,
your
black
address.
guys do that.
You drop
Shut
your
your bitch
address. Let's
ass up.
see who's
You
scary.
sitting
You
in the
drop your
house
address.
all day talking
You
about
drop
black
your
niggas, but
address.
you ain't
You
in the
drop your
street with them.
address. Can you
Hey,
drop your
Suave, can
address?
I ask Ching Ching a question?
Hold on, one
Nigga, I'm
second.
from West Baltimore, nigga.
Do you
Longwood
mind
Street,
dropping
nigga.
your address?
The
No,
fuck
you
wrong
want
with
me to
you,
drop
nigga?
my exact
Yeah,
address?
nigga.
Nobody
Do
don't
you want to
let
drop your
them talk
exact address? Because I don't.
You said you was
because
dropping yours, you soft ass nigga.
I never did. You're a liar. You asked for it, and I
Yeah,
said
you's
I'm
a
in
liar, you fat fuck.
I said I'm in Indianapolis.
Yeah, you mad cause you got got
No,
mad cause you
you're
got set up
mad.
by
You're the
pro
one
black.
mad.
You was following pro black and you got disappointed
I'm
when them
still
niggas was
pro
strong.
black. I'm still black
No,
power.
you ain't, nigga. You pro nothing. You don't know what you want to be. You
Okay, so what is
confused.
this?
You
What is the
that's a fucking
RPG
flag
flag?
that costs $4 you
What
got
is
up for your
this?
curtains,
Is
you
this not Huey
dumbass nigga.
P? Is this not
Man, you don't
Khalid?
represent
Is this
none of
not
that,
Marcus
nigga.
Garvey? Is
You
this
don't
not
represent
Malcolm
none
X?
of that. You don't represent none of that. You a weak ass
Cause
nigga.
you a bum.
We use the bum sitting on the internet all day. You ain't got show me some money since you're in your house. You ain't paying no bills there, nigga. Your girl
Don't
taking
show
care
no
of you.
money, Suave.
Your girl taking care of you, nigga. Fuck wrong with you? Broke ass. He got on polite panel, asked that man, I'm surprised you ain't kicked me off faster. Type of man is you, bro? Fucking faggy ass nigga. Fuck wrong with you? West Baltimore, stand up. You niggas already know what it is, nigga. Come out here, you gonna leave your ass shitty, nigga. Fuck wrong with you niggas? Bitch ass nigga. Sitting on the internet talking and conversating. Everybody got the solution to the problem. Ain't nobody doing nothing. Dumb motherfuckers. Show me some motherfucking money, nigga. Show me them long ass jean shorts you had on.
It's confused, not confused.
Man, shut your bitch ass up. You bring your bitch ass down here too. That's all you niggas want to do is fake act like y'all smart. That's why I know bitches ain't fucking with you niggas, cause y'all niggas dumb as a motherfucker. Want to debate everything. Yo, I'm about to get some pussy. Yo, you
Don't
want to debate
respond to
that?
this.
You want to
Feel me?
debate that, bro? I'm about to get some ass. Fake ass niggas.
How you been, Gold? You good?
That's why you at home counting your girl money.
Who the fuck is that? Gerald Levert?
I'm your worst nightmare, and I ain't talking to you,
That's
so don't
you.
talk to me.
Man, shut
You
your
feel
bitch
me?
ass up. Shut your bitch
What you
ass
do
up,
about it?
boy. Oh yeah, shut
What-
your bitch ass up.
Are you sure
bitch
you do
ass
something
nigga.
about it though?
Man,
Are you
shut-
that guy that
can't
do
do
something
nothing
about
about
it?
it, nigga. We on the internet, you whore ass nigga.
Right. So why are you threatening me?
I ain't threatening you, nigga. I
All
said
right,
bitch
then.
ass
So who
nigga.
are you talking to then?
I'm talking to you, nigga. Fuck you think I'm talking to?
So then, what are you telling me?
I'm
What are you
telling you
saying?
what's up. Whatever you saying, you
What's
whore
up
ass
then?
nigga.
Tell me what's up. I don't know what's up.
Man, shut your
What's
bitch
up?
ass up. Shut your bitch ass.
You shut me up. Can you do that? Can you do
Go
that?
to show us them $200 again. Go to show us them $200.
Man, go
Anyway,
ahead. You
like I
always
said,
anything somebody do,
that's
you
what I
always
thought.
say the other.
don't
Y'all
nobody.
confused
We see
motherfucker.
how you
I don't
talk to
even know
your
why I
females,
acknowledge
but
this
I ain't
clown.
none of your
Anyway,
whores. I ain't none of your
bro,
bitches.
you know what that
I
is,
ain't
man.
none of that. But we
Shut your
see
bitch
who the
ass
gay
up.
one is, though.
Shut your bitch
We see
ass
who the
up.
gay one is, sitting around calling
Look
other
at you.
men
You the one
whores.
brought the word up.
Bruh,
You brought the word up, nigga.
you
So
sitting
we
over
know
here
what's up.
watching another man that critiquing another man, talking
Nigga,
about
this the
somebody gay.
internet, nigga. You can do
Like,
what the
that's
fuck
some
you
gay
want to
ass
do,
shit,
nigga.
dog. You sitting over here telling another man show you some money. What
Man,
you
shut
stripping,
the
hoe?
fuck up.
What you
Shut the fuck up, you whining ass nigga.
A
That's what's
clown,
wrong with
B.
y'all niggas. Y'all niggas whine too much.
Like,
Yo, that's a clown, man. That's a
Fuck
clown, and
wrong with you, bro? You ain't catching no
I
bodies on the
really don't know
internet.
why Suave let this clown
You ain't
on,
doing
but
nothing
You
either,
trying to
nigga.
come up off of the Baltimore accent, but ain't did
Nigga, fuck
shit.
out of
yeah,
here. Nigga, I
bro,
don't gotta come
like
up
get
off
the
this
fuck
shit,
out of
nigga.
here.
Shit, boy.
Yeah,
Go ahead, nigga.
okay. I bet you won't
Get
come
the
down here
fuck out
then.
of here,
Bet
man.
you that. You
Get
articulate
the
ass
fuck
niggas.
out of
Y'all
here.
keep on sitting
Naive.
on here
Yo,
debating, you
That's
dumbass niggas.
yo, Ching Ching. Yo, get the fuck out of here, fam.
Man, you debating ass niggas. Y'all debate everything. That's why you niggas stuck in the house
No,
debating. You
bro.
niggas ain't in the
No, some
field,
of us
nigga.
don't be on that, bro.
You niggas ain't
Some
in
of
the
us don't be
field,
on
nigga,
that.
doing
That's his
nothing,
problem.
nigga.
That's
Fuck
why
is
he on the
wrong with you?
computer.
That's
That's why he on
the
the
sad part.
computer
Some of us don't be
and
on
not
Nigga,
that,
I can
bro.
doing
take the
shit to
camera
these
right
niggas
now to the
And
outside.
hood, nigga.
I'm
Show
not
y'all
gonna
niggas
threaten you.
everything, you bitch
I'm not
ass
gonna do
nigga.
all
You know
that.
damn
I'm
well,
not gonna
nigga, you
tell
gotta
you you
be more
can't come to my
careful in
city or
Baltimore
none of
than
that
we do,
shit.
nigga.
Cause that's child
Dirty
shit.
ass.
You feel me? Like for you to even say some
Talking
shit like that,
about,
that's some
nigga.
childish shit, bro.
I can
You
say what
can't
I
stop me
want
from
though,
rolling through
nigga.
your
I can
shit,
say what I
nigga.
want. You
Man,
can't tell me
You
bro.
what the
can't
fuck to
stop me
say.
from
Nigga
rolling through
pull up
shit,
Yeah, I
bro.
ain't say I can
anything.
stop you from doing nothing,
You don't
nigga.
have that kind of pull, bro. And I can tell
Nigga,
just
you
by
ain't
your
shut the
avatar,
Nothing,
fuck
bro.
up. Stop
just
Nigga,
talking
looking
to
at the
fantasy.
avatar,
more
you're
to
not the
tap
guy
your
that I
tail
gotta
no
worry
head,
about.
nigga. Quit
Nigga,
playing.
stop
You're not
worrying
someone
about
I
a
have to worry
fantasy,
about,
nigga.
bro.
Yeah,
Look at
yeah.
your
I know that's
avatar,
why
nigga.
you
You
on the
dressed up
internet
like you
talking
ready to
that
go to a church or
dumb
something,
shit,
nigga.
nigga.
Yeah,
Like you
yeah.
talking,
Nigga,
bro. You ain't saying
that
Juma.
cheap ass
that with
outfit
your
you
whole
got
damn
on, nigga. What the
profile.
fuck is
You
that,
over here
nigga?
stealing white people money.
I'm
On the
just
internet
giving you an
looking for
Man,
observation.
you shop
You're
at the
getting
flea
offended,
market.
lil'
Look
bro.
like you shop at the
like,
flea
man,
Ching
market,
bro.
Ching, why are
market
you
ass
getting
Fuck
nigga.
up,
offended, lil'
nigga.
bro?
You really
Why
about
are
to
you
Shop
getting
at
you
the
really
flea
offended?
about to
market,
check
bro.
an IP address, nigga.
Man,
Pull
shut the
up,
fuck
nigga.
up,
Hey, go,
nigga.
Pull up,
chill,
nigga.
go,
Yeah,
Bitch
chill.
that's what
ass up.
I thought. That's what I thought, nigga.
Man,
So
shut
Ching
your
But
bitch
Ching,
somebody want to
ass up,
talk
so
nigga.
that
Do
Ching
what
raw
you
Ching,
do.
shit.
Do
Ain't
what
none
so
you
of
Ching
that.
do, nigga.
Ching.
Ain't none of that
Yeah,
whooping shit no
that's a weird
more, huh?
name. So Ching Ching, Ching a Ling
Ain't
Ling.
none of that whooping shit no
So
more, huh?
no one's allowed in
Man,
Baltimore.
man, you do what you do, nigga. Fuck you
Come on,
behind the
boy.
avatar
You,
running
you
your
do.
mouth for,
Hey, so
nigga. Fuck wrong
nobody's
with you?
allowed in Baltimore anymore. So like,
Man,
no
I
one
ain't
can
say
safely
nobody ain't
ride through
allowed in here,
Baltimore
nigga.
and
You
You
fuck
better
do what
hope
they
wrong with
want to do and buy their weeds or
that
whatever
nigga
they
don't
like
choke
to
on a
do.
Man,
pretzel or
shut the
nothing,
fuck
You're
nigga.
gonna stop that. You're the guy
Yo,
that
death
stops that
y'all niggas
in
be your
Baltimore.
clowns.
demise, nigga. You better
Y'all
hope
niggas clowns.
my nigga don't choke on a
Y'all
pretzel.
niggas
You better
clowns, man.
hope that nigga don't trip and
I'm just
fall
wondering. I'm
and do
just
nothing,
curious.
nigga.
Man,
It'll be
shut your
your
dumb
ass,
ass up. Shut your dumb
nigga.
ass
And
up.
your response is shut your
It'll be
dumb ass
your
up.
ass,
That's
nigga.
what you say. That's your
You better hope
response
that
to
nigga
another
don't
man
cut
asking
his
you,
head,
is
cut
there a
Tay with
problem
his
going
hair,
through
nigga.
your
Man,
city?
I'm
where
gonna
do y'all niggas grow up at,
beat
yo?
You
Y'all niggas is the
fuck you
weirdos,
talking
man.
I'm
about.
from Florida, man. I'm from
Man,
Florida.
it don't
If
sound
I
like you
tell
don't
you,
look like
if
it.
I
Tell
told
you what,
you right now that you couldn't ride down Silver Star Road, I'd mean that
Man, what the
we
fuck?
pulling up,
from one
we
end to
pulling
the
up for
other.
vacations
But
in
I ain't
your
say nothing
city,
like that,
nigga.
bro, because I'm not
Fuck
on
you
that shit.
talking
I'm
about.
not on that time.
Man, we
I
had
can
you
make it to
niggas in
where
the
you can't
fair
ride in
joint.
your
We
own
had you.
city, but I'm
We
not
had
on
You
you
that
can't say
either.
Florida
shit,
niggas in
nigga.
the fair joint. Y'all
You
niggas
can't
could.
make
We
your
had y'all
city
on
look
our
like
time,
shit,
nigga.
nigga.
Fuck wrong with you.
Your city look
If
like a
you say so, sir.
bomb hit, nigga.
But
Fuck
I'm
you
not up
talking
here. I'm
about.
not up here like flexing and telling
You
other
got
niggas to shut up and
all
all.
that
I'm not
money,
doing
but
all
your
that, bro.
city look like a pile of shit. Fuck out of
I,
here, boy.
I I don't live like that,
Fuck
Holmes.
out of here, boy.
Man, shut your bitch ass up. You
Yeah,
want to
put
keep
you in that
running your
thing.
mouth.
Put
You
you in that
sound like you
thing,
ain't
boy.
even
What you
black,
Go,
gonna
nigga.
do?
Where the
man.
fuck
How you
you
wanna
from?
do it?
Where
You
you
want the
from, nigga?
earn or
You
you
ain't
want
even,
that
you ain't even
thing?
black, nigga.
You want the
You ain't
earn
even
or you
black.
want to
Shut
be
your
in that
bitch
thing?
ass up. You sound sound like a Mexican, nigga.
This guy here
one
is
you want,
a
nigga?
clear
Which
down.
one you
You sound
want,
like a
nigga?
Mexican, nigga. Mexican ass nigga.
Chen
I've
Chen,
always
you sound like
wondered.
one of them boys that we used to rob when you come down there to Florida
Nah,
talking
ain't
all
no
that shit.
robbing this. Ain't no robbing
That's
this,
what you
bro.
want to wear.
That I'm just telling you, that's what you sound. That's
Man,
why I'm
you
not
saying
engaging
all
you
that
like
shit,
that, because I can
all
tell
that
you
shit
put.
sound good.
Hey,
It
last
sound
one,
I can
good.
last,
tell.
hey,
I can tell what you is
It
by how
sound
last
you
good,
one, you
just
know,
by
bro.
how
that
It
you
talk
came
that
sound
on here
aggressive.
talking.
You better hope
man.
he
You
don't
can
cut
tell
his face
You
in
everything. You
can't.
know
half.
You
everything,
first of
right?
all,
You better
you would
hope
not address
nothing
my
happen to that nigga.
homeboy when
You
he
know
asked you what
everything,
he
right?
did
You know
disrespectful
everything, right?
to the
Why you on the
female
internet since you know
that you
everything?
claim that
You
you
know
couldn't
everything,
address my
right?
homeboy. You
Man,
could not
fuck you
address
and
my
your
homeboy
homeboy. Nigga,
when he
fuck you
asked
and
you
your
what
homeboy, nigga.
disrespect he did.
Nigga, fuck you and your
Clearly,
homeboy, nigga. Fuck,
clearly,
how about that?
clearly,
Fuck you and your homeboy, nigga.
you couldn't
Cause you
address
bunch
that.
of
But what
internet
you
word
could do
ass niggas.
was hop your
You
weird
niggas
ass
some
on the
internet
panel
word
and
ass
get up
niggas.
here
That's
and,
all you
and, and
niggas
flex
is.
and
All
say
you niggas
Baltimore
do is
like
shut
that
the fuck
means
up,
something.
nigga. Shut the fuck
Bro,
up.
you sound weak.
Yeah, you sound
You
weak. You
sound
look
weak,
weak,
brother.
nigga.
And
You
I'm
look
just
weak. Look
keeping it
at you.
a thou wow. You sound weak.
Nigga, you look like you something wrong with you, like you got Down syndrome.
Something is, bro. I'm telling you something wrong with me.
I ain't finna lie to you. I keep it a
But
hunto.
you,
Something is definitely
but you
wrong
out
with
here
me.
doing something
But I'm not
for
finna
your
get up
people.
here and disrespect
You
you,
out here doing
and I'm
something for
not
your
finna get
people.
up
What
here
you
and
out here
act
selling dope?
irate and all out of turn, bro, just
Like that
because you
shit
want to come up here
played
with
out,
your
nigga.
emotions.
That
Oh wait, he's
shit
gone, brother.
played
He's
out.
gone.
You out here
Hey,
stealing
Gold,
Hey,
he's
money.
gone.
MJ.
Gold, he's
White
gone.
people, that
He's
shit
gone.
played out, nigga. Take care of
He's
black
gone.
women.
But
Take
that was
care of
sad.
kids,
That was
nigga.
really sad.
Do that shit. Do that
Hey,
shit while you
MJ.
thinking you a fucking man out here. While you
Gold,
thinking
he's
you a
gone.
man out
He's
here trying
gone.
to impress other men with
Yes,
money.
that's
I've
exactly what he's
always
doing.
wondered why
He's
hood
gone.
dudes don't seem to care about themselves.
They don't. Well,
Like,
not
why
all of them.
though? I've
Some of
always
us do.
wondered what the core of that is. Like, why don't they seem to care
They
about themselves? Like,
I
why don't
mean,
they care where they live? Why don't they care about going to jail? Like, why wouldn't you care about
man,
being
you
in
ain't had
prison
me in no
somewhere?
face,
Like,
Yeah.
no
what?
nothing,
Why
nigga.
don't they care
You ain't
about
had no
themselves? Like, I just don't
nothing, nigga.
understand.
You ain't had no nothing. Stop with all that gay talk. Stop with all that boy club shit, nigga.
Go.
It's just
He's
about,
gone.
it's just, when you feel like you have nothing to lose, you tend to do irrational things,
yeah,
Fuck how
until
much
you make the decision. I just think the whole shit is just stupid.
fuck out
I
of
mean,
here.
it's really
this
just
is
fucking
just,
dumb.
Don't
it's really dumb.
nobody give
I
a
was
It's
fuck,
not
actually insane.
I
nigga.
was not
Yeah,
expecting
you
anything to go like this,
spend a
and I
lot
don't
of time in
understand why.
the cell with a nigga because you's a dumb criminal, nigga.
I don't even
Fuck you
understand
talking about.
why
I sound
Suave,
like me, nigga. Fuck is you
why
talking about?
Suave in
You
his
ain't even
channel
black if you can't talk
is being
right.
put
You
into
ain't
this.
black if you
Like
Go.
ain't
I haven't
Calm
heard
down.
right.
anything about
You ain't
Suave taking
black.
anybody's
You
side.
ain't black
So
if you
why are they
don't
putting all
say
this
three
smoke and all this
U's
craziness
in the word
on
you,
him
nigga. Fuck
and his
you.
channel? But people are
Go.
saying that they
Right.
have
Sound like the
respect
nigga
for
that get
him.
caught
People saying
stuttering and
that
get
they
a
love him.
pistol in
People
the mouth,
saying that
nigga.
they
Fuck you
want to
talking
see
about?
black men do good and progress, and I
Yeah,
don't
I
see
know
it.
it do. I know
I
it
don't
do.
see it.
Honestly, it's
I know
really
it do.
because we're
I know it
here.
do.
It's really because you know, maybe if we don't have
I
some of
can
the
tell
same
you a
viewpoints
bitch.
as Moonflower, but we protect
I
her.
can
We
tell
look
you
at
a
her as little
bitch.
sis. When
I don't
people
think
come,
it's because y'all
and
here, sis.
a
I
lot
don't
of
think it's
time,
because of
Because
that.
what we get money,
There are a
nigga.
lot of ignorant
We
people
get
that
money here,
flock to panels like these
there,
just to show
everywhere.
their ignorance. And this is not like this person. This isn't even the
Yep.
first time. This isn't even the first year or wave of people that just get on there
Like
and
you wouldn't even
I'm
go
this and I'm
outside
that
the
and I'll
door
kill you and I'll hurt
and
your
say fuck
mom.
you to
There are some people that have
nobody.
said
Shut
some
the fuck up.
disparaging shit. You know what I'm saying? What always strikes me, or gives me hope is that Suave is extremely patient with these people. He'll let a brother on his panel and know that their intention, you know what I'm saying, is to get off and say all this stuff, but he'll at least give them the opportunity to do that, which, that is neither here nor there. These are my homeboys. So I personally just hop on the panel and make sure it just don't go sideways or nothing like that. And in attempts for whatever to get accomplished. But there are certain elements within our community, certain men that lack
If you right,
the
something
strength or
wrong with us.
backbone. No, I ain't saying
If
that,
you
but
right, something
I
wrong with
wasn't
us.
saying that. I'm just saying there's brothers that lack the backbone to have a conversation. They would rather say, I'm from this part, I'm from over here, so fuck you, fuck this, fuck all that, instead of having the backbone that's required of any man to have a conversation with another man.
And
Because
if
this
I
same man can go to a white job or whatever job he's working at, and he can talk to those people with respect and have no problems. Because I know he's not getting arrested every week if you're online, if you're able to pay your phone bill, if you have a place to stay. So it's a choice. It's a choice at a
Nigga
certain
over here
point.
on
and
Yes,
if
but
I've never understood until today,
what you trying to say,
now I
my bro?
know why black men are not doing well in education. It really sounded like he was mad that
Yeah.
y'all even were trying to be smart or are smart or what. That blew my mind. Like, I've heard of that before. I've heard that
Good.
black men are negative about education, but I thought it was just towards black women. But they don't like nobody to be smart. And this really blew my mind, like to see it in real time somebody mad, really, really mad
That you hit it
that
on
Yes.
the head.
someone is smart. I've
And
never,
and this is the
wow.
internet, sis. This is the internet, sis. Imagine when you're in your neighborhood and you're just going to school carrying your books, and then someone's like, "Oh, you trying to be smart? You trying to get an education?" Fucking yeah, fucking yeah. I'm trying to get an education. Yes, I want to
I
learn
mean,
something. I want to
I mean,
change
it's
my
kind of
circumstance.
obvious. Like if you don't
How
know
else
Well,
can I do
anything,
that
you
I'm
without
gonna just
information?
don't, you
I'm
didn't
gonna
care
just put
about
this
shit
out
being
here,
taken away from
everyone.
you.
I don't
Feel me?
know that
But when you
man,
got
but
things
he
you
said that he
responsible
knew
for,
me,
you don't got time to just go
Tequila.
and
on the fucking.
I'm a little bothered. I don't
Sis,
know him.
you
We
probably
are
don't,
in the
or
same
you
She said,
city,
"Do not
but
associate
I
me."
don't know him. He said I know her, so I don't know, but I don't know him.
sis, you don't have to, you don't even have to clear the air for that, because
No,
your
it's not about.
demeanor and the way that you present yourself says you don't. You know what I'm saying? Like that ain't your round. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not the type of person that you don't even sound like you'd hang out with
Yeah,
someone like that.
I don't think she means that, Abdul. I think she means that she's kind of concerned because he's saying that he knows her because they're in the same location.
What?
Yeah, he
That's where
said
she's
she
kind of
from my
concerned at.
city. I know her, and I'm like, you do? Because I
As
don't know
far
you.
as
That's
this
that's
person
some.
in the chat, they said nobody be why aren't you using your intelligence to protect your Caribbean nation from neo colonialism? One, I'm a woman, you do it yourself. Two, I'm not Caribbean, but I'll ride for a black Caribbean woman. I'm black woman first all day. That's me. That's my stance. I'll protect any of these ladies up here. I have no problem with smoke. But as far as the colonizers, you got that. That's you.
Yeah, I think that person just likes to
You have
troll
to
other
just you're
people.
gonna have to just
You
really
just need
like
to ignore
ignore
them.
him because apparently,
Yeah.
if you're not just talking about his African American nationalist party and going to promote that, then everybody is mixed. Everybody is
Oh,
not black. Like that's his stance. So he'll just throw anything out there in the chat to see what will stick. You're just gonna have to ignore him.
oh. Okay, I get it now.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
But
But
yeah,
no,
that
that
is
just
concerning because I'm not gonna lie, I am out and about in my city. So I don't know. He might actually do know me, but I hope not.
Well, be careful, my sister. You
Well,
feel me?
you always you gotta stay strapped and keep your head on a swivel. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? It
for
doesn't
sure.
even matter
Yeah.
whether if it's
man.
internet, whether it's just outside period. We're in a rough time that it doesn't even matter. It doesn't have to be personal. People just are
Right.
doing random shit right now.
Yeah.
Exactly.
People are just doing random shit. But like this, like I said, with this whole thing in general, it's just crazy how the ones who are talking about they want to hurt someone, the ones who are talking about they want to beat someone up and kill someone, they're talking that about another black person, but they are supposed to be the people who are black first. They're supposed to be the pro black, but you're only talking about busting a cap in another black person. Make it make sense. This is why nobody can take you seriously. No one.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Honestly, I'm just gonna speak from like my heart. Like I really hate drama. It's so stressful, and I don't understand why it keeps happening like this. Like we're really not spewing hateful rhetoric over here. I'm sorry, Goldmine, are you still there? But yeah, we're really not spewing hateful rhetoric. Like we speak our minds and we leave it at that. And my whole thing is why I keep stressing is we don't hate black men because if we really hated black men, I don't even think we would really be in a space like that.
There's no way in hell if we hated black men, we even have a conversation with them, let
Yeah,
alone
we
be
wouldn't
on a
even be
black
open to
man's
having
platform.
conversation. Right. We would not be open to the conversations with them. Like, I mean, this is just crazy to me.
It's the message. It's the message.
Yeah.
It's the message or the narrative that they feel that is being put out. even us expressing our minds of what are our concerns or what we have problems with is a message that they don't like. And it's all about silencing the message. So they'll push their narrative, they'll push their message, but this other message, no. We gotta shut that down. And the whole push on attacking Swab and his channel is to force him to shut it down. We're not going to support you if you're not talking about the shit that we want to talk about. We're not going to support you. And in fact, we're going to also try to hurt you and take you down if you're trying to be, in the middle or not be biased and just let both people express their opinions. We have to take you down. And the funny thing is, this happened to many of our freaking leaders that we like to glorify and idolize. This happened to them the same way. There was all you had to do was just have a group of people who be like, you know what? We want this person to not be a middleman. We don't want this person to look at everybody is in the group, and if anybody can get information from it, if anybody can grow from it, let's do it together. No, we want you to just push our narrative and that's it. And once that middleman is like, no, I'm not trying to be biased. I'm trying to be unbiased and let everybody, come to the table. Well, we have to get rid of him. That's how it is. It's always been like that in history. It's always been like that in our community.
And I think it's really important, like in my peace to you, sister. In my personal opinion, I think it's important that y'all get y'all. Hey, what happened, bro? My bad. I think it's important that y'all sisters get off and say y'all piece, because that's a much needed element as per what we need to move forward. I think it's been a very long time that women have not really been stating their opinions, what go on in the household and things of that nature, and it's been accepted by men generally. So now that we have a lot more women speaking up and saying how they feel, saying the things that they want to see change, I think that that's ruffling a lot of feathers, because there's a lot of men that are complacent and they're used to things going at a status quo.
Eyes on that.
And to what Tequila and MJ said real quick, honestly, I'll be so bold as to say if black women did actually hate black men, it would be justified. It would be. So what does it matter though? Like, what does it matter? If we say we love y'all, y'all treat us the same. If we say we hate y'all, y'all treat us the same. What does it matter? Like, what does it matter?
Yeah, Tequila, is that your name? Yeah, did you get it right? Did I get that right?
Yes.
I wanted to ask you a question because you stated something, and I wrote it down, and I wrote down Swall's response to what you said too. You said if a black woman finds out she is pregnant with a black boy, she doesn't want to keep it, you won't shame that woman. So my question to you is, if she decides to kill the black, if it's a black baby girl, would you shame her for killing a black baby girl?
I wouldn't shame her either way. If she tried to kill a black baby girl, I mean, not if she tried, if she decided to abort her baby girl or her baby boy, I would not shame her. That's her body. And that's just where I leave it.
Condone to abortions?
I let women decide what they want to do with their bodies, and that's how I look at it.
I just asked you, do you condone to abortions?
She lets
And that's my answer. I may personally may not get one, but I'm not going to shame another woman for getting one. That's it.
So you wouldn't speak against the killing of black babies?
Do you speak against the killing of black babies? Because y'all be murking real born
Why
children.
are y'all
Born
trying
children.
Here it is. Y'all pushing a narrative against stuff I just said. All I said.
And Goldmine, do you see exactly what I'm talking about?
Black babies.
You see exactly what I'm talking about.
Y'all don't raise these kids.
I did not say kill a black
killing
baby.
these kids, but then y'all want to talk about black women who choose not to have kids.
No,
y'all are awful to women with children. Y'all are awful, bro. Y'all talk mad
Y'all, hold on,
crazy
y'all.
to
Let me
these
play
women.
this video
I'm
of a
talking
black
about
woman.
black men as a
Listen to this black
collective,
woman
as
real
a
quick.
full collective.
Hold on, listen to this
Black
black
men
woman.
are savage to black women who have children. Y'all talk about their value
This is the
decrease when
narrative
they
that they're
have
This is
trying
what
to
I'm
kids.
paint
talking
of
about.
us.
It
Nobody.
And
should
I
No,
never
no,
Hold on, hold
said
on.
nobody.
that
So
That's
this
I
exactly
woman,
what
would
this
I'm
be
black
that.
talking
woman,
about.
she has
No,
I'm
this is
7
what
just
I'm
kids,
talking
and
about.
she was bragging
Nobody
about
up
how she
here
didn't want
was
her
mm,
talking
kids.
about
So
anything
hold
per
on, we
se
talking
of
about
these
people that's not
topics that
raising their
everybody
kids.
hate about. But when we get brung to the topic, we get asked questions, we answer them, and then people get upset about what our answers are. But neither one of the women who came up here was talking about it. But then
I got a
we're the ones
question.
who are the problem starters. We're the ones who are quote unquote bringing fucking Swab's channel down. Get the fuck out of here. Y'all just see it played out right here. What we was talking about and who brung up the topics that people don't fucking like.
Oh, I
and
responded to
on
what she
top of
said.
that, and on
I
top of that,
responded
I
to
Yes,
feel
that
like
was Akmalak
your
that
listen.
brought up that
energy.
bullshit.
No. I
And on
responded.
top
She
of
said
that,
she was
your
open to
energy
the
felt
topic of
extremely
conversation.
aggressive, and
So
like
I
you were
asked.
attacking me for me saying I let
Can
women
y'all hear
decide
me?
what they want to do with their bodies. Like I said, for me personally, no, I have my kids, so no, I did not abort them. But other women may decide to abort them, and it's okay if that's what they
It's
decide.
not
That
okay.
is not
No,
their
you're lying.
body.
It's not okay.
Well, you can
Because
Why
you weren't
listen.
though?
even a part
Why
of the league.
isn't it
Anybody
It's
why?
that's
their
supposed
Can
to
body.
anybody
feel
tell
like
me why
this,
that's not okay? Can you tell me
Does
why
is
it's
there
not
anybody
okay?
a part of the league that wants to debate that she's talking about? Suave, matter of fact, Suave. You
It's
said
their body.
your response to her was if that boy grows up and murders your son, you're gonna say his mama knew better and she should have got rid of his ass.
That is what the
So
community
does
would
that
That's what
say,
the
mean
that the
community
fault
would
is on
say.
the mother for
They
not
always
raising
say
him
that.
right,
yeah.
for
Do they
not
not
teaching
say
him
that?
right, or for or for having him. And she is going to be blamed if her son goes and does something
Yeah.
atrocious. She
Okay,
would
so
be.
it's not the black man's fault that he's not
I'm
that
gonna
it's
bounce
actually
because
the black
this is
woman's
not the
fault that the
conversation I
black
wanted
man
to
isn't
have.
raised
I'll
right.
talk to
Is
y'all
I
that
would
Yeah,
what
have
later.
to
you're saying?
say
Bye,
I'm gonna
no.
leave
I
MJ.
would
too.
have to say the black
I'm gonna
man is
leave
not
too
going to
because this is
receive
just
half of the backlash that a black woman would in that
Hold
Right.
on,
situation.
and
Listen.
I'm asking them
no,
because they're saying certain
I'm going
things.
to leave
Hold
too
on real quick.
because no, let me
Yeah, I
speak my
would.
mind
I
and I'm
would.
Hold
hop
on.
I
down.
agree.
Tequila needs to say
All
something.
right,
I'm
chill,
gonna speak
homie.
my mind and I'm gonna hop down
Yeah.
because honestly, I really feel like I'm being attacked because I said women are able to do whatever they want to do with their bodies. That's all I said. I didn't
Oh
say
no,
that
it's
I
the
would kill my
opposition.
babies. I didn't say anything about killing babies. Nothing in that matter. If a woman decides she wants to get an abortion, it's her body.
Ain't
That's
that
just
killing a
what it
baby?
is.
Ain't
That's
that
her
killing a baby?
body. That's what it is. And
Ain't
I'm going
that
to leave
killing
it
a
there,
baby?
whether it's
Do
male
you
or
see she feel
female.
like she being attacked? Let her speak.
So,
Ain't that killing a
whether,
baby though?
Let her speak.
No, she
like I
said she wants
said,
to have the
Let her
conversation.
speak.
I
Don't
did
cut
not
her
say I
off.
want to have the
Let her speak.
conversation. I
You just
said,
said it.
I didn't. I said I want to speak on what I want to speak on and then I'm going to hop down. That's what I said. That's
Well, before
exactly
I
what I
hopped on the
said.
panel, you said that you would like to have
No,
She
no, I
also
Well,
said
never
that
now
said
she's
I
she
feeling
wanted
changed
to
her
have the
attacked,
mind.
and that's
conversation.
exactly
Only
what you're
thing I
She
doing.
said,
changed her mind.
only thing I never, but no, don't put words in my mouth. I never said that I wanted to have the conversation. What I said
What you
is
say, bro?
I'm sick of people painting the narratives that we advocate for the death of black children because we don't. I don't advocate for the death of black children. Do not put that in my mouth. I don't hate black men. Do not put that in my mouth. Do not say I date white men. I've never dated a white man. Stop putting those things on me if I've never done them. Leave me the hell out of it. That's all that I ask. I
Oh, I
asked
never
to be
put you in
treated
that.
with respect. That's what I said. That's what I was getting at. Stop bringing me into stuff. Now, here's the thing. I am a womanist. I support black women more than anything. So if black women decide to do something, that's my sister and I got her back and I support her in that. So here's the thing. If it's a black woman that wants to divest in the way of dating only white men or men of other races, then I'm okay with that. If that's what she wants to do, if that's what makes her happy, she's not hurting anybody else. That's her life. Fine. I don't care. I'm not living her life, but I love her enough as my black sister. If it's another woman who decides, I don't want to have this baby, Okay? I'm not going to hate her or shame her. That's her body. That's her life. So, other than that, leave me the hell out of this bullshit. Stop putting me into these boxes that I'm not in. My thing is I support my sisters and I leave it there. And all I ask is that we get respected. Stop putting me in stuff. I never said I advocated for the death of black male babies or black babies, period. I've never said that. Don't ever put that on me. No. So I'm a hot down.
Yeah, you said that if a black woman finds out,
She
okay,
left,
whatever.
Well,
so
she's
you
not
you
up
don't
here
really need
anymore.
to.
You
So
can make
there's
Yeah,
your
I
no
know.
point
need for
without
you
talking
to
about
address
her
her.
though.
I
You
She
can make
left,
your
so
point
there's
without
no need
using
to
her.
address her.
She's not here.
I already was done talking. I don't need you to tell me anything. When I seen she was gone, I was quiet. That was it. So Suave, I want to
Suave
address
is
what you
not there.
said, brother.
Suave
Yeah,
is
he's right
not
there
in the
listening on
box
the
right now.
earphones. He's sitting right there. He gonna have
Suave
to
is not
deal
in the
with what he
box.
just said.
He's not there. He's not there. I'm telling you.
So do you agree? All right. What about okay then? What's happening with you then, Brandon Bay? Do
This
you agree
mother,
with what's
bro. What the fuck is, bro? I wanna know who the fuck is your dealer so I can beat the shit out of this guy. I'm gonna fuck him up. Whoever selling you your shit, I'm finna
nigga?
beat the
I ain't
hell
know
out of this
nothing.
nigga.
Nigga, watch out. That's the second
I'm
time
gonna beat his ass,
you
bro.
falsely accused me of some drugs.
Drop that nigga address, bro. I'm gonna tell that nigga I want a one-on-one fade, bro.
No, man, I ain't know nothing. I'm chilling. I'm over here fired up right now. I'm hearing all this stuff these people are saying. Y'all mean why would y'all mean? Come on, man. I can't even say nothing because everybody hopped off. All the smoke is gone. All the smoke gone. Well, if y'all don't want to have a conversation, don't hop with a panel because I'm starting to write down everything y'all say, and I'm gonna make sure y'all held accountable for all that shit.
I think it's real funny how quick we are to speak of black women's wickedness. I'm referring to a comment, but black men are committing all types of atrocities in the black community. So it's wicked for a black woman not to want to bring a child into that. Like y'all need to chill on black women. Like it's disgusting and it's sad. And y'all know it pushes us away. Don't nobody want to be around y'all angry birds. Y'all always talking about how we not doing something. Like, could you imagine making a B in a class and somebody who made a D talking about you need to do better? That's y'all. That's y'all. Always trying to tell us to do better from the back. Like, chill on black women. Just chill. Just chill. And if you have an opinion on black women, find a solution that involves black men to fix it. Don't ask us to fix shit no more.
So you guys can talk about black men, but when black men talk
A
about you
woman
guys,
can give her opinion. A woman should be able to give her
okay, can a
opinion,
man give
and it
his
should be
opinion?
unfettered.
Brandon, can a man give his opinion?
If the
It
man is the
depends on
cause
the
of the
context
problem,
of how
then
we're
what's the
doing
point
it.
of him giving his opinion? Like, do something about it.
It depends on what you're giving an opinion about. Because if you're not
Wait, so a
necessarily
man can't
doing
just give
anything,
his
hold on,
opinion
listen. You asked
without
me,
no
hold on,
bias?
you asked me a question. Hold on, brother. You asked me a question. Let me
I'm
answer.
gonna write it
It
down.
depends on, it depends on the context into which this is taking place. I personally would not accept the opinion of a man who is not doing what he is talking about because that means he has no experience. So to me, his opinion is invalid. But it just depends on the context of what's being said. That's
Okay,
my
so
answer, bro.
if a man, man, whatever, you know, hey,
I
that's
know.
your opinion.
I know.
It's not even an argument right there. Shit. Well, y'all mean Suave? Well, damn, Suave's not right here. Got
Nah,
this
he
smoke.
ain't, yeah. He handling
Don't
some
know
business in the
nobody.
bike round.
Gold mine, what's up? Man, y'all hold it down, man. Y'all gotta pass some stuff up, man.
So what kind of debates you trying to get into, G Dog? What you trying to get into?
Well, I got
And
this
not that
Muslim
I
boy.
don't want to talk about abortions. I don't want to talk about that. What
No,
other type
I
of
mean, I
debates you
never
trying
heard
to
you
get on?
advocate that. I only debate people on stuff they say. You know what I mean? I can't just come up with a
So
debate title. You know
no
what I mean?
more
Because I
Bible
don't know what
debate.
you'll stand. Huh?
No more Bible debates this season, my bro.
Yeah, I got a. Well, I don't. I got like kind of a Bible debate tomorrow.
Who? What you got? Lay
It's
that shit
well,
out.
it's should black people follow the Quran, and I'm not talking about all black people. I'm talking about the ones that believe in a creator. You know what I mean? That created all things. Because I know there's some black people that's atheists. There's some black people that's don't believe in anything or
So
not
you're
atheists
saying out
or
of the believer group, should we believe in the Quran or what?
the
Or is
Bible.
it should we just follow the Quran period? Or like what's
Yeah, should we follow the Quran? That's what it is. You know
and
what I
would
mean?
that
And
be
I'm gonna say
over
we shouldn't
anything?
because most of us, huh?
Is that gonna be like are you following is it opposed to anything or what is your
Yes,
position?
opposed
That's
to
a
the
better
Bible.
question.
Like what
Okay.
I'm going to use is the Bible to prove that we shouldn't be following the Quran, but the Bible, which we already, you know what I mean, most of us that do, you know what I mean, we believe in the Bible. We shouldn't put the Bible down and go to the Quran. And I'm gonna show that in the debate tomorrow.
So why you feel that though?
Because the Quran is in opposition of the Bible
How? How so?
in judgments and in contradictions. In judgments, and there's certain contradictions in there, like you know what I mean. I'll give you one. One of them was that Muhammad dude, whatever his name is, he was supposed to be the end of the prophets. He was supposed to be the last prophets, but the Bible says that, you know what I mean, in the last days, the Most High is going to be raised up, you know what I mean, prophets among the people. So that's one contradiction right there alone by itself. You know what I mean? And I'm gonna bring out a couple more. I'm gonna bring out a couple of judgments that's uh in opposition of the Bible. And I'll give you an example. You know what I mean? One of the judgments is
So
that if a
uh,
person commits fornication, according to the Quran, you're supposed to be whipping them 100 times, giving them 100 lashes, and sending them off. But according to the Bible, you know what I mean, the man is supposed to go to the father, you know what I mean, and pay for the virginity he just took from the his daughter and marry his daughter. You can't just smash and pass. So that's another opposition. I got a little bit more, man.
okay. Okay. Well, that ought to be interesting.
Yeah, that's what goes down around
And
here.
who you debating?
Why you got what's up, man? You still part of the league? No.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I think I'm unofficially kicked out, but I'm not worried about that at the moment. I'll use my downtime to maximize my capital gains.
What you get
Oh, you
kicked out
chase
for?
that dough.
Cause I had solar. I'm not.
What you
Cause
do?
some.
Come on.
Oh man. So I had a death in the family, which I ain't really playing. Something popped up, and I
Condolences.
ain't really planning on it. And I was already kind of in my own feelings. I ain't gonna lie, I was in my feelings. And before I got opportunity to reschedule anything or say anything really more about it, I just really actually just said I had a death in my family. And I don't know, the phone mysteriously hung up. And then I hear from T Duck later that he received points for that said debate. I did not hear that from anyone else. So there's that. And when I made a call to somebody, I got no response. So I'm just using my deductive reasoning to suppose that that's what that be. And maybe a motherfucker just say, I don't know, ain't fucking with me right now. I don't know. I ain't tripping about it. I'm still gonna be on here talking my shit.
So you didn't really get kicked out. You just
Nah,
think
not
you might
formally.
have.
Yeah, it could be.
And condolences.
Thank you. I'm in a much better place now. Yeah, this Takia was a younger relative. She's very young. She was born in 94. So it just sucked. It just sucked. The whole that whole experience sucked. And she was cool as hell and very knowledgeable. So it kind of blew ashes for me to even see that happen. You know. But thank you, sis. I appreciate that.
No problem.
Gold Measy, what are you doing? You look like you over there starting trouble. You over there starting trouble? You look like you over there starting some shit. How you doing today, sis?
Me? I'm good.
Yep. Yep. Okay. Is there anything on your mind that you feel like kicking in the nuts today? If so, go ahead.
It's too much. It's too much.
And peace to the baby. I hear the baby in the background. Salute.
He's a chunky monkey. He wants some more. And I'm like, no, you have to chill.
Man, they'd be a handful. My little boy, he about to be 2. He is a handful. He be randomly running up and punching me now and shit. Like, man, where the fuck did this come from? I gotta watch what he's watching on YouTube, man. I got no more YouTube at all. I've like cut all his YouTube out. If he be running up on me, he got a little fighting set and everything. I ain't teach him that shit. I don't be focused on that. Man, he know how to do that already. He be running up on me and punching me.
It must be Power Rangers. Once kids watch Power Rangers, it's over.
It's over. I don't know what it is, man. That shit. I'm like, God. And then he think he can climb me like a jungle gym every day, all day. Man, I love it though. I love it. It makes my day go well.
But let me put this disclaimer out. This may or may not be my kid. Y'all don't know. So don't come for me with y'all creepy asses, all the creepers on fucking YouTube. Chill out.
Oh man, God.
You know
Where
they
are
mad
we?
weird. They mad weird on here. I've noticed that from anything from Taz to Nyla to Cynthia to Swa. They weird. They weird. It's like they want to find out about your life so they can do something to you. They creepy on here.
And Taz, he's a good brother. I know his heart is in the right place. You know what I'm saying? He may say whatever he say that's controversial to others, but ultimately, I know his heart is in the right place. That's why I ain't got no smoke for none of that shit. My only smoke be coming from when people are clearly using or misusing the black community. That I don't like. Sup Mule University.
Elaborate.
When I can kind of almost blatantly see people taking advantage of the community. You know what I'm saying? Like for instance, those little Ponzi schemes that people be coming up with. You know what I'm saying? And they'll use a platform to say, hey, let's buy into this Ponzi scheme, knowing the end result would be for them to benefit or profit. That to me is cowardice, you know, or using certain situations like, hey, so-and-so got shot and da-da-da, and they don't use this as their everyday content now. They just talk about it for that time to get, you know, that emotional content uprise that you normally get when there's a touchy subject out there. And then they'll go back into their spiels, and then they'll go back into whatever they're utilizing to gain money, which to me is manipulative because they utilized a situation or circumstance to gain more people so that they can solicit them products. You know, I find that as cowardice as well, and I don't particularly like it. And there's certain people that use their platforms. I ain't gonna say no names because I try to stay out of the shit. But there's certain people that, you know, they're older people that use their platform and they monopolize on the people, and they shouldn't be, but they do. They use their platform to propagate beef between people that we need unity with in order to go forward as a nation or as a people. And to me, that's cowardice and dishonorable. And that to me is something I personally can't stand with. So there's only a few people that I fuck with. You know what I'm saying? Like as far as fuck with tough, Goldmine, Swab Boss, AOI. Period. I fuck with them offline. I care if they're okay offline. You know what I'm saying? I care if they're if they got sleep, if they eating. You know what I'm saying? Because they're good people. You know, at their core. So for me, that's a no brainer.
Often I have to try to like make myself not care, like because I care about people as a whole, and then like the black community, and most specifically black women for sure. That's number one. But I tend to care too much. I be caring about people who don't even care about themselves. Like when that Ching Ching guy was talking, like I'm like, do you not care about yourself? Like, do you not care that you'll go to jail? Do you not care that somebody will miss you? Do you not care if you have children that you won't be in their lives? Do you not care about sleeping on a cot? Do you not care about being trapped around a bunch of niggas? Like, the simple fact of being locked in somewhere, and if any natural disaster happens, you cannot get out. You cannot escape. That don't bother you. Like, I be bothered for other people who don't even care about themselves. So I be having to pull back that empathy because it would overwhelm you, all the things that happen in our community, to our people, to our women, to our children. So that's why I don't. Somebody in the comments section earlier said that's why I'm not in the pro-black space anymore, because black women are treated like children who can't do no wrong. Black women are constantly crucified, but I just won't do it because you're navigating in a war zone. You're doing the best that you can.
Right. I could dig that.
My bad, yeah. I had a
No,
serious
man, you good.
phone
You
calls. Shout
ain't
out to the panel, man. Shout
apologizing.
out to Brandon Bay. You already know, bro. Mule, nobody, go, man. Shout out to the chat. Everybody holding it down, man. We in the building. Go ahead. My bad.
What's on your mind, God? Mew, what's up? What's happening with you, bro?
Why? What's up, everybody? What's up, Suave? I'm sorry all this going on today.
What's up? What's happening with you, bro?
Why? What's up?
Well, I apologize now.
I'm
Sis,
sorry.
I Mule University sis. My bad. I apologize.
Yeah, I'm the mule, baby. I'm gonna bring all us. I'm the Harriet Tubman. I'm gonna bring everybody to freedom.
I can dig it, sis.
But
Suave.
okay.
Go ahead, sis.
No, you got it. You got it.
Suave boss, got a question for you.
Damn.
I know you. I know you there, man. You ain't shit. I'm gonna wait till you start talking. Go ahead, Mule. I'll be waiting.
Yeah. Well, I just want to say this here. It really, really bothers me when mature. I don't want to just be up here saying old, but you can hear in people's voice how they're so much more mature age wise than these younger ladies. And you know, as black young women, we always went through that with older black women. It's like they hate young women. You know how you was when you was young. You know, and it seemed like even when I was a teenager, you start growing knots on your breast. You know, oh yeah, you must be letting a little boy suck on your breast for your breast to be growing. No, and that's just nature. You're just developing. This type of woman is a sickness in our community. And honestly, it's the women who raise the little girls who gonna have low self-esteem. This is her. Her daughters have low self-esteem. And her sons are gonna be the gangbangers. because she gonna make them real ninjas. This is a sickness, and people who looking up to this type of a woman, man, that type of pro black woman, she'll do anything for any kind of male approval. For her, this woman is a cancer. It is she's attacking Suave. This man never say nothing to her. Domo never address her or say nothing to her. And she want to attack them only because, I'm going to tell you, I heard Moonflower say yesterday that T-Duck sent her and her friend money. And I knew this woman was going to attack. And when I tell you, that was a long stream yesterday. Sure as I called it, this lady came up there. She was looking for any reason to attack. She want to attack those young girls because this man sent them money randomly. Because you know why? She's out of that age where men gonna send her that kind of money randomly. And instead of her just accepting what she is in life, she gonna hate them. I'm telling you, I had an aunt. My butt started growing. I'm a teenager. All my aunts, my grandmother, my mama, everybody got a big butt. Soon as me and my sister started getting a butt, oh, y'all fast. Oh, y'all growing. Y'all ass is sure getting big. Look at yours, lady. It's genetics. You know, I mean, even at a time when you're not even thinking about boys, they'll put it in your mind to shame you. They shame us when we're little girls.
Yep.
They shame us every step of the way. If a man flirt with us, it's our fault.
Yep.
Everything. And these women, I promise you, they are dangerous. They are cancer, and they raise some girls that have the most lowest self-esteem. I heard Moonflower talk, and listening to her, some of her stories, I want to be this little girl mama. She said she was in the store, and a man, she was 14, and a grown man, 27, was flirting with her and was telling her to come off to the bathroom. And one of the ladies on the panel said, you should have been screaming for your mama. And she said, oh, that wouldn't have did me no good. My mama would have said, that's because you fast. Man, that made me want to cry. Because I grew up with an aunt who anything could have had. Her own children was molested by her boyfriend because she always said they was fast. She said all her nieces, all of us was, everybody fast. Because those women like that, they can never be wrong.
Black male
It's a
identified.
yes, and it's a sickness they have to where they hate young women. I promise you, this lady, when you hear her speak, she will dehumanize a woman. She dehumanizes this girl, Moonflower. And all I have is compassion for Moonflower when it comes to her. Really, I think she's funny as hell. She kicks to me. But she's 20. How you look at 50 attacking this girl? Other than it's just the sickness that you carry. And that's all I really want to say. I mean, Suave, you a real man.
Yeah.
You could have lowered yourself. You could have cursed her out. You could have called her bees and all kind of stuff like she was calling you, and you didn't do it one time. So I mean, just keep on your stance. And this dude, Chingy, man, don't let that slide. He came in saying he got your address. I don't let nothing slide, man.
Did
I
you hear
swear to
that?
God.
Did you hear
Man,
that? He said
I
it's
don't
all
let
good. I
heard
got the
that too,
address.
bro.
man, I don't let nothing slide. My head always on the swivel. Look, look, I don't let nothing slide me.
Hey,
And
mule.
let me tell you something, Swat. See me, I'm
Uh,
proactive. I ain't reactive. See, you can't threaten me. You threaten me, I come look. You look, it's you might have thought it was a joke. It ain't gonna be a joke. Don't threaten me.
yes.
Don't do that. You know. But I'm gonna let somebody else speak.
Nah, that was hard.
No, we appreciate
You're absolutely right. You're not bullshit. Oh shit. Somebody sent the
So
old
Suave was
hated
hanging,
cash
man.
app through. Man, that's what the last nigga said to me. What's happening? What's happening, man? What's happening?
Yeah, I wanted
Niggas
to
keep coming to me on
ask
this
you a
street
question
shit.
about your response. No, I ain't on no street shit.
What's up,
Hi, Swab.
Nika?
Hi, what's up,
Peace,
everybody?
Nick will be.
I
No, hi. I
Okay.
don't mean to cut anybody off, but like, this is really hurting my heart. Like, this really bothers me.
And I normally don't enter nobody. I'm not entering myself in nobody's drama. But the fact that I had to see Hurricane Katrina inside the chat room and she just had her issues this last week hurts my heart.
Is
She's trying to
that
heal
what
from
just
whatever it
happened?
is. She's trying to
Man.
heal. Her husband is on here trying to do what he needs to do, and everybody's arguing with each other and not realizing that he's trying to take care of his wife too at home who just suffered for something life threatening. I don't understand. I
Yeah.
don't understand. Like, I have nothing against nobody who are arguing with each other, whatever case might be. I have nothing to do with it. But my issue is the fact that we can't even get along enough to show enough compassion for one another. That okay, well, you know what? Let me not even bring this to him because he's probably going through a lot at home because this, and that. Like, I don't
No,
understand.
the dude got up here and attacked her. The dude got up here and attacked her, talking
It
about
doesn't.
defending women. I'm
It doesn't make
disrespecting
sense.
women, but your girl just had a heart attack. But Blase Skippy Woo about her. That's why I'm not worried about these niggas because I already know they lost. They've lost, and they know they lost. That's why the money is so important. That's why the hat in the house in the coat is so important because they need all that shit as a band-aid over the true fact that you lost.
But think
I
about it,
can't
how we
put
are
no.
about our men. If anybody up here, like, and I don't play about mine. If I hear anybody cursing them out or anything like that, regardless of how I might be feeling, I'm ready to pop off.
Yes.
So I understand where Katrina mind was at in that chat room. You know what I'm saying? Like hearing that, and she's trying to heal, regardless of the fact of what's going on. Like I don't want to hear nobody talking to my husband that way. Period. And that's it just hurt my heart. Like I just didn't like that. I like that she felt like she even had to go in that chat room and even like Yeah. say anything. Like Yeah, she shout should have out to been resting. Hurricane Katrina. Yes. God bless you.
She
Just
needs to
get your
get better,
rest.
and she should never feel like she needs to come in there and be in defense of nothing.
Yeah. And anybody who sees this happening, or like if y'all really bang with Suave or anything like that, should end it right there. Like, yo, we're not here for that because that's not the energy that we carry. Like, this shouldn't be. Everybody's too grown for this. Life is too short and fragile. Every day we're seeing it, and the fact that we have to argue about this, the fact that we have to argue about this, and we're seeing it. I just went through a whole health scare myself. I thought I had a stroke. You know what I'm saying? Like the fact that I had my own stuff going on and I'm seeing this, I'm like, we're still not getting it. We're still not getting it. We're watching people close to us get sick and with real health issues, and we're arguing with each other as if arguing is gonna change anything. If you don't bang with somebody, don't bang with them. That's just it. I don't have to argue with you why I don't bang with you. Like that's just grown people stuff. I'm not gonna go back and forth with you and tell you why I'm not. I don't like if we're having a personal conversation amongst each other, like a one-on-one, without it being on social media, and it doesn't have to be broadcast all over the world. That's one thing, but it's another thing for it to be all over social media and for everybody to have to hear it and for everybody calling each other names, threatening each other's lives. Now I gotta worry about my life and my wife and my kids. Now I gotta worry about all that too. Like why?
Yeah. Yeah. I appreciate that. And you're right. And I did not I turned around and looked at my computer screen and I saw her, but for some reason my mind didn't say she's in there and getting riled up or whatever. And she just came back here and just said, like, you beefing with Andy now? I'm like, I'm not beefing with Andy. She got a problem with me, but there's no beef. I don't give a fuck about nothing. Um, I haven't disrespected her. As far as Ching, outside of the whole Nandy situation, yes, I value my life. And I mean, there's like a system that I've been through where sometimes it's like him getting up here saying that is like somebody getting up here cutting their camera and say, "Watch this, I'm finna fly." Like you just know that's not what's finna happen. If I felt it was serious, he might feel pressed now that I'm saying this though. But if I thought it was serious, I would have let the authorities. I would alert the authorities so that when I saw him and I iced his ass, I wouldn't go to jail. That's gangster. Okay. I'm not in nobody's oath to incriminate myself and just be a stupid alpha male, tough ass, blind, fury ass nigga to just do stupid shit. I didn't make it this far in life by being that. What I've done has worked for me. because there's a lot of niggas that's locked up and there's a lot of niggas that's dead. So yes, I'm not worried about ching ching or bling bling ting ting. Um, I watch my back when I go out,
But
and
it's not.
you
It's the
know,
fact that this is why we have mental health issues now. This is why the black
yeah,
community has so much. We have to watch our back when we get out.
yes,
The fact
yeah,
that we can't have a community where we can just walk and not have to worry about somebody coming after us because they disagree with something we said. I have nothing against Nandy. I have nothing against nobody that we're speaking of because I don't have no personal beefs with nobody. I'm just saying that this we should all just figure out ways to communicate with each other a little bit better. That's all. Because it's not fair for people who are actually you don't know what somebody could be going through, yo.
absolutely,
This could be somebody's out and like they have to hear that, like they have to go through that. At the end of the day, like
yes, yes, yes.
I'm putting positive energy over your platform, positive energy over everybody on the platform and in the chat
Me too.
room, and I hope that everything figures itself figure itself out, and this actually really did break my heart. I didn't like to see the fact that like if I'm trying to heal and I hear somebody cursing my husband out, I don't care if my back is broke, I'm standing up.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. And I appreciate you, and you do sound better. I do need you to also continue to heal
Yeah, I'm
and make
trying.
sure you back on 1,000 so you could tear the
Yeah.
world up. February 5th is the
Yes.
date for the
Yes.
interview. Swap Boss and Equal B, man. The Black Panthers. We're gonna get it in, get some
We get it
information.
in. Yes. I can't wait
You
for
know,
that, guys.
I want to
This is
reminisce a little bit. That's gonna be
yes.
hard. I really
Guys, peace
appreciate
and
that.
love and have a good time on this panel and really give each other true information and agree to disagree and keep it moving. Like let's keep it
Oh
positive and
yeah,
show
I'm
people
gonna
that
make
we're
them
more
even
than
if it
that.
hurt.
Yeah, like we're good.
Even
But
if it hurt, I'm going to make you have a good time. You're not going to just sit over here and just catch cancer on my panel. You know, real talk.
Amen,
But
amen. That's all I had to say, guys. And I'm about to go and take care of these kids and get some rest.
Facts,
Feel
man.
bad on your
Okay, I want to get the floor to
Thank you.
Akmalak so he could get what he wanted to address that dress. What's going on, big bro?
Nah, I'm good now.
All right, that's what's up.
I'll save the
Appreciate it.
energy up.
Appreciate it.
I got
Um,
something Suave, can I ask Akmalak something?
Akmalak and Mule University asked you something.
Oh yeah, go ahead, sis.
You know, yesterday you was asking Suave about uh you asked him three questions. And it was all to lead up about virginity, right? About women should be pure and not whores, right?
No,
And then it all went to you not wanting to leave your son if you have it with somebody and she don't marry you. You don't think you should leave that child no land, right?
no,
No. That
Yeah.
is what you
nope,
said. You're gonna leave your
no,
new woman and new children land, but not your previous relationships, right? Because y'all didn't work out.
nope. Never said that. I was saying that's how he like from his logic, that's what it would be.
Why would
I
it
was
be that?
saying that what I was advocating for was when a man and woman leave their parents' house and they join together, that they make sure whoever they join together with is the one that they want to be with for life. That's what I was trying to say. I was trying to say we shouldn't condone to fornication or people sleeping with each other and not getting married. We should teach that.
We should teach that, but this ain't no perfect world. We live in reality.
Who do
And
you think
No, we
we
reality,
can
should
read.
be
No. We
teaching?
can teach our kids that,
Who
and
who do
that
you
can
think we
happen.
should be teaching that to?
people been
The
teaching
children.
abstinence since forever. It ain't gonna happen, okay? But the
See,
whole thing is,
that's the negative
what do you
mindset.
have against children?
I
I
don't have any.
all my children are for my husband, but my husband have a son that's my son before me, right? But I
Right.
say that's my son because guess what? I love him. But it doesn't
No,
hurt
he
me.
he he doesn't have a problem. To be honest, like we're having, I like the conversations. The
Uh-huh.
the base thing is he has a problem with any structured law other than the Bible. The Bible says this. He ain't followed it. He got multiple families.
No,
So
hold
it's
on. I didn't know it. That's why I didn't follow it. Don't do that.
okay for whatever reason. For whatever reason. So once it's not followed, what's the logical thing to do? Is the conversation we're trying to have.
No,
He's saying,
it's to get them to follow it. Get your kids to follow
okay,
it.
okay, I get that. You see what I'm saying? You see how I said what I said, and he still went to everybody follow the Bible.
Yes.
What we saying is that that's the problem. So he doesn't think about the rest of the conversation. All he know is stay true to the Bible. So he'll freestyle and make shit up on the spot after the fact. So this not is
But
not his
Swab,
logic. It's just him defending the Bible. Because what we
Swab,
clearly
everybody don't
see,
believe in the Bible. I mean, the
Yeah,
Bible, everybody
I'm
don't
not
believe
speaking
in
for
this.
everybody. I'm
yeah,
speaking
Everybody
for the
don't
ones
have to
that do
follow
believe.
white man rule. Everybody don't believe in this
yes.
book.
No,
And
most black people, whether you realize it or not,
Okay,
they
yeah,
believe
follow the
in the
Bible.
Bible.
Okay, but the point is, because see how
Yeah.
thirsty he is to lead you to the Bible. It's
No, I
like
don't have to leave. No,
so,
come on,
but
Swab.
that's what just happened, and he claiming he don't want to do that. He said I don't got to, but his body did it every conversation. So
No, I'm just defending it.
see what I'm saying? That's what I said you're doing.
I'm not trying to
You know
convert
what I just
anybody.
thought about? You know what I just thought about? If you say that most of like the black community is following the Bible, look where we at though. Is that what we should be following if
No,
He
I
this
said
is
said
say
most
the
you're not
black
following
people
it all the way.
believe. I said they
He say you're
believe. I
not
didn't
gonna.
say they
He's gonna say
follow.
you're not following it completely. He's all
I
he's
said
gonna
they
stand in
believe.
between there. Most people believe. The majority of us believe in the Bible. Then when you point
Yes.
out, but we're fucked up people believing in the Bible. He's got
No, because
because you're not doing
they're
it.
fucked up because they don't follow it.
They don't follow it.
would be
Yes,
messed
they
up if
I
they
believe
mean,
in
didn't
it. They
doesn't
follow it.
believe in the
doesn't the
creator.
Bible
They believe in
doesn't the
God. They
Bible
have a
even
zeal for
say
God. Hold
that
on.
people
They have a
will
zeal for
doesn't the
God.
Bible
They
doesn't the
have a zeal.
Bible even say that people will go astray, that people will sin? So the Bible even tells you that everyone's not going to follow it. You can
And
try
even
to,
not stray
but it
away.
says that.
The Bible tells you that people exist that they're not their God. They have their own God and their own laws.
Yeah, well, I'm not speaking to those people then. I'm speaking
No,
to the
but
ones
you
that actually.
are. That's your problem. You're talking to me, who's one of those people. You're talking to nobody who's one of those people.
But
You
you,
who's
but
one of
don't
those.
you have a spouse that believe in the Bible?
See. Now this is called moving the goalposts.
Yes.
Instead of addressing the point I just brought to him because he's dead in defense of the Bible, he's gonna now run to something to try to shame me.
I'm not trying to shame you,
Okay,
Swab.
so what I'm saying is you are talking to those people. So when we're in the situation and we're saying if you have a failed relationship, right? And y'all salvage it to a friendship and co-parent, and then you move on to somebody else. What is your obligation to that person your friend that you're co-parenting with? You're in a relationship. You have some obligation to them. You have some
My
dedication to them.
obligation? Are you asking me what's my obligation? My
No, 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 no.
obligation.
I'm telling you, you have an obligation with them, a responsibility with them. You're in a relationship with them. So
So
even if both of you move on and get in new relationships, those people that you're in new relationships are going to have to then now establish a relationship with your ex. All of y'all need to have relationships going on to raise these kids, to
no.
sustain
All you need
society.
to do is raise the kids.
To,
You don't
so
have to
you
have
don't think that you and your children's stepfather should have a relationship?
I don't have a relationship with my
I
baby
said
mama's
you don't
boyfriend.
think that you're why the comprehension. You don't think that
Okay, Swab,
men
this
who
is
share the
this is
same children should have a relationship?
No,
okay,
I
can I
have
just say this one thing?
me. Let me just say personally, me, I have custody of my kids. You feel me?
That don't
And
matter.
huh?
That don't
If
matter.
you didn't, would you sustain a relationship with your girl's new dude,
No,
new
I wouldn't.
husband?
I wouldn't sustain a relationship with them.
Man, he's crazy as hell. Go ahead,
Why
Mule.
not? Why not?
That was where
I
I
don't
was
really I
going
don't
with.
really want to let his mentality get explained. They're just
Yeah.
incorrect, okay? And we all know it's because God, okay? He's not thinking. He's been told, he's been programmed. So no matter what conversation you have with him, outside of logic, he's just going to go back to what defending the Bible.
It
He
seems like
just got to.
he want her to suffer because he's
No, he
not
don't
with
want
her.
her to suffer. He just don't mind her suffering because the Bible, and he's gonna blame it
Who?
on we're suffering already. The reason we suffering is because we're not reading, following the Bible
But
correctly.
yet he'll help a thief. He'll
Yes,
help somebody.
The reason why we're suffering is because we're not
yes,
keeping the
This is
commandments.
foolishness.
yes, it
No,
is.
what's foolish is you don't understand the
Yes, it is.
commandments. And
This
you're
is real
saying
time testimony
that
of why
even
not
though
to
you don't
be
have
what he
knowledge of the
is.
Bible,
Let
you
him
say
be what
that what I'm
he
saying
is,
is
but
foolish.
use it as proof that this
See,
doesn't work.
and
It's
see
failed.
how
If he
see
didn't
how that
exist, it'll be somebody saying, "I bet you if I thought fill in the blank with Akmalak
Listen,
mentality."
okay, but I've
I
been in
would
my son's
love.
life since he was 2, right? So his mom, he's an only child from his mom.
there's nothing wrong with step
She spends
parents.
holidays with us sometimes. We're not gonna make him choose, even though he's 30 now, but he have our grandkids. We don't make him choose you're gonna be with your mom or you're gonna be with us. Some holidays he come by us. Because we have a huge family, we don't really go by her, but we always invite her to come. Thanksgiving she spent with us. I don't understand why you should hate somebody because your relationship no longer work with them. You
Who
moved
said that we
on.
hate them? Who
That
said that I
person
hated
moved.
anybody?
You saying you wouldn't help her pay a light bill? That's petty, man. That's
No,
petty.
I would help her get a job.
You didn't say that. You
Wait, you
didn't say
wouldn't
Yes,
that.
turn
I
the lights
did.
on if she had your kids. You wouldn't turn the lights on for your
No,
kids.
I
No, he
would
would
take
leave
my
there in
He
the
has
dark.
kids.
custody of his kids.
No, I would take my kids and help her with a job. And
Oh,
until
okay.
she
So
gets a
you
job.
would take care of your kids. You would make sure they had lights.
Yes, he
Yeah.
has custody of his kids from his outside relationship.
Oh, that's a whole nother topic then.
Jasmine in the
No.
building. Shout out to
I would
you.
love I would
Tanzanani,
love a
Tanzanani.
I would love a debate on whether or not it's actually plausible and practical and realistic. Like, if
Oh,
all of the commandments could actually be followed in modern day America, is it actually possible
oh yeah,
for
I
a
definitely run out
massive
of.
number of
Can you
people?
follow the Bible?
The commandments that you're commanded outside of your land, they're all you're able to do them all. The only ones that you're not able to keep is the ones that apply to the land.
Yeah, no, I was just talking about is it practical? Like I would
Yes, it's
love to
practical.
see someone debate like you saying yes, it is practical. You can keep all the commandments to never lie and all this stuff. And someone else going through and debunking it. That would be fun.
Can't debunk it. I mean, that's just what it is.
What's good,
There
Trust
was
me, the
Travis?
a
Bible's been here for thousands of years and it's still here. No matter what anybody
Still
says.
not being followed.
Aqualad,
It's here,
they
but it's not
can
being
be
followed.
debunked because guess what? It could be debunked.
No, it has been
Nobody
followed.
in
You know
the
what I mean? Just
whole
people break.
Bible was perfect except for Jesus. So it always is debunked. None of that can be perfect. You expect a perfect society and a perfect outcome when nobody, according to your book, has
Perfect.
been perfect except for one person.
What? No, can you give me an
Yeah,
example of? No, hold
you
on. You
would
said
have
only
to
one person was perfect? That's not true.
They
you
say
would
that
have to be
Jesus
perfect to be
was.
able to follow the commandments through and through.
No, all you got to, this is what it is. Oh, the commandments is something that you got to follow, like as in obedience, like
If you
dietary
lie,
laws.
you
Hold on.
broke a commandment.
It's not hard.
Everybody
The
lie.
commandments are, if you read, have
Everybody
you
lie.
guys read the commandments?
If
Do you
you
guys know the
look at a
commandments?
person with lust, come on, you ain't never looked at a man and be like, oh, he fine. Come on, everybody lust.
Me?
It's unrealistic.
Just switch to
Fuck
sex,
me.
bro. Don't get caught
Oh,
up
you
in that.
ain't never looked at a
She's
woman.
speaking
I'm
from a
sorry,
woman
you're right,
mentality.
Swag. You ain't never
Like
looked
that's
at a
the little
woman and be
shit.
like,
I
oh,
just get
she
tired of
fine.
that shit.
It's impossible to keep some of the look, let me mute.
No, you got to control yourself. It's not impossible to do anything. Commandments ain't grievous. Learn some self control,
I get it.
self
Just like
obedience.
it's not impossible to go to the moon, but is everyone doing it? No. So yes, it's possible, but I wanted to speak about the practicality. Is it something that a large amount of people could actually do? Like I've never broken down
Yes.
each commandment and tried to figure out and apply it to modern day America and figure out is that something that a mass number of people could do without going homeless, without all of the negative things that come without ended up on the goddamn street begging
You
for
ain't going no
change?
homeless. The fourth commandment is 6 days you must work. That's the
No, I'm
fourth
saying,
commandment.
okay, if it tells you never to lie, sometimes in these business settings you're forced to lie, whether it's a white lie, a little lie. Like, you have to be able to navigate society. So is it possible to be this wholesome person in a sinful world? Is kind of the debate, you know what I mean, that I would love to
No,
watch.
it's not hard to not lie. Tell the truth. That's all you got to do. Just tell the truth.
Do you tell the truth?
Yeah, I tell the truth.
No, do you always tell the truth?
Always?
Yes, always.
Yep.
And he lied. You see what I'm saying? Like, do you see what I'm saying? Like,
How did I lie,
that shit
Suave?
dead,
When
man.
did I not
And
tell
he
the truth?
lied.
He
Oh my
What did
lied
I lie
God.
about?
right here.
When did
And
I
this
tell
is
it?
who's supposed to, like, come on, man.
Suave.
Yeah, we
When did
cool
I
on
not
that.
tell
What
the
we about
truth?
to talk about, man? I'm tired of even getting people normalized to you. Like, real talk. It's
No,
not
man,
going
don't
nowhere,
do that
man.
to me.
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. And then that's always that. I don't want to seem like I'm doing nothing to you, so I just want to talk about something else and stop talking to
Move the
you about
goalposts. I
your
know.
thought. Yes, I want to move the goalpost
Well,
completely to another fucking
brother,
field. Shout
Yeah.
out to Judge.
Tani Bonani.
Close
Um,
enough.
so my brother, I mean, no, the sister that was up here earlier that was talking about how them old heads be putting that evil off on you when you start developing. Who that head that struck my heart? That struck my heart. So um, when I was developing, me and my cousin, my second cousin, yeah, who's a little bit older than me, but so I don't know, maybe she was just hating or whatever. So she was just sitting off to the sidelines doing that shit. What the sister was saying that, oh, you getting your pussy under you, shit like that. You're talking shit.
Mm-hmm.
So my cousin looked. I'll never forget this, bro. My cousin looked over at this old lady. This is a family member. She looked over at this old lady. She said, "You a baba," meaning you are salt. Like you want salt. So she said, "Ikamunye mfuna," meaning like you bitter you come from, like wormwood you come from. And she, you know, you grab somebody up under their ribs and you cuff them real
Yeah.
hard, like on blood in, blood out, that shit. And my cousin hit that old lady up under her arms, and she was talking shit to her. She was telling her, "Don't you ever in your life, speak about youth." She said, "You will live right here where you are, or you will die like this right here where you are." I kid you not, bro. That old lady never said another mother.
Huh. Yeah. Yeah, man, them moments are miraculous. Like if you ever experience that, that's like it's like unplugging from the matrix. It's like I just changed reality. And I remember because in the third grade I got punched and I didn't change reality. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it was like when the shit happened, and you got to be careful because once you buck up, if you prideful, you'll overdo it.
Well, you know what, bro? See, in my culture, the Sangomas teach us you have to be careful about. We do a thing where we try to warn the young ones about. Uh, I guess I'm. Like, how would you say it? In what's the scientific thing, the new thing for it? Instant gratification. You want all this positive, 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 but that's cool. But you have to know how to deal with confrontation. Meaning, you can't just want all positive energy all the goddamn time. Because if you do, you'll not know how to deal. You'll be a pussy. You'll be a pussy. You know what I'm saying? You won't know how to deal with life so on life's terms as it is. So we try to the Sangomas, the Gogos, they try to teach the little ones not to let people put what we call
What was it? Go, you there?
And that's sadly what they do. That's what they do all the time. So
Yeah.
that's how it is. Just don't allow it. That's how you do. Just don't allow it. Yeah.
Man, Jazz, why you don't be no judge?
Agreed.
Huh?
Why you don't be a judge?
Oh. I don't know.
You ever thought about it?
Huh?
You ever thought about it?
Yeah.
You say yeah. Well, obviously you have. Like you're cracking the fuck up. Okay, the laugh's getting kind of evil. Are you a judge? Oh shit. Okay.
I like
Okay.
that.
You got wait a minute. Y'all know about laugh therapy?
Yeah.
You know about that? The brain does not understand fake laughter from real laughter. So if you fake laugh or real laugh from your heart, from your mind, is coming from a good place in it to bring you joy. But you have to actually fake. It takes the heart actually a muscle. You use your actual muscle in your heart to produce sadness and anger. So that actually comes from a place. Joy comes from nowhere, though. Ain't that some shit? Now, if I had to stay on the straight and narrow, I would have been the motherfucking greatest actress in the world. That's my craft.
Yeah,
that's what I love to do. Oh, hell yeah, I love the stage, the theater. I love it. Yes. Yes. Greatest actor in the world to this day will always be and has always been Fred Savage from the Wonder Years. Think about it. I haven't. No, Denzel Washington honestly is. Him and Johnny Depp are probably the greatest actors ever. They can lie with style like a motherfucker. They can sell it. Yeah, they can sell it.
Who the worst actors?
The worst actor, I would have to honestly give it to who cannot act? Who cannot convey emotion?
That Adam dude, the comedian, that white dude, Adam Sandler. I think he's not a good actor.
Adam Sandler.
Yeah, he doesn't convey emotion he doesn't convey emotion very well. But there's worse than him, you guys. There's worse than him. There's shit. Good God. There's like way worse than that. But see, acting is like, I don't know how to say it. Acting is more of you have to literally find that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, Mariah Carey did the social worker on what was that? Precious.
Mm-hmm.
Low key, she found that from a place. She found that from a place of superiority. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can see it. You can see where she found that. You know, I get paid to be in your business type of right. But the worst actor, shit, I don't know. Fucking.
Ice Cube.
Is Kristen Stewart that chick from Twilight?
Yep.
I don't think she's that bad.
She's funny. She has a really good comedy. She does really good improv. She's good on the spot. But you're right about Ice Cube, Suave. You're right. Like, nigga, you can't do it. You ain't got it. You don't have it. Did you know the Suave?
He's so dry.
Get your ass in this court. We gotta get there.
Yeah.
So yeah, having that's why I say I really feel blessed. I really feel blessed to be coming from the family that I came from, because coming from where I came from, having everything, and then having to come back to the soil and having shit. It was humbling. It was humbling. I'll tell you that. It was humbling. But that's life. Shit, that's life. So for people to not know how to deal with life and just spout off at the motherfucking mouth, I'm the type of person I'll hit you in it. Shit, shut the fuck up. If you're around me, what are you talking about? Shut up. Shit. let me stop. I'm just kidding. I would never put my hands on anybody. It's
Not a
terrible.
fucking bag now.
You can't be doing that. You can't put your hands on people.
I mean, some people need hands put on them. Shit.
They do, but it's always best though, bro, to find out where that person is projecting that. Usually when somebody's of that angry, it ain't got nothing to do with you. You know, it
Yeah.
don't. It's always best to find out. Hey, what's bothering you? What happened in your childhood that you're traumatically still trying to re-traumatize? You know. And then if that don't work, then you kick their ass. Shit.
They say Arnold Schwarzenegger is a terrible actor. William
Get out of
Shatner.
here. Get out of
William Shatner.
Damn. William
They
Shatner?
going back of the way like, you know what? Ronald Reagan was a horrible actor.
Yeah, he was trash.
I'm
He was
talking about
clown too.
somebody who keep getting put in your face like, wow, do they keep getting movies? Ow. Like the dude from the dude from the Transporter.
Oh, Jason Statham?
Yeah.
You're right about that.
What did he do that was so amazing that they won't leave him alone? The dude from let me see, Taken. It's like I guess they just got a safe lane that they stay in. Like
Well, you know who else? Then if that's the case, Liam Neeson's a fucking terrible actor.
Liam Neeson.
I like
Yeah,
him. I
Taken. That's
like him.
Taken.
Yeah,
Really?
I like him.
Yeah, that's what I was
Yeah.
talking about. Taken.
But he do kind of play the same role though.
Yeah,
You're right.
you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah,
He
I
got a
like
set
it
of
though.
skills.
And he old as
Mhm.
shit. Be kicking everybody ass.
Yeah, that nigga hella old, man. That dude is super old. But with the
She must keep getting it.
I just wanna say this here. To I know she not in here move loud, but I really be feeling like I wanna be this young girl mama. When I hear people attack her, I really listen, the way I call myself the mule, my daughter, who was 22 in law school, told me I was a mule. You know how they hurt me? She told me I was a mule. And she'll never want to be like me. That's why she going to law. You know, she done graduated college here. I'm the mule because I never took care of my. I would never be like you. You did everything. You do this, and you know all of this foolishness, right? But she never look at what her brother. She my only daughter. She never look at what they at in life. Thank God for the mules. That's how I look at it. If I'm a mule, I'm gonna be a mule proudly. You know, I think she started listening to this Cynthia G content and all this here stuff, and it just to me is no winners in this game. You know, you her dad is a mule. You know, I'm no more mule than my husband is.
I
So I
I
mean,
Well,
appreciate your
there are
contribution,
two
and
concepts.
yes.
There are two
I gotta
concepts
drop
no,
to
down,
I
y'all.
mule.
appreciate her.
I'll take these
A lot
calls.
of people,
I didn't.
okay, a lot of
Well,
people don't understand. Somebody got to make the sacrifice for other people to do other things. Like for your daughter to even be able to think out the box to be want to be in law school, it's because of the many sacrifices you made. You know,
and
so as much as
not
I'm
just
able to
me,
do it look
her
better than my
daddy.
parents, yeah, yeah, and you know she might not be able to appreciate it right now, but that's why we have these panels where you can get your flowers while you here to smell them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Sometimes
but
it be a
I
thorn
don't
in
need
our
no
side, the
flowers.
things that we do for our family. No, it's just simple
Yeah, I don't.
appreciation. That's all.
Oh well, thank you.
Yeah,
But
we don't do
let
it
me
for
just
that.
say this here.
Yeah.
I'm so blessed and appreciative on where my
Right.
kids are. I've never been to court. I have three sons who done made it through college.
Mm.
I have a daughter who made it
That's
through college. She's in
that's
law.
beautiful.
Listen, I don't have to go to a court to see about my sons or a graveyard. Listen,
Right.
I don't need no appreciation. They gave me my flowers. But I noticed
Right.
that these young people listening to this YouTube, you
Hmm.
know, and YouTube to me is not reality. I found Suave boss, and I mean he the only normal person seem like. I mean,
Right.
I
Everybody
I
else playing
even
roles and shit.
the lady I don't want to be calling people channels out in this man chat, but the other people who I found, I don't even disagree with them because I feel like women have been under the attack, and
Mm-hmm.
and it almost felt like men said women was welfare queens. They was this that, and everything they did to better themselves to get out is they still
Right.
gonna get shitted on. You understand? So I feel
Right.
where they coming at with wanting to rebel and stomp on the men now. I get that,
Mm-hmm.
but you know what I don't get? They misuse their daddies who been there their whole life. I mean,
Right.
everybody did not have a daddy. The girls who did have a daddy, y'all
Yeah.
listening to these people like you didn't. You know,
Right.
to the girls who had
They
a
did that
mama
to a lot
because
of the males too.
you get
A
off
lot of
of work
males
and
have. My bad. Go ahead.
you gotta cook dinner, you got a slave in your house. What is slavery for? Let me tell you, when my husband got out the military, he would cook dinner. You know what she would come say? Mama, why you let daddy do this to us? Why you let him cook that nasty food? I had to be
Right.
the
Right.
cook. I
Right.
had to do it.
Well,
They didn't want my husband to try to help us. So
you the best one
you
for the
coming
job.
back.
Wait, did she
Yeah.
not want your husband to help, or did she think his food was nasty?
She thought his food was nasty, girl.
She thought his food was
That just means she like mama cooking better. That's all.
Exactly. But
Yeah.
now you so biggity and you want to say I was the mule and you would
Oh
never
yeah.
be me. You
That's
would
what I
never be
wanted.
me.
That's what I
It's
wanted
like,
to speak on. There are
uh-huh.
two contexts to mule. One is a forced state. The other is a choice. Like when women go and cape for men who won't cape for them, cape for men who just said something deplorable about women who look just like them, that is being a mule by choice. That is in the context of you are a mule. That is more of what would be insulted. The other state of mule is one that's forced upon you, like the position a lot of black women are put in when black men leave them with children. They are now forced to mule for their children, mule for the community. Like it is a forced state, and it sounds like I could be wrong. I don't want to speak on you or your daughter, but it sounds like she might have conflated the two and tried to use a forced state, like the context of mule as a forced state, to insult you the same way it's insulting to call someone a mule when they choose it. Do you get what I'm saying? I think she used the right word, the wrong context to insult. Do you get what I mean?
Listen, if I'm the mule and she's saying I put the family on the back, if I put my family on my back and I carry them up to the freedom lane, I'll be the mule. If I gotta be the mule, I'll be the mule. Because guess what? My back not broke. I I love my children. I mean, to me, you did what you had to do. And in life, sometimes you are tired and you don't want to do everything. But guess what? I didn't have to do everything. I had help. But because y'all complained about your daddy who was helping, which he did the best he could, but he just never knew how to cook or clean. I mean, oh my God, it was like a kid. My husband, I don't even let him fold clothes, child. He fold clothes. It looked like he balled them up. And this is 24 years marriage and 27 years together. So I don't let him
Does
do
she
nothing.
does she feel
I
like you enabled him to not step up or something? Like where is she coming from with this? I guess I'm
She
just
just
trying to
on a
understand.
whole Cynthia G kick where She not having kids. She not doing this. She not gonna slave for no family. She not gonna do nothing. That's slavery. I'm in slavery, honey. I've been free. I ain't never was a slave. So I mean, I'm learning. I'm learning. I'm older, y'all. I'm learning. But I mean, let me tell you something. My daughter is my queen. I love her. She is, and she's so live. We have the best time together. But if I say, "Oh, your brother's coming over. Let me go cook something." You see, that's what I'm talking about. Why you gotta stop living to go to? I just don't get the young people today. The young people today are just. Do you not know that's my joy to make sure when y'all come? Oh, I do it for her. I just don't get the young everything young. That's why I listen a lot. But I just I
It
think it's a
seems like
lot of
y'all's
weirdos.
happiness lies in different places. Like that
Yeah,
would
but
make
I
her
I think
unhappy
I
and it
think y'all
makes you
YouTube
happy.
people are weird. I think all of y'all listen. A lot of y'all, 80% are weirdos. I really do. I just listen. It's nothing perfect in this life. You're gonna be tired. You're gonna get off of work. Your feet gonna be swole, and you're gonna have to cook somebody some dinner. Because guess what? Responsibility is who cooked the best. Do it. Whoever do something the best in the house, that's it. Should be their job. I'm better at finances. My husband
It
is not.
seems like you seem to be better at almost everything. That
My
I think
husband
that's
was
why she
better
called you a
at
mule
sports.
because it's a forced state. You were forced to take on all of these responsibilities because he just
Yes.
you were better. You were
And
better.
and it wasn't just that though. My husband, the three boys was in so many sports. So by the time he got off work, he was picking them up from school, bringing them from one activity. It's three of them at different ages. So he's shuffling about doing things for everybody too. It, it's not like he was just at home sitting on his hands. We
Yeah, but
both.
neither were you. Neither were
And
you.
exactly, that's why I said if I was a mule, he was a mule too. Because he used to joke and say he was a chauffeur. That was his joke. He was like, I'm the chauffeur. But I mean, I just think that everything in YouTube, it don't be reality. Like it's nothing to regret about when you raise your family. It's nothing to I don't know, but to say you wouldn't have a black son, oh my God, you know how beautiful your kids are. Why wouldn't you want to have your
I mean,
kids?
why other, if I may ask, and it's just a question, it doesn't portray any of my own thoughts, but what would be a reason to have male sons other than for them to look like you, other than to have male sons? Like, is there anything other than wanting someone of your own skin tone who's a male?
I don't even understand it. Why would you want to have a female child? You want children. You want children. I mean, I had three boys, so I started praying for a girl, and I got lucky. I got my girl. I mean, that was it.
I guess because you were speaking on women talking about not having black male sons. So I was trying to ask the question, well, you were like, why wouldn't you want to have a black male son? So I
I don't
restated it
get
with,
it.
why would
Yeah.
you want to have a black male son? Why would you want to? What's the
I
thought process?
I mean, that's what I don't understand about you young people. Why wouldn't you? I mean, I never even worried about the opposite sex until I kept having boys. Then I really was praying for a girl. Each time I was pregnant, I just wanted a healthy baby until I had three boys. Then I was like, oh God, please just give me one girl. you know? So, I mean, the rationale behind why wouldn't I want a black son? I would always want a black son. I would. I mean, especially if I never had one.
So it would be just to have children, like have them just because you want to have them?
To have them, to raise them, to nurture them, to make them productive citizens, to give them
And
love, to see them grow up, to have my grandkids. I
so
mean, why wouldn't you?
since we're speaking about young women, we have to take into account the state of the community right
Hmm.
now. Do you feel like it would be a good idea to tell Black women with the state of the community right now that it's good to have any children.
Absolutely. Yes. Yes.
Why? What makes you feel like it's it would be good for young women to have children?
Oh my God, I would be heartbroken if this girl keep it up and wouldn't give me. I mean, I don't think I wouldn't suggest for her to have a baby now. She in her last year of law school. Why would I want her to have a baby now? But yeah, I definitely am praying and hoping. I mean, I don't believe in the Bible or no religions, but I believe in God. I definitely want a grandkids from her.
So it'd
Why
be have
wouldn't I?
children for the sake of having children, kind of.
Well, can I
Children are
interject for a
children.
second?
Children are beautiful. What are you talking about?
I think that even
They're they're
if we
definitely
use
beautiful, but they also come with a long list of responsibilities that each person isn't taking equally.
but I think that if we look at right, if we look at like things going wrong in society, you know, it you could take the perspective that a next generation is an opportunity to be better, right? So I think that when people are deciding to have a family, they're ideally their intentions would be to make each generation would be better. You have an opportunity to um, wrong some right some wrongs that happened in the previous generation. Everyone wants to have generational wealth and so forth and be able to pass things down, right? So when you are thinking about the way in which you and your partner came together, let's say that, right? Not you specifically, but a woman and a man, they come together, they think about how they came together. And maybe it wasn't under the best circumstances. When they are having their children, they may say, hey, we want to raise our daughter to, court in this manner. We want to raise our son to court. Like you always want the next generation to be better, not like say that things aren't good, so let's not have children. Do you see what I'm saying? I think that's just my 2 cents and why someone would decide to have children. So like you don't get like if you don't go into it thinking like my child that's in my stomach is going to struggle and have a hard life and people in this world are going to hurt them and disappoint them and like you just you you're birthing the next generation for better.
When
Well,
you done trying to look
I
at
don't know.
children, like what can you do for me? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Well,
Like, cause that's how that come off. Like if they don't have a benefit to me, I don't want nothing to do with it. Like we as a people gotta check our hearts. You know what I'm saying? Cause having a family, being in a relationship with somebody is a sacrifice. So that whole bonding concept in itself is more than just what can you do for me. When it comes to somebody seeming like they the best person for the job, a lot of times I realized, I had to leave room for people in my life because if I did everything, for myself, some people that love you will feel like, darn, you won't let me do nothing for you. Like you don't trust, what I'm trying to contribute. So, in some instances it might seem like, women, because I noticed that growing up, like a lot of the women in my life, they did a lot of the things around the house, but I also heard the conversations between the men and the women where it was like, I leave room for you to do this and I do this on the outside. So you don't have to do all of that. So it always has an exchange, but it depends on the dynamic of the two people. So we can't just generalize and say, well, men should do this all the time and women should do this all the time. Like people have their own little unique dynamics on their own. And then when they come together with somebody, it's a little game to see how we can make this thing work together. And it's not
I
like a
believe in
game
it.
like we
I
intentionally playing with each other. We ain't doing that, but we trying to be the best we can every time out.
Yeah. And see
You know,
me, I don't believe in gender roles. I don't believe oh in a family a woman is obligated to do this. I think the
To the
person who do
degree
it,
that people stress them. Everyone has gender roles, but it's
yes,
just
to
the
I
extreme
believe
gender
in the
roles.
biology
yes. But I don't
wise,
believe
but
Yeah.
that men
yeah,
should
I
think,
get what she's
oh,
saying.
women should cook or women should do. I think who does it
Right.
the best. Who does it the best? I'm a great cook. I mean, not trying to pat myself on the back. I'm a great cook.
I'm sure your
So,
Right.
husband will argue.
And you probably enjoy it
Nah, he
too.
probably won't argue
and
against that shit, so
Nah,
no,
he gonna say
listen,
he the bet he
listen,
cook better than her.
listen.
No, he not,
He
because he
cook.
don't want to have to
you ain't been
to cook.
No,
listening.
he
The
loves
kids
to
already
cook,
done
and
told him about himself.
he cooks wrong. I'm telling you, he rushes everything. We from New Orleans. You got to know how to cook. And
Come
my
on now,
kids
you gotta pay
know.
attention to the details.
She
Yes,
said
he
he cooks
rushes
wrong. She said he cook wrong.
because he want to rush everything. He think he can cook a pot of red beans in an hour and a half. You know that's more
But
than an
Yeah,
hour and a half
let
out.
me ask y'all this though,
yeah, like
Mm-hmm.
that.
because the reason why the argument about having black boys born is because um the mother doesn't have the resources on her own to properly raise them, right?
Oh, okay. But that's for any
I
kids.
don't think that's the reason,
Right, that's for
because
any
you
child.
would resources are resources even for a little girl.
But
I
No,
think it's
I mean
listen,
more.
no, no,
Can you
no. I
repeat the
mean,
question for me?
but
I'm
there
pro-choice
are a
because
man
I
is a resource as far as a woman to be a father for the child. So on her own,
yes.
she cannot or will not continue to attempt to raise little boys again just to have them turn around and be violent toward them or all of these things. So
But ain't it a similar struggle
why
to raise
not
a girl
just
without a daddy?
yeah, so
No,
why but at
I
the
said a
same time
similar struggle, not the same.
but at the same time a degree of the women, not all of them, but a degree of the women is saying I want to see better black men.
Right.
right.
So wouldn't adoption be the best? Like if you know you're having a boy, arrange for them to be adopted by a family that can make them a better black man.
Wow.
Yeah, they've given out a lot of
Oh
different
wow. See,
solutions
my
along
grandmother
those
raised me.
lines.
You give cats and dogs away. You don't
Hey,
give
you just
babies
took
away.
my heart out of my
So I
chest
don't
talking about
know.
giving away
Oh,
some
I don't
kids.
know.
My
I
kids?
Would
don't
you
know.
My
rather them
kids?
be raised by
I
a
wouldn't
single
care if
mom
it was a girl
who's
or
not
boy.
in the position to do so, or would you rather them
My
be put
my
up for adoption? It's like
one thing
every
I noticed is
option that
my
women have
oh, okay.
other than raising their kids is frowned upon. Adoption's frowned upon,
Well, I guess so.
abortion's
I
frowned
guess you're right. If
upon.
she can't, I
It's
think you're
not
right.
frowned upon if you asking me what I would do. If
If
you
she
asking me
can't,
what I would
yeah.
do, I'm not frowning upon
If
No,
she's doing
something
it
I'm
that
really
you
for their
asking the
better
asking me
women.
life,
I'm
for.
really asking the women because that's the situation we're talking about. Women not wanting to raise boys on their own, right? And being blamed for the failed generation of men because these men are being raised in single homes. But
mm,
they do express that if they could get it, they would. So at that point, you're not aborting them, you're not misraising them, and they're going to end up productive citizens of society that represent black men in a better light if you put
I
them
feel
up
like
for
that's a
adoption.
false narrative. I feel like it's a false
Well, okay,
narrative to say a
so
wow.
black woman
Swab,
can't raise a
so
black
the
man.
only thing I have, the only issue I have with, I don't have an issue with black women, saying that they don't want to raise their children, regardless of their gender, and use adoption as a option. My only issue or caveat I would have with that is that we have a disproportionate amount of young of children that are adoptable ages currently in our foster care system, and black people are not electing to step up. And I actually commented on that in the chat, um as far as, we need to hold our fathers and mothers for the like astronomical amount of our children that are in foster care present day. Um, it's just saddening, and to be like adoption as a not like they're just going to be more kids in that are that are not adopted. You know what I mean? Like that's just pretty much like, the key ages are anywhere from like birth up until like age 7. So if a
And that's
kid
why I'm
is in
saying
foster
once you
care,
know you're pregnant with a boy, arrange for it to be adopted so that at birth the family can get the baby.
Yeah,
because
but
we
that's
know that that
Just
is
to
usually
raise
illegal.
little
what I'm
boys.
saying is that there's not. It's just like that's just not really happening like that. And so I mean, unless you're advocating for black children to be raised by non-black people,
That's
but
what I'm trying to figure.
not only is putting your child up for adoption not very popular in the black community, but adopting children is not popular in the black community. So
Yeah,
we
I don't
don't
care
have a.
who I
I
don't
mean,
care
it's
who
not
adopt.
Oh,
popular because
okay.
it's frowned upon. It's frowned
Yeah.
upon.
Who raised?
There are so many unhealthy things that we do as a community because of the amount of accountability we have put it on black women, in my opinion,
Hmm.
that should be shared, not just solely based off of on
Right,
black women.
right.
But I mean,
Yeah.
like I have lots of friends. I have friends who have no children. They're in their mid 30s. They want to be mothers, and they are not seeking adoption. They are still. They want. They it is.
Trying to
They
have
want it the
babies.
natural way. They want to have a natural baby. They are not out there. They could have been. I mean, they're doing well financially. They could have qualified. Gone through the background check, all of that. They have two-bedroom apartments when they're single, or they live in a 3-bedroom home. Like they have the room. No, no, all of those barriers aren't there. It's just not popular, right? So even for
Yeah.
people who can do it and they don't have those barriers, they still want to have a child the
So is
natural
that
way.
a
So
I
problem?
mean, think
Is that a
about it
problem?
though.
Should our people be more adoptive for awareness?
We're
yeah,
being
we need
pushed to
to.
have our own children everywhere,
Yeah, we need to.
not throwing any type of shade at all, but you know how Mule wants to be a grandma. Like we are. Another good one is Q Butter. I'm not going to say he's saying anything that he's not saying, so I'm not quoting him, but he also believes in continuing the black community forward, families having children. It's always pushed for us to have kids, just like it's pushed for us not to give our kids up for adoption, not to have abortion, not so it wouldn't be pushed for us to adopt because we're being pushed to continue to breed,
But
basically.
we
No, no,
should be
no.
more
But I
pro
had a
adoption.
friend. I had a friend who had an abortion, and because of her personal situation that I understood, this was like 15 years ago. I actually picked her up from the place and brought her home and made sure she was okay and everything. I'm not saying I'm saying that that is a very serious thing. I don't knock a woman, and I would never put somebody down who had that's a tough decision to make to not have a baby.
Hmm.
So I would never hate a woman for her personal, because that's an individual thing. And I
Yeah.
think as a friend I tried to support it, even though I didn't like that decision, but I knew it was for the best for her at that time. But me wanting to have a grandchild, I'm not gonna tell my daughter I demand you have a baby. No, I wouldn't do that. I mean, right now she on this whole Cynthia G thing. I don't like it, and I'm not gonna say, even when I try to listen to that lady, I don't even disagree with what a lot of she's saying. I don't hear her saying lies, but I think you're doing a drastic response to a lot of stuff that we've been hearing since the 80s and 90s about black women. And so now this lady coming up with this here response, like a victimization, but it's coming off as woman
But what was
empowerment.
the things
If
we
it's
was
been
hearing?
going
What was
on
the?
since the
Let me ask you this.
since the 90s, then
Yes.
would it be a dramatic response?
That's what I'm finna ask because you said this illogical response from
I'm not saying
something.
illogical. It's not illogical. Like I said, everything I hear this woman say, I can't say she's lying about anything.
Mhm.
But I just feel like it's so drastic to go to say you'll never
Oh,
have
drastic.
children.
You said.
You'll never
Why
do
Yeah,
this.
is it
but you
drastic
know that's
though?
because
If you
someone
if you say you
replied to
realize
her.
if you say you realize a lot of the things she's saying is correct, then why then would you think it's drastic to not have kids? If
Because
you're
that's
aware
not
that black
her
men are
life.
not marrying us, if
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
aware that
yes.
we do not have wealth in our community, if
I'm
you're
sorry.
aware
I'm
of
sorry, ma'am. That's black men not marrying y'all. In my family, we married. We legally married.
You said
My
y'all as if you're not a part of black women. Black women as a
what I'm
collective, black
saying is
men are
in
not
my
marrying black
daughter's
women at high
real
rates.
life,
She's
in
saying
my
within
daughter's
black
real
women there are
life,
subgroups of
in
black
our
women.
family, and I don't know if this is a New Orleans culture. Look it up. We get married in New Orleans. I moved to this big city, and I have beautiful coworkers who have the bomb body. They're beautiful, and all of them single, and all of them talk shit about men. And I can't see it. They more prettier than me, and I'm like, damn, y'all struggling out here. like,
Hmm.
like what's wrong with this part of the world than from the world I come from? The world I come from, we meet, we get together, that relationship lasts or don't, we get together, we get married again. I don't get how so many successful women in this area of the world, it's cultural. Some places it must be, because in New Orleans, Louisiana, people are married. People in projects are married. People in the high rises are married. People in the suburbs are married. But in certain parts of America, it seems like people are just not getting married. But I
Is
don't
there
come
I
from
would.
that
with there
culture.
with that? Do you see a correlation with class, like in the poverty
No,
stricken areas? That
Mm-mm.
like
no, I'm
are
telling
they
you.
married like a motherfucker in New Orleans in the poor areas?
In the poor areas. I'm telling you, I was dirt
Mm.
poor when my husband and me got married. I was in college, didn't even have a job. My husband was in the Navy. We didn't have no money. This is
Yeah, I
what I'm
mean, no, no, no,
saying.
no, 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 no. If you were in college, you were above poverty.
Well, yeah,
What?
I'm
my
talking about the
dad.
people who's dropping out of
Everybody
high
in college?
school, going to work at some whatever, like that level of poverty is. Are they getting married in New
What
Orleans?
I'm saying is my family's reality is most of us are all, everybody around her in our family and close circle of friends are married.
No,
And
I heard that.
so when
I'm
she's
just
coming
saying.
with this YouTube stuff, that's why I'm all over YouTube now.
But
No,
I'm
it's
like,
it's
not
what
a
is
not
this?
YouTube
YouTube
thing. This
stuff.
is real life. It's not
It's
just
not
YouTube.
YouTube
I
Saying her
stuff. It's
understand
daughter,
it's
just
no,
different in
she's
your
saying her
world.
daughter life ain't like
Can
that. She's saying her
can
daughter
I?
life ain't like that. She's not talking about you.
Yeah, my daughter
No, I
life
wasn't taking
in
it personal. She's
reality,
very
she
No,
respectful.
I just want.
she
I heard
yeah,
that
she
at the
haven't
last
seen
minute,
these
so I
things.
want to
Now
make
I've
sure.
seen it since we've been in this city almost 11 years. I've seen beautiful women, so sweet, fine bodies, having a problem. And I'm like, what is wrong with these men? Because if from where I'm at, these are prime women. These women would have been snatched up. And I just don't get it. I don't understand that. And I'm thinking maybe because where we live now, that my daughter's having a problem. But I'm like, this not your reality, honey. This is, to me, saying
Can
you
I?
wouldn't have, if my daughter had a baby and a man walked out on her, she could always come home with her baby. Straight up. I
I
mean,
think
I
that's the
still
Can
wouldn't
chance
I?
see a
she's
problem.
not willing to take.
Can Can I interject for a second? I
Hmm.
I I just wanted to say that, like, um the lifestyle of like the family oriented woman,
Hmm.
um I personally, love and appreciate, but I still respect a woman who, that isn't her aspirations, that isn't what brings her joy and fulfillment, right? She doesn't desire to feel a baby move in her stomach, right? She doesn't look around on recipes of what food to fix her man and her children, and that's not her thing. She wants to be in the Prada stores and going on girls' vacations and shit like that, right? I'm
Yeah.
that's completely I completely respect both spectrums of it.
Yeah, and I respect her. Listen, for Christmas, she didn't come by me because she was in Colorado. She travels all over. I love the
Mhm.
aspect of my son done went to Egypt last year. I love the fact that for Thanksgiving, my son couldn't come by me because he was in Egypt. I love the fact that my kids are traveling. I love it. I want them to do everything, and and until they create a family, I want them to enjoy their life. I want my children, all my kids, to enjoy their life. But what I'm saying is, I think that what YouTube is doing is I keep hearing this word gender war, 2 words.
Mm-hmm.
I just think that people are pushing it and people are profiting off of it. Like I said, when I came to this here space by almost accident, I hear the voice of Suave, and I think he's almost the only normal person, because I can
Thank
see the men's side of what they feel women aren't doing, and I can see the woman's side. I can see both sides. However, I just feel like normal people, the guy who called in threatening to kill people and all of this here foolishness earlier, that's not a normal person who I want in my life. That's not normal. Leave those people alone.
I mean, to
That's
me,
all I say.
if the message is good though, like if it's positive or if it will be beneficial to someone and not be detrimental to others, then what's wrong with it profiting? Like everything is for profit for one reason or another. Like I don't really know too many YouTubers who got on here with no intention of taking money. And if they're sent money, they send it back. And you know what I mean? Like this is a space where creators take time out of their day and create full content, whether you're talking about animals or politics or black women. Like, so getting money behind it, I don't see a problem with it. I think the problem comes into play is if your message is nefarious, if you're only saying this simply to make money and not because it's true.
Hey, I don't have a problem with people getting their coins anywhere they can. I love to see my people get all the coins they can get, and that's from all of them. And like I said, I don't even think that what I'm hearing is wrong on a lot of even the men's side or the women's side. I think all of them have valid points. But what I'm saying is sometimes to me it just don't seem like it is in our reality. That's all I'm saying. In your everyday reality, do you have men just disrespecting you?
Yes.
You do?
Like people I don't know, people I do not know. Yes.
See, I don't have that. And I feel I'm sorry, but I don't have that.
And I love that for you. And I wish that for all black women. That's why I'm thankful that the amount of upliftment that's happening on YouTube right now is occurring. I want all black women to have your life, to have your experience if that's
No,
what they
but
want,
and
in order.
thank you for that. But that's why I feel like this. I don't even know this girl Moonflower, and I know she's like 21 or 22. But that's why I kind of feel like I need to try to step in to be her mother against these older ladies who keep attacking her. I wouldn't dare have one of these women talk to my daughter and say the trash they say to her at her age. At my age, I was married at my daughter's age. And guess what? I was foolish. At 20, you're not the same person you are at 30. At 30, you're not the same person you are at 40. At 40, you are definitely not the same person you're going to be at 50. It is growth. So for somebody to attack the foolishness you say at 20 and they're not even in your age group, it's horrific for me because you're putting somebody down who haven't got to where you're at.
Mm-hmm. I
So
agree.
if I hear somebody saying something too foolish, either I try to correct them or I laugh or I ignore it. I ignore it. And I think, oh, that's young people. Leave it alone.
Shout out to
Listen,
Mama Mule.
listen.
Shout out to the wisdom, yo. That's like
But
too much like right. It's just too much like right there. Like she's like I don't agree with most of the things that Moonflower says, but she's a
yes,
young woman. She's a young
yes,
woman. She's a young woman who's brave. She's
yes.
vocal about it.
I don't agree with her
Whenever
either, but guess what?
she
She is
not calling
hilarious.
somebody a dusty ass bitch, she's very articulate when she wants to be, right?
Yes,
I
that
respect
young
that.
lady is smart. She is very
Yes.
smart. She is brilliant. Even though I don't agree with a lot, I be dying laughing when she going ham. I be like, oh my God.
She is so
Listen,
funny. She's so funny.
listen, her
Even when
first
she's
debate,
giving
and I
her
was cheering for
apology,
her.
she's hilarious.
Her first debate when I was cheering for her, then I lost my wrench, but I was so proud of how like structured she was, articulate, she was composed. I was like, this ain't the moonflower we be seeing on the panels going ham. No, my girl was like reading her articles and da 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 da. Like she handled herself well. I mean, and
Yes,
how many times have you gone to a freaking restaurant and a 20-year-old could barely even articulate to take your freaking order? You
that's
hear me? And
right.
this
This,
they be like, anything else? That's all you, they got a little nasty attitude. And I mean
yes,
my girl presented herself so well. And I think that, you're right. Like the older generation, they don't need to like listen, I'm not in competition with no 20-year-old.
exactly. And you
I
know
am
what?
not, they
Right.
are not my
Let her be
competition.
her. Let her be her
Yes.
because guess what? At 20 years old, this girl is smart. She have her own logic and she's been through so much. When she tells the story about her mom, not when a
Oh
guy
my
trying to
God, that
pick
stuff
her up at
hurt my heart.
14 and she's mentioned that and they were like you should have been screaming for your mama and she was like no because she would have just said that's because you fast. That breaks my heart because I grew up with women in my blood family like that. When she tells
Yeah.
a story about her dad's brother uh killing her dad. Listen, when people go through this kind of trauma, it doesn't surprise me that she doesn't want to be around black men. She's scared of them. Honestly, she might not say it. She act big and bold, but the whole thing is she have a trust issue with them. That's really what it is. Let her develop, go through her own mental process of however she evolves, whatever comes of it. You understand? But this is her journey. You cannot tell somebody who goes through so much hurt and pain and shame of who they are. You can't tell them how to process it, and you cannot tell people how to grieve. You cannot tell people how their life should go. You have to wait and see her on the other end. That's it. And these
I,
people attack this young girl to me because she's pretty. She's a pretty
yep.
little girl. You know what
Yep.
I'm saying? She's a pretty little girl. She feisty as hell.
Hmm.
Girl, she got that mouth like me. That's why I say I need to be your mom. I almost changed my name from the mule to Moonflower Speaks Mama.
I think they hate her freedom. You know how she comes across very open and very like free. Free. It seems like she allows herself to be herself, and I think that's where the envy comes from. Like a
I
lot of us
agree.
have been through so much through our lives where we could be, not everybody, but you could be sheltered, or maybe you've assimilated, or whatever you've had to do in order to keep yourself safe. And you see this young, pretty girl out here just being herself, being free, being open with everyone. And you're like, kill that shit. Like, mad
Hmm.
ass, like, chill. It's okay. It's okay. Let her do
Or
her.
even how free she is with her spirituality, and she's not afraid to like explore like that whole witch stuff, or she's into her mythology, and it's like, what, you aren't into Jesus? You know what I'm
Right,
saying?
right,
Like you ain't we can't control where your mind is and what you accept as
right.
truth and reality, and how dare you question things.
That's
And
a
that's
perfect point. She hasn't assimilated to enough societal norms, and it makes them unhappy that she's comfortable in that. That was a magnificent point Melanie did.
Yeah, I think
listen.
it's a disconnect between our elders and our youth.
Absolutely, I would agree. I would agree. But the thank goodness for elders, like myself, like Sister Mule here, and Nyla, that Moonflower can say auntie. You know what I'm saying? Like in the chat or whatever, that she can feel, she doesn't feel it coming from every angle. That's my point. That she can still have, some women to talk about whatever, or that she can just accept her just how
Mm-hmm.
she is. Like, I know, when I was 20, melanated was fist fighting on a military base. How about that? You feel me? Like, I was a different woman than I am today. And thank
But
goodness that
I
nobody
wonder
Listen,
if you were
exposed.
defending
when
yourself.
I was 23 years old, I almost got my husband kicked off the Navy base that he was in because I was fighting hoes. So listen, you're not the same
Were both of
Oh,
your
person.
situations about defending yourselves in the military?
and defending myself. I mean, I had that fire, and I told that woman she needed to move from in front of my house, and she ain't listen.
Mm-hmm.
So it ain't go so well.
What
She
about
had
you,
to move.
Neil? What about you? Were you defending yourself or did you do that?
Uh, I had a little catering business, and I cooked for a party, and a lady didn't pay me, and she was on the base. She was an officer, and yeah,
Hmm.
we I went in.
Mm. I just was curious because, I'll just say I've been on a base before. I won't go into detail. I've been on base
I
before
wouldn't
and I
do it.
wanted to
I
know if
wouldn't
it
do
was
it
just me.
today. But
I
guess
wanted to know
what?
if it was just me or if other black women have experienced some of that shit too.
Oh
But
yeah,
I'm
no.
telling you, I was so embarrassed. When my ex husband, when he was my husband at the time, called me because he was deployed, and he's calling me. The commander had to call him, and, call your wife. Da, 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 da. And he's like, "What the hell is you doing?" I'm out here busting ass in front of the house. That's what I'm doing. And the military police was all involved, and they taking pictures of the scene, and it wasn't. But I give thanks for the growth. I give thanks for the maturity. And if people are going to base your whole character, you know, I was 20 years old. Come on now.
You know what the saddest thing is though, Melanated, and you just made me think of this. The fact you were literally defending yourself. Like this person is parked out in front of your house. You were white, you would have been justified. But for us, we have to say we've grown, meaning we've learned how to take shit
She
better.
was white. She would
Like
have
that's
alerted the proper
so
authorities.
And you're right, because
right.
you know
Learning how
what?
to take the
I
shit,
was
all of the
defending
shit that we're
myself, and
given.
now today I say I have grown. You are so right. You see, I learned so much from you, young ladies. You're right. I was defending myself
Yes,
because
you
I
were.
provided a service, and then you want to
Exactly.
give me half of what we agreed
Yes.
upon, and
Yes.
now I'm whooping your ass at your party, and the military police got to come, and now I'm
It's
saying I have grown.
Yes, it's sad that we have to say we've grown. Basically, like we've learned how to take shit better. Like instead of whooping this bitch ass, now it's call the cops, go through the whole thing, have to be extra perfect so that
Hmm.
they think we're a normal human being and put the blame on the proper person. Like it's just sad that that's how we have to grow. We have to grow to basically when we're young we're like we're not taking it like we are human just like everybody else, we're not taking it. Then you have to accept the fact others view us as less human than them, so now we have to navigate a space, and it shouldn't be like that, but it is, but it shouldn't be.
Mm. You just, my mind just went drifting because I can see like myself as a mother kind of forcing my child to be just what you just said. Like getting frustrated that when they're younger, they have this instinct like, I'm gonna defend myself. I ain't going like that. You ain't gonna do, like they just respond. Right. And me
Right.
trying to guide that, no, there's a right way and you're supposed to, like handle it the right way, basically take the shit and take it in a nice way. One, to avoid all these consequences. So because you're older, you have this foresight and you're like, oh, this could have happened, that could have happened, and what were you doing? The police would have came, and all
Mhm.
this. Your
Have to
mind
think
starts going.
into the
Yeah,
have to
yeah,
think
but
in
with
Yeah.
account
mine,
of the future. We
but
have to be fortune tellers and shit.
yeah, but with my situation, I was in a different state away from my family, and my husband was on the deploy.
Mm-hmm.
So
Hmm.
when that all came, honey, my children was going one place and I was going another. And I have vowed that I would never put myself in that position. That's why I say I've grown. Because, until that happened, you don't realize the consequences. This is what I say about young people. They even say, science say, our frontal lobe is not developed, right? Till we're 25. At
Mm-hmm.
23, I'm not thinking I can lose custody of my kids. My dad is away in New Orleans. I'm in Norfolk, Virginia, by
Mm-hmm.
myself. My husband is out the country. You understand what I'm saying? It's consequences to things, but
Yes, and the consequences are uneven. When
it
you were
the
young, you felt like your humanity was equal to everyone else's because it is,
yes,
but you didn't know the
yes,
world doesn't view it that way. If, in my
yeah.
opinion, if white women were put in the positions that we are put into, they would pop harder than us. I really do. They ain't no way. They would be
Girl, I
hitting people.
popped.
They be
I
hitting people,
popped
and
at
people
that
don't even
point.
deserve to be hit.
I
Like,
popped at that point. I'm
if
not
someone
gonna
did
even
that to
lie
a
to
white
you.
woman, I'm pretty sure she would have popped off too. A 23-year-old white woman, it would have happened too. But they make us seem like we're doing something that's
Well,
not normal instead of something that's not normal is happening to us.
the reality is, I don't
Yes,
even think they need to
yes.
pop. They don't actually have to pop in the way that we pop. Like their pop
If they were
is
put
start
into our
crying.
position,
All they
like
would
if
have to
white
do is
women
start
were where we
crying,
are.
or get that cell phone. All they gotta do is start crying. White woman tears actually means something.
Yeah, but like if
Oh,
their entire state was put into like basically if what happens to black women happened to to white women, like if they were us, I don't feel like we do anything that's not that isn't a human reaction. People make us seem like we're dramatic, but I feel like if you put anyone in the position we've been put in, they would respond the same or worse. We're not just these dramatic, loud, aggressive people. Like any person treated how we're treated would respond the same or worse.
hmm. Something happened. Hello.
Girl, I don't know. I thought I
No,
was alone.
nah,
No, yo, that threw me off when I saw that. I was like, the show's over. The show's.
Me too. I was like, oh my God,
oh,
what
just a little
happened?
promo. That's all we could. Hit that like button out there. Can y'all please hit the like button, man? I understand y'all feel type of ways, but you
Look,
are here,
and
so
I
let's
just
just
I'm glad
support
you
it in
put the
that way.
argument league two up there too. So I didn't even
Mhm.
never knew that. So now we know we got us a backup channel.
Yeah, let me grab that again. Thank you for
Yes,
bringing it up,
yes.
just in case.
But again, I just want to say this here, and I might get off. Listen, I'm glad I found this channel. It's a lot of learning when they talk about the flat Earth. I be listening. It's so much information I get from you. The men I learned so much from on this channel. Some of them I think have a lot of controversial things, and that's what I think the women are fighting against. Because when I was young and you would hear all the songs, bitches, hoes, all this here crazy stuff, you'd be like tired of hearing it. But a lot of people didn't look at it like it was so derogatory towards us, right? But it was always so much bad stuff towards the black woman. We the ugliest of every woman. We the this of every. We was the ghettoest.
Hmm.
We the most uneducated. And it just seemed like today black women have just tried so hard to compete to come to where they said they wanted us, and then they keep moving the goalposts. You know what I
Hmm.
hate? The femininity coaches. I hate those people. Like if you got to coach a woman to be a
I didn't even know there was femininity coaches.
Girl, yes. And a lot of them is men. I just can't. Like,
What?
I can't. They're like black men. Yes. Yes.
No. Are they like black gay men or something?
Well, that's dependent upon who you ask.
Like a gay man thinks he can be a better woman than a woman? I don't know. That sounds weird. Sometimes I'm glad that I'm not in the know about some of this stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, you
It's
definitely need to protect yourself, and that's why I want to shout out to all of y'all. But I do want to say shout out to Mule University because the thing is, most people they hear the initial thought and they just react. Not saying
mhm.
she didn't, but she didn't stop there. She listened, and that's how she got to agree and say, you know what, the stuff they saying are logical. It's just the initial. What is the word that she called it? Drastic? Was it drastic?
Mhm.
It's just that's it's like when someone say, you're stepping on my shoe. Excuse me, sir, you're stepping on my shoe. And then somebody say, bitch, get off my shoe before I kill you. And then, oh, I was on your shoe. And it seemed like they're dealing with the oh, I was on your shoe type of niggas. So it's like when we come in these spaces, anything that we didn't encounter in real life, or it didn't, because we encountered it. And it's sort of like when you buy a new monster, you start to notice all the monsters and you never notice. You know how you get a new car and then you notice every time somebody has the
Mhm.
same car
Yeah.
as you, but you never paid attention to how many.
Absolutely.
Okay. So you run into these things in real life. They just not on your radar. So when you come into YouTube, there's a dynamic to YouTube where things are put on your plate. And people call those things YouTube things, even though they exist in real life. You just had it. And then when you get off of YouTube, then you start to look around and notice, damn, motherfuckers is really talking this way and feeling this way.
Yes.
Um, because no one stops and admires the clean part of their car. They always stop and complain about the dirty part. And that's just something that we do. I guess it's, to keep us on our, it's a defense mechanism, I guess. But when you come on a YouTube, there's 1,000 people agreeing with you, and there's 30 people disagreeing with you, and you spend 90% of your time talking to that 30. And there's 1,000 people that's agreeing with you present at the same time. And for
Mhm.
some reason, we just give all our energy to the people disagreeing with us. And it's not just the people that disagree with us and agree to disagree. It's the people that's no matter what, I'm not agreeing with you. And it's like,
Mhm.
where they at? Because that's who I want to talk to. And I mean, people do it for different reasons. Because there are trolls, and there are people that purposely just want the conflict and stuff. Because this is boring, right? Sitting here in love with each other like this. You know what I'm saying? So,
Nobody
I
called nobody bees. Nobody
yeah,
saying shut the f
Hey.
up. Yeah, we all
yeah,
getting along. I wanted to say that when I first heard about Cynthia G, I was just like, I don't even want to hear her information. And then I heard her like a snippet. It wasn't even like one of her shows or anything. It was like a snippet, or maybe she was somewhere else. And I was just like, oh, she just sounds so bitter and so mean and and like now I'm in the position like Mule said that I be trying to find a lot. I be trying to. I be listening like, yeah, okay, listen. Damn, do she gotta say it like that? Like, of course she adds her little thing on it, but hey, that's we spicy black women. You know what I mean? So she gonna call them a bussy popping dust ball. You know what I'm saying? She's gonna throw the sauce on it. But at the end of the day, like when she did that show about taking a black man out the home and talked about the reality of the legislation, I was like, oh no, can't nobody come to me and tell me this nonsense about we chose welfare over y'all motherfuckers no more. I'm tired of that crying. The daggone violins come out and you start crying. So of course, when I start talking like that, it's like, oh, you're one of them. What? One of them that believes in something true? Like what? I don't. What are you saying? Like I'm not a one of them. I don't hate black men. I need y'all to stop fucking crying. I need y'all to stop talking about you can't get welfare and be in the house. Yes, you can. Like that kind of stuff, like calling a spade. And I think that because I just dared to just, okay, I'm going to watch one of these shows, I was like, it's not really that bad. Like, she's not, saying it's kind of harsh, the delivery, but she's actually making some points here. And then when the men call in, they're not able to, like, yo, she be handling them like left and right, just like handling. She just jab, bop, bop, bop.
Cause
She just
she
be getting them.
the thing that it's an outdated script. It's the same outdated script. So she knows how to combat it. And
Mm-hmm.
a lot of these dudes don't watch Cynthia. They just come into contact with women who do. So it's like, and the women gonna give you what you want. The women are not Cynthia. They're not here to logically explain and break that shit down. They don't give a fuck about you. Now, once you settle down and y'all end up talking, they will, but no, initially, you sound like my op. It's just that. And they just got that they know what to do. They come in the room, they say, man, I don't want to work. My money should go toward me, my husband. And then they wait to see which man turn their camera on or shift in their seat or clear their
Mm-hmm.
throat. And then they home in. Okay, I got 9 suspects. Let's see who's gonna take it there. And then they go into their script, which is a new script that men don't know. That's backed with statistics, historical records, and all type of testimonies. So they die on the spot because they go into the same shit. Well, women get welfare. Well, we get pushed out of the home. And they like, yep, I knew he was going there. Watch this. Which one should I go? Option A, B, or C? Should I try to make him mad? Should I make him depressed? Or should I sun his ass? Okay, so it's like niggas just at this point, you just gotta listen. At this point, you just gotta listen. And if you listen, you really don't be against it. Of course, you be against the initial rhetoric because that's what it's there for to get you to say, hold on, what the fuck is you talking about? Because when they was trying to talk your ass sweet, you didn't talk to them. But now motherfuckers say, you know
Oh,
what,
that's
man,
the
I ain't
shoe
having no
thing.
black
The
son.
shoe analogy you made.
Mm. Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly. Oh, I didn't know I was okay. So now they at least the conversation is going. And any man that know women know if they giving you the attention, they have an investment in you. And if they can't get your attention, sweet, we're gonna stand here and argue for 2 hours. But you're not finna leave and go give any fucking thing your attention. I'm getting your attention. Now we can sit here and we could talk, or we can sit here and argue. But guess who you finna be dealing with? And that's just it. And within these arguments, conversations happen, understandings are created, are made, and recognized, and less people are extreme when they run into the crowd. It's the same way. Like when I come in, I say Black Power. Oh, here we go, because everybody got to get put in this box, right? So they can't learn you as an individual. You have to be put under the Martin Luther King box, and the Marcus Garvey box, and the Malcolm X box, this, that, and the other. And it's rhetoric that come with that, you know. So I guess that's a YouTube aspect because no one is disinvested in engaging someone personally about the portion of humans they represent in a particular manner. Because everybody got boxes that they fit in together, but then it's the boxes that they don't fit in that get highlighted. Like, you never know. Like if you don't ask somebody their religion until they pray over their food or cross their body or something happen, they say, "Oh Lord Jesus," or Yeshua, or "Oh, thank Allah." And you be like, "Oh damn, you're a Muslim?" Yeah, but 90% of that time, it was no conflict. There was nothing there. But in these spaces, And I mean, of course, because this is a debate league, people engage in it intellectually. But go ahead. Let me handle this real quick. Peace.
As a response to what you said, Melanated, and Mule University, when I first saw Cynthia G at first, she had me cackling. It was, I thought she was just a channel that some black women go to, and they just just talk shit about what they think and what they feel. She's actually the reason I found the black space from the beginning. Like once I found her, then it was Nyla, then it was Taz, then it was this league, and Irene, and um, Paris Milan, and talk with Yanni. I mean, just everybody. I was like, "Ugh, I've been missing out on life. But then I realized she was like actually showing, for lack of better words, like PowerPoint presentation, documents, psychology books, like just in-depth stuff, just like you said, Melanated. I was like, oh shit, like this is real. um I guess I'm not the only one who's experienced what I've experienced. It's not a majority of us. um it's not just that we're all picking wrong, because a lot of that stuff can negatively affect like your self-esteem, to think that no matter how good you get, how much you do, how much you run or study or read, or how well you present yourself, how good your hygiene is, no matter what you do, somehow you chose wrong, or you weren't enough here, you're not enough there. So it was nice for a lot of the things that we've been told throughout our lives, that some of us had mamas that just gave it to us straight, and others had moms who sheltered us, so we didn't know that the things people were saying wasn't real. I'll just round it up by saying, when I saw Cynthia G and when I kept watching her channel, she reminded me of like an older sister, the one that'll say the things you was thinking, because she's like at a space that you're not at yet, if that makes any sense. So that was my first experience.
Hey, how y'all doing on the panel? What's going on, everybody in the chat? Peace and blessings to all my family members. Uh, but I wanted to add on. I wanted to add on to what Sis was saying. I actually caught one of Cynthia G's shows when she actually explained her stance on abortion of black male, and she said that it was her choice for her. She wasn't. She said if any other black woman want to have a male child, go right ahead. But she said it was a choice for her. So I think that people taking that and running with it and believe she's saying abort all black male babies, but she was just speaking for her, from what I got from what she was explaining from it. So
Yeah.
and
And that happens because she's popular, and obviously she's going to be popular in her own platform. So it's not like she's like, hey everyone, do hashtag abort. Like if her supporters want to do that, you know, then that's what her supporters are doing. But I think that sometimes, right, so much attention, like this abort black male babies topic comes up so much, that all of the other messages, like the welfare conversation, or the we need to choose better conversation, or us having weaved, like these are the reasons why our black men don't want to be with us, or where they aren't marrying us, and all of this other stuff, right? Um, and like those conversations are overshadowed by something like that, when that is not the majority of her message at all. And She doesn't run from the conversation of accountability. She'd be like, okay, well, we can talk about our accountability, and then can we talk about your accountability? And as soon as that happens, it's so interesting, like show after show after show. Because after you see it once, then you're like, okay, this is just a fluke that she just had some dude who couldn't answer some questions. Let's see what happens again. And yeah, they're just, when it comes to the accountability on that end, it's crickets, it's silent, it's, a lot of the white man and the white supremacy and since slavery. And, can you imagine a black woman saying, we are on the stripper poles, being strippers because of white supremacy and because of slavery? A black man would be like, get the fuck out of here with that. Y'all want to twerk your ass. So then, yeah, you wanna shoot each other. You wanna kill each other.
Yes.
Say that shit. If you want us to be accountable, right? Then come on, come on, leader. Come on, head of the household. Come on, you want the biggest piece of chicken. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on. Lead. Let me hear you say it with your chest.
And it's
Stop.
not just that they want us to take accountability, it's that they want us to take it in a specific way. Because, like you said, Melanated, they don't like the way in which she chooses to take accountability.
Yes, and can I say this? A couple of days ago, I told a story about the Crown Act. Right? There's a Queen Cascade was talking about this Crown Act they have, and I never heard about it. And me and my husband, we listen a lot together when he's off from work. And we were talking about years ago when I felt like I was discriminated at a job and told I couldn't wear my hair in braids. This was a European company, and I didn't represent that company in the European way. But what I didn't get to say is, he was on deployment, and when he came home about a month later, he came to take me to lunch. And when I come down, he's talking to the same man who told me this. And I mean, they had a little heated little debate, but my husband is very intelligent. Like, he's the smartest man I've ever met. And I mean, he had a conversation, and I thought, oh my God, he's gonna get me fired. I was so angry with him. We got in a car. I was like, how dare you? You're gonna make me lose my job. And he was like, so what? If they fire you over what I said, oh well. And I was so mad with him. Do you know the next day I got a personal and a public apology from these people? So what I'm saying is, we need our men to be our men, to lead and also step sometimes in front. At that time, I was out of college. I was doing anything so I could keep my little job. But I was glad that I had the backup to come and say, you're not gonna tell my wife how. I think that what he told them was, y'all humiliated my wife, and y'all make her feel unacceptable because she have African hair or whatever, and you didn't know she was an African, and this, that, and the other. And I mean, the very next day, I got a personal apology from Hans Weinflu. And I mean, I had worked so hard to become an accountant, y'all. And I mean, going through college, you try to make these grades, and I had to retake math tests. I wasn't the smartest person in there, but I mean, I did that for 6 years in corporate. But I had somebody who would stand up and speak for me. And what we're saying is, we are natural leaders, like Domo said. Black women are surely leaders, but it feels good to know that you have somebody. It's just like with these protests when they kill these young boys. Black women, we are out there. We fight for y'all. We just want y'all to fight for us too. That's it. It isn't it. You know that what my situation was personal. So nobody else but my husband spoke up for me. I don't want to hear a black man saying the Crown Act ain't his act because that don't have nothing to do with him, because he's against women wearing weave.
Melanated
Listen.
also explained, I think it was Melanated, explained how it
Hmm.
does also impact black men as well. The
It
Crown Act.
impacts all of us. It impacts black men, wives, their mothers, their daughters. It impacts you, black man. We are the same people. And this is the problem I have with what I'm learning about this YouTube. It's like a separation. It's them against us. We the same. And
Hmm.
I have sons. I have three biological sons. You're not going to tell me something that affects them is not affecting me. It affects me. It affects
You
their
know,
mother.
I recall around the time when Sandra Bland was killed, one of my Facebook friends, I mean, this guy was attacked brutally because they kept calling him a male feminist because he kept talking about he every day it was a Sandra, like he had a different picture of Sandra Bland. He did a little blurb, like he would show like some of her her more recent videos that she was doing on YouTube. He would share those. I mean, on Facebook, whatever she was doing on Facebook, he would share those. And but he would also post on domestic violence. On like this woman was a victim, this woman, and it's always like, look at this beautiful sister, this happened, and the amount of dudes in the chat on the comment section on his Facebook calling him, "Oh, you probably wearing thongs. You a female feminist.
See, see
That's
them
not all of us. And it's just like,
them guys are sick. Them guys hate their self. They hate their reflection in the mirror. Listen, anything you get as a black woman in society is a benefit to the black man. Anything we get, anything a black man get, it should be a benefit. The problem is people want to take it off to different cultures. And that's where we lose. That is where we lose when we take our stuff to other people. We lose. When you go interracial and you do all of this, you lose. Sandra Bland, that broke my heart. You know, I don't understand how somebody gets arrested for a traffic violation and gets hung in jail. I don't believe that sister hung herself. I don't care what nobody says. She didn't. Why
Right.
would you hang yourself for a traffic violation? I mean, we have to have the same standards. We have to have the same standards. And the people who feel like they're too old to be out there protesting, do what my husband family does. They raise money, for to bail people out of jail. So I mean, you have to play your own part in society. Everybody have
You
to
know,
play.
the things that you're saying they would consider, and this is my opinion though, they would consider you to be a part of the gender war and on the women's side because you're simply saying that everyone should be doing their part. You're saying that black
Everyone,
women are
and
doing
let me
it.
let me just
Everyone
tell you
should.
this here. They will be right. I am a woman. I am always on the woman's side because I have seen how from when I was young, even though I had a father who raised me. Like I said, my biological parents are East African, but I'm legally adopted by my mom, who's New Orleans Calliope Project. So, because my birth mom died when I was 3. So I'm New Orleans 100% and I'm East African 100%. So when I tell people I don't have a hatred toward men, but I have definitely seen guys mistreat and say the most horrible things to our sisters. My girlfriend went natural. She just she let her hair grow until to the perm and everything was out and went natural. They was calling her Florida Evans. This was like 15 years ago. She's a beautiful, fine, exercise her butt off, try to keep her everything together. And then these men would they turn their head from a sister who's educated. She's sweet. She sews. She's a great cook. She's a great friend. And to hear people insult her when we would be together, listen, they say they don't want women with weave, but then when they go natural and they do this, they insult. it's just such a, they always move the goalposts for black women for me.
And
Mhm.
So
and the
so
message
when
that
I
that sends to other women, Sister Mule, the message that that sends to women is that if you want a man, then you don't be natural, because when you're natural,
you ugly. They don't
you're
think you
ugly, you're
beautiful.
unattractive. One I've seen on my cousin's friend on his Facebook. He literally was on the metro in DC and was took a picture of someone black woman's, you know how we wear our hair in a puff, so the edges is like
Uh-huh.
slicked up and she had like the little puff in the
Uh-huh.
back. He took a picture of her hair and posted it on Facebook and said, why do y'all need to stop doing this? Why do y'all keep doing it? This looks unkept and barbaric. That's what he said in the comments. So
And see, that's why I just cringe anytime I hear guys talking about, let me tell you, trigger warnings for me. Anything about accountability, anything about black
Mhm.
women hair, and I'm gonna tell
Mhm.
you this here, I got what they call good hair. When I hear something say something about black women wearing weave, natural, and you could say anything about a black woman hair, I think suspect. I'm like triggered because
Have you ever
for
have, have you ever had a natural hair experience, melanated?
oh sis, what year? Because I gotta go to the date so you could be like, this was early natural hair movement, melanated out the gate. I was one of them women that's like, oh, when I'm pregnant, I'm not gonna perm my hair. I'm not gonna put those chemicals to my baby. That was me, right? So I was in not Atlanta, Columbus, Georgia. Y'all know it's kind of country out there, right?
I love
And
Columbus, Georgia. I love
I
it.
was
It's
in I was
beautiful.
in Columbus,
Nothing but
Georgia.
mountains.
I had about, I'm gonna say, about 8 inches of afro hair on my head. You know,
Okay,
I had,
so
I had a nice little, and this lady asked me, "Do I want to perm my hair?" Oh wait, I'm sorry, my uncle was calling me. Um, I was going on a job interview. First of all, I was having a hard time finding a job while I was there. So then I said, maybe the fro a little bit too much. So I went to go get my hair straightened, pressed out. I didn't want to relax. So I said, let me let me get it pressed. So the lady's washing my hair and she said, you don't want a curl? No, ma'am, I don't want a curl. Um, and you don't want a perm? This what your hair is nice and long. It'll be pretty. No, ma'am, I that's the reason why it's natural, because I don't want a perm. I just
as
want to
if your
press.
hair wasn't already pretty.
Oh yes. So she pressed it within 2-3 hours. That revert stuff is serious. I was looking crazy. I got so frustrated. Financially, I really needed a job, and I got fed up. And I went to the discount store, bought some clippers, and I cut my hair really low. So I had like a little teeny weeny afro. Like I just had like maybe like a, an inch or 2 inches of hair on my head, and did my eyebrows up cute, put a little lipstick on, and went on a job. And then I got a job. I was like, what is going on with out here? This is crazy. Then when I went to Atlanta, everybody named Mother had natural hair everywhere. It was just a little bit more,
Is that
I
when the
guess.
movement happened?
Yeah,
When you
that's
moved
like,
to, the natural hair movement, when you moved to Atlanta, is that when it started happening?
well, I kind of moved around a lot around that time. So I was in Columbus. I went to visit in Atlanta. I didn't move to Atlanta right then. Then I went to
Um,
New York. When I went to New York, that's home for me. When I went to
oh,
New York, it was locks, braids, twists.
okay.
It's a lot more kinky twists. Everyone's, you know, it's a lot more cultured there. So, people, no, people are still definitely rocking weaves and all of that, but it's a little bit more of a balance. But I recall like being in the deep south, it was like, why don't you have a perm? Like what are you really doing with all this bushy hair on your head? Like
Mhm.
I was like, you know, and as a matter of fact, one of my own cousins, he told me that, he wanted to have a child with quote unquote good hair. He would not want to be with someone with nappy hair. And he said, when I told him that I was going to cut my hair down again, he was like, "Why would you do that? Men don't want no one um with short hair. Just perm." He's like, "Just perm your hair and you'll be fine." And I said, "So I'm doing my hair for men."
Right.
I was like, "Let me tell you, little cousin, I have never, ever, ever had a shortage of a man because my hair was too short. Me personally, I don't know. Maybe I got a nice neck, so the baldness just look nice. Your neck accentuate. I don't know
I
what the hell it
fucking
is,
love
right?
you.
But for some reason, men be like, "Oh my god, you, you really wearing that cut." Like I'm not looking like, okay, he's gonna be a shortage of a man because just because you got him, we all know this. Just because he's a man, don't mean he a good man. He's a man that like find you attractive. That's just the beginning stages. You still got to screen them out. So I want to be with someone who likes me for me. Long hair, short hair, bald headed, red, blonde, black, whatever I choose to do.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't
T
know,
Will,
but
T Will, have you ever had, by any chance, a natural hair experience?
this should be
Nah,
good.
I'm bald headed, and I'm a dude.
Were you always
I'm a
bald
dude.
headed? Like, did you ever like grow like a bush or have like?
I mean, yeah, I had braids before, but I mean, I'm just bald headed right now, so I
Did
don't
you feel
have hair.
negatively judged when you had braids? Did you feel like people thought you were like a gangster or something when you had braids?
No, no, I didn't think that, and if they did, I didn't care. It was just my hair. That was the decision that I had, that I wanted it, so that's what I did.
Did it
Can you
impact
imagine? Can
any
you
money?
imagine? Let me ask you a question, sis. Can you imagine you getting a style or a hairdo or something that that other people might not like, but you like, and people get mad at you because you choose to get something that you like? That's your choice
Yes,
to get
I
the
can
hairdo that
imagine
you
that.
like.
That happens
Yes,
all the
it
time. It
happens
just
all the
happened.
time.
Melanated just gave an example.
Like I
But that's
wanted my hair natural, and the lady was like, "Why are you doing this? Why?" She like while she's doing my hair, she kept trying to change my perspective and gave me suggestions of other styles, not what I wanted. So that happens
and
all the time with us.
did you? So do y'all feel like that's right? Because it's your choice.
No, we
And I'm
don't feel
saying,
like
I'm
it's
saying,
right.
and I'm saying that to say this. If because my boy Twin Man having problems in the chat, and I agree with him, and I stand with him too. If somebody choose to have an abortion and that's their choice, you don't have the right to get mad at that person. And I don't understand how, if the sister want to have a certain type of braids, we can't get mad because that's her choice. That's her choice. If you don't like it, that don't mean you have to wear it or you have to do it. And I think that people are taking it and just running with it because it's something to disagree with the party with. And it's ridiculous,
you,
man.
you know what, T Will? I just thought of an example because what Sister Nobody was saying about. Am I saying your name correct, sis?
Yes, you are. Yes, you
Okay,
are.
okay. Um, when I was thinking about a way that could impact men, when I worked in the jail, I saw black men who had 10, 12, 15 years worth of locks on their head, cut their hair for court. That is a way. That is how our image is
Good
changed.
example.
You know what I'm saying? How our image is the expectations of others affect our own expression. So men who, I mean, damn near Rasta like where your hair is
Man, that
spiritual.
that, that is
Hey,
deep.
hey,
That's
Cut your
and
deep.
hair.
That's deep.
to add
Yeah.
on, sis, I'm in Texas, and I'm out here in Texas. They had a couple of brothers that was
Texas.
graduating. They were graduating from high school, and the school did not let them graduate because they had dreads. They wanted to
I
make them cut their hair in order for them to graduate.
that's sad, brother. But I have a girlfriend today who works for United Airlines, and she have dreads, and she wear a wig and been wearing a wig for 15 years because she wears dreadlocks, and they don't accept it at United Airlines. So she have to wear a wig when she go to work.
That's crazy. You know that hairstyle that the young boys be wearing, where they like shave the sides and then the top look like a little mushroom, like all over the place, just like sticking up. You know, like all little basketball players got it, and I don't know what you call it. It's like big and messy on the top, but the sides they get the shape up around the edges. Y'all know that
It's like
hairstyle?
a fade on. It's like a fade on the sides, but they don't comb the top. They just let it go.
Right. So they used to call that hairdo, at least my child used to call it called the credit, right? Get the credit. And he would go to the barber shop and they'd be like, I want him, give him with the credit. And then the barber would know what the heck the credit is. Okay, his track coach. Now my son's school was majority white, but he had a black man track coach because black they're gonna push the black man to work in athletics. So he had a black male track coach, and the track coach said, if you want to run on my team, you got to cut your hair. What kind of? I mean, we don't even stand up for our own culture. We don't even stand up for ourselves, bruh. Like, I mean, I'm like, dude, you are a black man, have an opportunity to be there for a young black boy. And what do you tell him? Bend over for master, take it in the ass, follow the rules. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what you're telling them. I was like, you've got to be kidding me. And I told my son, fuck that. You ain't getting no haircut. But of course, he was like, you don't understand. You got to do things for your team. And I'm not going to let them down. We've been practicing and all of this shit. And
Hey, sis,
yeah,
hey, sis,
he cut his hair.
I know somebody lost their scholarship because they didn't cut their dreads. The basketball team because the coach told him to cut your dreads off. You're not on the team, and he didn't cut his hair. He lost his scholarship.
I mean,
So was he
that's
wrong? What was he
no,
wrong?
that's
Whatever, Suave.
Was he wrong?
Was he wrong? Was he wrong
Should
for
he
not?
cut his
Nah, he
hair and
never
got
get
that
charged.
scholarship and took care of himself and his family
I don't. I mean, I don't know.
and
That was
grew
his
his hair
choice.
out later?
definitely a choice. That was definitely. I think me personally, because I don't, cause I have locks, but I am not a Rastafarian, right? And not to say that my hair is any less of a spiritual thing for me. Um, I think that I'm gonna be fair and say it's not to the extent of someone who's like a Rasta, right? So I feel like I am not attached to my hair. Like if I cut my hair, I'm fully aware of the process and everything else. I can grow it back. Like it's not that big of a deal to lock your hair. I can have locks in 3 months. I have very coarse hair, so it's not that big of a deal. But I will say that for um someone who's a Rasta, I could see them like they're vegetarian. Jah Rastafari, Hail Selassie, all that stuff. Like, I can't tell someone not to that they were wrong for taking a stand for their beliefs. So I don't know this person and their
Yeah, but
spiritual beliefs.
aren't we at that point now? Like you should know if you get into major sports, certain lanes, you're gonna have to look a certain image. There's
But
gonna be
I,
things outside of catching balls and throwing balls and copying papers
But maybe
to
people are expecting
solidify
for
your
things to
spot.
change, though, Swab. Maybe people are expecting for, because I mean, like now in sports, people who identify as a man can play along with men, and people who
But he was
identify as a
growing his
woman.
hair. Did
Well,
he want
actually,
that to change before it was his problem?
well,
No.
and actually, Swab, it was the coach's decision because the coach wanted the team to be more presentable and look more like well-groomed men, I guess.
Yeah.
And that's what he told him. Now they had other players on the team that had dreads, but they cut theirs and they stayed
Yeah,
on the
because
team.
one thing they want to know is that you're sacrificing, you're dedicated, and
Yep.
it's like no fuck. I mean, because you're getting out there and you hitting somebody head on, you can get paralyzed or become mentally, fucked up. But you won't cut your hair, so that just shows disubordination. Like he's not gonna make it because socially he's not gonna be able to. You know what I'm saying? Like it's one thing to be smart because that was my problem. I
I
was good at
disagree,
school.
Suave.
They just
I
didn't like
disagree.
my character. They lack of controlling me. They didn't like. I wouldn't. I, that's just what it was. I was smart. I had
I
to work,
disagree,
but
Suave. I think that's
go ahead,
not
sir.
your lack of character they didn't like. They didn't like your lack of assimilation. They didn't like that you didn't
Yes.
conform. And
Mhm.
when it's just the same way when I was young, out of college, and I was told my hair wasn't fitting the European job that I had, that I conformed. You understand? I conformed because I
Mhm.
felt like my family, we worked hard for me to get this degree. I had a husband and a new baby and a stepson. I conformed. I conformed. I did what I felt was best for me and my family. And that's the same way. It wasn't that they didn't like your character. They didn't like that you were non-conformative. My husband was non-conformative. So I mean, it's just the same way the lady asked me earlier. So when you think that you've grown or you conformed to fighting in the military when we were young, yeah, I do feel like I've grown up now. I know if somebody don't pay me, I will call the police instead of trying to crack their head open. But you just didn't conform. And that's what they make these kids. That's why I feel the Crown Act, since I've just discovered it, I've researched it like 3 days in a row. I've signed up for the bill and everything. It is all of our problem, the Crown Act, because we can't keep going around having black people say we don't want people wearing weave, we don't want people doing this, we don't like our black women feeling like they can't be natural. And at the end of the day, we're in society. We live in this society. We're not in our make believe society where we can just look how we want to look and be who we want to be. We have to conform to where we at and where we want to go at in life. So,
And that
come,
reminds me of a conversation that was being had the other day about like exactly what you just said, Mule, about how a lot of times black women are willing to do what has to be done to support ourselves and our children.
Until you have to
And
do
black men are often, and the dude was making the point that black boys often rebel and they feel trapped because they refuse to assimilate, but also black men not doing anything about the fact that we have to assimilate. So it creates even more of a, for lack of better words, of a gender gap. So like y'all are refusing to conform, but you're not fighting the system, which means you need like you like that. What did MJ say? The in between space. Like y'all try to do this in between. You want to rebel, but not completely rebel. You want to conform, but
assimilate,
not
but not completely
completely.
assimilate.
Yeah,
hmm Yeah, yeah. That was a hell of a conversation.
it
It
really was.
kind of made me feel like I need to get into politics because that's my area where I'm like, I'm not willing to cut my hair. I'm not willing to cut my hair, and I'm like, if
Shut
I
up,
mean we're
Swab.
in this system, yeah, but I'm for real. Like,
Shut up, Swab.
okay, that
He's
hit different
bald.
for a bald dude. Okay, I
Yes,
get it. Okay, ha.
exactly.
Okay, but it's like I'm not fully taking advantage of this system because I want this system to leave me the fuck alone. But I need to use this system to get in a position to actually fight for leaving me the fuck aloneness.
Right.
So it's like, but when you start assimilating, by the time you be like, you know what, I can pay my bills and my mama bills and my daddy bills and my girls' bills. I can afford to pay two girls' bills. Hey, women are showing me attention now. Hey, I dress flyer than the people that I usually be around. You know what? I don't understand why black people think the way they act. Niggas need to put themselves up by the bootstraps. White girlfriend.
I mean, but you have to understand that assimilation is a path to get to your goal. Your goal shouldn't change based off your path. Like,
Exactly.
so if your goal is to create a situation that black people can come to this space, whatever this, a town, a city, a whole nation, whatever you want to use. I'll just say like a town. You want to come to a town where you can feel safe. That's the goal. You do have to assimilate to get there. You need to get the money. You need to use the system to write up contracts to get the land. You need to build. So you do have to assimilate, you do have to go by the system, but that doesn't mean your end goal has to be in alignment with the system you're using. It's just a tool.
If everybody has the idea of how to make it work, why can't we all get on the same page?
What did he say the other day? Blue would have to come up here because he would basically, because many people think like he does, like they won't have. Everybody in the black community will not accept the fact that we are a black community. We're a bunch of black people. Everyone else puts us together. We're together. Everyone wants to be subsections, and every group wants to not agree with the other. No one can just be like, you're allowed to be you, I'm allowed to be me, and we can still have at least one or two goals that would benefit both of us that we can do. Like people refuse.
So I feel like the path to getting there, because I agree with Sister Nobody, that that is the destination. So if that's Blue's perspective, I agree that we have to get to accepting that. And I think that the more that even that message alone is articulated, the more that is expressed, the more that we are having conversations on the panels like this, in whatever avenue, social media, Instagram, TikTok, whatever, kind of getting that part out and not necessarily what our different section is, but more of a, I hate to use the word tolerance, but sometimes you can unite under tolerance, right? So you're around or interacting or unifying with people who are very different than you but similar, right? And this, so we're coming together under the black banner. So that means that you may not be with someone who identifies as a feminist, right? But that person is a black woman, right? You may not want to be with someone who is a Hebrew Israelite, but it's a black man or a black woman, right? You might not want to be with someone who's Sunni or Shia or NOI or whatever, right? But those are black women, black men, they have black families, right? Once you put all of that stuff out, right? Like I used to come down, I was one of them women come down so hard on black women for wearing weaves. Now I'm like, your hair look nice. Because you don't know what? Once I say thank you, and she's like, yours look nice too. That's a woman who can now learn to appreciate natural hair. Where before that we were in opposition with each other. I took that whole barrier down. And I congratulate my sister on her, Malaysian weave curly, wet and wavy. It looked nice. What the fuck? I mean, you know, it looks pretty. My hair looks pretty too. We look pretty together. We don't have to look the same way. Like, all the time, all of us looking the same way. I came out of that, and now, if you want to call it tolerance or whatever, but I definitely, shalom to all of the Hebrews, Islam to all my boys, assalamu alaikum to my Muslims. Like, it don't make me less African spiritualist because they're not telling me, all praises to their ancestors, or they're not telling me ashe ashe or something like that. That doesn't take away anything from who I am to greet them in their greeting. Like, once we start doing that, I think that will bring down some of that tension, that damn tension that be there between the different opposing subset groups that you were talking about.
I completely agree with Melanated. I think once Black people see ourselves as our own society, we can start to become one. We have to realize that we are one before we can become one. And in any society, like the one we stay in now, everyone has their own thing, their own opinions, but they all fall under something. Like someone said the other day, like dudes like Polite, I wouldn't want him in my society. You have to understand we're all Black people, and if we create a Black society, the nigga's there. So you need to find a use for him, whether it's putting him in jail and making him work for free. Like, he's gonna be there, so you have to address him. You can't just put him to the side, because that he's still gonna affect people in the community. Because no matter how much
And
you
it's a
don't want him
lot,
to
and
be,
there's a
he
lot of
is
them,
there.
sister.
He is
There's a
in the
lot of the
community,
polites out there.
and they need to be addressed by other Black men. Like, it's really that simple.
Yeah, but
Oh,
since in some of those guys' eyes, they're not wrong. So if a Black man address them, then there goes the combative part. There goes the combative part, and that's a lot. That's a lot of our problems. We
I mean,
don't.
it's not
We
about
but
right or wrong. It's about what we come to a consensus on. What do all Black people feel? Do we, as a whole, as Black people, do we believe it's okay for grown men to be with children? No, we don't. It's that simple. It don't matter. We need to come to a consensus on what we feel our laws in a Black society would be. And I feel like there are a few of them that we have now that would still stay the same. It's not okay to murder people. It's not okay to R people. It's not okay to have sex with children. Like, some of these things that are common sense, things that are laws, should be enforced. Like, whether they're our laws as Black people or as the society, like, y'all need to check shit. It doesn't matter if he feels like he's right or not.
girl, that baby happy as I don't know what.
yeah. I honestly believe that that's a main issue because half the Black men don't want to hear criticism on themselves. They don't want to hear. They're not going to want to hear somebody say, "Oh, you dead wrong for this. You're dead wrong for that." They're going to come off like that, and I see that's one of the main problems. Just like, since you have a solution, but the issue is getting everybody to come down just to listen, to get on the same page, just to listen. So with different divisions and different sectors or whatever, and we all trying to be as one Black community, we need to focus on just that aspect of being Black. And we can't stand each other because you got a different opinion of what I think oranges are the best fruit. You think apples are the best fruit, and we got to go to war for it. Like, we can't even sit down and have a civilized conversation without. And I'm surprised that we actually been this long and haven't heard the B's or the H's flying. You know, and not saying that that's what normally happens, but somebody will normally come through with that type of attitude. So I think that if we can just listen, man, that's how you first start the learning process. Is if we can just sit down and just listen to what the sister has to say. or listen to what Suave has to say, but actually sit down and listen. It's tough, man. It's tough because when I'm sitting down, I'm listening to what the sisters are saying. As a black man, I'm listening to what they're saying, and all I can do is just take it. It's tough. It's tough to hear, but who am I to say that they're wrong in their opinions of what they see in their eyes? So, I just say that we have to do better as black men. We have to do better as a black community, and I think it's tough, but I think it can be done, man. But it's just tough.
You,
We just got to get on the same page.
can I say, I was gonna interject, but I didn't want to like stop somebody's flow because I know sometimes when you're expressing and you're flowing, but Sister Nobody just said something about she said that message needs to come from from a black man, right?
Hmm.
And I've said it before, but it continue. I think that more like I think that messages about this accountability and things of like that we need to change and we need to improve. I think that when black women speak to black women, right, and black men speak to black men, that is the place where it is most productive, right? A black man telling me what to do with my womb health, my vagina, my pH, my hair, my edges. What that just it's just too much, right? Just like when I start telling a black man of what masculinity is and how what's a real man and he need to be a man and he need to man up, they get they get in their feelings, right? But
It's
when
not
another
even about
dude,
that. You don't even gotta
but
go extreme. They're trying to tell you about that stuff, but in real life can't get things accomplished. Like
right,
there's
but
a
see the
lack
difference
of
is, but
if you
why
was
when
that
you
anal with your personal
mhm.
responsibility, you would have a better tax score, a better job, like actually have a license, no warrants, calling your child support. It's like you're failing in all these major areas, but worried about what deodorant a woman washes up
Can I
with.
get a Hey Swab?
but
Can I
but
get an
wait,
850?
wait,
Hey
can I
Swab,
just
can I
say
get
but
an
one thing
850
right
tech
quick?
score? Can I get an
but you
850
see,
tech score, Swab?
Not an
but you
850.
see, Swat,
Wait,
when you said that,
wait,
when
can I
when
just
you
say
on these
one thing
candles,
before you say
oh
that? Okay,
yes,
it's like
sis.
earlier when I was telling you, Suave, about, thank you for the lady, the older lady who was cursing you out and saying all kind of negative stuff about you, right? And you never cursed her back out. And I was saying thank you for not doing it, right? It's just like me. I can't teach you manhood, right? But I can appreciate manhood. Because you could have dogged her out, right? Really hate, like some men do. So it's just like a man. A man can't tell a woman, what type of deodorant to wear or how to be a woman. How can you tell me how I feel? I can't tell a man how he feel. A man know he can whoop my ass, right? So why you have to show and prove that you got to do that?
Not
You
all of
understand?
them, sis. Not all of them, sis. You might can
I
handle the majority of
absolutely
them.
hate the
And let
not
me
all
tell
of
you,
them
I
argument.
I done knocked out one before, but so I'm saying not all. I understand it, but the
You sound
majority,
like you from that ninth ward.
downtown, baby. But look,
Downtown, baby.
and true. Look, me and my sister, we threw a nigga off a fucking balcony before. But at the end of the day, I'm saying my husband, I can't whoop him, right? But he don't have to ever whip me or front on me because I already know you know what I'm saying, who he is. He don't have to be that tough guy to me. I know who he is. So when a man really is in a manhood to me, they don't have to flex like that on women because they already comfortable. When you see a guy really flexing like that on women, they so insecure with it. My husband, let me tell you, I tell my husband, I'll whip your ass. He'd be laughing. He'd be like, all right. He never gonna argue about it. He laughing. He'd be like, all right. You know what I'm saying? Because all he gonna do is put me on the wall like a picture frame when we were young. I mean, I got tired of being a picture frame because he would just hold me there. I'd be swinging. He get
She
tired of me
said like
punching
a
him.
picture frame.
Child, I would be punching the hell out of him, and he would get tired of getting hit. He would just hold me on the wall. If I let you go, you gonna stop? I'd be like, yeah, I'm gonna stop. I'm talking about,
I
you
bet.
know,
I bet. Yeah, I'm
but
gonna stop.
Yeah, I'm gonna
I
stop.
love it.
but you gotta realize we was together since
sis, and
we was
I guarantee
18.
you,
We was 18.
I
We was
guarantee you, sis,
18 back then.
out of all that, he wouldn't put a finger on you.
He
Out of all the stuff
never
that
did.
you was doing, I
No.
guarantee you that.
It would be
But
nice if
again,
all
I
black
was
men would be willing to
18.
do that work, to be
Yeah, I was
comfortable in
18.
themselves
You
the way
wouldn't catch
Mule's
me
white
at my
husband
age
is.
now daring to do something like that. I wouldn't do that now. But at 18, for some reason, I was swing on him. He never hit me, but you know what? When he got tired of getting hit, he would put me on the wall we would be standing on the wall like a picture frame. And he
You
would
was
say,
probably swinging on him because you wanted him to do something.
girl, look, that was a mess. Like I said, that's
She
why
said,
when
"Girl, yo, Mule got
Like,
me
don't put
blushing
me
over
in my
here."
place now.
Okay, hold on. So let me ask. Let me ask so I could
Mhm.
pass this down to my
No, no,
boy.
we do not do that. We do not do that for men to initiate sex. No.
Melanated, you just kind of admitted to it. Did you give
Look,
it away like one of the
No.
kids?
I'll
I
admit
was
to it. I
18,
ain't got not a
okay?
singular problem admitting to it. I might antagonize just to see what you want. Like what you gonna do? You gonna
You
check me?
Okay.
already know,
I like
girl.
to
You
be
I
already
checked.
will.
know.
I will not try to, cause I was finna try to milk that for all I could get,
I
but I
bet.
know y'all got a code, and y'all not gonna let us
Yes,
all the way
yes.
in.
Everybody does
So,
not like domination. No, not all black women will be into that. That is not a thing they all gonna like.
But for
Oh,
the, I'm
but
saying,
but
I'm
melanated,
I
saying the
think, but I
before
ones
do
that
think that
do
I
before I
it.
do think
forget,
that men, I do think that men who
melanated,
are
do you
into
remember
that
what you
should
were
be more
saying?
vocal. They should be more vocal on the fact that they are into BDSM because there are women who are also into that lifestyle that is becoming a little bit more popular
Right,
in
and it's
the
not
black
as dramatic
community.
as some people think it is. Not everybody
Yes.
want to be hit with a goddamn belt. Okay, just grab me a little. Well,
See, so
Okay.
I
Thank
think men
y'all for
should
that.
just,
I'm bagging
you know,
about this conversation, but thank
oh, my
y'all.
phone is right.
melanated. Do you remember what you were saying earlier?
Did she say
You were
hit her
saying
with a belt? You said
no.
hit
I
you with
didn't
the
say that.
belt?
I said
Oh,
no. People don't be want to be hit with no goddamn belt. Don't do no
oh,
crazy shit. I don't want to end up suffocating. I don't like that shit. Don't nobody like that shit. But melanated, do you remember what you were saying earlier? You were saying that something along the lines of men feel comfortable enough to talk about something as small as like something as a personal as
Our
our
pH,
pH
yeah,
balance,
our
but
pH
yet we
balance,
can't do
or.
what? And
But I
then you
was
were like,
just
but
saying
if we
that.
do,
But I was saying that women, we can check and direct or educate or correct or whatever one another, and I think that men should also do that with themselves. Like I enjoy working with young girls. I work with young girls from the ages of like 14 all the way up to like 23 or so. And some of them have parenting examples, such as like the things that Moonflower has shared, that Sister Mule has shared, or whomever, that they don't have that guidance. So if I can be, mismelanated in their lives to, talk to them about like why does this young man deserve your body? What has he done to deserve your body? You just like him. What you like about him? Look at how you're making choices. Those are things that their girlfriends aren't even saying, right? So, but when that comes from a man, like just choose better. That's that they. I know what it is to be a teenage girl and to be excited that you're getting attention from someone. But now I got the wisdom behind it of like everybody is smiling up in your face, you don't spread your legs for, right? But how can I tell how can I share that with the sister? I told a young woman one time we were in a group setting and all of them needed to hear it. She wanted to laugh and joke about some of her decision choices. I gave her very straight fact feedback. My girl got on her feelings. She started like spazzing a little. She was a little disrespectful. Then she came back once the group was done, and she's sitting up in my chair crying. Right? Then, like a month later, or 3 weeks later, oh, you have an STD. Mm-hmm. Okay. We gonna help you to clear that joint up. We gonna make better choices, mama. This is you got to do better. You're too young. I gave her tough love, but I also gave her love too. That kind of stuff needed. We need to have a sisterhood for our as an older woman to our young girls. I didn't tell her she was too fast. I didn't tell her, oh, you nasty, you too fat, hot in the pants. You know, that's what you get. I didn't do that for her to her. The same way that my one of my boys told me that the OGs told him, if you come inside of a girl, tell her to drink cod liver oil and she gonna lose the baby. What type
They
of
did
shit is
not.
that? Yes,
Mm.
they did.
That does not work.
That's what they told him. That's the
That brings
advice.
on labor. That that
That's
it's good to drink that when you're trying to actually get it, in the end. But no, that does not cause complications in
that
birth.
is the advice that he was getting
Stupid.
from the OGs, right?
I'm
And
glad
he was
he
like,
told you. I'm glad he told you. Y'all have an open relationship.
"Oh yeah, we're like like that platonic guy from high school. We just always was like cool. We used to like each other like in ninth grade or something. But
Oh, she thought
I
you meant your
mean,
son, I guess.
I did. I thought you meant your son.
oh
I'm
no,
sorry.
no,
Wait,
no.
y'all,
I told a story the other night. My son was the one, telling all of his friends they had herpes because they was calling it cold sores. My son,
Oh
he was too,
yeah.
yeah, he was too educated.
wait, y'all
But,
want to hear the birth control advice my father gave me? He
oh
told me to
Lord,
take an aspirin and put it between my knees. He said, and if that aspirin drop, oh shit.
what?
That's fucked up. That means somebody been in between that. Your
Oh
knees will
my
never touch
God.
the same again.
Do dudes
Yes,
really believe that?
my
That
father
that's
That's
told
what
me
down
women
that.
south though.
tell dudes so they
Hey,
feel secure.
that's
Like,
down
see, the
south.
aspen still fit.
My daddy said that mean I don't do nothing.
That
Yeah,
sound like
that's
something
down
grandma
south.
made up to shut granddaddy the hell up.
What the hell? The aspirin can still fit. So what if you could do some good Kegels? Then you're gonna be just fooling your parents all the time.
No, no. He said put the aspirin between your knees. So keep your legs closed. Basically, you put the aspirin between your knees so you can't open your
Oh
legs.
my
And make
God,
you
I'm
walk around with
Oh,
the aspirin.
dead.
That's goofy.
Yeah, so
Oh,
you can't get pregnant.
but that's to show you, like for real, like how back in the day
Horrible,
they really wasn't
horrible.
even talking. They wasn't even talking to um
the
Yeah,
men.
talking to you the men,
we
the women
They
too.
were not
I
talking to
didn't.
them. They were just
we
telling
sis-
women
did
to keep their legs closed. Why is that
Sister,
the
exactly.
solution? To
Yes,
tell women not to have sex. So who y'all gonna be having sex with? Each other? Y'all be telling all these
girl.
women not to have sex. That's the way not to get pregnant. Instead of
When
telling dudes
in
to
my
not
day,
come inside of women. Jesus Christ, is
yo,
it that
in
hard?
my day,
Man,
it
wear
was
protection
no,
or
it was
the man
no
can wear
birth
protection
control.
or just get a vasectomy. That's all he
It
can
was
do. That's the
Thank
simplest thing
you.
in the world.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
but in my day, it was no birth control talk. That was shame. The only birth control talk I ever got, I promise you, was I told my dad I was going out. We went to prom, and I said, and my dad said, I want to talk to you about how not to be pregnant tomorrow. I said, well, what, Dad? He said, here. And I said, what's this? He said, it's an aspirin. He said, every time you sit down, you put this aspirin between your knees.
wait, not on the prom night, Dad. Not on
Yes.
the prom night, Dad. Are
That
you
nigga
Hey,
need to
kidding
hey,
by
so
the
me?
see,
way. Hey,
so
by the
Totally
see, you
way,
gotta
yo.
understand this. You gotta
Every,
understand this now.
every
That's
time I
that's
sat
that's
down, I
coming
was
from
supposed to put that
a man.
aspirin.
So the
Yes,
man
between my
can't
knees.
really tell her about being a woman. So look how look at the angle he had to take.
But that's
I didn't have
still
a mom.
informing her.
He was my
Or
mom and my
what
dad.
was you sexually active already?
No, no, I wasn't. Thank
So
God
the
I wasn't.
aspirin worked. All right.
No, I didn't have to use it, but I was corny.
She used
But
that aspirin for the after effect. No, I'm joking. I'm joking, sister. Me, I'm just,
That's smart.
I'm
Hey,
just,
if you know you're
right,
gonna use that aspirin one way or
right.
another.
yes.
Thank God I was slow, right? But I mean, I didn't need it, but still, it was back in the day. They didn't talk to you about anything,
A
Oh,
anything.
but to the
vasectomy is
point
not
originally
genital
is to
mutilation.
What
Jesus
happened?
Christ.
Wait, what
A
happened?
men. I don't
vasectomy
know.
is
I don't
not
know.
genital mutilation. Why do dudes think when you're gonna go to
What?
get a vasectomy, they're gonna
Who
take
said that?
something, shove
It's
it
a
in there, and
surgery.
swirl
It's
it
a
around?
surgery.
But
It's
it
a
can be
surgical
reversed
operation.
though.
That's
And
all.
it's very reversible, and it's less invasive than a what is it called? The women's yes.
Tubulagation.
You
Yeah,
have a
it's
higher
only like
probability of having
15,
children
15 minutes.
afterwards.
It's only like 15 minutes.
And you
Right. It's a
listen,
whole
listen.
different thing. Like it would be much better if
No,
a bunch of dudes if it was a standard, all men just get a vasectomy at 18. Then y'all can shoot y'all shot and everything like y'all been doing.
You ain't got
not
no
at
shot.
18. They gotta
You
have
ain't got
some
no shot
kids.
once you get to vasectomy. Ain't no more shot.
But
No, you
if it
still
was the
do
thing
shoot.
that
You do
but
shoot. You still shoot. With a vasectomy, it's
You
stuff
don't
still
ski
comes
with a
out.
vasectomy. Ain't
yes,
Yes,
you
nothing
do.
you
coming.
Okay.
do.
So swab. Listen, the sperm,
Yeah.
What?
right? No, listen. In your
Okay,
You
I'm
be
listening. I'm
sperm.
acting
listening.
like
No,
all the
listen.
sperm
No,
is sucked out of nigga
so
body
no.
when you go to get a vasectomy.
Hold on.
Okay.
Listen. Your ejaculatory fluid, right? That's the correct term. Your
Uh,
ejaculatory fluid is only 2% sperm. 98% is still gonna be busting on through. Only 2% is not there, which is the actual live sperm that creates life.
oh
98% of
shit!
all of this fluid, you still doing it. It's still coming out, right? It's still there. Only 2% is going. So
What?
you,
So what is the
yes.
complaints about?
I have no clue.
Hey,
It's
sisters,
easier
can I,
for
hey,
y'all to
sisters,
set. It's easy to set up. It's
hey,
easy to
sisters, can I ask
do.
y'all a
Like
question? Have y'all
it's
ever
simple.
heard of a female getting pregnant with her tubes tied?
Yes,
Absolutely.
I know the statistic actually. It's between 4 and 7 women per 1,000. So every 1,000, anywhere between 4 to 7 women who've had their tubes tied could get pregnant.
So the vasectomy probably is the best way.
Yes, like
Well,
really. I mean,
one of
y'all
the
are the ones
recovery,
impregnating people. In my
but
opinion, a vasectomy is like taking the guns out of the bullet instead of strapping women up with bulletproof vests. Like, how long are we going to do this backwards?
yeah, I love that analogy. I love that analogy.
Thank you. That made me feel
That
good. I'm not going to lie.
yes,
Thanks.
that shit was dope. Like literally, a man could like not have to do any. He put some ice and stuff on his balls for the day, right? And right,
I love that
and maybe
analogy too. I loved it.
he put the ice on his
Thank
balls,
you.
and then maybe in like 3 4 days he is ready to go. Like he is healed up. He ready to go. He ready to have sex. A woman get her tubes tied, bruh. Shop is closed 2 weeks at a minimum, right? Depending on how she heals, you can't just be doing stuff down there. You feel me? So the recovery
Hmm.
alone is less invasive. A man, he could be talking to the doctor like, yeah, man, I'm about to just watch the Knicks game the other day. Oh yeah, man, the Boston Celtics let me down.
Hmm.
You tube ligation, you going under, they putting you to sleep. It's a
Yes.
whole surgery.
Yes, and you have to wait 30 days before you do it. And it
Oh,
costs
30
more
days. My
to
bad.
reverse. If it's reversible. If they burn, I don't think it's reversible, but I don't know. But it's not as easily reversible. Like your chances of having a kid after is lower than if a dude just had a vasectomy. It's just better
No,
if
I'm
y'all
gonna tell
all
you,
got vasectomies.
my
Then y'all
cousin
can be
got
trifling
married
all y'all
after
want.
my cousin got married after, she had her tubes tied and then she got married and she went through the process. She untied her tubes and they have been married now for probably around 30 years or so and they have no children together. They have never been able to conceive. It just did not happen for her.
They call it a
She
sterilization process. To melanated's point, that's what they call it. They say it makes you sterile, like you can't have anymore.
they reversed it, but it just was unsuccessful. So every time it was like, oh, I wonder if this is it, And it was just like a lot of very emotional on the guy because he didn't have any kids, so he was thinking, he was happy that his wife went through this procedure to undo it, and was hoping and hoping and hoping, and they don't have any children. So like,
And those procedures are high, like taking the eggs out and doing the stuff like that. Like that's very, very high. You
Very
know.
expensive.
Yeah, man. That you can't you got to have some bread in order to get that done.
yeah, I
Did they
definitely
did they
know a
ever
few
look out
women.
into did they think about adoption or like that? Did they think about that?
So she had one child before they even got married, and that my cousin, she has four children, so her mom had one and she had four. So they just chilling with the grandbabies, like, I mean, no, they never adopted.
Yeah, that's what's up.
I've noticed men in general, I'm not just even speaking about black men, but men are so selfish. Yes, botched vasectomies exist, but many women go through so much more pain and so many more hormonal changes. Sometimes they're not able to have kids anymore. Sometimes their periods last for months on end. Sometimes they now have cramps, unbelievable cramps that they never had before. Women take so many risks with just regular birth control. You get a risk of getting cancer. There's so many risks you take to do birth control. That's much smaller than the risk for a vasectomy. And birth
Who
control.
are you who
Who's
are you
worried about
answering
the
to?
vasectomy?
I have no clue who this person is. I just was reading through the comments. Let
But
me see if I.
listen, let me tell you
Oh,
something.
African American.
Oh Lord, no. Listen. I I'm grateful. The person I'm with has a vasectomy, and I mean, but before I was even in a relationship with them, right? I made up my mind probably around 14 years ago. No more birth control. No patch, no shot, no pill, no diaphragm, no IUD, nothing. I don't give a fuck. Fuck that. I have been on this panel and I've been talking about natural forms of birth control, and they aren't 100%. So there's still a risk. There's one called Queen Anne's lace. That is for the women. You could take the seeds or you could take the oil, and you're supposed to take it right after you have sex and the next 3 days afterwards. So if you're having sex every day, well, motherfucker, just take the damn oil every day, whatever, right? That's supposed to help with pregnancy, conception, right? For men, they have is
That
that
is the that's way.
for my
That's
you said what?
that's the smartest thing to do. I did not
Right.
do
That
all of
that's for
that.
women. That's for
Yes.
women. You could take the Queen Anne's lace. You could look it up. You Google it. They sell it on Amazon too. Queen Anne's lace. I don't get any money from that. I don't, whatever. I'm just helping out to people. And papaya seed oil for men. Right. Men, you can ingest the papaya seeds, or you can take the oil. All of this is not 100%. So if you want to take papaya seeds and then go shoot up the club, don't blame melanated if you got a baby coming, right?
No, I'm not
So
saying about the queens and seeds or anything, but I'm saying getting off that birth control. That birth control caused so many hormonal
what
issues with women, and it caused so many women to have to
Hmm.
have hysterectomies. That's why I have so many children. And guess
I
what?
told she said that's why I have so many children.
But guess what? I did not do all of that birth control. I did not, because the birth control, first of all, it made me throw up all the time. I would
Mm.
constantly be sick on birth control. I
Oh,
tried the patch. I tried the
Yes.
IUD. I tried everything. And guess what? I would constantly have to get off it. I tried the pills. I would just constantly be sick, throwing up. And when I wasn't on anything, guess what? And guess what?
you feel
Now
just fine.
I'm
You
almost
felt
50.
just
And guess what? I make sure I tell him to pull out, because I just don't need to have no babies. I
yeah,
can't. I
I
am
can't with Miss
49.
New York.
with an 11-year-old. And I tell him all the time, all these sons we have, thank God he gave me one daughter. But I mean, all these boys, oh my God. Mm-mm.
And
Listen,
just
I can't.
for the person in the chat, a vasectomy is not getting your nuts clipped. It is so simple. Like y'all could solve y'all's
Why are
problems
you?
and ours with a vasectomy, and it's the
Why are you
simplest thing.
answering this person who is uneducated? If you was to even go to Google images on vasectomy and see exactly what they're
The
cutting,
whole process. Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Then you would be embarrassed of how ignorant. I don't even
Yes.
want to use a more offensive word, but you really sound very ignorant. You know, you think melanated gonna be with a man? He ain't got no balls. He got balls. What you talking about?
Girl,
What the hell? He got balls. Like everything is
I was
working
not
just fine.
prepared.
Just fine. It's working just fine, right? There's no issues there, right? So chill out, bro. That you not going your soldier is not gonna stand up. It stands
What up?
up. It shoots gun,
Well, sister,
missiles.
out of all the times I've been looking in the chat, I've not seen him one time say take the responsibility and take care of your children. He
Oh,
he
There we
keep, he
go.
keep talking he keep talking about what women, abortion and birth control and vasectomies, and these are things to prevent
Right.
unwanted pregnancies. If
Right.
you
mm,
want to get pregnant, then you're going to do that. But
Right.
agree on that. If you're not
Melanated,
agreeing
I'm
on
still
that, then
dying.
you shouldn't be just I'm just saying, if you're not willing to take responsibility for you creating that child, then you shouldn't be busting in nobody. That's
Right.
just period point blank. And I said get a vasectomy because it's a simple way to solve that issue without
Right.
really nobody getting hurt. And then when you're ready, and when you and your mate is ready to make that commitment, then you can get it undone. There you go. Then you still can get the way that you want to. But I mean, just because somebody's saying that they want to protect themselves from an unwanted pregnancy, that
Mm-hmm.
doesn't mean that you're butchering yourself or you're killing
Right.
the community or you're doing this and the third, man. Like, you really need to get off that. Whoever that African American dude is, he really need to get off of
yeah.
that.
I think that what you're saying makes a great point because you know, uh, it's I don't even know if it's possible really for a man to fully understand like this hormonal thing that birth control can do to you, right? But there are so many things that are involved, even from when you like, man, she bald headed. You don't know if she on birth control and why if that's affecting her hair growing. You don't know if that's why she got acne on her face. You don't know if that's why her
Mm-hmm.
mood is a certain kind of way. You don't know if that's why her vagina is dry. You don't know if that affect her libido. She don't want to fuck you no
Mm-hmm.
more. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
like she gaining weight. She gaining weight around her tummy
Mm-hmm.
because these birth controls are designed to make your body feel like you are pregnant. Duh,
Yeah, they mess with your
right?
hormones. And
It
we
messes
already
your
got a lot of
hormones.
food that has
Your
hormones
period
in
be
it.
your period be off thing or off balance. Could affect your
Mhm.
pH. You got an IUD
Yep.
up in there, it's throwing things off. You don't know the environment is all off, right? So women have been doing things to their bodies for decades, and now the conversation where a man could take the reins, right? Take control of this, and here you go, African nationality complaining, man tears. We are tired of these man tears every time we're
Mm-hmm.
How
asking
much,
you to
hey,
do
sis,
something.
how
Mm-hmm.
much do you put your body, how much do women put their body through carrying and having the kids?
You better say that shit.
Let me tell you something. Did anybody know? Well, I know, y'all know, right? Did you know that before? Let me ask you this: before you got pregnant, did you know that this would affect your joints? Did you know that pregnancy,
No. Mm-hmm.
like for
Wasn't
people
told
who
none of
don't
that
have
shit.
any kids, listen, I was whole pregnant, just walking. and my kneecap started switching out of socket. You know how painful that is? Your knee is like, your leg is one place and your knee is in the whole to the left or to the right. Like, and I was like, what the fuck is happening? And I would like grab it and push it over, and it kept doing that. And I went to the doctor, and they're like, "Oh, it's your body. The hormones are affecting the elasticity of your joints. This shit
Yes,
Hmm.
hurts."
ma'am. And
And
let
you
me
know
just
how
say this
dismissive,
here. My
they are to pregnant women. Any complaint is, oh, you're just pregnant.
yes.
Hmm.
And with my not my last son, but my son before last, my heart stopped twice. My husband told I don't even remember this, that they had to shock my heart twice during labor. It is
OMG.
very dangerous having your kids. I mean, afterwards I remember because it felt like somebody had broke all my chest. I thought all my ribs and my chest was broke. But let me just say this here: women go through a lot to give life, and we take it for granted. But you know, that's another reason why I say I'm so much a womanist. There's no way we can go through so much to give life and to be talked about so horrible on these YouTube streets.
Treasonous. Mm-hmm.
It's crazy. To bring life and to love and love and love your babies. And then people sit up here and say, well, mama didn't do this. Mama just didn't know to do it, honey. Mama just was dumb. How about that? How about mama don't know everything? It's no instructions. I mean, other than abuse, I mean, I'm not gonna condone nobody abusing their kids, but anything other than that, people just don't know. So I always say, stay off of all of those birth controls. Use the pull out. The pull out method worked for me now, honestly, because
Don't
my
you tell
my
them
husband.
that,
No, I
because you
tell
know
him.
that means
Listen,
you gotta
I
trust the
tell
man to
him,
pull out, and you can't trust him.
girl.
Mm.
But I will tell
You
anybody.
shouldn't
I
be
have
having
one
sex with them if
daughter.
you can't trust them. Make them practice on your hand a couple
Listen,
times or something.
Yeah.
Oh my
Hey sis, you got
god.
hey sis,
Swab.
and
I
the
will
pull
Make
tell
them
out
you, I
practice
game,
on
have
the
the
pull
sex
out.
one
doll first.
daughter, but I won't say
Hey
how
sis,
many sons I have because y'all would judge me. But I have
hey
only one
sis,
daughter, but I have enough sons. But I will tell
hey
you
sis, the
this.
pull out game and the pull out game don't always work because it's a thing
It
called
worked for us,
pre-ejaculation.
okay? Because let me tell you,
Pre-ejaculation do work, so you got
Listen,
to trust
a
him.
lot of
he
a
refused to
lot of
get
us
a
are probably
vasectomy,
here off
and
of pre-ejaculation.
I refuse
I'm
to get
dead.
any surgeries done on me because you know what? I'm healthy. I feel good. And so if you shoot up the club, you know what the consequence is. That's all it is.
So listen, and if you have a woman that is like me, I suffer from migraines, right? Birth control is like my kryptonite. I cannot. I get it intensify. I will have a you more than, oh babe, we ain't getting that because I got a headache. I got a headache the whole fucking month, bruh. Like my head hurts me every single day that birth control is in my body. I cannot not. Now that makes it's very possible. My child is an adult. I've never had an abortion, never been pregnant again. He's my one and done. Just one and done. Yes. And trust me, he was like 4 kids in one anyway. So I wasn't missing anything. But it's very possible to not get pregnant. It's possible to be in a relationship and you communicate with your partner and you say, I don't want no kids, they don't want no kids, you don't have no kids, right? That means that a man did not put a child inside of me. I do not get myself pregnant. I'm not in control of conception. He is, and it never happened, right? That's when you having a man who's accountable and responsible for his seed. Y'all people up in the chat, stop blaming women for getting themselves pregnant because they don't have sperm to
Right.
put inside their vaginas. Please stop doing it. Unless it's somebody like Drake who was actually
No,
using
no,
a
no, no.
condom and the
Let's
woman
not talk
put the
about that, please. You gonna call it bean bag. We had a whole thing yesterday
oh
with that.
really?
You gonna call them
Oh
back,
really?
please.
Yeah, but that's on
Yeah.
Drake. Drake wasn't his woman. So I mean, this what you out here slanging the peen. You need to have a little bit more look at me talking like them slanging the peen. But that's what he get. He need to be more responsible with the magic wand. Everybody can't get the magic wand. You feel
With
me?
the, I have a question. With the whole poking the hole in the condom, that means the other person brought the condom, right? So if she poked a hole in the condom, that means she brought the condom. Why didn't you bring your
No,
own?
no, no. He. They finished the act, and I guess he threw it in the trash can, and she went behind him. So after he finished the act, he put hot sauce in the joint and left it in the trash can. And she went, I don't know, after he left or when he in the room and she go in the bathroom or whatever, whatever. She went to hook herself up, and that's how she got hooked up the wrong way.
Well, he should have took that shit with him instead of
He
putting
should
hot sauce
have
in it.
Or
exactly.
flushed it. Who throws that away? Is that normal? Do you is that what they do? They throw it away? I thought it was a
Well,
flush thing.
well,
No.
I'm hoping that people don't flush it because, to be honest with you, that stuff is recycled into our tap water. So I do not even want to think. I do not want to think
Don't put
about
that
how
in
much
it.
sperm is in the freaking tap water. That's gross. That's disgusting. Please, like, should I like a cup of water? No, thank you. Mm-mm. So hopefully people are throwing it in the trash. But then again, it is like your DNA, right? I don't know what to
I
think.
mean, I mean, what type of chick going dumpster diving for it though? Like,
I'm dead. A thirsty one, I guess. I mean,
Yes, he looking for the come up. What you
I mean, if
mean?
if women have to protect themselves against nefarious men, then men have to protect themselves against nefarious women. You know that there's scandalous women out here who dig in the trash. Don't throw it in the trash.
Now I can't front like if it was possible, like if a dude was to see like a quote unquote like a good woman, they what if they try to get us for our ovaries? You know what I'm saying?
Oh no,
They
they be
probably
hitting licks on us all day. Motherfuckers be trapping bitches. Trapping bitches. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. You can't tell me that a lot of these niggas didn't really really like these women. They'll tell these women, "Oh, let's have a family." I've heard countless stories of men making women believe it was something that it wasn't. They go to their homeboys, say, "No, I don't really like her like that." But you're trapping her with kids so you can always keep coming back to her. Like it's a disgusting practice, and that's something else you niggas need to check though. Just saying.
like I think that to a certain degree, like if a woman doesn't want to have a child with the dude, or like let's say she's like super protective, super safe. I think that some men see that as a form of rejection. Like, damn, I don't want my baby. I don't want, like they be like, what kind of shit is this? Like, why like it's I guess it's that
Mhm.
challenge thing or that that cat that chase. I don't know what it is, but
sis, but if he a real dude, if she don't want it, he shouldn't be trying to force it on her or give it to her. It should be
Mhm.
a choice of hers.
I had a dude be offended that he could not, because like I never show him a picture of my child. I never had him physically meet my child or anything, and he was highly, highly offended. And I was like, I mean, at some point, just not right now. Like, calm down. What? Why are you so offended? Oh, it's just you seem like you would be a good mother, and like you're just, and I'm like, okay, but like I don't know if maybe guys biological clocks be ticking, they be sizing your ovaries up, like like
I didn't
yeah,
know how many women were like that, melanated. Because a lot of guys get on here talking about how they're worried about taking the stepdad place because you got to do all this for her kids. And I'm like, I know there has to be black women out there in my heart of hearts that do what you do. Like that want their relationship separate from their children. Like, I want to get to know you. I want to know if I like you before I even let you in around my kids. Like, they make it seem like when you date a woman with kids, her kids just come straight from the jump. Like, it's a whole package deal.
Oh
Like,
no, some of
you know
some
what
of
I'm
us
saying?
do. Some of us do, and you know
What
what?
they say, the
Even
cleanup
even when
crew,
you
as if
even when
we
you
all
try
have
to
messes.
even when you try to express that, like I had this one, what do I call it? Let me say an acquaintance or associate that me personally, I have, maybe I'm very reserved, but I had some reservations of how she was dating with a child, with a little girl who was 2 to 4 years old. If I'm seeing on Facebook in 12 months, she's taking pictures with three different dudes, and you're standing as the mom taking a picture with her and him. Why? That ain't her father. Who is this dude? Why is he holding on her like that? And is she on his lap? Like, I just was like completely and totally bothered. Like, I get that
Yeah,
you're trying to create this family. I get it, sis. I understand, right? That you're making it very apparent you do not want to be a single mom. You want a husband, you want a relationship. You talking to this man about, if you're gonna be with me, we're a package deal. And I get all of that, but we it has
you
to
got
be
to
like
protect
a lot. You got to protect your kids. It got to be
yeah, you got to protect
gradual.
the children, and you got to protect yourself also, sis. But the kids are
Yes.
first and foremost.
And
I
when
don't.
you try to talk to this
I
one man,
personally, I wouldn't think it would be wise. Um, I wouldn't think it'd be wise for women to meet guys and just automatically bring them around their kids. I
Mhm.
don't think that's wise.
so
And
I try to talk to her on some sister girl type of stuff, and it ain't go so well. All she told me was how great he was with her,
That,
and she's an excellent judge of character,
well,
and it's not like that. She likes him. He has other children. He's great with kids. Like, it just did not go well, and I was like, we weren't close enough for me to be like, I don't give a fuck like that. Like, I couldn't come hard on her. I was just like, okay, like, I just hope all works out well, you know,
hmm
for
and
her and
to
her daughter, and that nothing happens to her daughter. But those are situations that how many countless black women end up being in, where their mom was so pressed to be with a dude. Like, to have this family structure. The mom is trying to, quote unquote, choose right. She's trying to get it right and create this stability for her daughter, that sometimes it doesn't go so well.
I had an issue. I had a situation one time, rather, where it was a chick that liked me at work, and we were talking and kicking it and whatever, and she wanted me to go to her house, and she have two daughters at home, and she was just like recently in a relationship, so it was like a month from her being removed from the relationship. She was inviting me to come over to her house. Now, any dude that just wants some poom poom gonna run over there and go get it. But I wasn't hard up for anything. And what I told her was, she has two daughters in the house. With that's not wise for those two daughters of her to see men coming in and out the house, because you don't want them to think that, because the kids are those girls are watching her. And so you don't want them to think that this is how you get men. They just seen another
Amen.
guy that was living over there 30 days ago. And now you're trying to bring me over there. So I wasn't thinking with the lower head. I was thinking with the upper head, but it shocked her because that wasn't an answer that she wanted, you see?
or it wasn't
And
the answer that's normally given to her. Probably most
But
niggas don't give no fucks. Slide right up in that cootie coon in front of her daughter. Give no fucks.
But let me just say this
or
here.
try to get her daughters, after trying
Right.
to get
On
her.
some creep
Amen.
shit.
And let me just
Yep.
say this here. Shout out to the tattletales. Shout out to the tattletales. You know, tattletales always got a bad rep. You know, I never was sexually molested. I had a cousin who allegedly, well, I still in my heart don't believe, molested other cousins. I slept in the same bed with him. But you know what? He never touched me. And it blew my mind when he was killed that he was this big molester, right? Because I slept in the bed with him, but all my cousins would tell me, "Oh, he did this and did," and one of my cousins killed him for messing with his daughter. But my thing is, shout out to the talent to encourage your kids to tell. My dad was big on tattletelling. My daddy wanted to know everything. Women want to know everything. Stop shutting these kids down, males and females. Don't shut your kid out. When my son come home from work, my phone go on mute. It don't matter if I'm talking to my sister or whoever. Let me call you back. I just picked him up. He's in a car. Like he's the president of the United States. Hey, I know so much about the kids in his classroom. You would think I'm in class with him every day. Moms, shout out to your tattletale children. Those kids who have nobody to write to confide in, to talk to. Those are the kids you're leaving to be molested, to be kidnap victims or whatever. Y'all really, this guy just said that he was proactive. He said, well, I don't want her kids to see it. Honorable. That was an honorable move, brother. But not
Well,
everybody's honorable.
I have daughters also. And
Not
I wouldn't want
everybody's
my daughters to
honorable,
see that.
and not all women don't really respect when their kids come running and tell everything. Those kids are just looking for an ally. That's it. I was a tattletale. Let me just tell you this here. I don't even know if people would have molested me because I was with people who allegedly were molested and they didn't touch me. And not saying that they not molesters, but they didn't do
Right.
it to me because I was a natural tattletale. And I'm gonna go back on my shout out to all the tattletales. Hold it down.
Yes, yes. Shout out to the tattletales. I think we need to normalize, you know, normalize that, and I think that, shout out to your cousin for believing his daughter,
And
because
Mhm.
also,
so many,
Yep.
yeah, so many times the person who expresses the violation, and I'm saying the person because it does happen to our young boys, even though it's less reported. But shout out to her for having the courage to report, and shout out to her family, her loved ones, for believing her, because, man, I mean, you know,
and, and
it's
for
it's
people
the
that,
adult women who have been ignored, the young adolescent girls. I would say so far I haven't worked with a young man or an older man who was molested during their childhood and they actually reported it. They have spoken about it as adults, like, this happened to me when I was younger, but I never said anything. So men would typically suppress that if something happened to them. And if it happened to them by a woman, then they would say it like it's a joke or something, or like, as a bragging right. Like, this
Right.
woman, basically, they're not saying I was molested. They said I lost my virginity at 8. Like, what? You were a kid, like, that's not normal. That's not healthy. But um, I definitely have worked with so many young women that their mothers didn't believe them. Their mothers stayed with the partner, stayed with their husbands. Um, One young girl, she was molested by her uncle, and the agreement or the legal agreement was that he would live in the basement of the house. That was their way of keeping them separate. So he
Wow.
literally, so her abuser,
She had to live with him.
she had to live in the house with him.
God.
That
See
is
him
like,
every
and
day.
then
See him
then they wanted,
every day. Yes. Can't
and
even
when
move
I
on.
and this young lady, by the time she was in the eighth grade, we already know she was sexually active because she was molested. So when she starts being sexually active with non-family members, all of a sudden now she's promiscuous. Now she's
Right.
she's just acting out whatever happened to her, with her family member. And so yes, she was promiscuous by the time she was like in the eighth grade, and she started running away. Right? I would run away too. I don't want to be in the
Wrong
house with
with
that
her.
man. Right. So she started running away, started being promiscuous. So what do you think her family called her? She was fast and everything else. Right? She's too hot in the pants.
I mean, if
This
you
is
think about it, if he's allowed to take it from her, then she has every right to give it. That maybe that's her way of taking control. Like instead of someone taking it from me, I'll just give it.
right. And I'll be in control of
And
when and
also, sis,
how and
look at the
Yeah.
dude punishment that
Yeah.
he had to get. Look at his punishment. He M-worded his own niece or whatever, and look, they sent him to the basement, not to jail. You got to live in the basement. Like,
I will say I think he was a registered sex offender. I don't even know what he did for a living, to be
Wait,
honest
so
with
that's
you.
illegal. He wasn't even supposed to be around children. Why was that doesn't make sense.
Wait,
If he's
maybe he
only
wasn't a sex. I
registered,
don't. Maybe he wasn't a sex. Maybe he wasn't a registered sex offender. I know that they initially said this happened to her, right?
uh-huh.
But then she told me that they pressured her to say that it didn't happen, um, and so that he could have a place to live. I want to say that that's what it was.
Wow. Wow.
so that so
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 so the family
so then
did
her
that.
family.
The
So her
family
family.
made her lie.
So
Wow.
that way, and they told her that they would make sure that he's nowhere around, and then he lived in the basement.
Wow.
That's how that story went. And I would,
But he still can
I
come
never
out. He
saw
still
him.
can come out the basement. He had to come out the basement to go outside. He
I
had
Right.
to
can
come
say
out the basement and go through the house.
I never physically met that person. I've never seen him. When I used to go to the home, I never saw him. But maybe he know, the worker coming by. You know what I'm saying? I'm out of Dodge. I don't know, but
That's
that's
crazy.
like this kind of stuff young women experience, and young men too. So this is why, what Sister Mule said about the tattletailer, the person who has the courage to speak up. It is so important. And parents, I don't care if your daughter, you know got double D's and she only 12 years old. If she tells you somebody says something, don't say, well, what did you do to make him do that? Don't do that.
Yeah.
She
And
is
for
a child.
and for
That's the
people
dumbest shit in the
that
world right
haven't
there.
told anybody and if something like that happened to them, they need to tell somebody.
Yeah.
And if you tell somebody and they don't listen, tell somebody else until the right person understand. Go tell the police if your parents or somebody you trust don't believe you. But if you
Cause I
need to
remember
tell
your mama
somebody
used to
about
get
it,
mad
don't
at you
try
for
to live
talking to
with
the teacher. Talking to Yashar is in the building. Peace to you, big dog. What's good? Shalom. Yeah,
Shalom, family. What's going on?
you
Peace
got
to
it.
Shar.
Shalom. My bad. Yeah, motherfuckers going to school and talking to them teachers about what's going on at home. That's a no.
Hmm. Yeah, sometimes you gotta, like, it depends on what's going on, man. You know what I'm saying? Because like if your mom ain't keeping you safe, you know what I'm saying? Like you try to tell her, like, I think kids they give signs, right? They, like, if their boyfriend is touching on them, right? They may not say, "Mom, Mr. Bob is touching me." They might just start cutting up or don't come home from school on Friday evenings because they know he coming through. right? They might do that slick shit. You got to be in tune with your kids. You got to like, because they might be like, okay, if I tell her, she gonna be upset or her heart gonna be broken, or what if this dude is paying bills in the house? Like young, they know they hit. They already know that there's gonna be some consequences and repercussions if I say something, but
So
I
let's
don't
talk
want to
about
be
it
there.
as parents, though.
Hmm.
Someone come to you and say, your child comes to you and say, not even your child. You found a videotape of someone touching your child inappropriately, a nanny cam or something, ring doorbell, something like that. What do you do?
I mean, you set them up. You invite that motherfucker over and call the cops.
Oh, okay, bad. I did not call the cops to set them up and call that motherfucker over. I thought that was gonna end a lot differently. Okay, all right.
Oh,
Yeah,
what was I supposed
I
to
was
say?
thinking strict justice too. My bad. I was thinking my bad, and
I
that's
mean,
why I
because you got to
paused.
get him caught first. You can call the cops, but if you don't have him there, they can't get him. So I would have him there, and I would have the footage, and I would call the cops. Like, so once he's there, I call the cops. We have a little chit chat, and then the cops pull up, and I snitch his ass out.
Can I
Hold
accidentally
on, hold on, hold on.
can I accidentally pour oil and light it on fire before the cops get there?
Girl, you can
If
do
it's
whatever you want,
only
because
if it's an accident.
if you know what the motherfucker allergic to, it is
Cause
what it
I was
is.
finna ask nobody. Cause you said call them over, set them up, have a little chit chat, and then when the cops come there, bust them out. That's pretty cool saying right here on this panel. But you've seen your child get touched. Can you sit down and have a decoy chit chat with
You
this
would
person
have
to the
to
cops?
if you want him to get caught, you would have to. I mean, because if you just call the cops and tell them, now you have to wait for them to catch him. I'm not patient like that. Like you gonna get caught today. Cause either I'm gonna take you out and then I'm gonna end up in jail and lose my children, or I'm gonna get you caught. Like you gonna face it one way or another. If I
But
have
with
to do
those
it
patients
legally, that's
hold
what I
up,
have to
sitting
do.
there in that room with that person, making small talk, acting like you really cool with them. Do you have the patience to do that, or are you going to snap before the cops get there?
No, you'd have to have the only way for you to get justice other than taking it for yourself and then losing your kid. So not only has your kid now been touched, but now they also lost the only person they have. So you'd have to suck it up for the 7 minutes it would take the cops to get there. You would have to. Or you could take them out and then now your kid is a molested child alone.
Okay. Anybody else? What do you do? Y'all all agree?
Man, if I'm gonna go the route that nobody
Hmm.
said to go, I'm not calling nobody.
Hmm.
I'm not calling nobody. I ain't gotta kill him, and I won't kill him. You know what I'm saying? But trust me.
You know, if
You're
you
gonna.
don't kill him, you can end up in jail. He could really just then
It's
call the
okay.
cops on you.
I mean, if that's what he want to do, he can do what he got to do, and then we
L-
gonna
And now your
figure it
child
out.
has been
Or
molested. They're
or
alone, and their molester is still
Let,
out there.
yeah, I was
let,
gonna say that if you don't
See,
kill them
see,
or if they're not in jail, then they could reoffend and
No,
violate someone
they
else.
won't be a fan. I'm
what
hearing
you
what Yashar is saying.
what you're not understanding is
You gonna take his dick off?
I don't know
Yes.
what y'all thinking. You know what I'm saying? Like I
Oh
don't
my
know
bad.
y'all thought process to inviting people over.
Hmm.
I'm not the one that's about to talk about nothing. As soon as he go through that door, he in violation. As soon
But
as he
that
walk through,
you have to make
walk through
sure
that
that if
door,
you invited him over, that
I'm
proof
not
is
in.
not there. Because if there's proof that you invited him over, that he did not trespass.
let me just say this here. You can invite
Once
him
he in
over.
once he in the
My
house, it's a
my
wrap.
cousin,
Once he in the house.
He walk through that door, it's a
uh,
violation.
my cousin ended my cousin blue brains right on our cereal, and his own mama don't know what happened to him, and she was in the house with all of us. So in certain families, things do stay in the family, and you can invite people over and just nobody see nothing, and
Hmm.
it just is how it is. It's trauma.
But you
It
know,
is
taking a life fucks you up in
it,
your mind.
and it don't just mess you up, it messes the witnesses up. You
So
understand?
that's what I'm saying. So now, not only has your child been put in that situation, but now their
Hmm.
parent is a
And other
killer
children.
that
Hmm.
has psychological issues they're gonna have to deal with for the rest of their
Well,
life.
I don't know about that, but I do know as a child witnesses stuff like that, and that you can't talk about. I will say this here: nobody else in my family was molested.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he actually did it. That's the whole trauma. Because, like I said, I slept in the bed with
Because
this
he
man.
had ample opportunity with you, but you
And
never
he
saw anything like that.
never, I'm talking about, we
That
slept head
happened.
to
I
foot,
mean, but the
and
proof
he
is in the
never touched
pudding.
me.
The proof
And
is in the pudding, though.
I always say, shout out to Tattletales, because my dad used to tell me, you don't have to wait for somebody to violate you, treat you bad, be ignorant towards you. When you get the feeling, those feelings that somebody looked at you wrong, you need to tell me. And you know how many times my kids who are grown used to tell me, oh, I don't like so and so. I used to be like, don't go by 'em. I never was that parent. Oh, you gotta hug your uncle. You gotta hug your cousin. Or you gotta nah. If you don't like them, hell with them. I've always had that in my life, and that's why I tell people stop silencing your kids. If I can say anything on YouTube, stop silencing these kids. These kids get a feeling, encourage their feeling, encourage it. When your child say, I just don't like him. I don't like the way he
You better
look at me.
listen to that shit.
Just say hell with, encourage your child. Don't be like, girl, that's my brother. My brother. No, no, it don't matter who it is.
Right.
Listen,
That's
my
why that's
father
why you gotta
will
protect it. You
not
gotta protect the
allow
children.
my kids. I'll never forget. My son was sitting on my dad's lap, and my dad kept pushing him off, and he was like 5. My dad was like, son, I don't want you sitting on my lap or nobody else's lap. That's not your fault. My dad who lap I still will sit on. Tell my son that. And from that point, I always said, ain't no reason for no kids to sit on no man lap. I jump on my dad. My dad in his 80s. I would jump on him. Yeah, I mean, I would sit on my dad.
But see, he did right because you know what I'm saying. Like,
But I'm just saying,
when
women
it
are
comes down to our
so
boys,
trusting.
you
They
gotta
so
do that.
trusting. When it's with your boys, when it's with your daughters, stop letting your kids be so friendly with people. And when your kids say, I just don't like the way that she make me feel. I don't like the way he look at me. I don't like the way she look at me. Don't be like, don't talk about grown people. That's how kids back in the day got molested.
I
Kids had to stay in a kid's place. No.
um it is absolutely no disrespect towards you. You brought it up on the platform, so I figured it might be okay for me to talk about it. Um, the proof is kind of in the pudding. If multiple of your cousins have said that he did it, then he probably did it. And if no one else was offended after he was gone, then he probably did it. It's hard to, and like I said,
Listen.
I'm not coming for you at all, but
Okay.
I've been assaulted before, so I'll just speak on that. It's hard to hear go tattletales, do the right thing and tell. And at the same time, you still are saying you don't know if he did it. So it's like you're saying tell, but you're also saying without saying, everyone's not going to believe you. Like you're
I
not
thought
No,
going to
she
no,
believe.
no,
said she couldn't
no, no,
believe
no,
he
no,
did it. Did she say
no,
she
no,
don't
no.
think he did it?
Let me just say this here. Let me
Okay,
just say this
sorry.
here. To my two cousins who swear to God that he did something heinous to them, I cry with them. I 100% believe them. The thing that hurts me is I absolutely love him, and he never harmed
Understood.
me. So it
Understood.
is conflicting when you really love somebody and they are taken away. It is very confusing. I understand, but I don't ever discredit them ever. But it's hard because I slept with him. I He came pick me up. We went fishing together. We did a lot of things together.
He
And
was your uncle?
he was my first cousin.
Oh,
Cousin.
your
He was
first
my
cousin.
first cousin. He was
How much
my
older
big,
was he than you, if I may ask?
he's 6 years older than me.
Oh, okay.
But hold on. Let me just say this here. He might be 10 or 12 years older than them. And just
Okay.
imagine that you're 16 years old eating cereal at your aunt's house and your cousin comes and kills him. It is traumatizing. It's not that I'm saying that they did not telling the truth, because the details, the everything that they're saying, okay. I was even at some of those places when some of these things could have happened. Okay, I believe you. But he was so good and kind to me. It's not like I can just say I don't love him. But it doesn't mean that I don't believe you. And that's
Hmm.
what people don't want to understand. You know, um, it I 100% believe him, and I tried my best to hate him. I really did. I used to try my best to hate him, but through all these years, 20 years later, 30 years later, you know what I had to realize? I can't keep crying because I still love him. I have to accept that I love him. I have to accept that he was my big cousin who protected me and who fought for me. If a boy did something to me, he would go and fight for me. I have to honor that and still honor them. You understand? I don't take that away from nobody.
And I
I
think
don't.
this. I'm glad this is coming up because we're uncomfortable, and I don't like that because this is real.
Mhm.
This is someone who had a great cousin that had their back, protected them, showed them things, and then he gets killed. And then it comes out he got killed because he was touching the girls or children that was younger than her.
Yes. And
So
at the time that he got killed, I didn't know why he got killed. And it was
yeah, I could
only
pick that up from the
after
way you
that.
said it. It was like, hold on,
Yes.
what happened? Yeah,
Okay,
and
now
and
I
it's
gotta
like
support
now
you.
people. I
But
want
you
to say this because
judging
it's
me. Don't
important.
judge me because I
I
still
want to
love
learn
him.
from this right quick. I want you to get yours out because this is kind of counseling for you. I don't think you got to talk about this um as loosely as you are now because there's always a conflict. You can't talk to your cousins who got molested about this like this, right? You can't talk to your. So y'all cannot be mad at her. She is a victim. She didn't molest
Mhm.
nobody, and she didn't protect him. She had a great relationship with someone who did some foul shit and got killed for it. She is not the target.
Mhm.
Have to remain mature.
And she
You
didn't
know,
know what they did. She didn't know what they did either. So they shouldn't be attacking her. That's silly, man. That shit lame, bro. Go ahead, Swab. I'm sorry, bro. Go ahead.
that's the natural feeling. That's the natural feeling. I understand the people that are saying, wait. Did she just say, I don't think he did it, or I don't believe he did it, or I can't believe he did it? So, once again, they're not the perpetrators here, but this is the growth. This is what being silent has stopped us from being able to do.
Mhm.
And so now when something happened up, it's irrational and we handled it like children, you know. I'm just glad that you this transparent to give us this time. Yes, it gets uncomfortable, but we're talking about molestation of children, how to recognize it, how to lessen it, who's doing it, at what ages. These are the things that because when I was young, guess what? Only white people molested children. That's what I grew up spewing,
Yeah.
and I was molested.
Wow.
But for some reason, I still had that ideology that white people molest. That ain't really. Suicide ain't really a black problem. We're behind. I can't, let another generation can't let another generation go by
Listen,
without having
my
these
my
conversations.
cousin never spent
Mhm.
one day in jail for murdering him. And it's not that I'm trying to uphold him in anything that he did wrong, but I do think, like the lady said, set him up to go to jail. I think if my cousin would have went to jail and we would have saw him get convicted of doing wrong, it would have been better for not just me, my sister. It would have been better for all of us in the family to see justice prevail. And okay, he molested them, he got to go to jail for it. I'm not upholding him in it. But when something like that happens and you're sitting at a table eating breakfast and somebody's brains just blown on your cereal, who you love, who's like a brother, how can you take and think because your grandmother and everybody, shut up, come on, nobody say nothing. Everything just hush because you can't let him go to jail or him get nothing. He never suffered no consequences at all. And I'm not saying I want him to be punished for what he did because it was his child. One of the victims was his child, and one of the victims wasn't his child. But both of my cousins have talked to me and told me exactly what happened later, what happened. But in my mind and knowing him, not saying because he didn't do it to me. What I'm saying is it's it's trauma when you don't see. It's like just imagine somebody who you love so much and you couldn't fathom them doing something wrong, right? Something like that, right? And then somebody just knocking him. You're gonna be like, it's ain't no way he would do that. Why wouldn't he do it to me? Why wouldn't he do it to other people? And you think like that, but then you also want to be support of your family, and you like, I believe you. I 100% believe you. But does it supposed to stop the fact that you love that person? And if you still love that person, are you sick?
I mean, I understand because you
Are you
said
sick
because of
if
the
you
silence.
love somebody who always was there for you?
But you, but you,
You
but you
said because
also
of
love
the.
and accuse them also. You love
You're
your
bored a
cousins
little bit.
also.
Go ahead, nobody.
Do you think? Do you think because of the silence in your family, you weren't able to unpack everything that happened to you? You weren't able to unpack the fact you just saw someone murdered. You weren't able to unpack the fact that your cousins were arred. You weren't able to unpack, you were not able to figure out what you were feeling in the moment, process through it. No one gave you the time or the voice to do the inner work.
Yes, that's the thing in New Orleans. You see something, you didn't see something. You never see anything. That's the whole thing. You never see anything, especially if it's family. You never see anything, even though you see the most. And that's the thing. And, if you say any little thing, it's almost like you're condoning it. When, when all you can say is at a certain point, I honestly, I just a few years ago just started saying, look, I love Peter. You say it because you do love that person. Are you evil because you love that person? Are you evil
Of
because you
course
love
not.
your family?
Of course not. And
It don't
and
take the fact that I love them. It don't change the fact that I love them so much. It
Yeah,
and
doesn't
that's what
change
we
that.
was talking about. That's because I remember the question I just asked, right? And someone said, nobody said I set him up, call the police. Yashar said the police will never see him. Other people expressed, I kill him. Now we have
I
an
think
example
it's
that really
better
happens,
if the
right?
police was called. I think it would have been
That's
better.
that's
Well,
what I'm saying.
It
well,
would
So
have been
now,
understand
better.
Understand my full stance. I'm not going to act one way or another. I would set him up. If justice was not served, which oftentimes it's not, other things would take place. It really is just that simple. It has to be handled one way or another. It has to be.
That's absolute. I
Can I,
understand.
can I speak right quick and then I'm gonna jump down?
Go ahead, Ski.
Um, Mule University, I want to tell you that you sharing your story is extremely brave, and thank you for that. And I'm so sorry that you and your family went through that. I think maybe some of the pushback that you might have read or you might feel is that can be triggering to other people.
You getting a
It can
phone
be.
call right quick and it dropped your volume.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, you done now. Go ahead.
Yeah, yeah, it can be triggering sometimes to other people that have gone through the M word or have been R'd. So I think that's all. But we really no, we don't blame you. It's a safe space here.
But you
Um,
want to, don't you, Tequila? Can you be
honestly,
truthful?
no, I don't. I don't want to
You
blame
don't?
her because it's not her fault. She had nothing
No,
to
no,
do
no.
with it.
Not blame her for the molestation and the killing, but you want to feel, you want to correct her on not feeling what everybody else feels towards this dude. Do you? I'm not trying to force you to say you do, but
No, so
I
here's the
want her to
thing.
have healing.
Here's the thing. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, here's the thing. I can definitely see where she's coming from. Where it's like, I love my family. I love my family, and it's hard to accept sometimes that your family can be so evil and wicked. That's a hard thing to accept, especially when you love them dearly. Um, so yeah, I just really want her to have healing. I also want her to really accept that he did something really evil and wicked. But I also
And
want her to have healing.
tequila.
I think she
That's the
has.
thing. I accept that he did something now so evil and wicked. I've been accepted that years ago because, like I said, I support my cousins. I know them personally. They wouldn't lie about something like this. And their
Yeah,
stories are so true. I know they're 100% true.
Mhm.
But then when I see him in visions,
When you remember
per-
the tangible experiences you had with him, because remember the
yes,
molestation wasn't you. You never witnessed that. That's something that you
yes,
have to believe because you can't never actually fully 100% know, even
yes.
though you will use those
But
words when
just
you hear your
knowing he was
cousins.
so great to me.
And if you
But
And
What
take
would
just
be
listen,
your
but
and
see,
favorite
if you
cousin? You
Tenchan
sound
said
like
and
you
something,
your
and
trying
I
to
favorite
think this is
cousin.
important.
separate it and saying he was a monster. He was evil.
and
He deserved this.
if you
And
take
then
all
also
emotion out,
knowing,
if
oh
you
my
take all
God,
emotion
he
out
was
and
my
think
savior. He was my protector. He was
And
It
that's why
sound
I
like
want to
so
say
you was
this. I
a
want to say
if
this.
Jesus
Hold
you
on,
type
hold
take
on.
all
See,
cousin.
Will,
emotion
one
out
second, one
and you
second, one
think
second. Tanjon said something, and I think this is important. He knew he did something. He knew that. You said you were 16 and he was 3 years older than you, 19.
mm-hmm.
When we dealing with these people know who to play. I need a witness. I need someone to say, he'll
Amen.
never do nothing
That's
wrong.
what I learned. That's
Yeah,
what
it's
I
not
learned.
for.
My cousins who he did this to were shy. They were quiet. They had mammies for mamas. This is my aunt who always shamed me about being fine or getting an ass or girl, you're getting nipples. You must be letting a boy suck on your titties.
Ooh.
This is her children who this happened to. It wouldn't have happened. These mammies
Okay, I want you to get some air right
make
quick. Mule,
yeah.
mule,
listen.
mule,
Can I
mule,
say
mule,
something?
mule,
I want
mule. I
you
want
to
These
breathe and
type of
relax.
women
I'm
have
so
their
sorry.
mule.
children
Hold on, let me get
and they
her
don't
settled
have
right
a
quick, ladies. I'm
father
sorry.
who they can
Mule,
go
mule,
to.
hey, mule,
Those
mule.
fathers
Listen,
will tell your children, tell me,
mule,
baby,
504
how's everything?
downtown. 504
mule.
downtown.
I want you to take a little breath. I want you to calm down some. I want you to take a minute to relax. Okay. I want you to get. I don't mind. I want you to get back on the mic, but I really want you to relax right now because I don't know who's with you. If you're alone, I don't know what's going on, and I want you
Swab,
to
can you play one of them volume songs, one of them good old
stay
volume
cool.
songs for? Can you play
Ain't
one of them
ain't ain't
volume songs?
facts. Shout out to
Give it a little
MJ hit the
intermission.
panel. Moonflower hit the panel. QI, and I want to go in that order. Go ahead, MJ. The floor is yours. What's on your mind?
Hey everyone. I just
Hey.
want to say, Mule's story is very touching, and I'm very sorry for her. And the pain that I hear is like ringing in the back of my head because the what Mule I what I get from it is that everybody was affected by the situation. Everybody in her family became a victim because somebody in her family made a wrong decision. And it's hard for someone to tell someone that they can no longer love or feel that they can no longer love a person who was great to them because that person wasn't great to other people or wasn't behaving the way they were supposed to other people in their family. And everybody is a victim. She doesn't want to feel like she's betraying her cousins, but is she supposed to feel like she never had the bond that she had with her cousin? And we just have to get to the point where, you know, even in life, we can have great people in our life, but that doesn't mean that great person who is great to you is great to others. People act completely different with other people in other situations, in scenarios, and it's not a cool thing for her to have to wash her memory of what she experienced with her cousin just so she can only show solidarity to her cousins who were violated. She should be able to do both, and when she do both, that's where she'll find her peace because she is a victim and it's tearing her apart. So, I'm really sorry about that. I mean, that happened someone similar in my family. Um, I have a younger cousin who pretty much he violated one of his older sister's daughter and end up going to jail. That was the decision of the family for him to go to jail. And his older sister ended up passing away a couple of months ago, and he wasn't able to go to the funeral because the daughter that he used to do that to would be there. So like things of that, it really does take effect on the family, and everybody is a victim in the process, you know. So we have to be open minded to understand that, yes, people were hurt in a different way, but people are still hurting, you know, in another way that if we really want people to heal and to, grow, you have to allow them to understand and make amends that yes, this cousin I loved him. This cousin I loved him. He was a great person to me. I had great experiences, and he did a horrible thing, and I don't accept what he did to someone that would be horrible. I can disassociate from that, but never rob her of her memories. What made her a great person that she is today. That's not fair for her, and that's all I have to say.
I just want to say this here. I'm sorry, y'all, for getting emotional, but that's just a trauma or whatever, and I'm gonna drop down
No, you don't have to
from the phone.
apologize for getting emotional. What I want to do is make sure you don't hyperventilate.
Yeah,
I want
it's
to
No,
make
I'm
sure
not
you
gonna
don't.
hyperventilate.
and
It's
Okay.
don't
just
drop down yet. Wait till it's my turn.
Yeah, I'm just trying to. I'm looking out for your safety and your health. That's it. I
no.
heard
Yeah,
you
I'm
getting worked
cool.
up.
I'm cool. I'm cool.
Okay. Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
You don't have to drop down, but if
That's
you
a
want
fact. But
to,
if you want
you
to, you definitely
have
can.
to.
We understand.
But
Go
hey,
ahead,
y'all.
Moonflower. The floor is on you. Peace to you. What's on your mind, sis?
Hey,
Hey,
y'all. I just
before
came
you
over
say
from
something,
my
Moonflower, I love
psychiatrist.
you, girl. I be feeling
Mhm.
like your spiritual mother. I promise you,
Thank
I'm going,
you.
girl. Look, that I don't want to say it suave on 90. I be girl. I think I'm gonna dedicate a whole channel and be her nemesis just because of you. I can't stand the
Don't.
way these people are coming towards you. It just bothered my soul. I mean, why would People 50 and 60 years old keep coming for this young girl. This is horrible. But anyway,
Yeah, this
so
is so crazy. But I love you too.
okay.
I told you you could be my mama. I put that in the comment section. I said, yeah, you could be my mom. But
I
I just
love
got.
you and I got you.
Thank you. I love you too, and you take care of yourself. But I just came back from the psychiatrist, and I'm real happy. I got my diagnosis today.
Congratulations.
You- and I can
Thank you.
tell
I've
you
been
don't want to
seeing the
share it, so that's
psychiatrist for a
fine.
while.
That's
No,
fine.
I can share it. I don't mind sharing it. I'm just real happy I got my diagnosis because I've been seeing her for a while now. So it takes a while for them to build your psych evaluation. But my diagnosis,
Yeah.
it was major depressive disorder, PTSD, and unspecified anxiety disorder.
PTSD. Uh-huh. You cut out, Moon.
The internet got you.
I did.
Yeah.
No, I was done talking. I was done
You
talking.
back now. You back
Oh,
now.
okay.
We only heard major
Can
depressive
y'all
disorder, and
hear
I
me?
believe you were gonna. Yeah, we only heard major depressive disorder,
Can,
and I believe you were about to say PTSD.
yeah, I had major depressive disorder, PTSD, and unspecified anxiety disorder.
Which is all the same, because with the PTSD, the symptoms of PTSD includes the major depressive and the severe anxiety. I have PTSD too, or as
Yeah,
well.
yeah, but for mine, it's all separate because they're caused by different things.
Oh, I got you. I understand. I understand.
Makes sense.
I'm glad that you got a thorough diagnostic, so now you can move forward ahead in your healthy mindset journey, Moon. I'm so happy for you.
Thank you, MJ. Yeah, I go back to see. They said I'm gonna do more intensive therapy, so I go back to see her. Not next week, but the week after. I got a new medication and just some other things.
Mm-hmm.
How are you feeling so far? Does it make you feel different or in a positive or negative way?
No, because you can give like yourself the self test online. So I had done that a few years ago before I started going to therapy. So I kind of sort of had an idea of what I was going on.
Okay, that's smart.
Yeah, if you go on any of your guys' state websites, the state offers a brief mental health test for whatever disorder you think you have. It's very brief, it's very short. So after you take the state test, you can just Google search it and go to different psychological sites, and they'll have the test on there as well. And those are more there's more questions, so it's more in depth.
Yeah. And I just want to say, like, shout out to Mu University at 504. 504 is my third home. I represent Uptown and West Bank. And, I definitely understand what you mean about the culture in New Orleans, because it's different. It is like it's a code, it's a family code. And and that code is taken very seriously. It's like no snitching, so it's like, and you will be chastised, for snitching. I mean, a lot of things, if you think about, like, let's just think about the violence and stuff like that. You really have to, like, they tell you in New Orleans, you have to keep your mouth closed, and you just best to, because they will, just for talking, they will come get you. So it's like, I understand what she's going through, as well as, like, when I've been molested, by two different men. And it's more complex than what people realize. Like, that's why I have my post-traumatic stress disorder. And it's a complex thing, because it's not like all the time you hate the abusers, or you have a sort of hate relationship with the abusers.
And a lot of times abusers, like, they're not doing it for the sexual pleasure. They're doing it because they're it's gaining some type of power or whatever. So, like, although, like, on the outside looking in, it's easy for people to assume how people should react, even in terms of people being victims, because I went through so many different stages, because it's something that it's very, like, people don't realize that it affects you for the rest of your life. You learn to cope with it, you learn to deal with it better. Like, it might not, like, I have triggers. I have, like, with the PTSD, sometimes things can trigger me, like online, if it's something that is similar to abuse or whatever. Like, you might wonder why somebody is going off, all of a sudden going off, because they might have been triggered. It might have been like a trigger or something. So, like, a lot of times, people, like, who haven't experienced it, like to speak on it, but it's deep and it's more complex. Plus, they're just now getting to the point where, they're starting to put more work into, like, more therapy, and like, more help, for victims and things of that nature. So it's something that, even you want to say the medical world, is not completely 100% um knowledgeable of. So, I want to basically come up there and say that. And just like, to my sister, I have a great compassion for people from 504, because, it's like I'm 601, but 504 and 601 is family. But when she was speaking of Sister Nandy, one of the things that I, realized is that, an abuser needs an excuse for the abuse. And sometimes the abuser will try to trigger you, or try to coerce you into doing something, so they can say, see, this is why I have to do this, or see, this is why I have to do that. So sometimes, when you realize that, people are like that, or people do things for their reason. And I know it's not always easy, because they will go to, like, sometimes you just gotta snap off, or sometimes you just gotta let them have it, because they go to, they don't care, they go to great lengths of disrespect. But for the most part, a lot of times, when, like, with people like that, it's like they want an excuse, because they want to abuse you anyways, or they want to bully you anyways, or they want to treat you the way that they want to treat you anyways. So it's like, a lot of, what I've learned is take their power away by not giving them the excuse. Make them work a little harder to have to do it. And I know it's hard, because I struggle with it at times too, but sometimes it's just not worth it.
Drill them with kindness. That's all. That's what I say. Drill them with kindness.
Yeah, make it their fault. Like, I'm, because they want to say, just like war. You got, like, how you gonna go to war with somebody who ain't warring back with you?
Yeah, I appreciate that, QI, and that was on point. Yeah, I ignore ignorance. That's something that I learned from my father a long time ago. You can only talk sense with people who's talking sense, and you have to have some type of measurement. And once, like, if someone you don't know walk up to you and say, "I don't like you," there's no sense in that. As a human, you will still ask why, but you shouldn't, because you have all the information you need. They don't know you, but maybe somebody told them something about you. Maybe they heard a story from someone who heard a story. So you ask why, and then they tell you why, and then y'all actually talk about it, and it goes somewhere. Cool. But like the dude that hit the panel, he just wanted the attention, and it was ignorant. I mean, I engaged him because he's a male, and like, this is like kind of like fun and YouTubeish to me. But you just have to ignore ignorance. So when people, and that's what hurts these people, because misery loves company, and when you leave misery alone, misery hates that. So the fact that I don't talk about certain people pushed people to do extreme shit, you know. But we just keep on working. Queen Cascade in the building, aka a fairy. Shout out to you. Good evening.
Hey, good evening. Can you hear me?
Absolutely.
I can't stay long. I just wanted to speak quickly to really the panel in terms of who's on here and, you know, to the chat as well, especially Sister Mule. We have to remember that she was a child when all that took place. A lot of us were children when these things took place and happened to us. We're multi-dimensional, we're multi-layered, and we're complex as human beings, and our relationships are complex too. And it's okay for her to process things the way that she's processing, because everybody has to go at their own pace. And Sister Mule, and anybody that's been triggered tonight, I want you to do something nice for yourself. I want you to, whether it's a bubble bath, whether it's a glass of wine, whether it's playing some music, I want you to do something nice for yourself. Do not punish yourself for the things that have taken place. This is not your fault. We were victims for the things that have happened to us. We survived. There's some giants we live with, there's some giants we slay. And that's okay as well. If you've got something that you feel is probably bubbling under the surface that you still sort of need to deal with, then obviously, you know, I'm all about people getting therapy and investing where they can. Do you get what I mean? To help with what's going on. So just look after yourself. And if you need more support, then reach out to whoever's locally in your area. Do not, um, you know, suffer in silence. Reach out to organizations and things that are around you that can help you with what you're dealing with. If you still feel like you're something's bubbling under the surface that you really need to get off your chest, then maybe writing it down as a letter to sort of help you sort of digest your feelings, and reading it aloud and releasing those emotions, tearing it up and burning it in a fire. You know, everybody's got their own way to sort of sage or say a prayer, or, you know, but I want people to take care of themselves. And Moon, I'm so proud of you with getting your diagnosis. Do you get what I mean? It's not an easy thing in this day and age with the way that things are and the way that people attack you for different things, to be vulnerable. And that's a good thing,
Thank you.
sis. We need to have more of that within our community, with having safe spaces within ourselves. You know, sis, with the anxiety and stuff, there's tapping exercises and stuff on YouTube and on TikTok and different social media that can help you with anxiety attacks and relaxation methods. Do you get what I mean? It's taking the
Yes.
time for us as people to get to know ourselves, because people have to remember we come in as babies, but then there's different things that happen along our journey that sometimes cause trauma, sometimes cause scars, sometimes cause wounds. Do you get what I'm saying? And that's okay. But we're all doing our own individual self development to push forward and rebuild ourselves, and indirectly that helps build the community.
Yeah.
Yes, you're
Hopefully.
absolutely right. Thank you so much, Queen Cascade.
Well said. Well said, Queen.
Mhm. And we have to make sure we find, because we could easily fall off into negative coping skills. So like, try to focus on them positive coping skills. And everybody coping skills is different. Some people like music. Some people like because we like, yeah, relaxing, sometimes drinking, and and smoking or whatever, that's all good. But like uh try not to lean on that kind of stuff. Try to lean on like more positive things.
Yeah, exercise, taking a walk. You know, we've got to start building good coping mechanism skills and learning what our triggers are so that we can
Yeah.
do our best to sort of, when they kick off, I'm being triggered, let me step back and use my good practice or whatever it is that you've learned or built. You know, it's almost like you're building a toolbox. You're building your own toolbox for your body. Just like people want to use analogies about women being like cars. Well, cars need maintenance, bodies need maintenance. It's,
Say
building
that.
the toolbox for mentally, physically, and emotionally. And
And
that's it.
learning those triggers, like you said, is very important. Very important. And sometimes it's hard because some people go from 0 to 360 real quick. You know what I mean with the flight. What is it? Fight or flight?
Response, yeah.
Yeah, even when that does happen and then you realize that it happened in hindsight, try to remember that it happened so that and remember, try to think about what happened before that to let so that you'll know that, okay, this is a trigger. This is a trigger. So that you can start, like, being more in control of your triggers, because there are predators out here that they predators learn people's triggers, and they will trigger, when they know that you have certain triggers, they will use those triggers intentionally. So like, it's better that you have control of that. It's better that like, recognize them and have control of that, so that nobody can nobody can manipulate you. Let me just put it that way.
Yeah, that's called metacognition. So if everybody was practicing metacognition, you will understand your strengths, your weaknesses, you will definitely understand your triggers, and then you will work on your weaknesses and basically know how to maintain your strengths. We don't actually do that in our community. That's not something that's really practiced for us to understand where our weaker points are and actually try to build on that. What we tend to do is we just lean on all our strengths on our strengths, and thinking that that's going to carry us to the next station. It really does just break you down at the end of the day. You'll be like a nice you'll be a brand new car that breaks down in 6 months because you're hard on the gas and you mess up your tires.
Hmm.
I think it's definitely something that we should be practicing in our community about our metacognition, knowing our weaknesses, knowing our strengths, knowing and tackling it in that like a list of, this is how I'm going to get better in my weaknesses in this is how I know what triggers me, this is how I know things that I'm indifference with, like I don't hate, but I'm indifference with it. It's not my thing. These are things that I know I will not tolerate. Like when we start to understand us on a deeper level, you can have better and more I guess more joyful and positive interactions with other people as well as yourself.
Right, you're exactly right. And I just want to say real quickly, Miss Argument League said, Miss Mew University said, "I'm so sorry, Argument League. I just realized tomorrow is his birthday." Yeah, it depends on how long ago that happened. What that's called is an anniversary period. Like when a lot of times when we lose people that's very close to us, like just like we're talking about triggers and different things like that, it is like certain times of the year or whatever. Like we go
Usually the winter time.
yeah, we go through those anniversary periods, and it took me a long time to realize that I was doing it. That I was, when I lost my mom and things of that nature, that like I acted strange, or I did strange things around those times, or I felt depressed or whatever around those times because it might be her birthday, it might be a holiday or something like that. So
Your
that's
holidays are tough,
That's
man.
yeah.
exact. That's the exact thing for me and my mom. I miss her birthday. I miss her the most. Like I miss her every day, but Like my
Mm-hmm.
mom been gone for like 14 years, but I miss her every day. But it's like for a birthday and around Christmas time, it's really tough for me. So I can
Mm-hmm.
relate
Is
exactly
that
what you said.
subconsciously, T. Will? Do you
Yeah.
find?
Huh?
I mean, at this point, I guess that you noticed it, but was that happening subconsciously, where your energy just changed and you didn't notice for a certain amount of period, or did you always know? Oh, it's my mom's birthday. You know.
Not well, since you said that's why, because I never looked at it like that. But since you said it, like I knew her birthday was coming up, but I would go into sorrow. But the sorrow would be of just not actually being actually physically spending it with her, or
Mhm.
like for the Christmas holidays and not spending it with her. So yeah, I think I kind of like put myself in the sorrow.
Mm-hmm.
If
You
that's
know what
what
you
you ask.
can do? You know what I started doing? Balloon releases on those days, or doing something that you would do with them. You know what I'm saying?
Now, T. Will, does that sound like really, really corny to you, bro?
What?
Balloon releases to
No,
help
no.
with.
I mean, people. No, people do that in my community all the time.
Yeah, people do
Balloon
it, but
releases.
as men, do
No,
we
Men
no,
go
I
buy
do.
don't think
balloons
so. No, I
and
don't
Not
think
release?
so.
Okay,
I
I
I
just
never
okay,
men
thought
do.
about it though. I've never thought about doing it.
okay,
The
because
game,
what
a lot of
QI
the game.
said was important, and combined with what MJ said. Um, knowing these triggers. Shout out to nobody. Knowing these triggers and all of these things, like Queen Cascade was explaining. The thing is the toolbox, right? Because when you get a flat tire in your car, you know exactly what tools to use. But when you get and this is an insult of a correlation, a flat tire psychologically, a lot of people think you can't fix a flat tire. They think
Yes,
you just
you
have
can.
to ride on a flat tire. And so I want people to know that finding out your triggers, finding out certain things introduces you to a whole nother envelope that you wouldn't have never recognized before because you didn't think it exists of ways to cope is the safe word, you know?
Right. Right, exactly. And that's what I meant about that analogy too. Because, you'll have people who will have a really nice car and they drag it down within 8 months to a year. And in the process, they didn't know or they didn't have the information to continue up the maintenance of that car so it wouldn't get that bad that now when it gets to the year, it's all running down and you have to throw it away or you have to give it away, or take it to a chop shop when you could have did the you when you could have did something to help maintain it so even if it was going to break down you could have had it for another 2 years. It's all about having that information and having those tools accessible to you and for you to use and like that's just not really focused when it comes to us knowing ourselves. I don't really see us using those tools to really know ourselves so we don't get triggered, we don't get burnt out.
Because
And
let me tell
people,
y'all something.
which are
Go
the
ahead.
greatest resources, I just think it's important to know we need someone to talk to, someone that listens, not with an agenda, not to take over the conversation and say, me too, but someone to completely listen to you and even if they don't understand, I would like for them to understand, but I can conceive that you can't because this is why this is needed to be talked about because they don't fit in. So if you have someone that you could talk to, don't be scared. That's their responsibility. That's their obligation. That's what they're assuming in your life. Your best friend, your spouse, your parents. These are people who you should be able to talk to without being judged or shamed, interrupted. So try to hold that standard. Go ahead, QI. Thank you.
Let me just share with y'all something that just like recently that I went through. Like like the whole ordeal with T Duck. Like every time I jumped on the panel, T Duck jumped on the panel. Then he would interrupt me, and he knew what he was doing. You know what I'm saying? And I didn't realize, but it had an impact or an effect on me. It almost gave me like a panel anxiety in a sense, and so like I when I sat back and I realized what was going on, I was like, you know what, that's why I haven't came on the panels lately, and a lot, and I sort of like I'm sort of slowing up, like because I was like I need to take my power, since I know that they're trying to strip my power, let me take my power back. And so my power was like taking my power back was like, you cannot affect me if I'm not up there on the panel. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, okay, well, I just won't give him that opportunity. So I stopped doing it, and and I regained my power, and I regained myself. And sometimes those are the little steps or the little techniques that you have to take when you realize, because a lot of times, oh, it's like abuse has many forms. It's verbal, emotional, spiritual, financial. There are so many different methods of abuse, and that's what people don't realize. A lot of times, a lot of things that people do that we see every day is a form of of abuse. And sometimes we have to be careful as well, because sometimes we can become sort of abusive ourselves without being willing, knowing, just reacting, or just reacting, or trying to protect ourselves, or whatever you may want to call it. you know and so we have to, like I had to learn, you have to pay attention, and pay attention to yourself, and pay attention to things and some stuff, and sometimes you have to take certain precautions and stuff like that, to so that you don't become the type of person that they are as well, or the type of person that victim, like the people who abused you. And that's all I wanted to say.
And I wanted to say something, man. I seen a sister in the chat earlier. I think her name is Rachel. I seen that she said that somebody that abused her some years ago that went to jail had got out and like tried to contact her on Facebook, and she said she reached out to a few people and let them know. Um, I think she ought to reach out to them to the police and let them know also.
Yeah,
And
get
that's
a.
just to be safe. That's just to be safe
Mhm.
than sorry, just to cover your
Yep.
bases. But sis, I wanted to say that a little bit earlier, and it just popped back across my mind. So shout out to the sisters.
Yeah, get a restraining order, or whatever, because like people like that who victimize you, they know you feel uncomfortable around them. They know, like, they know it. They know their presence. Just like I was talking about the little girl and the uncle moved to the basement earlier. It's like that is trauma. That is everyday fear, everyday trauma, every day. That is an antagonizing feeling. And the abusers or the predators know this. They know when they come around, it's like, that they could, you stiff up, they could feel your fear. And so like I call it take back my power. That's like my little coping to let me know what I need to do. Take back your power, and taking your power back, go get a restraining order. And let him know no more you don't want to you don't wish that he contacts you. You have that right, and don't let him put your life in fear or trauma.
Appreciate everybody' presence, man. Hit that like button. Shout out to the panel, man. This was a strong one. Rachel Renee in the building. Peace to you. What's on your mind, sis? The floor is yours.
Hey, Suave. Hey, everybody on the panel.
Peace.
So T.
Idris.
Will, thank you. So T. Will, I do appreciate you for saying that and everything. Yeah, he did contact me. It happened when I was 12 and he was 17, and he went to prison for doing robbery,
all the way from the Midwest to Georgia. So when I was younger, of course, I didn't speak on it. I just kept it to myself. Sometimes it's hard to come out and say what happened because you don't think people are going to believe you, and you think it's going to cause a lot of drama and turmoil in the family and different things like that, and try to avoid it. So he had been locked up for 17 years. When I was pregnant with my daughter, I received a letter from him, and I don't know how he got my address. I believe maybe my aunt gave it to him, but he wrote a letter, acting like a typical cousin. But then one of the things he wrote, which really just kind of spiraled me and triggered me into going to therapy for it. And my other child, my son, went with my mom for about a month because he wrote in the letter that he wishes that when he gets out that we could move somewhere where nobody knows us. And so after he wrote that, and
Look
I had to
like
go to
he at.
therapy. Yeah, I had to go to therapy for that. Um, I was starting to, get back to the way things should be and everything, but there's like I was saying in the chat, there's this obsession when you have children to do everything you can to protect them from it. So around that time, even after I went to therapy, I was doing things like I went and bought a weapon. I kept knives in my nightstand. I was sticking knives through the door, moving tables up to the door while it was locked every night. I was sleeping in the bed with my son because I had this tremendous fear because I was having nightmares and everything. I had this tremendous fear that somebody was going to come in and they were just going to do something to him. Um, and so after I pretty much got over that hump of my life and everything, and yeah, he contacted me on Facebook. I finally did tell my mom when I was in my 20s, and but I still haven't told my aunt or my cousin because they already know that I'm about to be fighting them. I already know. So when I'm ready to, I guess, fight my cousins and my aunt, then I'll let them know. But other than that, they're so. Let's protect my beloved son and my beloved brother. That yeah, we will get into a fight, and I'm gonna end up in jail. So I told my mom though, and of course my mom believes me because she knows how he was and all this other stuff. But um, I moved because I'm in the army, so I continuously move so he doesn't know where I am. But he sent me a message on Facebook saying, "Hey, little one, what's up?" And
This is we should have something set up that she's not alone. It should be a different system than I know I'm gonna end up fighting, I'm gonna go to jail. This is what I want to ask. Like real talk, do you how do you feel about us, not you, not you, us, me and whoever is else, get in touch with them? And I'll tell you why. To implement accountability without you being the primary, the forefront, the main target, you know, what do you think about that?
um,
Because he's still
I
a threat,
wouldn't.
right? Do you think he's still a
Uh,
danger?
well, I know he's in a totally different city from my family. He's completely in a different state from me because I move around. I'm getting ready to
But I mean to
PCS.
other kids.
Um, I don't. Yeah, I don't know. Like, if he goes to visit the family, I would probably assume maybe, but the rest of my family, besides my aunt and my his sister, knows what he did, and so, I mean, of course, I wouldn't mind that, but again.
I already know that I'm gonna have yeah, like I said, I'm gonna fight and end up going to jail because he's a mama's boy. He was locked up. He broke into all these people's houses and everything, and his mom still was holding him down and all this other bullshit, which I thought was bullshit. So down in the chat, first off, I want to say that I am sorry to Mule University
Lima.
because
Shout out to
it
Lima.
it,
I
it
think
was
her name need to be said a little bit. I mean, I know y'all call her Mule University,
yeah, I
but
don't know her name. Sorry.
Lima. It's okay.
Lima.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I do want to apologize because yes, I was very irritated in the chat because in my head I'm thinking, no, I wish he was dead. I
Triggered.
absolutely
You
wish
were
he was
triggered.
dead. Yes, I was very triggered. I absolutely wish that he was dead. And I loved him because he was one of my favorite cousins and I did love him. But when that happened, the love left. Like it left because I was having nightmares and I still sometimes have nightmares, especially after this contact on Facebook. I had another nightmare. I had a nightmare that my son was in like this apartment building and I was there and I don't even know this apartment building because I live in a house and I've never seen it, but he was there and he just I'm down on the bottom floor and I go running up the stairs because I hear him yelling and screaming, calling my name, telling somebody, no, leave me alone, don't touch me. And when I got to where he wasn't there anymore, but I could hear them talking and yelling in the attic. And I ran up to the attic door and I woke up. And I immediately started crying because I was like, I couldn't even save my son. Like, it does a lot to you. I'm 32 now, and I was 12 when it happened. My biggest fear is for something to happen to one of them because I'm going to prison. I don't want to wait for no police. I don't want to wait for nothing. I just want to. I'll go do my time with a smile on my face, and hopefully, my mom will be okay. Taking over as far as my children. I would hate to put them in that position and her in that position, but they don't need to be alive at that point. So when I was listening and I was triggered in the chat, it was like I absolutely wish he was dead. So I can't shed any tears for him being dead if he was dead. And that's how I was looking at it. So I apologize to you. Said her name was Lima. You said
Yes.
Lima? Okay. Well, yeah, because I wasn't getting it. I mean, I still don't, but I guess in a sense, maybe I could understand if a family member didn't see that side, why they would feel that way. But
Have you started going to therapy yet, sister?
this is my third time going to therapy because of it.
Okay. It's gonna get better. Don't worry, it's gonna get better.
Um, yeah, I go to therapy. I did call my therapist and everything because we were actually going into that part of the healing process of therapy. We were starting off, and it just came so random, and I'm just like, and then so I asked my other family members. I said, "Did he try to contact you?" Like I'm thinking, like, okay, maybe he tried to contact other family members. He didn't try to contact anybody but me. And his mom, of course, and his sister. But other than that, he didn't try to contact no other cousins, no other aunts, no nothing.
This something I'm just gonna this real quick. One of the things I learned because I do therapy and things like that as well. And one of the things that nobody told me or taught me to tell people that I tell people because of my own experience that first thing we have to do is look in the mirror and look in your own eyes and say it is not my fault. It is not my fault.
Oh, oh,
It is not,
for a long time, it was my fault in my head because I was like, well,
right,
why didn't I knock him away from me? Why didn't I
right.
do this? Why did I freeze?
We
Like,
all go
why did I
through that.
just, yeah, I was like, well, why
Yeah,
did I freeze? Why did I lay there? Why did I cry? Why didn't I just hit him in his face? Why didn't I do this?
right.
So it's so much guilt behind it.
Yeah,
Like, oh, well, and at one point I was like, oh, well, you must have, this is when I was had really bad low self-esteem. I was like, you must have wanted him to do that, but you didn't do anything about it. You didn't tell anybody. And then it did take a while for me to understand that it wasn't my fault. I had to get that confidence and I had to get that self-love back to understand that it wasn't
Hmm.
my fault. And
And you
yeah,
still have to do it. You still every there's there's no, even though we're we go to therapy and all of this stuff, there's no end all to be all. It's like there's like not an absolute cure. So sometimes, we will go like some stuff that we might think that we're healed from, or, like that we haven't experienced in a while, may happen. You know what I'm saying? It might be triggered by something else, or, whatever. So there's like, we have to give our self permission to say that it's not our fault and it's okay. You know what I'm saying? It's not our faults and it's okay. Like, cause of our reactions, like I understand what you're saying when you say you want to see these people dead. I went through so many different stages. It's like I had to stop dating men because like I had became one of those emotional serial killers to men, because it's like I was, taking, it's, what I'm saying. I wanted to take out my pain, like it's like
yeah,
they were the abuser. And so, I was like, okay, this is not right. So, like I had to get a grip of that. I went through so many stages until like I realized, I said, wait, I gotta go get myself some help because this is not normal. So I went through the stage too of like wanting to harm people and stuff like that, and I was like, this is not me. So, like it's so, like it's not okay to go through with it, but it, like it's a normal feeling. That's what I'm trying to say.
yeah, it's again, like I said before, it's a very overwhelming feeling, and it's like I said, it's literally like a obsession to make sure that your children are safe. So my children are not allowed to sleep over at anybody's house. My children, I talk to them constantly. I always give them the good touch, bad touch talk. I
Some of
always
that is
tell them,
normal. Some of that is
yeah,
normal, but like you said, some of it is obsessive. And I had to
yeah,
realize, because I'm protective, like to my family and stuff like that, or even people that, like that I'm compassionate, like, to people. I feel like in some ways I feel like, like with Moonflower, you know um with Moonflower and stuff like that. And it's probably a lot of us that feel that way towards Moonflower, because we know she's a young sister, and I can relate to, like, her story is so similar to mine, and I can relate. So, some of that is normal, but as sometimes we have to, like sometimes see that it can be overprotective or overbearing too, because sometimes we're passing these fears on to our children or to our family.
yeah. It
It's a journey, you know what I'm
It's,
saying? Trauma is a lifelong thing. People don't tend to realize that trauma is a lifelong thing. Like even with physical trauma, right? When your body experiences physical trauma, yeah, maybe the superficial scars are gone, but there is still trauma in that area. There is still side effects for even enduring that trauma. So like you have to work on it on a regular basis. You have to
Mhm.
continue, keep up on it as much as possible, because the trauma is going to be there. And that's why, we try to do as best as good people, good parents, good friends. We try to do the best to prevent trauma because we know that it is long lasting.
yeah, it always comes back to your mind. It really does, even though you don't want it to. It's something that just stays there, and it almost feels like it's a part of you, and you absolutely hate that, because then it feels like that person affects, like, Yes, he did. At 32 years old, he did affect my emotions when I got that message. I literally had a panic attack when I got that
Mm-hmm.
message because I'm
Most
like,
people.
I know you know what you did. Why are you
Mm-hmm.
contacting me? And it's almost like a slap in the face.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how dare you contact me? If you were standing in front of my face right now, you wouldn't have a face. So I don't know. I no, I came up here though because T Will, shouted out what I had written, and like I said, I appreciate it. As far as the restraining order, he doesn't know where I am, which is good in my opinion.
I got
He
you.
will never know where I am, and he will never be around my children, and the family knows. So hopefully they listen and don't allow him around their children because I don't know how to get him back off the streets again with what I said due to statute of limitations. But and because he was 17, he was technically a minor, so I don't know. But um, I just choose to stay away from him at this point. And like I said, my kids, they're if he's anywhere within the vicinity of a family event, I won't be there, and my children won't be there, and everybody will know why. So they either
Mm-hmm.
cannot invite him, or I just won't come, and they can pick their
Exactly.
poison when it comes to that.
And don't
But
feel any kind of way. And don't feel any kind of way if he ends up being invited, because you already know the environment. So don't feel any kind of way if he ends up being invited and you're not, because a lot of these same people that we call mammies and stuff are victims of abuse.
yeah, but I do appreciate coming up on this panel and talking about it. I think that that does a lot just talking about it because
Mm-hmm.
usually it's so triggering that I just leave the live and will just cool down and then come back at a later point when it's no longer really being talked about. Um, but lately, when it's been talked about and stuff like, here tonight and then has a channel and stuff, I tend to stay and just kind of, I wouldn't call it trauma bond, but to give support back and forth
Mm-hmm.
to our sisters. And so I try to do that now at this point and then talk to my therapist and stuff. And yeah, I talk to my mom too. And I mean, it's just one
Because we're
day at a
not alone.
time.
You're not alone. None of
Mhm.
us are alone. And like before you thought you were alone. And like it's important for us to let each other know that we're not alone. And just like Lima in university said something that was powerful. She said that shout out to them tattletales. That like shout out to them tattletales. It's like we have to stop being prisoners in our own, prisoners in our own shell, in our own
Head.
minds. And
Yeah.
it's liberating to speak about it as well as we're helping the next person because it feels good to know you're not well, it doesn't feel good knowing somebody else went through what you went through, but then you don't feel alone by knowing that you're not the only one that had this experience.
Yeah. Because earlier when I first came in, there was something said about as far as the person being castrated. Um, as I mentioned in the chat, that doesn't necessarily stop a sick mind to think of other creative ways to harm a child. Because I wasn't, there was no penis used for me, but there was other things that still, has a lasting effect and still causes mental damage
True.
and trauma. So I don't know. Again, I can't feel any type of way or cry about him if something was to happen to him. And the reason he won't go um, live in the same town with my family is because he has people looking for him, so he won't
It's
go
okay
there.
to,
So
he's a monster. Like he's a monster, you know, and he doesn't love, like he's missing some kind of emotional connection to have to do the things that he's done to you. So it's okay that you feel that way towards him. Like don't feel like just because your family have not, you know, like feel like just like we were talking about Lima, people are going to feel different types of ways, and sometimes we got to realize that that is just sort of what's going to happen with people. You know what I'm saying? We have to allow people time to you know, process. You know, people process differently. So you know, but as you know, like the victim, like I said, it's not your fault. You did nothing wrong. You didn't ask for it. So it's on him. So how you feel about him is okay. You should feel the way that you feel towards him. Just don't let him ruin any more of your life. You know,
yeah,
any more of your life. You know what I'm saying?
yeah. Well, I will say this: the women in my family, they feel some type of way as far as him. They don't really want to deal with him or anything like that. It's it's actually the males in my family that is,
Mm-hmm.
they don't give a shit. They
Mm-hmm.
know because I expressed to them as well, and they're just like, well, that happened a long time ago, and they're very dismissive about it. The males are, but the females, they're like, oh fuck no, he can't be around us, he can't be around our kids, fuck dude, da 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 da. It's the males that's just like, well, that's our family, and I'm like, oh my fucking god. I was like, okay.
And I know I don't have to say this, but it's, you know, of course we know it's not all males. You can tell the males who have daughters and who care about their daughters, and you can tell the males who have a heart, and you know is a human, because a human, because not all males are human. That's how I look at it. Because like some of the things that, you know, like patriarchy and, you know, the society has built, you know, like for, you know, like for in terms of the male stuff, it's not human. It's like they're taught not to be human. And that's still not an excuse, because you have to sometimes use your own head about some stuff. So I'm not using that as an excuse, but I'm just saying that, you know, a lot of these men are, you know, are not human, and we, you know, and you know, we know that. You know what I'm saying?
I
Yeah.
just think that sometimes a lot of men can have unhealthy type of viewings of women in general,
Mm-hmm.
and it trickles down as into in regards of how they will treat a situation. I mean, like we do have in the black community a negative oh, well, I wouldn't say negative, I would just say a bad habit of saying, you know, let boys be boys when they
Mm-hmm.
do certain things in regards of little girls and things of that sort, or that's a boys or male nature. And a lot of times it is, you know, it's put on the woman saying you're being too harsh on this boy because you don't understand a man's nature. And I think that's probably one of the reasons why that there's just, you know, the subconscious, just, you know, the subconscious kind of mindset in regards of how women are viewed, where in his mind he's like, well, he was just a young boy and he didn't really want to know, you know, he just wanted to just see what's going on, or he was full of hormones. That's how they took, you know, that's how they kind of like took the situation. I mean, my only question would be, if, let's say, if Rochelle wasn't a girl and she was a young boy in the family and he did the same thing, would the men have that same reaction? Probably not, because, you know, in our community, we are, you know, a lot of men are conditioned not to be that way. You see what I'm saying? I
Mm-hmm.
hope I'm making sense.
Oh yeah, you're making great sense to me.
Yeah.
What about everybody else?
Yeah. Yeah. You're making sense. It's well, I mean, it's a process, literally. Some young girls and young boys, they go through different processes to I guess, cope with it. Some become angry, some become promiscuous in a sense. I think with me, it made me more angry. And well, I'm going by what my therapist told me based off of what he said. He said that my reaction to it was anger and aggression. So instead of me going on the other side, I was, out here just vicious. I was out here fighting. I was out here cutting. I was cutting people. I was doing all types of stuff um, when I was younger.
I
And
understand. It's not your
so,
fault.
yeah, and so that's where it comes from. Where I'm just like, well, shoot, if he was standing in front of me, he'd just be missing a face. And because that's just what it comes down to at this point. It's just I grew up with a bunch of anger in me and stuff. I took it out on a lot of people.
Me too.
Um, and I mean, now, I think I'm doing pretty
Getting
well.
better.
It still is triggering. There's still, but that's the only thing I really want to work on. I just want to work on where if I hear his name or if he contacted me on a social media platform, I wouldn't go into a panic attack. That's really what I want to work on. I think the anger I kind of knocked that down a little bit. A little bit.
And
I
let me
think
can I
now, yeah,
Queen
go ahead.
Cascade. I think she wanted to say something, but I wanted to say. Let me just say this right quick. Like real Judah, when people do things like that,
He's
like
dead. He's
stuff
dead
makes
in that chat.
yeah, it makes it suspect.
Yeah,
I just
he's
want to
dead in
say
that chat. You might as well let Queen
okay, okay,
Cascade speak.
okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, basic pressure. Listen, um, obviously, right now, with the journey that you're going through and the fact that that person is being released soon, it's normal for there to be the flight or
I can't
fight
hear.
response. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I hear you.
Yeah.
Okay. No,
Can you hear
no,
me,
I
sister?
can't hear Queen Cascade. Her,
Can you hear me?
her,
Are you? Do you have headphones?
yeah, I got my AirPods in. Hold on.
No
No, I
problem.
can hear you.
We can hear her, so it might be on your end.
Just give her a second. I just want to make sure she's cool because, emergency contacts, make sure you've got your emergency plan just in case.
Oh gosh, no. It sounds like a very deep, slow motion voice. That's what it sounds like to me.
Do you want to,
Oh, you got to go out, come back in.
yeah,
Okay.
Okay.
please do come back. Yeah, while Rochelle goes, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing her name correct or incorrectly. But while she drops in and drops back out, I just want to say, in regards to, the fathers and stuff like that, I heard part of the conversation that was happening earlier in response to, what some of people were saying about what they would do if they found out that their child was in a position like that. I just want parents to start being more aware when it comes to creating a safe space for your children to be able to come to you. Because sometimes, as parents, sometimes we're sitting down nonchalantly, we're watching videos, we're watching, TV, watching something that's happened on a program, and we'll turn around and be like, if that happens to you in real life, I bust that person's backside, or, I'm going to jail over this. Do you get what I mean? We need to start being a bit more cognizant of the language that we're using around our children, because sometimes they pick those things up, and sometimes kids don't come forward and let parents know about abuse because they've heard their parents saying they're going to go to jail, or it's going to split up the family, or this person, that person's going to get in trouble. So we need to start being cognizant of creating safe spaces for our children to be able to come to us in different circumstances, and knowing that they have a safe space to
Um,
fall, even if it's.
Queen Cascade.
Can you hear me, sis? I can hear you.
Queen. Yeah, yeah, I can hear you. Real Judah, you got a fucking problem with me? You got a problem with
Yeah.
anybody?
He
Why
needs
the
to
fuck
be
you over there
Okay, I
addressed.
can't
saying
hold
some
y'all
dumb
back.
shit in the
Go
motherfucking
ahead.
chat?
I don't know what's going on in the chat. I
He
haven't been
just said,
listening
let
to
me
you.
read it. He just said,
He
after
always
he
saying
made,
some dumb shit. I'm sick of that motherfucker.
uh-huh. He said, just stop being so sexual in nature. Cause I want to expose this creep. Cause
Cause this
he's a
bitch
predator
always
and
got some
he's the
stupid
creep.
shit to say.
Just stop being so sexual in nature, then the abuse would stop. But y'all can't, whatever. I missed that part because it went up. But that's
It's abuse.
yeah,
It's a
that's abuse.
that's
And
that
he's
that's
a predator.
abuse.
And that's like,
That's
Let's.
abuse.
don't say
He
that.
said, but
That's a
we can't because
Hold
y'all
on, hold
wicked as
on.
hell. He called us wicked.
Real Judah, nigga, you got a fucking problem?
Yes, he believes that the creator of the universe is a man in the sky that
Bitch,
gives
bring
men
your motherfucking ass
that
up on the
rules
panel.
men on a different scale, and
and why
and and and
and why
that's,
he
yes, that's
believes
hella
that.
abuse. That's hella inconsiderate, and I
Uh-huh.
don't
Oh
I
shit.
don't see that's not even where the conversation was at. So, real
You
Right.
Judah,
So
bitch ass nigga.
that was
if
meant
that's
that was meant to be abusive. This is what
Mm-hmm.
I was telling the
Yeah,
other
that's
ladies on
exactly
the
what it is.
other panel the other day about how you got to stop when someone
Yeah, I
comes
heard
up
you.
here who tries to abuse you. You don't know that they're conditioning you, because that's
Right.
usually the first step of abuse. They say
Mm-hmm.
Bitch, it
slick
wasn't my
shit.
mama's
They
fault.
It
It
they
don't
wasn't my
expect you to
fucking
take
mama's
it.
fault. The fuck is you talking about?
no, he's a predator. He's probably touched
and
some
I don't
children.
know the way that it's going back. I think he might be behind in the YouTube video.
But
I
what
don't
he
think
said,
he's
No,
actually.
he's not
he's
behind. He
clear.
He ain't
been.
behind because
No, he not
he ain't
Oh,
behind.
okay.
behind because
He been
He's
Chris
in the
clear.
fucking said
He's
comments.
it
a
was
predator, y'all.
I
he's
That's
mean,
still
the
talking
sign of a
shit.
predator. He is a predator. He has done some bad things in his life to
Oh,
some people, and he's sitting here trying to use other people as the excuse for it. And that's all. He has issues and he needs help. We know when we see predators, we have predator alerts by nature because of what happened to us. And you're a predator.
Exactly. He
whoa,
is
whoa,
Like I
whoa!
too.
said,
okay,
Who
I
the
don't
fuck
see
He
him.
always
nasty
got
as
some
hell?
slick.
I'm
He always got
Hold
some
confused.
on,
slick
How can
ass
hold
you
on a
shit to
gauge
second,
say.
ladies.
who the fuck is
Everybody
Wait,
nasty
take a
and who
breath.
not?
Bitch,
Bitch,
your
you
mama
are
Everybody
is
take a
Suave,
nasty.
nasty.
breath.
What you
Suave,
talking
this
hold
about?
is
on,
taking back our power.
calm
Ladies,
You
down,
nasty. Your
calm
ladies,
mama
down,
coochie
ladies,
nasty. Your
calm
ladies.
grandma coochie
calm
nasty.
down,
Your great
ladies,
Yeah,
coochie.
bitch,
Your
calm
your
down.
grandma
mama is
coochie
fucking
nasty.
nasty. She should have
That's
fucking swallowed
Rashad,
your motherfucking ass,
Moonflower,
or she
Y'all,
should have
this
left
our
your
that shit on
daddy
the
daddy
just
nasty.
motherfucking
muted. We
Calm
gotta
toilet.
down.
hear you.
This is what they wanted.
ladies.
This is
Everybody
exactly
take a
what he
breath.
wanted. This is what an abuser wanted.
He wants a
To trigger
reaction.
you, to get you angry, to get you out of pocket, and to get you to stop talking about things that need to be discussed so you can heal. You
Trash
can't
ass
heal
nigga.
if if you're arguing with him. And that's what he doesn't want you to do, to heal. Because when you're truly healed, he don't exist.
Facts.
You
You
know his
have
stupid
Yep.
ass.
to
The fuck is he talking
you gotta
about?
see the signs when someone is trying to abuse you, and he'll want and don't want you to grow. They don't
You're
want you to
right.
grow. They don't want you to move on. They don't want you to heal. They want you
Right.
to be broken, because guess what? All they have to do is just come in and say sweet nothings in your fucking ear, and you think that they're great. You think that they're a good guy because they're showing you things on the surface level, and then later on the abuse starts all over again.
Yep.
That's a abuser. Not all abusers are physical. There's a
Dirty
lot of
broke
people who
poop
are out here
ass nigga.
abusing people mentally, emotionally, and definitely spiritually, like real Judah.
Gentlemen, I want
No
you to take
abusers.
notice of the language of this abuser, the way that he's mentally and emotionally during something that can be healing for women to be able to move forward and have some ease, that this is how he chooses to be passive aggressively violent. Our brothers need
Yeah.
to start
Talking all that
recognizing
bullshit.
the different types of
I don't know why
abuse
the
that
fuck. I don't even
exist.
know why the fuck that nigga was fucking born. His motherfucking ass should have been vacuumed out his mama's fucking womb.
And y'all, for us to have PTSD when we lash out back on them, like I know what you're saying is exactly right, MJ. In fact, I had said that earlier. And I said I'm a work in progress because I know sometimes what these people be trying to do. But sometimes when we have PTSD, it's like taking our power back. Like when we, because it's like, just like even if Suave was to say something to him, you know, it feels good, but it feels even better for like us. It's like she said she wants to hurt her victim, just like me. I want to hurt my victim. You know, I mean my abuser. You know, when people do that, it's like we want to show them that we're not powerless.
I'm tired of that motherfucking nigga. Fuck around and play target practice with his bitch ass.
Yeah,
It's
yeah, and
not
he's
worth
a
it. It's not worth it.
with the words. Yeah, and
It's
it's not just embarrassing him; it's embarrassing me. I assume he's a black man, and the thing is, when I see
Suave, it should not embarrass you. You have nothing. Absolutely. I don't even know why you would even stop putting yourself in a category with animals and
no,
dehumanize.
I mean I can't really help it because at the end of the day, the category is black men. Now we could get into the
No,
subcategories,
Suave.
black men that abuse women, black men that are, but we don't have the tools to get all the way down to who he is right now. And the thing is also being real Judah, that's a religious thing, right? And that's
Mm-hmm.
also a mark on the Israelites. And it's a shame because there are religious people who go out of their way, like volume of the book, that make sure shit is respected. Like real talk, if you're in tune, and I'm not trying to take no shot at nobody, but if you're in tune with your God, man, this should not be you. This should
I
not be
agree.
you. And you're calling
That's
me a pagan. You say I have no God. I want to be, and you're acting like that, and I'm acting like this. Like you're not even making your team look good. It's so obvious that you're just drained by the fact that they're able to talk about what they want to talk about to the point where you just bust out like y'all nasty. Like you went back and forth hitting your caps lock to make sure nasty and hell was like the shit is just pathetic, man. Like, yeah, it's over with.
there's some
African
truth to that
American, you
too.
can shut the fuck up and you can kiss my ass for one thing, because I come over here to support Swab and I come over here to support my sisters. So you can shut the fuck up.
the
You
colonists
really
are not
can. Play
abusing
target practice with your motherfucking ass too. Fuck is you
the
talking
not
about?
the colonists are not the most abusive to us. That's why, because most of the abuse are coming from black men, and I hope I don't have to keep saying all, but I'm
You don't
general.
have to clarify shooters. I could take it. Shooters are. And the thing is, um, like threatening women, black women with the white man is also abuse. Like when your woman is telling you like you shouldn't be acting this way, and you say, I could be doing like the white man. Like come on, man. Like if those the tools you use, and just recognize you losing.
And then let me say this too, like y'all wonder why people have so like some people have grown to have such negative opinions of Israelites and some of these religions, especially women. It's because of y'all behavior. Y'all do that. Y'all make it look like that. You are representing your religion to look that way. It does not look good. It will never look good. Predatorial behavior is predatorial behavior, period.
Cause this is the thing. Like this is the fucking thing. They always seem to think that we need to go after all these colonists and all this other shit when they won't fucking do that shit. And realistically, I could honestly give two flying fucks about the fucking collective of black men. I respect some. There is some that I respect on YouTube. I respect Taz. I respect Suave. I respect Chris Flanoy. I respect T Will. I respect Brother Moses, Twin Man,
Facts.
Q Butter, um, Domo. There's several others that I'm probably missing that I do
And
respect
I've
and
never
everything, but
seen
the
a
rest of them
nun.
motherfuckers, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck
Now I
about what the
haven't
fuck
seen
they
a
talking
nun.
about. I
I've
just
never
don't give a
seen
fuck.
a nun.
Period.
I haven't really
Oh
seen
yeah,
a
and no,
nun.
yeah, there was some that I missed. There were
Yeah,
some that I
yeah,
missed.
I'm glad that it wasn't just a handful. Like I could name them niggas on one hand. Like we
And
made it
see,
past five.
and see, Swab.
Let me find
And
out Swab was worried.
Yeah,
Swab was
like
over
bitch, we
there
finna run out
sweating
of
like,
niggas,
ooh.
die.
Alessandra.
But Swab,
I
the
We-
way
mean,
the
shit.
African
I mean,
American nationalist is acting, this is why a lot of black women have also got a negative opinion of this pro-black thing. Because every time black women are getting up and speaking about things that we know that we need improvement, things that we know that we need what we need, or things that like needs to change in our community, this is they go to. They go to is forget your feelings, forget your pain, and let's focus on fighting these colonists. And these are the same colonists that most of these pro-black people, pro-black men, they end up marrying they daughters, and then don't and then think and
Mhm.
then want to come over here and attack other people for being divestors when they themselves are divestors.
Listen, sis, I don't even want to go back into
yeah,
that
it
conversation with the whole what's it called it divesting situation. I just want to speak to Rochelle a hot second. Sis, you said the fact that you're at the moment sometimes you're having nightmares and stuff. Can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I don't want you to concentrate on the chat for a second. I want you to concentrate on this conversation because they're about undercover violence and abuse towards women, and we're on about healing and continuing the journey. So ignore, if you can, for me a hot second, just ignore the chat. Yeah. At night before you go into bed,
Yeah.
what can I ask, if you don't mind? What are you doing in regards to your nighttime routine?
Um, Usually my nighttime routine most of the time has something to do with taking care of my kids. Essentially, I do take a little bit of time for myself,
Okay.
just to breathe and relax and everything. But and then most of the time, of course, I listen to um, content creators and everything as well.
Okay.
But um, other than that, I don't really do much of anything. Sometimes I will meditate though, and I think that falls under me just like having some me time in a sense.
Mm. Can I make a suggestion or something that you could possibly try and see if it works? Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
Try before you go to bed, making your bedroom a really comfortable space with, your candles and your smells and things like that. Aromatherapy.
Mhm.
I don't know if there's any oils that um, bring good memories forward, or that you find relaxing, like lavender or rose or ylang ylang, and some oil diffusers. Before you, about 10 minutes before you go to bed, I'd like you to write some like affirmations, some positive affirmations. You repeat those before you go to sleep. And if you've got any, like on YouTube, there's apps for, there's like a number of people that do like relaxation and sleep meditation. I'll put some links in the back. You could try those and see if it helps you relax into a positive sleep. It might help ease
Mhm.
the dreams. Obviously, I understand that your flight or fight response is active at the moment, and that's normal. That's okay for what you're dealing with. But if you look at
Right.
changing elements of your bedtime routine to make you more comfortable and relaxed, that might be able to help with some of the issues that you're having with the dreams being triggered.
Yeah. Yeah. I have to give that a try. I just started actually trying to journal and stuff too. So
Good, good.
um, that was just like something that the therapist gave to me as something to try, so I'm trying that as well.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. This is just one
It's
of
a
those type
journey.
of reasons why I really, yeah, no, I just, this is one of the reasons why I don't like coming over here
Mm-hmm.
because of people like that, especially like in the chat and stuff. I don't really like coming over here unless it has something to do with one of you guys doing something over here.
I hear you.
But
I
most of the time, I
understand.
just kind of stay in my lane because I just don't have time for the abuse
Mm.
and disrespect because I'm in a show my ass. But
We understand, sis. So I'm just gonna grab some links and put them in the back chat for you. QA, you can continue. Go ahead.
No, MJ was about to say something, I believe.
Oh, sorry, Andrew. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say that Rochelle is definitely gonna get better, and you do have a support system, you do have a sisterhood behind you, and you do whatever you need to do to better yourself, and you take the time and how you need to process it to get through it. We're all rooting for you, and forget the naysayers, forget everybody else who tries to trigger you, or instigate the situation. You'll do just fine.
Yes, I could tell she's gonna be great. I can, she's gonna be she's working the part. She's working her program. She's gonna be good.
All works in progress. It's just, you know, you're right. It's gonna be fine.
It's a fact. Gotta
Mm-hmm.
drain it. Gotta have to be replenished, you know? Uh, yeah, these are conversations that need to be had to this depth, man. And I do appreciate y'all having it. Um, who was that? Somebody was about to say something?
No, I was just saying very deep. It was a very deep session for the past like 2 hours, like very deep.
Mhm.
But I appreciate actually being able to say my piece and being able to participate in it.
Yes, it was an awesome. It's like it just feels good. Like I said, it's a like the way that helps me to heal is to speak about it and to help others. And because there what they say, levels to healing, levels to grief. Queen Cascade. You know
Yeah.
the and the last level is that advocacy level where you begin to fight back by, and that's anything, by helping the situation, doing something about it, advocating for women, and advocating for children and things of that nature. So um
I
you
think
know
that
it,
what people have to sort of understand is that when you go through certain types of abuse or trauma, you've had your power and control taken away from you. And through the process of that breathing process and that healing process, you're taking back your control and your power. You're taking back your voice that was taken away from you. And that's very
mhm.
important. That's very important in the
and
process.
helping other people to find their voice, or like I like to say as well, being the voice for the voiceless.
Hmm. Did sis drop off? She, she gone.
Yeah.
I was on the other screen for a hot second. I was just getting some links.
Yeah,
I'm
ready
gonna
to
put
drop
them in the
dog.
chat for.
I'm just gonna say this. From what we're talking about, most of the men that we're talking about, African American Nationalist Party, need to be incarcerated. Okay, they need to be incarcerated.
Like some of you got to understand that in order to break, like some of you that with this pro crack and all that kind of stuff, and you're talking about healing the generational curses. This is one of our generational curses.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of our generational curses that's been a cycle for a number of generations of our women, of our grandmothers, of our aunts. Like I've seen situations in the past where it's like in certain families the boys don't even know because they're so well protected and insulated to the trauma of what women have been going through. And it's time, ladies, for you to open your mouths and tell your sons, your grandsons, your husbands what you've been going through.
Yeah, in a lot of ways, I've read a lot of articles and research and stuff about how uh this patriarchal system is making a lot of men narcissists.
Mm-hmm.
Insane.
Yeah.
Insane. That shit is crazy. That take me back to the point y'all made about, I don't know the verbiage, I don't remember, but it was something about the tendencies of a man, the characteristics of a man, or as far as the urges and all of these things or whatever the fuck.
Mm-hmm.
Like we not dogs. And it's fucked up because I got a dog and like we really bond. but, but it's fucked up because it's like he got like in a lot of ways he got a relationship with Katrina that I got with her where we follow her. You know, it's all type of stuff. But these urges like we like because that was the thing about the aspirin. That's the thing with Real Judas saying stop being whatever the fuck he said. You should have like some type of sexual restraint. Like how do you just all of a sudden just can't go without having sex with this girl that you just saw because you walked in the same store?
Mm-hmm. No
You
discipline.
just met her, you know her, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh man, I gotta get it. It's a chemical release. That's you know, the stalking, the grabbing, hey yo, this, that, and all that. Like, man, you gotta train yourself. If your
Yeah.
parents failed you as a grown, conscious, mature adult, you have to look to better yourself from within yourself. You can't never just be like, ain't nothing wrong with me. There's nothing that I can better about myself. I'm perfect. Because once you're normalized to something, it's normal. So just think, did your uncles or somebody prematurely expose you to sex? Were you in somehow sexually abused? And that don't always mean um molestation. There are other ways to abuse children sexually well, I guess it will fall into the same thing. Exposing them to sexual content
Mm-hmm.
and encouraging them to like when you have your 7-year-old nephew and you encourage him to feel on a little 6-year-old girl, 7-year-old girl. Like if
Mm-hmm.
somebody did that to you and you grew up and never was outside of that circle to know that that was weird as shit, you might be then developing other habits or other practices with that as a base. So it's like if that was okay, now that I'm introduced to consensual sex at an adult age, what's your relationship with women? Is it abusive? Is it intrusive? Is it insulting? Like you really gotta look at yourself. You gotta it can't always be somebody else that say, man, pull your pants up. Like sometimes you just gotta recognize, like, I don't know why I don't pull my pants up. Like, do what you gotta do, man. Don't just settle for being, a product of your uncle's misguidance or your father's absence or your mother's drug use or all of the negative things that could fuck you up.
Or your mother's coddling and or your mother and or your father's coddling and excusing. Oh, that's just the
Hmm.
boy. That's just the man. Because a lot of times
Yeah.
that's where that comes from. It's like if you're never telling letting a child know the consequences and their boundaries, then they don't grow up to have self-discipline, and self-control. And so a lot of these men are not realizing that what they're saying is they're like animals have more self-discipline and self-control than a lot of these men display. So they're not realizing that they're really telling the world that they have no self-discipline and no self-control. And then they wonder why society may view black men as a threat or as what you call, but black men have sometimes got to real look at what are you showing, what kind of characteristics and behavior are you showing the rest of the world? Look at what you're telling the world that you're a certain type of person, or that because the world is not looking at you like this black man, that black man. The world is looking at you like the collective that we speak about.
Facts. And I'll tell you this. Being a dude that don't cheat on his girl is hard to convince your girl that you're that. Because like in the coach I came from, it's like accepted. A man's gonna cheat. To the point where it's like you just better not let me find out. So
And
there's
then
a constant go ahead, my bad.
yeah, and real quick, but then on the flip side with the women, like what does that say about you and your self-worth and what you deserve to allow yourself to be treated that way? And what are you showing
Yeah.
your daughters and your sons? Because we're like you're 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 displaying an image of what a family or what love and stuff is to your children. So like if you're sitting and allowing certain things to happen in front of your children, then you're sort of dictating that for their life.
Yeah,
If they
absolutely. But I'm speaking to the scenario where the man isn't cheating. He's not a cheater. But
Oh, okay,
because
yeah.
the standard for man is so low, women damn near accept they're going to cheat. It's just a
Sometimes
matter of time.
that's trust. Like like, and sometimes that don't have nothing to do with you. Sometimes it doesn't have anything to do with that particular male. It's just like my experience, and you've heard a lot of the other women's experience. So like a lot of us don't trust men, you know what I'm saying? I don't, like I can't even going to a doctor. If I have a male doctor, it could be a male white doctor. I feel very uncomfortable by being locked up in a room by myself with a male doctor. That's a trust issue. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and
And
I
it's
didn't even think like, but I didn't have these concerns, but I always felt like that. Like I don't want
Mhm.
my girl being in the room half naked with no other man by their damn self. Like and I mean not even my woman. Like I didn't want my mother.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like what the fuck is
But
this?
see, I
You
had
know?
to realize that too. I'm gonna be honest too. Like I can't. I'm supposed to feel that way to a certain extent, but like I was telling Rachel earlier, some of that can be obsessive. You know what I mean? And sometimes we have to find. You know what I don't know how to say it, but we have to find that in between, or find that right place. Because sometimes it can be it's like post traumatic stress disorder for me. So it's like some of that is a part of my post-traumatic stress disorder, and some of that is part of my natural, the way that I should be cautious. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
If I make sense.
yeah. And I don't think you should give anybody that spot if you're not ready to have that spot filled.
Oh,
You know?
most definitely, because you'll trip out. Like like I have tripped out on doctors before. So like if you're not ready, you can't do it. That anxiety and stuff will take over. That, and you'll end up tripping out and overreacting. But like it's a process. It's a lot of stuff that this stuff makes you go through, and and you
Hmm.
I don't know if I want to say normal or whatever. I don't know. Queen Cascade help me out, but finding that healthy or right spot, or like not to be over. You know what I mean, Queen Cascade.
Sorry, I tuned out there for a second. What was you saying? Sorry.
You know how like
Thank you for that, Courtney.
with post traumatic stress disorder and stuff. Sometimes we could be hyper
Vigilant.
Just like when I was saying that, like I don't like to be alone in the office, with doctors or that
Mm-hmm.
male doctors or whatever. I don't like to be alone with males, and I'm getting to a point where it's better, but
Mm-hmm.
like, so I was saying, I know that some of that is like how I should feel normally, but
Mm-hmm.
sometimes I know that it's hyper. I know that it's not. It's a part of my PTSD.
Yeah, and that's normal. It's it's a process. Everybody's working through it with their at a different speed, and then you have to remember when it comes to like doctors, nurses, medical, that's a different type of vulnerability. Do you get what I mean? That was previously
Mhm.
exposed and abused. So it
Mhm.
takes time to rebuild that with doctors and nurses and medical professionals. People have to also understand that, and like, look how many times we've seen on the news where doctors, nurses, other
Mhm.
male professionals have been abusing their positions and drugging women and doing things.
Mhm.
So those things take time to rebuild that kind of trust,
Mhm.
depending on the circumstances of, how the abuse occurred. Sometimes it can cause, you know, if it was a teacher that abused you, you could look frown on teachers in a certain way because of that experience. Do you get what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So everybody is going to operate with their abusive situation that they were in slightly differently.
Because yeah, Suave was talking about Queen. He was talking about how sometimes even if a man is not a cheater, because
Mm,
of some of the negative experiences that like women may have gone through, they
yeah.
might feel that that man that's not a cheater is a cheater. And I was telling him that doesn't always have to do with the man.
Mhm.
Sometimes it has to do with what that woman has been through in her life and having trust issues.
Yeah, sometimes it's that, and then sometimes it's a case of, the whole sort of birds that flock together, because it's like in some groups of men, you've got the typical characters of the player, this, the homebody, the one that's married. So when you've got associations with people that their behavior is questionable or they're known for having that player pimp mentality, because of the way that men socialize, sometimes it's in our heads as women that, well, birds of a feather flock together.
And
Hopefully that
you'll
makes
know when
sense.
it's normal, suave, and then you'll know sometimes if a person does that too much, then they may need some therapy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If
Hmm.
it becomes a problem in your relationship, then like don't dump the relationship. Like yeah, y'all like maybe both of y'all might need to
If
go
it's
see.
less than 3 months, dump it.
I ain't gonna
If
say I'm not. I'm not. Y'all know.
until future times, But I mean, because that's a very important slot when you're in a relationship. Like a relationship to me is a marriage. A relationship is not I'm in a relationship with multiple women to that extent. It's just you know like
Mm-hmm.
I honor this girl. I'm not going to seek interest in any other girl. I'm not going to show interest in any other girl. I'm not going to accept interest from any other girl. Like those things are just basic. So
Yeah, it's like
it's
that's your intimate partner. That's the person you can lay your head on. That's the person you can
yeah.
tell,
So if you're 3 6 weeks into a relationship and the person is like, I need all the codes to your Facebook, your IG. Who is this number? Who is that girl I saw you with? Da, 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 da. Like, just back out of the room politely.
yeah, yeah, because that's not gonna work out because they're going to have, like some trust issues are workable and some trust issues are not workable. You know what I
But
mean?
everybody trust issues aren't your obligation to work.
Right.
I
That's
think,
true. It depends on how you feel about that woman or that
listen,
male.
everybody has some kind of baggage. Um, you know, uh, I don't know if that's the right word or the right description, but
Yeah,
we all have a
baggage.
luggage. We all have some baggage. We, as grown ass adults, have been around a hot second and experienced some things. Some people, things happen to them when they're a child. Some people experience it like hills and valleys. There's other people that during, the later part of their life, they might have experienced things. So we handle and we deal with things different at different stages.
And we don't understand our subconscious either. Like how things are locked into our sub. I would love to know, because that's what I'm working on is how to, because they got all this stuff about how to clear your subconscious, but it's like I would love to know more about maintaining the subconscious mind.
I think that's the part of the whole car analogy that partially goes out the window, because when you've got a car, it's a vehicle, it's metal, it's it's a body, it's a frame that's been put together. But with us as humans, we have feelings and emotions. We have the things that happen to us physically, mentally, and emotionally. Um, our brains are almost like computers, so they store things. Sometimes trauma affects it in a different way. And a lot of the time, when it comes to abuse or molestation or rape or SA, it's not something that people really, really, really want to remember. It's not something that you want living in your head 24/7, though survivors will understand this at different stages. You learn to live with it, but it's a process. So
And sometimes you think you've blocked it out. Like some people, they think they've blocked it out, but
mm,
they're sometimes triggers come up, and they don't even realize that it's from something that happened. It's from some trauma.
yeah, I mean, everybody's like, it takes time to sort of work out what your triggers are. Sometimes it can be smells, sometimes it can be places, like you said, it can be dates. And it's really test driving the different things to see what works for you, what works in your routine, in your
Hmm.
toolbox, you know. Even with counseling and therapy, there's different types of therapists, even down to life coaches, dating coaches, relationships. There's cognitive psychologists, there's behavioral therapy. There's all sorts of different counselors and therapists out there to service different types of needs. Um, so, sometimes on the first go or the first few rounds, you might not find the right person that's the best suited person for you to counsel or get you through whatever it is that you're dealing with. But I'd say don't give up. Do you get what I
Mm-mm.
mean? Try it.
Sometimes you have to do it like it's different strokes for different folks, and you got to find, because our experiences are different, and you have to find your own niche.
Mhm.
But you have to be honest with yourself as well.
Yeah, that's very true. I'm gonna drop my channel in the chat. It's got different tips on there for women, with self defense tips, safety tips, um, relaxation tips, sound healing, and stuff. And it leads to links to other pages of great content creators who are, providing different services and things like relaxation and stuff that may be useful to the ladies, affirmations. I'm starting to set assignments now for the different ladies, and in February, basically, my daughter brought home a friend called COVID.
Oh,
Um, so she's not well right now, so I'm looking after her. I was planning to sort of start the sessions and stuff next week, but I need a bit more time.
good.
Probably the
Yes.
beginning of February, I'll be starting the sister circles, the healing circles for the sisters to sort of come and share their stories and heal, and just like you got AA, or probably not the best example, but and you've got Drugs Anonymous. There's nothing wrong with us having our sister circles to be able to heal,
Hmm.
grow, evolve, and move forward and pay it forward in different ways.
I actually like the direction in which we're going. All roads are rocky, but I
Mm.
actually, like the direction that, we're going. And
I think,
melanated, some people want attention. You know what I'm saying? So like, let's, sis, don't even get yourself worked up. Now, if you want to beat them up, go and beat them up. But other than that, some people are beg for attention.
Tax tools and then select clear and start over. and then affirm or confirm with yes. I'll send you the information of that email.
Suave, are you saying something? You
No,
sound really low.
he's talking, I think, to someone else.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I do want to mention something to the gentleman though, because there's something that I noticed a while back, and
No problem.
you
Bye bye.
gentlemen have kind of gone quiet in regards to this.
Thank you.
So
You will be receiving an
after
email, of
Kobe
course, with
Bryant
certain
passed
outside
away,
order.
there was
And
a
if you
big
have any other
outpouring
double text, you can
by
feel free to
especially black
email out.
men, from what
I'll
I
be checking
saw
our
within the
double text.
collective, that were expressing, their grief over the situation with Kobe Bryant passing, but also the way that people looked at him as a role model. And there was a lot of men coming forward and being honest about the fact that they had daddy issues or other issues to do with certain people not being in their lives, and reflecting on different things that they wish that they had done differently because of the way that you guys have grown up with certain players within the league. But what concerns me is the fact of, like, there was a lot of you saying about going to counseling and going to therapy and making those journeys to healing. But since all that happened, which was at the beginning of the pandemic, and the outpouring that happened since, there's a lot of you that have been really quiet in terms of, what's the word that I'm looking for?
Hero hero worship.
The hero worship, but also the fact that, a few months after the whole situation with Colby, you had the massive outpouring. But since then, it's been really quiet. Do you get what I mean? Like,
Hmm.
it's not like there was, from what I saw, and I could be wrong, I don't travel all the male spaces anymore. I stepped back from that because before I wanted to get an understanding of what was going on with, you know, um, the African American space of men. Do you get what I mean? Because some of our
Hmm.
issues are just a little bit different in certain aspects, but basically the same. But I didn't hear anything afterwards about you guys reaching out for counseling and going and actually healing and speaking to your fathers and dealing with the underlying issues that some of you have. And it concerns me because, with the outpouring that happened back then, um, to push things back under the surface, like, some of you have become a bit like a volcano in that respect, to just not dealing with these situations or not thinking that it doesn't have any impact. Do you get what I mean? I could see
Yeah.
back then that there was a lot of vulnerability in the situation that happened around Colby's death, but that vulnerability has kind of gone away, and it seems to have turned to resentment and underlying anger and other things.
I think a lot, not all, but I think a lot of men do that with a lot of people, like R. Kelly. It's like I'm sitting there like, how could you? And even with Bill Cosby, it's like, I think they do that with a lot of these public figures or celebrities, as we want to say, you know,
Mm-mm.
and it's something behind that, and
Mm.
it's not healthy. And we have to make sure, because I think that sometimes women do it as well, because you got the Cardi B's, you got
Mm.
because you got a whole war, you got like people warring against, you got the Beyonce's, you got the bees,
The
you got,
Beehive. Yeah.
yeah, the Beehive and the Cardi B's, and then you
Mm.
got the Nicki Minaj's, and they're all like, warring with each other, and that's like unhealthy, because
Body gang and the Bobs.
yeah, it's like, what, like, why?
I'm about to say
First,
them the same people.
yeah, like, what is first to me? What is there to look up to? They're just, but because I don't believe in the celebrity worship. I
Me
don't.
either.
I feel
Mm.
like whatever they've done, I can do too if I choose to do that. That's just not a choice or nothing that I would really want to do. So it's like,
Mm.
But some people get so invested in other people or
Yeah.
people worship. And I don't get that either. I don't get the people worship.
I don't think about, I think in my head, what I've correlated is that in everything that's kind of, if you check how we've come forward as a community, coming through all our religious institutions in different ways and forms, and then I've noticed that there's been a shift in the black community in the generations underneath, turning away from the religious institutions, turning away from certain churches. So it's almost to me, and this is how I've triangulated it, that it's like transferring that worship and idolizing the celebrities, but not really seeing how that's unhealthy. At the
Mm-hmm.
same time, we've got this transference of since the early 2000s, because I did that ringtone thing with my nieces a few weeks back, and they were looking at me like I was crazy. The dial tone that used to be like 25 years ago when you had to dial up um, internet, and
Yeah. Oh,
you have
yes.
to do it to get their reaction basically and see if they recognize the tone. They didn't know what the hell it was, and I had to give them a history lesson. But I think we forget how much now as a society that we digest social media. And remember, back 20, 30 years ago, we didn't have that instant access, that instant gratification of being able to potentially message a superstar that's like internet connection away. Do you get what I mean? It was a
Mm-hmm.
poster that was on your wall that you might dream about and go to a concert. Um, so the ramifications of the way that technology has evolved to me is impacting society. And because we've got, it's been a steady, gradual build up. Like if you look at things like the fact that, people's attention spans when it comes to TikToks has gone, down from 30 seconds to like 10 seconds, it shows societally how we're training ourselves with what's going on in society today, but sort of um, subconsciously. It's like we're woke, but we're not woke. We're
Mm-hmm.
aware, but
We're
we're
being
not aware.
programmed. We're
Yeah.
being programmed, and they said that. I mean, there's a lot of information out there about social media being a social experiment. But look at
Mm.
Moonflower. But we expect that from her age. She said Barty gang.
God.
And then it was one other thing that was in there. Oh, somebody said they YouTube these YouTube streets. I wish I had some rum right now. Rum, that sounds good. I mean, rum and coke would be good.
Yeah.
Rum and that Red Bull. Woo, woo, that's intense.
And we've become very, in some ways, pack mentality. Like everything's a gang, body gang, barbs. Um, everybody's got their little groups. So we're drawn to different things for different reasons, but at the same time, I don't know, it's a weird experience for me because ever since I was young, I've always been the sort of floater around groups. Do you get what I mean? So
Mm-hmm.
seeing the way it always intrigued me, the way that people kind of clung to these different groups and these different associations, because I'd be around it and I'd be in it, but I wasn't like, like everybody's like, oh, you're B1 or you're this or you're that.
Yeah, I
I've
can't go
always
full
been the
force.
floater. So to see the way that other people kind of cling to these groups and become so die hard that it's just
I'm a nonconformist. I'm a nonconformist too. I can't. I can't. I can support, but I just like because nothing. I guess I feel that nothing is ever all that you want or to expect.
mm,
So a lot of times it's like I'm going to support. It's like they say, eat the meat and throw away the bones. Well, I
mhm,
do that with everything, in every group and everything. What's good about it, I support it, and then what's not, I throw out the bones. But like I don't like being under control. Because a lot of times when you join these groups or whatever, you're under their control, and I don't
yeah,
like that.
yeah.
I don't like being under any group's control to the even to the point where the loyal.
15 talking about these people you were chilling.
I think the thing with me is I've always kind of
You were
indirectly
15, 20 already talking.
There's a lot going on.
I run to my own rhythm, the beat of my own drum. Do you get what I mean? I've always kind of indirectly been like that. So I just like the psychology of certain things has always kind of fascinated me. The way that we group to certain things and we flock to certain things, and it's not just us. It happens in nature and with animals, but it's even more interesting because with animals, obviously that's their natural instinct, which is inbuilt, but at the same time we have a different level of intelligence and cognitive reasoning. But it's interesting to see the way that we evolve and de-evolve over periods of time with the way that society is.
I bet it is going down these YouTube streets. I'm jealous.
What's that?
Yeah, they're gonna do a what you call tonight. But there's a video I'm gonna pop, because I don't know, like that Queen Nzinga and how her relatives turned out yesterday when what's his name? He was talking about y'all was talking about reparations and
Okay.
yeah. I kept popping the video in there, but it was real late at that point, and people were ready to go to bed. But there's this video I would love to get other people's opinions on. It's about Queen and Zinga's descendants. And it's
because they're basically white now, isn't it? I mean,
yeah.
I didn't because my eyes went on the chat because there's certain people that just like to trigger people, like in the comments. I'm sorry, ladies, in the comments. It's not that I don't enjoy the comments, but there's some people that just want to poke and prod and just want to abuse. So I ignore the comments now, or I'll concentrate on the what we're discussing. But when I went to go and after the live finished, when I went to because I had it on two screens and when I went back to my tablet and I saw the link, but the thing had ended. I tried to press on it, but the link wasn't working. So if you've got it again,
Okay, yeah, that's what I was gonna do. And nobody, you're right. They did turn into the Klan, and that was that.
Yeah, interesting, isn't it? But then I know here in England they found this. They found this.
Pop it in now. I'm gonna mute for a quick second and pop it in now. I'm trying to find a short so that from him, specifically, his name is Peter Montezinga, so that we can get people's reaction to it.
Did y'all see the dude in church let the other dude wipe spit on his face? Did y'all see that?
What? Say that again,
No, you got that?
Oh wow, this was disgusting.
I didn't catch all of what you said. Who did
This
what?
dude, it was like in church, and I guess it was like part of his sermon, trying to test. I mean, show you what you got to go through to whatever. But the dude hawked and spit in his hand, like, and wiped
Ew.
his shit on the dude's face.
Ew. No, sir. Okay, that's something else.
Talking about weak niggas.
Ugh.
Like, come on, man. Hold on. Is this it?
But you hit.
There you go.
Changing something and you don't see it clearly yet. But you hit.
Ew.
And this is where most people would not face Jesus anymore.
Oh my God, don't do it.
What most people would do is turn away.
Oh, ew. Oh, this is gross.
What I'm telling you What I'm telling you is just as he's physically standing here, knowing what's coming, God's saying, can you physically and spiritually and emotionally be able to stand when getting the vision or receiving it might get nasty? I'm gonna say it in a point just like that. Receiving vision from God might get nasty. You mean, God, I just bought, in crazy faith, I just bought my dream car. And now you're gonna ask me to sell it back and ride in the hoopty again? Yeah, because the vision I'm about to give you, it might get nasty.
Ugh.
And do you hear and see the responses of the people? What I'm telling you is how you just reacted is how the people in your life will react when God is doing what it takes for the miracle. What are you saying? This man was blind, and what he was trying to do with this man is give him his DNA.
What the hell?
What the
What's
heck?
going on with these people, yo?
Can we say cult? Can we say cult?
Lord of His mercy. Oh,
Fam.
I've been going to prison.
Ain't no way in hell.
You know, just
Jessica said walks in and walks back out. And then this dude did this like, and then the example was, I gotta sell my new car I just bought and ride in the hoopty. It wasn't even about family members or death or nothing. And then what's the blessing? After he wiped that spit on your face, what's the blessing afterward? Nothing.
It said something about DNA.
Yeah, he said
That
God
made
was
it
trying to
even
give.
more
Did you see the
disgusting.
nigga pick the spit out of his mouth? Like, oh shit.
And that was
How
just
old is that video, Swab?
that was cold. That was not clean saliva. That was
Yeah,
some
that was the
nasty
back of the
stuff.
throat phlegm from
Don't
up out of your chest.
gonna make me want to throw up.
Oh, yeah, I got it. I'm feeling
And then
nauseous.
his face was just so. I wanted to punch him in that face. I just hate that snob. Like,
Just sitting there
that
looking
shit
like
is
a robot.
crazy.
He was sitting there looking like a robot because ain't no way. And what kind of it's no message to that? Like what
There's
kind of
none.
message? And that's dangerous.
And we're in COVID. We're dealing with, the virus and thing running around the world, and you're doing that.
I don't care if it was no viruses in the
Not even
world.
if there was no viruses in the world, somebody's getting punched. I'm sorry.
Oh
Somebody's
yeah,
getting
that church would have been filled with my
yo.
Holy Ghost. Because my Holy Ghost was gonna be tearing that butt up. I
Telling
wasn't
the
getting up
people
off
in this
it.
place, isn't it? Yo, somebody's getting knocked the fuck out. Gross.
Yeah, that was not the lit.
Hey Swab, I put the link in the chat for the Queen and Zinga thing.
Yo, I don't feel hungry anymore.
Yeah, I'm trying to forget it. I'm trying to forget it.
I love fraud stories and I love true crime.
Oh, I saw something. Somebody did some kind of interview with him and posted it on TikTok.
Oh, for real? His family is dwarfs though. But we'll see. I don't want to I don't want to be what y'all be call it, the person that ruins the movies.
Okay. We'll watch.
Royalty. So my great grandma was Queen Nzinga of Congo and Angola. She was a boss because she stopped the Portuguese from enslaving her people. Except her son, they took him. His name was Mon Nzinga, but the Portuguese called him Duarte, so he went by Duarte Mon Nzinga. Yeah, you see where this is going. So they brought him to America to be a slave, which was pretty much the start of slavery in America. But he got out of it somehow, making him the first black man to legally win his freedom in America. And he loved that vanilla flavor because he married a white woman and had a son. And then only 3 generations later, their ancestors joined the KKK. Clearly, they had no idea where they came from. Oh my god. So it went from Nzinga to Mozingo to Monzingo to Montzingo, and here I am. But the best part is I don't think Queen Nzinga would have ever expected her ancestors to be white American dwarves. I can't comprehend any of this.
Yeah, but the thing is, that's only one branch of her ancestors.
Mm.
Like,
Yeah, but the thing
well,
is,
but that
African,
is wild.
yeah, African, like African royalty,
Mm-hmm.
and then African royalty, KKK, and the dwarfs is nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like that's nothing. But I'm just saying, it's just like, it was just like wow for me, and I just want to see how other people felt about it. Was it just me, or did I have like was I feeling some type of way?
I
That
think
shit
it's
makes
normal
sense.
to feel some type of way because of the historical context that's in our head about our ancestors. Do you get what I mean?
Especially her because she she fought the Spanish or whatever. Is that what she
Yeah,
did?
that's what they say, but it looked
Mm.
like she slept with their ass.
So crazy. Now that was her son, Suave.
She might
That
have
was
done
her.
that too. Some of these
Now,
kings and queens were out here doing some serious things, okay?
yeah, but that was her son. He came here. They said he came here as a slave, and then he got released. And then as soon as he got released, he started swirling. And then
Mm-hmm.
from the swirling, it's like her family just never went back. They just never went back. What y'all think in the chat? Like,
Yeah.
like how y'all feel about that, or what do y'all think? Or am I tripping? Because we was talking about it. We was talking about reparations yesterday.
Mm.
And what's his name was talking about, you know, mixed people getting reparations, and then I started thinking about it. I started thinking about that video because technically,
Mm.
if like he became African royalty, and
Mm-hmm.
then technically his dad was his grandfather was a slave, so
Mm-hmm.
technically he's a descendant of a slave.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So he's due reparations.
Yeah.
No, negative. You're not getting reparations looking like that, fella. I don't give a fuck what your family history say. Shit.
That's the
But
thing.
just
He's
think
got the
about it
proof,
though.
isn't it? He's got the proof to prove that
Yeah,
he's
but that's what I'm saying. Reparations have never happened. I've never ever had an inclination that reparations is a serious conversation. We should, but
Mm.
that's not like that would have been taken care of. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. America has a piece of shit on
America
its
has a piece
face.
of shit on it.
They're not gonna do nothing about it. They would have been taking care of that. You're only getting more and more black people. You know, more and more time going by. So
Well, what I have found out though, Suave, because there are people, there have been this one woman. Let me see if I can remember her name. She won reparations. She sued the Bank of America and got reparations for her family because she knew her genealogy or her legacy. And
yeah,
so, you can get reparations, but what we don't realize is that each one of us have a different, like we had the Spanish they were the first colonizers. Then we had then you had the Dutch, and then you had the French Canadians, and then you had the British. So
Mm-hmm.
it's like I think that you have to know who your specific, you're specific, like you have to know who owes you the money. Then you got the Indians, then you got Indians, so
Mm-hmm.
you have to know who enslaved your family to know who owed the money. And then I feel like if you can trace back to that to know who enslaved your family like she did, then you can sue that, you and your family can sue them specifically.
yeah. There's no blanket reparations for blacks. If you do the investigation, I'm
Right,
sure you'll be able to find some type of lawsuit somewhere down the line. You
right.
know what I'm saying? Tequila, what's good, sis?
Hey y'all. I just wanted to say that I think in order for a black person, well, not I'm not going to say a black person, a descendant of a slave to receive reparations, I feel like they need to have at least a third of their DNA to be of African descent, African or black, whatever you want to call it, descent. In
Mm.
my opinion, in my most humble opinion.
I mean, I understand, like, yeah, we would like, but how would the
I
government feel? You know what I'm
And
saying?
you know
I
what's
mean, but that's
funny?
only fair because I mean, think about it. Because if half of your ancestors is majority white, if more than half of your ancestors is majority white, then like I don't
You
know. I don't see the
benefited as
fairness
much
in
as
it.
you. Yeah. The thing is, he probably got reparations already. That white
Mhm.
dude probably because he knows his family history. Are we back to Queen and Zinga?
Hmm.
Exactly.
And he probably sued his own family.
Yeah. I'm suing my grandmama on behalf of my granddad.
But what's crazy is that I mean, I don't want to. I'm not. This is not throwing black men under the bus or nothing. All I'm going to say is what's crazy is that even in the earlier days of slavery, black men, as soon as they got their freedom, they married a white woman. That is sad.
Cause
I'm
somebody,
sorry. That really makes me sad when I really look back at our history and see how black men, as soon as they got their freedom, they were fighting to marry white women. Like that really makes me sad. I'm sorry. I'm like, come on. Y'all fought for the wrong things.
yeah, but like even more interesting, it's just like yesterday when I get Battle X and him mixed up. Uh Akmalak was talking about his children, and it's like, you start, and somebody said, like basically you're like they might end up suing his children, might end up suing their own family. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Yeah, it's a complex what do you call it? Rabbit hole. And it's
Yeah, it really is. When you go back in that deep down in that rabbit hole, like it. I'm sorry. That whole thing kind of just makes me sad. But I'm gonna digress. I'm gonna let it go.
well, actually, that's just brought something back to me. Mr. Malak, if you're listening, I'm not happy with you about earlier. I'm not happy with you about the way that you were talking to MJ and Sister Tequila here earlier when they were on the panel. There was a piece that I was hearing. I think I paused it just after I was in and out when that crazy dude popped up. But then Atmalat started asking you questions, and you said the
Mic
facts.
check. Can y'all hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think I messed my audio up.
We can hear you as well.
We can hear you. Can you hear us? Can you
Swell?
hear us? He can't hear us.
Give him a minute. I'm not happy about the way that the previous night we'd had a conversation in the back, and I said to you it wasn't about humiliation, and I said to you about the public image that you're displaying that's embarrassing, and the humiliation that you're causing is also humiliation of yourself and the way that you're representing black women. I had a conversation with you to say about listening to your sisters and actually listening to black women. And I felt for a second like we hit something in terms of moving forward. But it's then like today you kind of backtrack into old patterns, and I'm holding you accountable to it because the fact is you made an apology. I didn't even actually get to speak to you about the apology because if the people don't know already how our role is, I accept apologies based on changed behavior. So you
Yeah.
reverted back to form in the way that you were passive aggressive towards your demands and entitlement towards Sister Tequila answering your questions, and the way that you were demanding that she answer the question, and the way that you wanted to round it off in it being a yes or no, and not allowing her to explain when she has the right to explain and give her opinion or walk away from the situation. You've got to dude, you got to put away some of your entitlement. You're talking to grown ass women like she was a little girl. I'm not with that shit. Akmalak.
Yeah. And sister, something else that I realized, that he probably really meant it yesterday when he was on the panel, when he was by himself, right?
Mm-hmm. No,
Okay, but
listen,
then when
sis, I don't doubt he meant it. And
yeah,
the way that he was so sincere in the back, I
right.
don't doubt that he meant it. But it's still a fact of, because they're in this pattern, I'm going to keep checking. There still has to be accountability and letting you know when you're out of order to see where your behavior is. And you know what annoys me the most is this. Obviously, I'm a black woman. At the same time, obviously, you guys know I'm British Jamaican, or Jamaican British, or however you want to call it. At the same time, you guys are American brethren, sisters, brothers. It shouldn't take me being an English chick and having an English accent to be able to penetrate your skull. Really and truly, it shouldn't take that. It should be a case of you just listening to your sisters, but you're gonna have to work on your listening skills, dude. You're really gonna have to work on it, and I'm gonna keep pulling you up for it.
What he's going to have to work on is not being influenced by others, because I already knew yesterday when I saw the change in behavior that when he went back to his brothers, they were going to chop his head off, because he wasn't, just like he was trying to get Domo to fight with somebody yesterday on the panel, or some women yesterday on the panel. That is what they do. They, like, that is what they do. That's what they do. And so, just like even, with Suave, I notice how they, Suave did, Suave, he's simping, blah, blah, blah. They, because they want, like, the whole simp thing, and, trying to make good men feel bad. That's like a cult type of thing, and it's like peer pressure type of thing, and that's
About
what
them sticking to their bro code. At the same time, some of their bro codes are toxic.
and they
The
don't care about the
toxicity of it
yeah,
doesn't it's not inclusive of black women's needs. It just
right.
more so shadows, like, for those that are married, do you get what I mean, or in serious relationships, their bro code might extend. But because of the unhealthy environment of toxic masculinity that we have, do you get what I mean? A lot of other guys' bro codes that I've seen is not inclusive of women.
And and what they need to realize is, you're not a real man stands on his own square, which just like a real woman or whatever, you define and validate yourself, and you don't need others to validate you, and you don't go down, that's why so many black men end up getting in trouble, because they're following other people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Listen,
And
I'd
so,
rather be the one that, like I said, I'm a floater. I'll walk away from the crowd if I'm not comfortable, or, I run to the beat of my own drum. I'm not about just following people for the sake of following people. Like, obviously, I'm in this space, but there's other spaces that I maneuver around and, fairy flying here and there. So I'm not gonna adhere. I know, like, men do it socially within their social circles. You know what I mean? But
hey, Abdul, Brandon, like, who are you talking to? I'm not, you might be talking to somebody in the chat, but I was trying to understand, your comment.
because I could see how he was angling
Or
earlier,
who?
and he seemed to be like, he didn't
Okay.
seem to have any what's the word that I'm looking
Oh,
for?
okay.
Like, he didn't seem to have an awareness of the way that Suave and the other men were trying to de-escalate the situation at the time with what was going on. so that the ladies could leave because they just wanted to say what they had to say and leave. And he didn't seem to understand that the way that he interjected back into the conversation, the way that would reignite the situation. It's like he was just in his head about asking his question, not considering whether or not, that person was comfortable with it. And I could hear that Tequila was uncomfortable. But this is the thing with learning to listen to your sisters, and it's a learning process.
Yeah, a lot of people need mental health and therapy and a lot of different things. And like they said, like the people who are the most sane, they go get help. But the people, the people with the biggest problems, they don't even know that they need help. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I get you.
And yeah, YouTube streets, these YouTube streets, reparations was given to a lot of groups of people. That's why I figured out that, just by doing my research, that a lot of Black people have even gotten reparations. But you got, like, we think it's a group or a collective process, and I found that it's not. You have to sort of trace your own genealogy, and because we all have different colonizers. And because like I said, you got the Spanish, you got the French British, French Canadians, you got the French, you got the British, you got the Dutch, and different people colonize certain areas. So it's like from looking at the lady, what was her name? Let me see if I could find her name. She, because I think I even bookmarked that or whatever, because I wanted to, because there's some other people who gotten reparations, because I've been trying to do research on people who've gotten reparations and how they went about getting it. But she sued the Bank of America and her family, and they were African descent, and they actually, her and her family have actually gotten money. And so
it sounds familiar to me. I can see the image of the lady in my head, but I can't remember what her name is.
A dark-skinned lady. I'm trying to remember her name so that people could go look.
Research.
I'm looking through, because I be writing things down on my tablet. I take notes all the time. That's why I like, like I come on here to learn and to teach, because and to grow, so like I take notes and do research. Yeah, I don't have her name. And that was even, let me tell y'all something. Knowing your genealogy, like, is very important. And when I say genealogy, I'm talking about knowing your grandparents' names. Because a lot of people think that just doing DNA is going to get it. But when it comes down to reparations, you got to know the names. And so, like tracing your family genealogy through the census reports and records and marriage records and court records and different things is, like more vital. It's more important, and it's going to be more beneficial, for us. So if nobody in your family has done that, by all means, you can go to, what's that, ancestry dot, no, that one you have to pay for. What is it? The Mormon site. It's free. Familysearch.org. You can go to familysearch.org, and pretty much this is how you start. You ask the oldest people in your family questions, you write it down, because you might not find things right away. And basically you want to start with somebody that, because right now the 1950 census is getting ready to come out in a month or so. So you want to go with somebody born before 1950 on back, 1950 on back. And, start like with your grandmother, then find out what your grandmother's mother's name was. And then you find out what your grandmother's parents, and back, and so on and so on. So you trace backwards. And, pretty much you could just, if record as much information as you can from the oldest family members. And, and just go in there because it's free. FamilySearch.org is free. Go in and just like start tracing back and keeping those records and stuff, and passing them down to your family. Because let me use another example. Like it's called Manhattan Beach, and it's in California.
Mm-hmm.
And they took the land over through black people owned it, and they took it over through eminent domain.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then it became a state property or state park or whatever. So California decided to give the land back. So they
Mm-hmm.
began searching for, some of the relatives, and then they expanded it out to find all of the descendants. And pretty
Mm-hmm.
much, if you knew about it and you knew about your your genealogy, a
Mm-hmm.
lot of people could have, that could have been a lot. That could be a lot of people. That could be a lot of people's families.
True.
So sometimes, and like that, that matters because, like, when just say some of y'all from the South, a lot of black people in the South were landowners, and you right now could be entitled to some land or an heir of some land, but you would just have to be able to know and be able to prove it. And so it's very important that like your genealogy or know your legacy. And I see that they have the distractions going on in the chat. The distractors have arrived.
Instead of the Decepticons, or what do you call them? Death Eaters. The
Mm-hmm.
Distractors. I like it. Oh, gosh.
Some of them need attention so bad, like it's just ridiculous.
This is a thing. Instead of it's like now, even when it comes to like social media or whatever, or advertising, it doesn't matter where it's bad, as long as they're getting attention. Do you know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? Some of
Well,
you got some,
narcissists and people with personality disorders don't care what, like, they like any
what
type
kind
of
of attention?
attention, whether it's
Yeah,
positive or negative.
true.
That's why I started waking up to, like, like not being so reactionary all the time, and sort of paying attention to when people are just begging for attention.
Mm. Is this still? Have I got the right date? Is it supposed to be today that there's a versus, or is that not happening
Yeah,
anymore?
Suave. What time does that versus start?
What time is it by you guys now?
It's I'm Central. It's 8:23.
Okay.
These YouTube streets. What time does the versus start?
Oh, my bad. I'm mute over here. 10 o'clock,
What
Oh,
time is it where you for?
9:23.
Okay, then it's
you Eastern? Well,
Yeah.
Suave, do you know? You ever heard of somebody in Indiana named Block?
No. Block? No.
Yeah, I went to a private boarding school, and one of my best friends, her name was Karen Garner. She was from Gary, Indiana.
Garner. I know that. I know that family now.
Was the mother a teacher?
I don't. I mean, it's a broad family. No, not the mother that I know.
Okay. And I always wanted to ask you that because she, like, last I heard, she moved to Memphis. And like I sort of lost track of her.
I want to show you. Well, I want to share my screen a minute.
Okay, for sure.
because you guys might find this interesting as find the right screen. Is it Sharon?
Yep.
This is Cheddarman. Cheddarman is a reconstruction of a 10,000-year-old skeleton that was found in England. When scientists tested his DNA, they found that this school teacher is a direct descendant, 300 generations later.
Wow.
So they found those bones a number of years ago, and originally when they found them and tried to do the profile, they couldn't get a full profile. So originally when they did the sculpture of him, he looked like a white caveman. But as people started doing the ancestry DNA and stuff like that, they were able to gain more profiles to find the right gene codes and stuff, and actually do a proper figure of what he really would look like. So you can see the fact that
And so they used his DNA and found out that that guy was a descendant.
yeah, he was a school teacher.
Like, how many descendants you got? 500 years later. What did they say? 50 generations?
Ooh, let me see, because it's a lot. Because when you look at grandpa,
You know what I'm saying? But you found this one random white dude in Wisconsin and shit.
They found his bones in this cave in an area called Somerset.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, Suave.
Hold on a second. There's another thing that I found about him.
Like, why you can't show us the black folks?
Show us 10, 20 of his descendants. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and then him. Then you can show him.
Let's see if I can find that other one.
Yeah, that's a trip though. That has my mind spinning.
Make sure I get my. All right.
Yeah, she was over there jamming or something.
Ain't no moon stay turned up. Wicked in a building.
Oh, wicked.
Did somebody just say my name?
Yeah, we say you stay turned up. What you doing? What you listening to?
No, I was watching some little what's it called? These little TikTok.
Oh, okay.
Boy, I ain't been on TikTok yet, but everybody be on there and be finding all kinds of interesting stuff. Cause even that video before, both of them videos was on TikTok.
Yeah, this is the
My
thing.
roommate
People
put me on TikTok because
underestimate
I do not be
TikTok
watching them.
because although people do like their public profiles and they do what they're interested in, you also find like old documentaries and stuff and historical stuff. Like the stuff that I've been searching for that I
Y'all
haven't been
gonna
able
make
to
me
find,
add
but I've been able
another
to
addiction. Y'all gonna
get
make
on
me add
TikTok.
some more problems. Now I'm gonna have to go download TikTok just because Queen Cascade said there's historical documents and stuff on there.
Yeah,
it is.
10,000 years ago, not what we would have expected.
Instagram and Facebook and YouTube is enough.
If that thing would have had nappy hair, he'd have been mad as hell. Man, I wish that shit would have been folded up on his head like a.
I'm Chris Stringer. I'm a research leader in human origins at the Natural History Museum in London. And I'm holding here this wonderful reconstructed head of Cheddar Man. And I've been studying the skeleton of Cheddar Man for some 40 years or so. And now with DNA technology, we've got the whole genome of Cheddar Man. And here we've got a scientific reconstruction of what he looked like. We've got his hair form, his skin, his blue eyes, and that
Blue
dark
eye.
skin color, that combination really striking. And getting out of here information about his biology, the fact that, for example, he couldn't digest milk because that came in with the advent of farming after the time of Cheddar Man. So we're getting his whole biology, how he relates to people in Europe at the time, and how he relates to people in Britain now.
Would that be like a Dravidian? Like, you know how they had them earlier classifications, like
Mm-hmm.
you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. It looked like he drinking a beer outside a trailer park.
Yeah, so we're finding all sorts of interesting stuff.
Yeah, because when you was talking about um how the videos got shorter and shorter, 10 seconds, like I used to find so many documentaries on YouTube that was 3, 6 hours long, 12 hours long,
Mm-hmm.
hidden in plain sight. What was the other one? The
Oh, I
money
watched that one.
exchangers. While you were asleep, it was so many of them that had all that information compiled.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, now you have to go from place to place, and then sometimes you don't. It's like it depends on who. Like, it's not a whole lot of people who do put a lot of work into their research anymore. Like, it's like you have to almost do your own research to get something out of a lot of stuff.
Definitely. Like I'll find little things and then I'll go and I'll research it and try and track as
Hmm.
far back as I can. And yeah, but definitely, like I know obviously people talk about TikTok being like a waste thing, but at the same time, it's really, really interesting depending on which parts you end up in it and
I'm
what
gonna
you
have to
research.
download TikTok now.
It'll be worth it. Like I said, there's like lots of history clips and things like that. And there's people on there from different countries that are giving their histories and their tribal histories and their ties and things like that. And like I've been able to learn about certain foods that we have in Jamaica and how they tie back to different parts of Africa and stuff like that. So it's been really interesting journey.
But you know what it is? I'm scared because I know that social media is a social experiment, and I've read a lot of that stuff about the effects of social media. And
Mhm.
although we're going to partake in it, I just don't want it to. I'm trying my best not to control it affecting
Yeah,
me. You
man.
know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, you can always now it's at the point now because of all the stuff that's been happening with kids. Because obviously TikTok it's if you're not careful, it can get really addictive in the fact of when you're watching the videos and then it goes on to a next video and the next video, and by the time you look around, if you're not careful, an hour or 2 hours is gone and you've lost time. So they've put a timer thing in now so that you can set it for kids or set it for yourself, so it'll come up with a message saying, you're scrolling too fast or you need to take a break or
Or not just that. Imagine if we went without electricity or internet.
this is the thing. This is the thing I said to my daughter the other day. Like during when we come to summer, this summer holiday is coming. We're gonna do like a certain amount of days with tech and stuff like that because you guys need to be able to like. Obviously, we grew up in a time when you could go outside and play and be in the woods and all that shit and do those kind of things. But now, the way that things are, the kind of freedom and the way that technology is kind of taken over in certain aspects with the kids.
We
Still
think
need
that being inside now is driving people crazy. Imagine if we didn't have no access to the internet, no accesses to these apps. It would be crazy.
next level.
For a week. It don't even have to be. It can be for a week or for 2 to 3 days. I'm trying to sit here and wonder what I would do. Because that means like no TV other than regular channels or whatever, maybe.
Listen, I don't watch normal TV. I don't have a TV. I haven't
Me
watched TV
either.
in how many years. But like, get the dominoes out, get the old game boards out. If
I
people are
guess
still
so, yeah.
sure, find something to have fun with. Yeah, go
I
skip,
guess
go
so,
play
yeah.
double
That's what we
dutch,
have to go
hopscotch,
back to that kind of stuff.
go build a fire, go camp out, go do something. I can't even remember what it used to be called back in the day when you was a teenager and you used to make like the paper games and stuff and fold them and put stuff on them. I don't even remember what they're called. Almost like origami. Type keep kids numbers and games.
Like Cole, Wicked, and Brandon, y'all come up on the panel, switch it up a little bit. You know, they already talking about we be taking over. So y'all come on up here.
You have to take them out and wear them out.
We can switch over. We got up into 10 when the verses start.
What's up?
What's up, Moon?
Hey,
Get us
Hey.
Get us crunk.
I was just over here watching this video of this coyote that's scared of the other coyote, so this man let it come chill in his house until the other coyotes leave.
Oh gosh.
Apparently she do it every day.
Do y'all have coyotes up there in Memphis?
No. No. In Memphis, we ain't really got no wildlife like that for real.
In certain parts now, going down Shelby Road towards Cordova.
No snakes, no
Yeah, down towards
spiders.
No snakes. I mean, we got like Tennessee's supposed to be the home of the water moccasin, right? But I mean, like in Memphis, the city is not a whole bunch of bodies of water for them snakes to be in anyway.
But down there around by Nike factory and going on back, it's like, you know, a lot of those neighborhoods have just been built too. So like I've seen snakes in my aunt's house, and she lives like down Shelby Road.
I don't want the chicken. I seen a rabbit in the hood.
Yeah. I can believe it.
I was over there in South Memphis, walking behind my motherfucking mama house, you know, walking in the neighborhood and shit. Them motherfucking bunny just hopping across the way. I was like, oh shit, finna steal it.
Man, you don't want to touch them rabbits got sharp teeth and they will tear you up.
and I will kidnap it. And yes, melanated. No,
Do what?
it was
Cook
an
it or
older
try
white
and tame
man
it, man?
in his house.
What are you planning to do with it? Cook it or tame it?
She gonna have
No,
it
I was
as a
gonna
pet.
tame it. I wasn't gonna cook it. Yeah, it's gonna be my pet. I took the kitty to the pharmacy with me. We had fun.
The pharmacy?
Yeah, we went to Walgreens.
They let you bring them in?
Yeah, I put him up in. Thank you. I put him up in the little what's it called? Up in his little carrier. What a hot sauce.
But you know,
no, I'm asking like, is it in there or was it in the living room? Huh?
You know that with PTSD you can get your animals registered emotional support.
Yeah, that's my next step that I'm gonna do, so I can take my animal everywhere. I'm gonna take the motherfucking cats to drill just to irritate their ass. Take that jump right in the drill hall.
That's gonna be a trip.
Remember in a future life as Millie's pet.
Go Wicked in
Yo,
the building. What's good, big bro?
What's up, homie?
what's happening? What's cracking?
Man, you
What's up,
already
little
know. Stop I say, not poulet. Ali Ali oxen free.
I'm coolin'. Them boys in the bed early.
Oh yeah. What they do? They got on your nerves early.
They drank my goddamn juice.
Together, both of them, they shared that shit.
They went to line on each other, telling on each other, talking about he drunk, and I said, I'll tell you what, both of y'all go to bed.
Damn, God,
Now
that's
we've kicked our piece, Brandon. We're just now we want to make stuff more. You know what I'm saying? It's okay. You know, like you know what I'm saying. We don't want to do it all day and all night. You know what I'm saying?
What's that?
Brandon was like, I jumped on, but I'd rather y'all sisters kick y'all piece. I feel like it's needed and important.
Oh,
Yeah, we were just having some dad talk, you know.
nothing wrong with
How
that.
y'all think gonna call me out like that?
Me? Call you out?
Yeah, I think y'all cold Brandon, y'all come up here. We just chilling.
Because sometimes we want some balance, like sometimes we want to experience a little balance, and then we don't like it ain't we can show solidarity.
I mean, I'm just vibing. I mean, I listen to y'all shit.
Peace and blessings.
Brandon Bay in the building.
Code, thank you for taking that into consideration, though. That is nice to hear.
Hey,
Cause yeah, I
Cass
mean, the
Gang
women
sound
got
like
that.
she be having so much mercy on us.
Yeah, she do.
Nobody in the building.
She's not impressed anymore with humanity.
Nobody.
Get out of my head, okay?
Is
Get out
that
of my head.
Commander? Is that the Commander
It's
dude or
dangerous
no?
up there, so I'll get out of my head.
No. Who is the commander? You mean General? No, that was
I don't know. The Commander something Yashar.
Yashar. Nah, that's Brandon Bay.
Okay, because he changed his picture a lot. His name's be long, so I
Yeah,
wasn't
nah,
sure.
that's the bro right
Okay,
there.
I'm gonna. I got to work on that. I'm sorry, sis.
See,
No,
Brandon,
I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep up. I'm trying to figure it out.
you know mine don't change.
R.I.P. Takia Smith. Rest in heaven. Rest in peace.
Okay, I appreciate you.
That's a fact.
Melanated goddess in the building.
Melanated in the building. What's happening?
Melanated.
Hey, sis, welcome.
I want to show y'all some. I want to show y'all some corny stuff.
Okay, let's do
I
it.
just have to.
Let's go.
Okay. Y'all see my painting that I painted of me and my king together?
Hey, that's what's up.
Hey,
You like it?
Welcome to the metaverse.
I do. I cannot pay people to save my life.
Can y'all see my
Yes.
locks? Look at my locks. You see, I try to show the locks. I don't know if you can see the locks, but see, he bald headed, right? So he look like
Head
he
big
like
a little,
Common.
right?
He
And
does
see,
look like Common.
oh my God,
Yeah,
don't say that.
dog.
Right.
He
So
got you
this
the
is
eagle and everything.
right, but see, look at I did the sun, you know what I'm saying,
Mm-hmm.
and the trees.
Mm-hmm.
So this is my other painting that I did. This is supposed to be the tree. It's supposed to be the tree of life. I don't
What's
know.
the
That's
other
my
tree behind it?
From the Bible or from Avatar?
no. This is just the before the Bible. What's it called? A Kabbalah or the Kabbalion or
Are you
something.
talking
You know?
about in mythology when they had to make the moon and the sun into trees?
I don't know, but that should sound beautiful too. So then this is his painting, but it don't really look as nice, y'all. But I mean, everybody can't be melanated. This is his painting.
Hold on, go back to the other tree right quick. Go back to that. What's
Okay.
the little tree in the back by itself? What is that?
What's
the tree
going on with
I
that?
mean, okay, so that tree back
That's the
there
tree of death.
is because it was like an after the fact, and I was like, damn, this is a big ass tree. My
Oh, you
picture
didn't know how
look
to leave the picture alone?
No, I did not know how to leave the picture alone. I was like, I was gonna throw some birds up in that joint,
It
something. I
felt
was
like that.
like, yes, like I don't listen. This was some. We don't got shit to do. It's COVID. We in the house. We about
Oh,
to just
y'all did
paint.
that at the house?
Yeah, we
That's
did.
awesome.
I went and listen. I went and bought these easels. I went and bought these easels at Five and Below. Five and Below got painting easels, and they had the painting canvases. So then I went to Target and I got the paint from Target, right? So he was trying to do the chakra thingy, right? But because I got the thing from Target, they ain't had no red. So he was trying to create a red, and then he got frustrated because he was like, fuck it. So it's supposed to be another little circle down here with another color, but yeah. So he got the crown and then the little chakra joints, and I don't know what them lines was, but
The
you say good job, baby, good job.
I didn't know it was chakra.
Exactly.
It looked like
I did not know it was
King
chakra.
Caterpillar.
A king caterpillar. You said
King
what's that?
Caterpillar.
Michael's there?
You know what? I think Michael's closed down out here.
Oh, because they have not some of their paint is cheap, and they have like real sets and stuff like that. It's not that expensive because I'm an artist. I paint. I use
Okay.
9-5.
I got beer canvas too.
Who else got talent up here? What's everybody's talent? Okay.
I usually could draw people without even looking at them.
I make snow angels.
Oh,
Perfect snow
really?
And that was good, Melanated. You got a lot of potential because
Yeah.
your stuff had dimension, it had perspective. Like it. You seem you seem like a a natural artist.
Oh, thank you. Look, I love cheesing.
Moonflower Cascade, what's y'all's talent?
Mine is on the creative side. It's photography, painting, sort of like poetry.
Oh,
kind of
poetry.
Yeah. What kind of camera? I like poetry too, but what kind of camera do you have?
I have a oh gosh, what's it called? I've got a Canon. I've got a Sony Alpha 4. I think it's either a 450 or a 350. And then
that's a good camera.
I've got another Canon, but I can't remember if it's a 5D.
Yeah, I need to do classes because that's what I'm getting ready to do. I edit. I'm a graphic designer, commercial artist as well, but my expertise is more in graphics and stuff. And I can do some web design and stuff like that. But I am trying to go more into the videography.
Do you do any courses yourself, QI?
No, but I can.
So what you call it? I forgot what that website is, but there is a website that allows people to upload courses, and like if you have expertise in something, you could literally like how if let's say you want to say how to edit your YouTube video, how to catapult your YouTube presence or something like that by how to edit and add voiceovers. People don't know how to do that kind of stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
And even if let's say you offer your class for $10 or $5 or whatever, it sounds like a little amount, but if you have 3,000 people paying $5, you're like, damn, it took me 15 minutes to do this course, or it took me 1 hour to do this course, like a little quiz or something or whatever. Like you just made it like interactive, took you an hour to do it, and then you sell it for $5 and 3,000 people pay for it. It'll be worth its the time that you put into it.
So Melanated is a marketing coach. I see.
I mean, I have been the end of 2021 and going into 2022, like I've already had like multiple streams of income, but I don't think that I was really working my multiple streams the way like earlier today when I was on the panel, I dipped off so that I could make my side money, right? But I want to find a way that it's I don't have to actually do the work. So I had to like do the work in order to get compensated. I want to find other ways that it works for itself. You know, like for instance, like these videos that we're doing, 10 years from now, people are watching Argument League videos and Suave is getting more and more likes and subscribers and so forth. He's gonna benefit from that financially. You see what I'm saying? So that's what he's putting in the work now, so that later on it'll be just residual, checks coming in. You know what I'm saying? And we love Suave, so we don't even care. We like, yo, big up to my boy. Yeah, to the argument.
Suave let on the ladies.
Man, ladies bring the milkshake, the boys to the yard. That's right. You know what I'm saying? Oh, what picture is this? Who's that?
This is an image from a series. I've got an ongoing project called the Queens in Bondage series, which is based off.
Girl,
you're good. You are good.
That is dope.
I know about the contrast. I see.
Did you put everything together? Did you like pick the outfit, like everything?
I had to stage, organize,
Wow.
I had access to a Hasselblad at that point, so that was like the ones that you see for billboards to be able to do this project.
Wow.
You're good.
And you saying this is on what you do on the side?
Yeah, that is good.
This is on the side. So what the front look like? If this the side.
What the hell?
Dang, look at her face. Look at her face. She like.
This is from
Was that a cow heart?
Yeah. To do
Oh
with
my God, I was so
the plight of Winnie Makazela, Nelson Mandela's wife. It was to do with her plight. And when I was researching Nelson Mandela, obviously Winnie kept coming up because of everything that she'd been through in regards to him being in prison. So it got me further interested in her life and how she coped for how many years without him being in prison. I got more interested in her biography and researching, and I came up with this project.
Do you ever put in your stuff in the galleries?
I have exhibited before over a number of different places within the UK.
That's beautiful, sis.
You are good.
Ooh.
Have you ever thought about selling your artwork?
I do.
No, really though.
Like really?
And then doing posters too. Like you can even do posters.
I'll take a poster.
Them hands,
I'll take a
I would buy
poster.
that.
Wait, what's in that picture right there? She in the bed with what? A heart?
Go back one.
I want the chicks in bondage at the beginning. That shit was so deep. I want that. Send the cash app.
Nice. Yeah.
Send the,
If you get your
cash
art in the
app.
Miami Basil, that's like the biggest art gallery in the world. So you get it there.
Yeah.
You definitely get some good sales and everything. Like that's one of the biggest markets in arts.
And you can do, of course, you can get easy residuals too just by uploading, because like Adobe and different places, you can sell.
Look at
That's so beautiful.
Man.
Wow. What did you do to her to make her get that pose? You pinched her? You popped a balloon, like, here's your balloon. Pop!
Is that meant to be out of focus? Like,
yeah, that's real. That's hard. I like that one.
That's hard.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Cole, you do it too? You're into photography too?
I'm in film school, so I have to do a lot of this in film, like with videos, and then also with like pictures also. So it's like it's both lanes with me.
Which school are you going to?
LA Film School.
Is that online?
You can say the class is online.
Yeah, because I was thinking about for video. I was thinking about doing, even though I have a degree, I was I was thinking about doing that so that I
Did you
can
see that?
get good. Because I want to be good.
Wait, you showed another one? We might have missed it. What was that? What was the last one?
Screen
We
share.
Really?
saw the little girl. That was the last one with the little girl.
Queen's
Suave.
Cascade, did you go to school for this?
Basically, for a long time when I was a child, photography was a bit of a creative outlet. I remember back in the day, there was a time when KP Nuts back in the day used to do like little tokens on the back. And then I collected the tokens over a period of months. And then I bought my first little film camera. My godfather was a photographer for a number of years. So I was around him at different points, and I had other people that were in the family that was creative. So for a number of years, it was just a hobby. I would be the family photographer. That was,
Oh
every
man.
party, every what's it called it, I'd be there with my camera. And then after I had my daughter, I wanted to change in direction because when I was doing the sexual health and everything else, I also, I was singing a lot of the time. So I wanted to change direction because I didn't want to continue with the music angle of things. I wanted to, continue with the community.
Wait. You sing too? What
I
you
would
mean you
love
was
to
singing?
hear you
An
sing.
artist.
Like, how's she gonna just throw that in there? I was singing at the
Right, real
time.
slick.
What?
Real slick.
Yeah.
She's
I'm
an
So,
like,
artist.
what?
yeah, I'm an
She's
artist. I'm just
hmm
naturally artistic.
me
So
Would you
too.
be willing to sing a little bit, pretty please, without putting you on the spot?
I'm not doing that right now. I'm not doing
No?
Dang.
Dang. Okay. Just can you just tell us what type of music do you like to sing?
It's like more neo soul type blues jazz. That's my thing.
Oh God, I just want to hear it
Oh
even more now.
man,
Now I want
yes.
to hear it too. Damn.
I
Another
want to
time
know.
because I've got like at the moment my wisdom tooth is acting up and the side of my
Oh,
mouth is sore, so I've got to have
So
the
oh.
Wicked,
wisdom
what kind
removed.
of camera you got?
I have a Black Magic 4K.
Pause. I don't know what that is, but it just sounds like you need a pause.
Yeah, it's like
So do
a
you use Black Magic? You use the software, DaVinci, what is it, DaVinci or whatever? You use that software too?
I have DaVinci, but I don't use it like that right now. I use Adobe because that's what the
Yeah,
classes prefer to use. But I
industry
also,
standards.
yeah, and DaVinci is like our secondary use whenever we actually use it in the course, but we can use it whenever we want to because it's ours. So it's like it's pretty fun because we get to change lanes and whatever we want to use. Because I'm also familiar with Final Cut as well. Because I've been
Hmm.
using Final Cut for over years. Because I actually got previous experience in filming like way back. So like I would say
Wow.
mostly, most like going to school is like basically all you doing is learning the tools, learning to how to use the tools better.
Like
So you basically,
technicalities type thing.
And
yeah,
I
yeah,
really think
like
that
technical
is.
uses.
I mean, like well, maybe that's just only from my particular field, but from talking to people who are in way different fields, whether it's business or like biology or whatever, whatever major, my understanding of like how school is, even right now, talking to young ladies who are in cosmetology school. Cosmetology school doesn't teach you how to do hair. That's what I thought. I mean, and I think most people think you go to cosmetology school, learn how to do hair. Cosmetology school teaches you the foundation and the science behind hair. So they learn about infections, they learn about chemicals and how chemicals interact with your skin. They learn about infection and things and how to treat infection and what's fungi and all this other shit. And they don't learn how to hell style hair, do hair, all of that stuff that people know how to do. That's all natural ability. All of that is
Yeah,
natural ability. They are
Right.
not. They are not told how to actually like do hair. They are made. They may be told what temperature you should use on a curling iron, but they're not taught the technique of how to use a curling iron and how to do waterfalls and how to do. No, that is
Yeah,
that
you that,
person.
that
That is
talent.
natural ability. So like,
yeah,
myself in mental health, a lot of the things that I learned in school are like textbook definitions, terminologies. This is how you help a client. This is what you need to do. This is how you. Da, 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 da. But like the things that I've interacted with people, and they say that they're either their therapist or their caseworker or their social worker or mental health professional, whatever. The things that they've said to them, the things that they've interacted in the past are like when they interact with me, they're like so different. And it's because of your approach, your own what you bring to the table, not necessarily what you got in the classroom. The classroom
yeah,
is like textbook. That's just like generic foundation, but you kind of bring your own, sprinkle of pizzazz to it and make it your own. And that's what makes people choose you versus someone else, pretty
See,
much.
yeah.
I can
I
tell
learned it.
that.
I learned that from like I say, from like previous experience. Like I done like a lot of other work before I even got in film school or anything like that.
Do you do music
And
videos?
What you mean by that? A lot of other work, like elaborate.
like I've also done
Uh
like
oh,
photo
uh
art,
oh, 10 o'clock.
like photo art and things like that with like Photoshop and stuff like that, and basically like freehand draw and pretty much
Oh yeah, you said you do
use.
faces.
Yeah, now because I used to draw a lot when I was a kid. Well, like after my father passed, I just stopped doing it.
You
Do you
gotta
do
wait on.
animation? Do you do animation?
Yeah, I used to draw everything. Spider Man, Dragon Ball Z, pretty much all that type of stuff. I used to do that when I was a kid,
You got
Why'd
a
you
and
stop
tablet.
also
when we passed?
You got a Wacom tablet.
I don't have one of those. I
I got
intend on
one.
getting one.
Yeah,
I
I'm trying
because
to get my. I'm trying to get my equipment, but Black Magic is like, is that the best?
that's one of the top levels. I would say it's actually one of the top levels, but there's also the RE camera, but that's like high performance film cameras.
Yeah, because
And
the
then
Black
you have
Magic is 1,300. I'm looking at it now. It's $1,300, and that ain't even got the lenses. Plus, you got it. You can get all the like the stabilizing equipment and stuff with that with the Black Magic too, huh?
yeah, I got the lights and everything. I got the lenses. I got Rokinon lenses, and I got light equipments. I
You
got
got $1,000 camera.
Yeah,
huh?
that's how much they cost,
Oh,
sis.
excuse me. Oh yeah, them cameras are and
Are
and
they
them
worth it?
lenses, man.
Oh yeah, they're
Yeah,
worth it.
That's why I'm
if you in
asking.
that lane, if you in that job, like yeah, shit.
Yeah, they very
That's
Because
why
that's
worth
I'm
all
it.
you need. Just think, you get the camera and your lenses. You ain't gotta buy nothing else. That's forever.
and
Yeah,
your software, Adobe or whatever you choose to use.
yeah,
Is
I
So
got
how
all
do
Adobe
that
you go
stuff.
about printing your own pictures? How does that work?
a good printer? Like
Yeah.
You mean at home, or should you
I
go to
love
someone
it.
professional?
Aw,
I
that's
love
nice.
it.
That's
that's so
nice.
good.
I
That's
love
Same.
it.
that's what you call
Look,
That's
amateur.
cool.
all
That's
this damn talent over here on the
That's
argument league.
cool.
What the fuck?
What I would
Yo,
say,
that
if
made
you're
me want
actually
to
doing
color
any type of
instantly.
art,
Get on your
or
Shar is in the building.
Didn't it though?
salute, General Yashar.
Listen, Yashar, you need to tell us some fucking. I want to learn how to paint a room because when I painted my kitchen, I could walk up to the wall and I could still see all of the damn strokes.
You can see the
I
line.
don't know if you're supposed to be able to see that shit, right? But I know for a fact, like I'm real critical of my own work. You know what I'm saying? So like, if
Oh,
somebody
okay.
else would have painted, but I woke up and I'd be like, man, this paint job look trash. And other people was
That's
like, oh, it look good. And I'm like, no,
that's
I'm
normal.
painting this whole kitchen
That's normal.
over.
That's
I
normal
feel
for
it.
an artist. that's normal for an artist. Like any artist on here, we're more critical of our own work than anybody.
You are your
Like
biggest critic.
if you paint a wall, right? If you stand at an angle, should you be able to see where the paintbrush went up and down? 'Cause right now, I'm in my kitchen. I'm like, yeah, I need to
Depending
do
on
this.
what type of paint and how many
Honestly,
layers.
No.
Like what you did was
because me and my mom painted a room, and we can still see the brush strokes.
See,
What you would
I don't
do,
like
what I
that.
would say, if you painting the house, because I also used to paint houses and do roofs. What I would say is basically you'll find your hand coordination, and then you'll see how your strokes are and how much paint you're using. So that way it doesn't show, and it'll actually work out better when you actually doing it. So I mean, you still going to
And
criticize
he
your
said
work.
hand coordination, man.
And
Make sure you
anybody
know
who's
where you.
ever tried to paint
What's
their
what?
own damn stuff, please
It's like
understand,
I
right?
want to know
I
what your
used a
Shard say,
whole
man. I
gallon.
saw your Shard paint a house before. Wicked name, Wicked.
Yes, I used a whole gallon of paint. So yeah, they're gonna laugh at me when they hear this. I used a whole gallon of paint in a half bathroom. A half bathroom. I used a gallon of paint
I
because
bet you ain't see the lines in the wall.
I
now
bet
that
not.
shit is that shit thick as hell. That shit.
Hey, Wicked, you said you used to do roofing. Can I ask how much you would be paid by the day?
Say what now?
You said you used to do roofing. How much did you make on the day?
On a day?
Yeah.
Ooh. I was making some pretty decent change doing that.
Because
Man,
I'm trying to compare rates. I used to do roofing and I knew them niggas was shorting me, but I just wanted to know by how much.
Wait, you
I
was
mean, it
getting up
would.
on that ladder to do the roof?
Girl,
That's
yes.
good.
Girl,
That's
on the
good.
fucking ladder. That money
It was
was
G
depending
Dap
good,
in
on
the
who
but
you're
I
building.
knew
working
I
G
for.
Dap
wasn't
in the
making as
building. We
much.
looking for G Dap so we can get into this
Oh, okay. Where
versus
G that?
where
Where
G
G
Dap
that?
at. I need
You
you to
need
hit that
some of
link,
us. Well,
man.
no, Suave, your panel's full. Maybe they can't get on.
No, 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 no. You know I'm
You
doing
want
it
me
on
to hop
another
down?
stream.
Oh, on
Well,
another
hey,
No,
I'm
stream.
no, no.
finna.
Y'all
Okay.
cool. I'm gonna end this stream, y'all. I got another one loaded up. Holly in the back already. I'm waiting on G Dap so we
Okay.
G
can get it
that.
popping.
Come
You
on,
already
G
know.
that.
Oh, what
We
Yeah,
you
trying to
sure.
hit
got?
this
What do you
dance
do to keep
hole.
the streets out of your wall when you painting? Painting. Sorry.
thing is where you start, right? So I would start in the middle of the wall. Make sure your brush is even every time you put it on the wall. What I mean is it has to have the same type of saturation, right? And when you go over, when you take your strokes, um, don't stroke it all the way to it ain't no paint on the brush, and don't keep going over and over the same spot. Once you hit it once and twice, maybe a third time, you move to the next.
Leave that shit alone.
You know what I'm saying? If you keep going over, you're taking the paint off. You see what I'm saying? That's why you start to see them going.
Yeah.
I feel like the
I mean,
most
I'm looking
childish
at this
person on
shit
the
and
panel. When he was explaining that shit, I felt like hella childish.
don't tell me your mind went the wrong place, okay,
No,
ma'am?
I'm like, listen to this
Okay,
nigga.
hey, we have the verses finna go down, man. Shout out to everybody coming through, hold it
Shaw
down.
said, hey.
Hey, this is a strong
But
one right here. No, real talk. Shout
Oh
out to the panel
man,
though, man.
I'm
We
slow.
finna definitely
I'm
get it in.
slow. Y'all got me.
No, you good, Yashar. Shout out to
You
Yashar,
good.
Melodic Goddess, Brandon Bay, Cole Wicked, Nobody, Queen Cascade, QI, Moonflower, Gold Mountain, and everybody else that came through and held it down, man. Come right back. Matter of fact, let me go live on the other one right now. Boom, nah. We're going
All right.
live on the other side right now.
See you there.
And
All
see y'all
right,
on the
yes,
other
I'm
side,
about to
man.
get my dance
G
hall
Dap
vibes on.
Yeah.
Dance Hall versus G Dap versus Holly, man.
I'm about to
For sure.
roll up and enjoy this.
Lord of mercy.
For
Lord
sure.
of
I gotta
mercy.
roll up again.
Lord
We
of
halfway through
mercy.
it.
You already know.
All right, peace.
Peace, y'all.
bye bye.
Peace.